Chapter 1. The Southern Wilderness Domain. Qingzhou, the Great Zhou Dynasty. The burial Immortal Mountain Range. Here, towering mountains rise majestically, reaching heights that seem to touch the clouds. Standing atop the peak, one can almost grasp the sea of clouds. The scenery is exceedingly beautiful, and the spiritual energy is so dense it feels tangible. If any cultivator were to find themselves here, they would surely be taken aback. Is this not a forbidden area? How can the spiritual energy be so abundant? Atop one of the peaks. At this moment, a man clad in white stood there, his expression blank as he gazed at the ancient and majestic buildings that rose from the mountain peaks, his countenance suddenly shifting as he could not help but curse vehemently. Ah, damn system! Return my celestial king cultivation. Ding. Host, please do not succumb to despair. You must rally yourself and believe in the light. The system, devoid of conscience, was attempting to persuade the man in white. Damn it! Ding! The sect system binding has been successfully completed. As long as the host expands and strengthens the sect, the cultivation of Celestial King will soon be within reach. Upon hearing the voice in his mind, the man in white was even more stunned. Was it the promise to be a slacker and still retain cultivation? Now, they bind him to a sect? Was this to make him work for you? System, are you certain you are the strongest system across the realms? What use is it for you to provide me with a villa atop a mountain? I aspire to be an emperor, to become a celestial emperor, to dominate eternity. Damn system. Ding, Kunlun sect, the initial establishment of the sect's location has been completed. Please recruit disciples within 3 days. Note, for each talented disciple recruited, the host will receive a random summoning card. Note, the summoning card can summon powerful beings from across the realms. Additionally, a fixed reward for enhancing the sect's location. The voice in his mind ignored him, forcefully assigning a rather absurd task. Chen gazed at the grand villa before him with a frown. Just a day prior, he had traversed into this fantastical world and had signed on for Celestial King cultivation, only to be snatched back by this damn system before he could even revel in it. Now he was forcibly bound to a sect and required to recruit disciples within 3 days. Damn it! Chen was utterly displeased, cursing the system. However, it was fortunate that the system still retained a modicum of mercy, not declaring that failure to complete the task would result in dire consequences. Ding! A talented individual has been detected in front of the sect. Please hurry to recruit them. Kunlun sect, at the foot of the mountain. Lin Yun stared at the 2 ancient stone pillars that reached towards the heavens. Inscribed with the characters for Kunlun, his expression shifting dramatically as he exclaimed, "This burial Immortal Mountain Range is a forbidden area. Could there truly be a sect here? Should I go take a look?" Just as Lin Yun was lost in thought, a voice emerged from the heavenly staircase behind the stone pillars, revealing Chen in white, descending with his hands clasped behind his back. "Young man, I perceive your exceptional bone structure and extraordinary physique with the potential for divine kingship. A future emperor awaits you. Would you care to join our Kunlun sect?" Chen regarded Lin Yun with an air of indifference, exuding the demeanor of a peerless powerhouse, causing Lin Yun to freeze in surprise. Exceptional physique? Future emperor? How could my family have scorned me as a waste incapable of opening a spiritual vein and cast me out? Kunlun sect? I originally came to the burial Immortal Mountain Range in search of opportunities, and this Kunlun sect seems extraordinary, existing within this forbidden area. Lin Yun pondered inwardly. At this moment, Chen, observing Lin Yun's doubtful expression, felt a surge of anxiety, silently urging him to agree. If he could recruit even one talented disciple, he would receive a summoning card, and if he summoned a great emperor, wouldn't that allow him to traverse this world with ease? May I inquire about the powerful figures within your sect? Lin Yun asked hesitantly, though he was regarded as a waste in his family, with no sect willing to accept him. The person before him spoke of divine kings and emperors as if they were familiar acquaintances, boasting rather grandly. Our Kunlun sect boasts countless formidable beings, immensely powerful. Should you join us, there will be strong individuals to guide you unknown in your cultivation, assisting you in becoming a peerless powerhouse. Upon hearing Lin Yun's words, Lu Chen began to boast with a serious demeanor. Yeah, having read so many novels about red-haired monsters in his past life, weren't divine kings and emperors just words to toss around? Really? Lin Yun gazed at Lu Chen in disbelief. Peerless powerhouses mentoring him unknown, even the sacred lands wouldn't dare make such claims, let alone the fact that he couldn't open a spiritual vein. Naturally, if it weren't for my observation of your exceptional physique, you wouldn't even qualify to enter Kunlun. Lu Chen replied confidently. Then, very well. Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, Lin Yun thought it worth a shot. After all, no sect was willing to accept him, a waste who couldn't open a spiritual vein, and having been abandoned by his family, perhaps joining Kunlun's sect might provide a way for him to develop his abilities. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully recruiting a talented disciple, activating the strongest sect system across the realms, and receiving a basic summoning card, a cultivation card, and a fixed reward for completing the sect disciples pavilion. As soon as Lin Yun's words fell, Lu Chen received the system's reward, his heart racing with excitement as he felt like he was about to soar. In his previous life, Lu Chen was the last patriarch of the Zong AI family in the 21st century on Blue Star. He was betrayed during a dance competition with the Chaonin clan and met his demise due to inhaling lime mixed with chili powder. Such treachery for a powerful dancer. His entire being, body and soul, was transported to this world by the system, only to be forcibly bound and revived. And now, he had lost his cultivation. Even more absurdly, this damn system had directly arranged for him to establish a sect. If it weren't for his exceptional persuasion skills, this lad might have fled long ago. Master, is Kunlun located atop the mountain? Lin Yun inquired, glancing at the staircase leading upwards. Indeed, come, follow me into the sect. Lu Chen stood with his hands clasped behind him, speaking nonchalantly. He then turned gracefully and ascended the staircase, prompting Lin Yun to hastily follow. Within the sect, Lin Yun's eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld the ancient, grand pavilions that reached into the clouds. His heart, overwhelmed with awe, the sect master did not deceive him. I feel like something is amiss, although it is indeed magnificent. Lin Yun pondered aloud. But it feels devoid of life, Lin Yun suddenly exclaimed. In the main hall of the sect, system quickly used the cultivation card. Lu Chen rubbed his hands together in excitement, urging eagerly. Ding, cultivation card successfully used. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a millennium worth of cultivation. As the system's voice echoed in his mind, a surge of powerful energy erupted within Lu Chen. This force filled his entire being, coursing through his meridians, unlocking the 5 divine repositories of the human body. What the hell? That feels amazing. Lu Chen couldn't help but shout. Suddenly, he felt the power within him surge dramatically, and a Tao palace materialized behind him, adorned with flowing runes that exuded an ancient aura. A phantom, identical in appearance to Lu Chen, sat majestically within the Tao palace. Soon after, the phantom gradually fused into Lu Chen's body, vanishing without a trace. Transformation into the divine realm. Lu Chen sensed the powerful energy within him, his expression brightening. Though he had not yet experienced Celestial King cultivation before it was whisked away, at the very least, he now possessed some cultivation. Transformation into the divine realm, I now have the ability to protect myself. A glimmer of determination flickered in Lu Chen's eyes. According to the information provided by the system, he knew that this world was known as the Celestial Martial Continent, a vast and boundless realm where strength reigned supreme, filled with countless sects and dynasties. There were even mighty beings capable of moving mountains and filling seas, cleaving the skies, and splitting the earth with a mere wave of their hand. The realms of the Celestial Martial Continent are body refinement, chi gathering, spiritual vein, spiritual sea, divine repository, Tao palace, transformation into the divine, void realm, heavenly king, sage, great sage, divine king, quasi-emperor, and emperor. There are 6 major domains within the Celestial Martial Continent, and Lu Chen currently resided in the Southern Wilderness domain, in Qingzhou, within the territory of the Great Zhou dynasty, amidst the forbidden burial Immortal Mountain Range. Master, this grandeur lacks vitality. While Lu Chen was lost in thought, a loud voice echoed from outside the main hall. Looking up, he saw Lin Yun scrambling in, nearly rolling over himself. Lin Yun, what is the matter? To be so flustered within the sect's main hall is a disgrace to Kunlun. Lu Chen admonished Lin Yun sternly, wondering if the lad had encountered a ghost. Master, why can I not see anyone else within the sect? Lin Yun's heart was filled with unease. Logically, such a vast sect should not be devoid of any presence, not even a single dog. What happened to the powerful figures who were supposed to teach me cultivation? That is because most of the powerful beings in our Kunlun sect remain in slumber. Yet to awaken, Lu Chen replied with a straight face, maintaining a serious demeanor. This lad, surely he does not believe he has stumbled into a den of bandits. Just wait until I use the summoning card and summon a great emperor. Wouldn't that frighten him to death? System, use the summoning card. Lu Chen thought to himself, ding. The primary summoning card has been successfully utilized. Congratulations to the host for summoning 2 guardians of the transformation realm from the sect, who are currently hastening towards your location. The system's cold voice echoed in Lu Chen's mind, causing a flicker of brilliance in his gaze. Though I cannot summon an emperor, a divine king would suffice. System, what are the different levels of summoning cards? Ding. Summoning cards are classified into primary, intermediate, advanced, imperial, and celestial levels. Note, a primary card can summon individuals below the Heavenly King realm. An intermediate card can summon from the Heavenly King to the Great Sage realm, and an advanced card can summon from the Divine King to the Emperor level. As for the imperial and celestial levels, the system will notify the host upon reaching the necessary strength. Hiss. According to the system, obtaining an advanced summoning card would allow him to summon a Divine King or even an Emperor. At that moment, Lin Yun was about to speak when he felt a gust of wind rush past him. 2 gray figures suddenly appeared outside the hall, then instantly materialized beside Lin Yun, startling him into a tremor, convinced that ghosts had come. Wang Ming, Wang Xian, we pay our respects to the sect master. The 2 bowed respectfully to Lu Chen in unison. These 2 were indeed the powerful guardians of the transformation realm that Lu Chen had summoned. Meanwhile, Lin Yun, trembling in trepidation, was instantly exhilarated upon hearing their words, his voice quaking as he addressed Lu Chen. Sect Master, are these 2 venerable ones elders of my Kunlun sect? Lin Yun gazed at Wang Ming and Wang Xian, his face alight with excitement. It seemed the sect master had not deceived him indeed. The Kunlun sect possessed formidable beings. Indeed, while the strength of my Kunlun sect lies in slumber, all will awaken in this era. When that time comes, our Kunlun sect shall reign supreme over the world, dominating all realms. Lu Chen proclaimed with immense authority, choosing not to elaborate further to Lin Yun, lest he disclose that Wang Ming and Wang Xian were merely guardians, which might lead Lin Yun to doubt. If it weren't for my system, I wouldn't believe it myself. Upon hearing Lu Chen's commanding words, Lin Yun's face brimmed with exhilaration, his heart astonished. Truly a hidden great sect, I, Lin Yun, shall rise. Sect Master, someone approaches at the foot of the mountain. The robust Wang Ming sensed the presence of individuals at the mountain gate and respectfully informed Lu Chen. At the foot of the mountain, Luo Lingsu's face was pale, clutching her wound, worry etched upon her delicate features. I wonder if my father has managed to repel by phone. If I, Luo Lingxue, survive today, I shall certainly bring ruin to your Yuhua dynasty, she vowed silently within her heart. A fierce killing intent flickered in her beautiful eyes, making it hard to fathom that such a stunning woman could exude such formidable menace. Just as Luo Lingxue prepared to flee further, a voice called out, "Miss, I see you're gravely injured. Please enter Kunlun for healing and rest." "Who goes there? Show yourself." The sudden voice prompted Luo Lingxue to shout, her nerves frayed from prolonged escape. "Ha ha! Dear lady, there is no need for alarm." The voice resounded again, prompting Luo Lingxue to gaze forward. She beheld several figures emerging nearby. At the forefront, a man clad in white, tall and elegant, with features as striking as a celestial being. Though he exuded no discernible aura, his extraordinary demeanor commanded respect. This white-clad man was Lu Chun, flanked by Lin Yun and Wang Ming. How can this person lack any spiritual energy fluctuation? Yet why is he present here? Luo Lingxue pondered, her mind racing. This was a forbidden area. How could an ordinary person venture here? Then, her gaze shifted to Wang Ming and Wang Xian behind Lu Chun, and her expression changed dramatically, her heart sinking. As for Lin Yun, he was completely overlooked. Lin Yun, I am destined to be the future emperor. Understand? Despite the absence of any aura from the white-clad man, the two figures behind him instilled in her a sense of facing her own ancestor, an unfathomable pressure. Especially since these two regarded the white-clad man as their leader. Could this young man be a hidden master? With this thought, Luo Lingxu's eyes sparkled with determination. Luo Lingxu gritted her teeth and approached, bowing respectfully to Lu Chun, saying, I am honored to meet you, Venerable One. Might I inquire if the Kunlun sect you mentioned is indeed your sect? Hearing the words of the young woman before him, a smile crept onto Lu Chen's lips. He had not expected her to inquire about the Kunlun sect, saving him the trouble of introducing it. Ding! A talented disciple has been detected near the host. Please accept her into the sect to complete the system task and receive a random lottery draw, including a primary summoning card. Another genius? Do geniuses now revel in this desolate and remote place? Lu Chun stood with his hands clasped behind him, exuding an air of strength as he regarded her calmly. Indeed, I am the sect master of Kunlun, Lu Chun. The Kunlun sect? Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, a flicker of confusion crossed Luo Lingxu's eyes. The Zhongshan mountain range lay within the territory of the Great Zhou dynasty. She was familiar with countless factions, yet had never heard of a sect called Kunlun. Could it be a hidden sect? Luo Lingxu mused inwardly, her eyes suddenly gleaming with insight, as if she had made a momentous decision. Venerable One, I wish to join the Kunlun sect. Luo Lingxue addressed Lu Chun with utmost respect. She found herself with no other choice. Her father had dispatched two clan elders to escort her out of the royal capital, but they had been relentlessly pursued by the Yuhua dynasty. Had it not been for the two elders diverting their pursuers, she would never have reached this point. Perhaps joining the Kunlun sect before her could alleviate the crisis facing the Great Zhou dynasty. Lu Chun emanated a mysterious aura, and Wang Ming and Wang Xian behind him imparted a pressure akin to standing before a revered ancestor. Very well, in time you shall be grateful for today's choice. Upon hearing her words, Lu Chen's expression remained unchanged as he spoke with calm assurance, though internally he was overjoyed. Ah, another talented disciple received. With his current transformation realm, he could clearly discern that the young woman before him possessed a cultivation level that had reached the Spirit Sea realm. She was undoubtedly a genius. Given her age, likely around 17 or 18, she was certainly a prodigy in Qingzhou. No wonder she bore injuries. It seems someone intended to eliminate her in her infancy. I am Luo Lingxue, honored to meet the sect master. Luo Lingxue gritted her silver teeth and bowed respectfully to Lu Chun. Now that she had joined the Kunlun sect, she wondered if the sect master would be willing to assist her in resolving the current crisis facing the Great Zhou dynasty. Luo Lingxue contemplated deeply. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully receiving a talented disciple, completing the system task, and receiving a primary summoning card, along with a random lottery draw. Fixed reward. The Elder Hall for Sect Guardians has been successfully completed. After Luo Lingxue joined the Kunlun sect, a chilling voice resonated in Lu Chen's mind. System, what can one obtain from the lottery? Lu Chen inquired silently. Ding. The random draw can yield spiritual weapons, elixirs, imperial weapons, and even characters, among other things. Isn't summoning the only way to acquire characters? Is the lottery different? Indeed, host. The random lottery differs from the summoning card. It is not restricted by levels or realms. Upon hearing the system's words, Lu Chen was filled with excitement. For this implied that even emperors could be drawn. However, he soon realized something seemed amiss and quickly pondered, wait, system, shouldn't there be immortals among the rewards? It was only natural for Lu Chen to ask this, as he had initially possessed the cultivation of an immortal king upon entering this world, albeit without having experienced it yet. Ding. What immortals? Host, are you dreaming? Focus on developing the Kunlun sect, and you shall discover whether immortals exist. Damn. System. Activate the random lottery. Chen cursed inwardly and continued, ding. Successfully used the random lottery once. Congratulations, host, you have drawn the elder guard of the sect, Chen, with a cultivation of the void realm. Do you wish to materialize him? Materialize him, quickly. Chen's eyes brightened. He had not anticipated drawing a cultivator of the void realm. It is worth noting that the South Wilderness domain lies at the southernmost tip of the Immortal Martial Continent, where spiritual energy pales in comparison to other major domains. In the South Wilderness, those at the spirit transformation realm might not be deemed powerful. Yet in the Great Zhou dynasty, they would undoubtedly be considered ancestral figures, let alone those at the void realm. Ding. Elder Guard Chen Beixian has been materialized and will appear in the Elder Guard Hall of the sect. At that moment, within the Kunlun sect, an overwhelming aura suddenly manifested, followed by the appearance of a man in blue robes within the Elder Guard Hall. Meanwhile, below the Kunlun sect, Wang Ming and Wang Xian, standing behind Chen, simultaneously altered their expressions. The two had just sensed a terrifying presence. Although it vanished as swiftly as it appeared, they could not shake off the feeling. At this moment, both individuals turned their gazes towards Chen, only to find him remaining as composed as ever. Soon, it seemed they comprehended something, and their reverence for Chen intensified. System, activate the primary summoning card. Ding. The primary summoning card has been successfully utilized. Congratulations to the host for summoning a guardian of the transformation realm from a sect. Wang Lin, another individual from the transformation realm. Chen felt quite satisfied. After all, the primary summoning card could only summon cultivators below the Heavenly King realm. Thankfully, it did not conjure a figure from the Dao Palace realm, or he would have had to express his displeasure with the system most vehemently. Upon completing the system's summoning lottery, Chen turned to Luo Lingxue and spoke. Lingxue, your identity must be quite extraordinary. Pray tell, what transpired? Now that Lingxue had become his disciple at Kunlun, it was his duty as the sect leader to address any issues concerning his disciple, lest it lead to discontent. Yes, sect leader. Upon hearing this, Luo Lingxue respectfully bowed to Chen and then, with gritted teeth, declared, I am the 7th princess of the Great Zhou dynasty. 3 days ago, our dynasty was embroiled in war with the Feathered Ascension dynasty. Initially, both our kingdoms were evenly matched, but traitors emerged within our ranks, shamelessly allying with the Feathered Ascension dynasty. As of today, they have already breached the capital. My father and mother intended to preserve the legacy of the Great Zhou by sending 2 clan elders to escort me to the Holy Land of Taichu. However, shortly after departing the capital, we were discovered by forces from the Feathered Ascension dynasty, who dispatched a formidable opponent from the 9th heaven of the Dao Palace realm to pursue me. The 2 clan elders diverted their attention to allow my escape, which is how I arrived before you at Kunlun. Sect leader, the Feathered Ascension dynasty is akin to beasts, slaughtering and razing every city they encounter, leaving behind a path of unspeakable horror. They spare not even the common folk. If given the opportunity, I shall personally bring about the downfall of the Feathered Ascension dynasty. Humph, what a contemptible Feathered Ascension dynasty, treating mortals as mere weeds. Rest assured, Lingxue, while I am here, no one shall lay a hand on you. Chen's eyes flashed with a fierce light as he spoke, his heart surging with immense wrath. He understood that cultivators often regarded themselves as transcendent beings, dismissing mortals without a second thought. Yet, he had not anticipated that these practitioners, in their quest for power, would engage in such inhumane slaughter of innocents. In Chen's heart, the Feathered Ascension dynasty had already been marked for annihilation. Hearing Chen's words, Lingxue felt a quiet sigh of relief. Boom. Just as the words left his lips, Chen and the others heard a thunderous noise from a distance. Turning their gaze, they spotted 2 figures racing towards them from a mountaintop. Then, a voice emerged from the approaching figures. Princess, what are you doing here? Quickly, you must leave. An elderly man in gray called out urgently upon seeing Luo Lingxue. Soon after, 2 disheveled elders appeared before them. They were indeed the clan elders of the Great Zhou dynasty that Lingxue had mentioned. Upon seeing the 2 elders, Lingxue rushed forward, her heart brimming with excitement, and exclaimed, Lingxue greets the esteemed elders. Where are the people from the Feathered Ascension dynasty? The individuals approaching were indeed the esteemed elders of the Great Zhou clan, tasked with escorting Lingxue out of the royal capital. At this moment, the 2 elders, upon seeing the young woman, were overtaken by expressions of regret etched upon their aged faces. They should never have ventured to the burial Immortal Mountain range. Their initial intent was to perish alongside the denizens of the Ascendant dynasty. To their astonishment, their own princess had not proceeded to the primordial sacred land, but remained within the confines of the great Zhou territory. Princess, you must flee. The formidable Dao Palace realm expert from the Ascendant dynasty is fast approaching. Luo Tian and I had planned to drag the Ascendant dynasty down with us into the burial Immortal Mountain range, yet here you are. The two elders lamented, their voices filled with anguish. We have failed, shamed before our ancestors, unable to preserve even a trace of the bloodline of the great Zhou. The two elders paid no heed to the four individuals present, as they sensed no trace of spiritual energy emanating from them. Though they were puzzled as to why their princess was in their company, there was no time for further contemplation. The absence of spiritual energy indicated that the individuals were either minor cultivators beneath the Dao Palace realm. The thought of them being above that realm never crossed their minds. After all, the Great Zhou dynasty was home to only one being at the Transformation God realm. Had they known that Lu Chun and his companions were of that caliber, they would have been paralyzed with fear. As the elder's words faded, Ling Shui trembled, realizing that the Ascendant dynasty was indeed intent on annihilation, relentlessly pursuing her. The princess of the Spirit Sea realm. At that moment, a powerful aura surged forth, pressing down upon the gathered crowd. Suddenly, a middle-aged man clad in golden battle armor materialized in the air. "Huh, these two ants are quite swift," the armored man mocked, his gaze fixed upon the two elders. "Ah, the princess of the Great Zhou dynasty? How unexpected. You've made it so easy for me, instead of obediently making your way to the primordial sacred land. You linger here within the Great Zhou, awaiting your demise." At that moment, the armored man finally noticed Ling Shui beside Lu Chun, his gaze darkening. Luo Lingshui was the pride of the Great Zhou dynasty. At merely 17, she had already transcended to the Spirit Sea realm, making her a prime target for the Taichu Holy Land, which intended to recruit her directly without any trials a year hence. It was easy to fathom that should this news spread, the Great Zhou dynasty could potentially ascend to become the paramount power in Qizhou. The Yuhua dynasty feared the emergence of such a top-tier genius, as it could lead to their own subjugation by the Great Zhou, a scenario they were keen to avoid. Thus, they initiated a national war to extinguish Ling Shui in her cradle. "Princess, we must leave. Quickly." The elder of the Broken Arm clan had not finished speaking when he suddenly coughed up blood, his aura significantly waning. Observing this, Ling Shui turned to Lu Chen and urgently pleaded, "Master, I beseech you to save the two elders." Although she was unaware of Lu Chen's true strength, she noted his calm demeanor since the armored man's appearance, devoid of any sign of distress, indicating his formidable power, a power that rendered him unafraid of the man before them. Or perhaps he simply was unaware of the armored man's might. Nonetheless, Lu Chen was her only hope. "Wang Ming, eliminate this troublesome individual," Lu Chen commanded indifferently, casting a glance at the armored man. "Yes, master," Wang Ming replied promptly. "Ha ha ha. A handful of ants, so oblivious to their own insignificance, dare to speak thus." The armored man momentarily stunned by Lu Chen's words, then sneered. He believed none among them could surpass him. For he was at the ninth heaven of the Dao Palace realm, within the Great Zhou dynasty, who would dare oppose him while he remained hidden from divine sight. He had already assessed the group and sensed no fluctuations of spiritual energy. Little did he expect these insignificant creatures would dare to provoke him. And a fierce expression crossed his face as he growled, "Ants, seeking death." The armored man stood resolutely in the air, raising his hand as spiritual energy coalesced into a massive palm, pressing down upon the crowd. He intended to crush these ants with a single blow. Boom. With a resounding crash, before the giant palm could descend, it was effortlessly dispersed by a wave of Wang Ming's hand. How is this possible? The armored man's expression shifted dramatically, though he had merely executed a casual strike. Even a practitioner at the eighth heaven of the Dao Palace realm would find it challenging to counter. The path of cultivation, seemingly a minor realm apart, was akin to an insurmountable chasm. To his astonishment, his seemingly casual strike had been so easily neutralized. The armored man was momentarily taken aback, his expression changing as he inwardly cursed, realizing the depth of this individual's concealment. Yet, before he could fathom the implications, an overwhelming and formidable aura erupted from Wang Ming, akin to the heavens collapsing, instantly forcing the armored man down from the air. PFF, the realm of transformation. The armored man plummeted from the sky, collapsing to his knees. Blood spilling from his lips as he gazed at Wang Ming with terror, his voice trembling, "Senior, I am a member of the feathered ascendancy, if you could spare me." Before he could finish, Wang Ming extended a finger towards him, and in an instant, the world around him seemed to magnify, crashing down upon him. "Ah, I am from the feathered ascendancy. Do you dare to kill me? The ancestor will never let you go." With a resounding thud, Wang Ming's finger obliterated him in an instant. A moment later, transformation into the divine realm. Hiss. At that moment, Ling Shui felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. Gasping in disbelief. Although she had sensed that the Kunlun sect might be a reclusive order, she had not anticipated that it harbored a powerhouse of the divine transformation realm. Now, as she looked at Lu Chen, her gaze was filled with profound respect. Even those of the divine transformation obeyed his command. Could it be that his strength surpassed even that? Contemplating this, she felt a wave of relief for having chosen to join Kunlun earlier. Taking a deep breath, she cast an anxious glance at Lu Chen, secretly wondering if the sect master would intervene to save my great Zhou. At that moment, the two venerable elders of the great Zhou clan regained their composure, their faces etched with terror as they hastily bowed before Wang Ming, expressing their utmost respect. "We have the honor of meeting you, esteemed elder. We were previously unaware of your formidable presence, and we humbly beseech your forgiveness." They had not regarded Wang Ming with due acknowledgement earlier, not due to a lack of prowess, but rather because their own abilities were insufficient to perceive the overwhelming aura of the other. "Esteemed elder, please do not hold the two clan elders accountable." Upon witnessing this, Ling Shui, recovering from her shock, promptly interjected. "What constitutes the transformation of the spirit is the shedding of the mortal form, the refinement of the soul to attain a higher echelon of existence. Beneath the realm of spirit transformation, all are but mere insects." How could Ling Shui maintain her composure in such a situation? If it were not for the presence of a venerable ancestor in the transformation realm overseeing the great Zhou dynasty, it would likely have already succumbed to the encroachment of rival factions. "Fear not," Wang Ming waved his hand dismissively, unfazed by the matter at hand. After all, this young girl was a disciple of the Kunlun sect, and thus should not concern herself with trivialities. "Come, Ling Shui, take your two clansmen and follow me into Kunlun. Should anyone from the feathered Ascension dynasty dare to approach our Kunlun sect, they shall be eradicated." With that, Lu Chen turned elegantly and strode up the mountain, prompting the others to hastily follow suit. "Princess, what sect is this Kunlun? When did you become a disciple there?" questioned the two clan elders in hushed tones, their brows furrowed in confusion. Although Wang Ming was a figure of the transformation realm, the Great Zhou also had its own ancestors of that caliber, and they had never heard of the Kunlun sect. Could it be a hidden sect? Exchanging glances, the two quickly dismissed the thought, reasoning that if such a concealed sect existed within the Great Zhou dynasty, their ancestor would surely be aware of it. Hearing the elder's words, a complex expression flickered in Ling Shui's eyes, which soon transformed into a resolute gaze. "Elders, I am uncertain as well, but I am already a disciple of the Kunlun sect. Let us not speak of the Taichu sacred land any longer. Just moments ago, the sect master offended the feathered Ascension dynasty for my sake, and I shall forever be a member of the Kunlun sect." Moments later, ancient buildings, grand and imposing, emerged before Ling Shui and her companions, rising majestically above a sea of clouds. As they beheld this scene and felt the intense concentration of spiritual energy at the mountain's peak, their pupils constricted, and they inhaled sharply, their hearts racing in astonishment. How is it that this forbidden area possesses such abundant spiritual energy? Could it be that the Kunlun sect is indeed a great hidden sect? The three exchanged glances, their minds racing with speculation. Observing the stunned expressions of the trio, Lin Yun could not help but revel in his delight, a smug smile gracing his lips as he yearned to boast. "Behold, this is the prowess of my Kunlun. And I, Lin Yun, am the senior disciple of the Kunlun sect." He mimicked Lu Chen's posture with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing ahead, his innocent demeanor radiating an air of confidence, silently chuckling at the astonished trio. Noticing their astonishment, Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction, secretly acknowledging, "Thank goodness the system gifted me a sect. Otherwise, it would have been quite challenging to win over this young girl." Reflecting on the grandeur of their surroundings, he mused, "This location is undoubtedly the pinnacle of sect configurations. Not only would this young girl be awestruck, but even those two old men must be bewildered. Even a transformation realm expert would likely be dazzled." Upon contemplating this, Lu Chen's lips curled into a faint smile, a quiet amusement bubbling within him. However, having only recently accepted two disciples, and with the system not issuing any tasks, he found himself relying solely on the recruitment of disciples to barely sustain his existence. Although he already had 3 in the transformation stage and 1 in the void realm, he understood the necessity of remaining discreet. Who could say whether these dynasties and sects harbored ancient beings lurking beneath the earth, awaiting the moment to stir from their slumber and bellow, "Who dares disturb my rest?" At this juncture, Chen felt the weight of an unaccomplished revolution. The comrades must continue their efforts. "Ling Shui, this is my Kunlun sect," he introduced. Turning to Lin Yun. "Lin Yun, he is your senior brother. Make sure to communicate with each other if you have any uncertainties." "Senior brother." "It is a pleasure to meet you," Ling Shui said, bowing slightly and smiling as she finished her greeting. "Ah, there is no need for such formality, junior sister." Lin Yun chuckled, scratching the back of his head with a sheepish grin. Suddenly blessed with a sister-like figure resembling a celestial being, he felt as though he were dreaming. Grinning foolishly, observing Lin Yun's lack of composure, Chen was left with a sense of exasperation. Sigh. One can only hope that Lin Yun doesn't proclaim himself as part of the Kunlun sect when he ventures out as the sect leader. He could hardly afford such embarrassment. Just as Lin Yun continued to beam, an alarming cry erupted from the 2 clan elders of the Great Zhou. "Not good," they exclaimed, their voices trembling. Ling Shui, sensing an ominous foreboding in her heart, felt a wave of anxiety wash over her as she quickly inquired, "Elders, is it my father or mother who is in peril?" "Princess, I fear our Great Zhou may not survive this ordeal." The 2 elders' faces turned pale, their expressions wrought with grief as they replied. "Lo Tian and I have received a message from the sovereign. The Feathered Ascension dynasty has deployed a transformation stage being." Upon hearing this, Ling Shui's complexion drained of color, her strength waning as she stumbled back 2 steps, with the Great Zhou's ancestor in seclusion to recuperate. The emergence of a transformation stage entity from the Feathered Ascension dynasty meant that no one in the Great Zhou could withstand the impending threat. "Sovereign, allow this old man and Lo Tian to escort the princess to the Taichu sacred land at once." The elder's tone shifted, his demeanor subtly changing, casting a glance at Chen that was laden with unspoken meaning. Chen, however, paid little mind to the elder's words. After all, they were speaking of a sacred land, while Kunlun did boast its own transformation stage beings. The elder did not believe that the Kunlun sect could adequately shield Ling Shui from confrontation with the Feathered Ascension dynasty. Although the Feathered Ascension dynasty appeared to stand on equal footing with the Great Zhou, each having a transformation stage protector, there were rumors of another transformation stage ancestor serving as an elder within a dominant force, a level of might far beyond that of the Great Zhou dynasty. This was why, upon witnessing Wang Ming in the transformation stage, they still deemed Kunlun incapable of safeguarding Luo Lingshui. "Sect leader, I implore you to save my Great Zhou." Ling Shui's sole hope now rested with the Kunlun sect, despite its not being a hidden sect. However, there exists the realm of divine transformation, which undoubtedly presents its own complexities. Ding! Congratulations to the host for activating the sect mission. The Feathered Ascendancy, a regime unworthy of its virtue, has wrought unimaginable suffering and slaughtered countless innocent lives. The host is tasked with annihilating the Feathered Ascendancy within 3 days. Successful completion of this mission will grant a chance at a random draw, with a reward of 10 battle warriors. As the cold voice echoed in his mind, Chen felt an exhilarating surge of excitement. A mission had finally emerged. His gaze sharpened, exuding a palpable aura of killing intent. As a disciple of Kunlun's sect, I shall use the Feathered Ascendancy as a banner of our might. Fear not, you are now a disciple of Kunlun. I shall ensure your safety, Chen declared nonchalantly, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. "Wang Ming, you and Ling Shui's kin should journey to the Great Zhou capital. Since Ling Shui is a disciple of our Kunlun sect, it is only fitting that we offer assistance to her family." Upon hearing Chen's words, Ling Shui was overwhelmed with excitement, never expecting Chen to be willing to aid Great Zhou. "Master, I am truly concerned for the safety of my father and mother. I wish to accompany Senior Wang Ming to the capital," Ling Shui said through gritted teeth. "Rest assured, Wang Ming's presence alone suffices. You have just arrived at Kunlun. I shall have Lin Yun guide you to become acquainted with our ways." Chen understood her feelings, confident that Wang Ming's prowess in the realm of divine transformation would be adequate to handle the situation. The Great Zhou capital was situated at the heart of the royal city, within a grand palace that had once been magnificent but now lay in ruins, a testament to the catastrophic battle that had ravaged such a colossal structure. Above the palace, a figure clad in black robes, adorned with dark golden dragon motifs, emanating an overwhelmingly fierce aura, was engaged in a fierce clash with another dark silhouette. White Wind, you treacherous usurper. How could I, great Zhou, have placed such trust in you? Luo Wuxuang roared, his eyes ablaze with fury. You shall perish. The aura of a fully realized Dao Palace realm surged forth, causing the very air to tremble. Ha! Luo Wuxuang, the fortunes of great Zhou have run dry. Today marks your demise. White Wind retorted fearlessly, a smile gracing his lips. As the Grand General of Great Zhou, his cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the Dao Palace realm over a century ago. Had it not been for his fear of the ancestors of Great Zhou, he would have staged a rebellion long ago. With the national master of the feathered ascendancy currently preoccupied with the Ancient One, he felt no trepidation towards Luo Wuxuang. Your Majesty. Just as Luo Wuxuang was about to crush the traitor before him, a voice rang in his ears. The newcomers were two clan elders and Wang Ming. Your Majesty. This is Senior Wang from the princess's sect, the elder said, his face alight with joy as he gestured toward Wang Ming. A sect elder? Could it be from the primordial sacred land? Luo Wuxuang glanced at Wang Ming, his pupils constricting sharply, his expression filled with astonishment. Divine transformation realm? Wang Ming did not conceal his cultivation. The aura of divine transformation radiated from him. He quickly spoke up. I have encountered the elder before. I am unaware of your identity. Enough. Let us first resolve the matter at hand. I must return to report to the sect leader. Wang Ming cast a fleeting glance at him. At that moment, Bai Feng also turned to Wang Ming, his complexion pale and his lips quivering in fear. A transformation realm expert. Impossible. There was only one such being in the Great Zhou. Where could this one have come from? Moreover, he stood on the side of Great Zhou. The arrogance he had displayed moments ago dissipated in an instant, replaced by a visage of sheer terror and unease. As he feared that the person before him might strike him down with a mere gesture, uncertain of which sect the predecessor hailed from. He trembled and bowed his head in deference to Wang Ming, hands clasped in respect. How could he not be anxious? What a formidable being at the transformation realm. Even within the feathered ascendancy, only the national master possesses such prowess. Should he offend a being of this caliber? The feathered ascendancy would hardly provoke such a formidable foe on his behalf. Before he could finish speaking, Wang Ming stepped forward, unleashing the oppressive aura of the transformation realm. The very void beneath his feet rippled, causing the surrounding space to collapse and distort under the sheer weight of his presence. He then raised his hand and grasped that Bai Feng in the air. A cataclysmic force enveloped him instantly, leaving him on the brink of collapse. Crashing to the ground and gasping for breath, gasped. The sovereign and his companions inhaled sharply. Luo Wuxuang had witnessed her ancestor in action. Yet the aura exuded by Wang Ming was undeniably more disconcerting. Her ancestor was a being of the 9th level of transformation. What sect did Ling Shui belong to? Predecessor. Spare me. Bai Feng, kneeling on the ground and spitting blood, begged incoherently, I harbor no enmity towards you. Why assist the Great Zhou? Oh, indeed, there is no enmity. I simply find you displeasing. Pfft. No enmity? Displeasing? Bai Feng coughed up another mouthful of blood, his eyes wide with incredulity. Suddenly, a thunderous sound reverberated in the air. Instantly, two aged figures appeared in the void. One, an elder clad in a golden dragon robe, his vitality waning, shouted angrily, Li Mu. Does your feathered ascendancy truly wish to engage in a relentless conflict with my Great Zhou? Ku, Luo Yuan retorted. Who allowed your Great Zhou to produce a genius? If I, from the feathered ascendancy, do not eliminate him, shall I allow him to grow? The gray-clad elder's lips curled into a chilling smirk. It became clear that the initiation of national warfare was merely a pretext, with Bai Feng serving as a pawn of the feathered ascendancy meant to stall Luo Wuxuang. National Master, save me. Upon seeing the National Master, Bai Feng's face lit up with hope, as if he had found a lifeline, urgently pleading for assistance. Li Mu was indeed the National Master of the feathered ascendancy. Humph. Incompetent. The National Master cast a grim glance at Bai Feng. The feathered ascendancy had secretly nurtured Bai Feng for over a century, investing countless resources to help him achieve the pinnacle of the Dao Palace. Yet, the emergence of Luo Lingxue had disrupted their plans. Upon hearing the National Master's words, Bai Feng's expression soured as if he had consumed a dead fly. Luo Yuan, today marks the day of your Great Zhou's demise. The National Master of the feathered ascendancy glared coldly at the ancestor of the Great Zhou. Buzz. A terrifying aura erupted from the feathered National Master, sweeping toward the gathered crowd. Aside from Wang Ming and the ancestor of the Great Zhou, Luo Wuxuang and her companions felt the weight of this pressure, nearly bowing to the ground. Fortunately, Wang Ming waved his hand, and they instantly felt the oppressive force dissipate. The group felt an immediate sense of relief, their faces brightening as they expressed their gratitude to Wang Ming. Thank you, esteemed predecessor, for your intervention. Indeed. As for Bai Feng, he lay trembling on the ground like a lifeless dog. Luo Yuan sensed the terrifying aura, and his pupils abruptly constricted, his expression turning gravely serious. The 9th level of the transformation realm. He too was at that level, yet his vitality was depleted, and his internal injuries remained unrestrained. Otherwise, how could the Yuhua dynasty act so brazenly in the Great Zhou? As these words fell, the national master, standing in the void, raised his hand, and instantly, his spiritual energy transformed into a colossal hand that blotted out the sky, descending upon Luo Yuan with terrifying force. With a thunderous roar, Luo Yuan's complexion changed dramatically. The power of the 9th level of the transformation realm erupted from within him without reservation. He waved his hands, and the surrounding spiritual energy surged violently, coalescing into a massive sword that struck out. A deafening explosion resonated as the giant sword was effortlessly shattered by the overwhelming hand. Not good. The colossal hand descended relentlessly. The ancestor of the Great Zhou raised his hand, summoning the surrounding spiritual energy to erect a barrier in defense. With a resounding crash, the barrier was instantly obliterated. Poof! The ancestor of the Great Zhou was sent crashing to the ground, his body flying and demolishing countless grand halls of the royal palace, collapsing to the floor. His aura weakened and blood spilling from his mouth. Ancestor! Upon witnessing his ancestor being struck down, Luo Wuxuang cried out in anguish. Then furiously roared at the Yuhua national master. You old fool! The Yuhua dynasty is too overbearing. The national master stood in the void, a cold smile gracing his lips as he gazed at the insignificant creature before him. He cackled. The feeble insect can only rage. Die. With that, he struck down once more. Boom. The national master's spiritual hand shattered with a thunderous sound. Wang Ming intervened. Though he was merely at the 1st level of the transformation realm, he was an invincible presence within the same realm. Indeed, any powerful being summoned by the system was invincible at their level. The 9th level of the transformation realm could easily annihilate him. The national master was taken aback. He turned to Wang Ming, his expression darkening, and coldly remarked, I didn't expect to find another sizable insect. He could see through Wang Ming's cultivation at a glance, for he was a being of the 9th level of the transformation realm. How dare this mere 1st level transformation realm cultivator attempt to block him? Seeking death. The national master's face darkened, his lips curling in disdain as he raised his hand to strike. The esteemed 9th level transformation realm master could not tolerate being obstructed by a mere 1st level cultivator. His fury surged, and he vowed to eliminate this insignificant insect. Humph. Wang Ming scoffed. If you were at the void refinement realm, I might not prevail, but against your 9th level transformation, I can still subdue you. In an instant, an astonishing aura erupted from Wang Ming, and his figure vanished from sight, reappearing suddenly before the Yuhuan national master. He pointed a finger, and in that fleeting moment, the surrounding spiritual energy converged fiercely at his fingertip. With a decisive thrust, the power unleashed was immense. After all, he was the 9th level of the transformation realm, and he quickly reacted. Yet, with a mere gesture, his expression shifted dramatically, as if confronted by the divine. A sense of impending doom enveloped him. Bang, bang, bang. No, how could this be possible? The force of that single finger descended upon him like the weight of the heavens, obliterating the corporeal form and soul of the national master of the feathered ascendancy in an instant. Hiss. Is this the realm of transformation? How could it be so powerful? The expressions of the national leaders were filled with shock. The once injured ancestor of the Great Zhou suddenly trembled with astonishment. In the burial Immortal Mountain Range, at the peak of disciples of the Kunlun sect, a young girl clad in a flowing purple celestial gown, with her long tresses cascading down to her waist, stood gracefully with a worried expression, gazing towards the direction of the Great Zhou capital. At that moment, a voice resonated from behind her. It was Linyan, Ling Shui. Having encountered her senior brother, turned to acknowledge him with a nod and a slight bow. Senior brother, are you aware of the origins of our sect? She inquired. The Kunlun sect emanated an aura of profound mystery, and she had never seen any other members within the sect. Could it truly be a secluded lineage? The powerful figures of the sect must be in slumber, otherwise there would not be only her and Lin Yun as disciples. Higi, junior sister. I have only recently joined the sect and am unaware of its origins. However, the sect leader mentioned that the powerful beings are all in a deep sleep. Lin Yun replied, scratching the back of his head with a silly grin. Ling Shui, observing his demeanor, felt speechless. Her senior brother seemed rather foolish. She wondered if he had truly been deceived by the sect leader. Lu Chen remarked, "It's a ruse." Suddenly, several figures swooped through the air and landed before the two. Father, ancestor. Upon seeing her father and ancestor, Ling Shui's earlier worry vanished, replaced by immense joy. Ling Shui, your father and I are safe, thanks to the intervention of the elder. Otherwise, today would have marked the demise of our great Zhou, Luo Wushuang exclaimed. At this moment, Ling Shui gazed at the wounds on the body of the great Zhou ancestor. Her lively eyes instantly clouded with a haze, just as she was about to speak. The great Zhou ancestor, noticing her concern, quickly reassured her, "My dear Ling Shui, there is no need to worry. It's merely a trivial injury, one that I hardly regard." Just then, a voice resounded, akin to a divine decree, commanding, "Wang Ming, bring them to the main hall to see me." In the main hall of the sect, Lu Chen's eyes narrowed slightly as he sat high upon the throne, exuding no discernible aura, yet emanating an impression of unfathomable depth. Is this the leader of the Kunlun sect? How remarkably youthful! Luo Wushuang and the venerable ancestor of the great Zhou gazed at Lu Chen, their hearts surging with tumultuous waves. Even more alarming was the fact that he could not discern the essence of the young man before him. A flicker of astonishment crossed Luo Yuan's eyes. The elder had encountered sect leader Lu before. Luo Wushuang had also met sect leader Lu. During their journey, they had inquired about the Kunlun sect from Wang Ming, and now, witnessing Lu Chen in the flesh was indeed a profound shock. Moreover, the Kunlun sect resided within a forbidden domain. No wonder they had never heard of it within the great Zhou dynasty. Could it be that it was a reclusive and formidable sect, only now emerging from seclusion? This time, I express my deepest gratitude for your esteemed sect's intervention in averting the impending doom of our great Zhou dynasty. Should the need arise, our dynasty will undoubtedly extend our assistance. Upon hearing these words, Lu Chen couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. The great Zhou possessed only one ancestor at the transformation stage, better for him to enjoy his twilight years. From Luo Lingxue, he had already learned of the great Zhou dynasty's capabilities, realizing that their most powerful individual merely reached the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the transformation stage. No matter. Lingxue is now a disciple of my Kunlun sect. It is only fitting, Lu Chen replied nonchalantly. Lingxue felt immense relief at having made that decision earlier. Sect leader Lu. Elder Wang has slain the national master of the Yuhua dynasty. It is likely that they will not let this matter rest easily. Rumor has it that there is another elder within the dynasty who is rumored to be on the brink of breaking through to the void realm. Upon reaching this point, Luo Wushuang's expression altered, his voice laden with gravity. If a void realm expert truly intervenes, the great Zhou is likely to be obliterated in an instant. Although Wang Ming forcefully dispatched the national master of the Yuhua dynasty, he is not a void realm cultivator. It is said that those at the void realm can rip apart the very fabric of space, exhibiting immense power. The mention of the void realm left Lu Chen inwardly astonished. Nevertheless, he maintained an air of nonchalance, as if the void realm cultivators were mere insects. Who would have imagined that the Yuhua dynasty possessed such strength? The Kunlun sect had its own void realm cultivators. Lu Chen had already resolved to dispatch Chen Bei Xian to annihilate the Yuhua dynasty directly, thus achieving the mission at hand. At this moment, a voice echoed in Lu Chen's mind, leaving him in a state of perplexity. The host can simply summon Wang Ming to take action. The cultivators summoned by this system are all invincible beings of the same realm. Upon hearing the cool voice in his mind, Lu Chen was momentarily taken aback. He had intended to have Chen Bei Xian intervene, but it turned out that Wang Ming and his companions were indeed unmatched in their realm. Consequently, there was no immediate need to reveal the existence of Kunlun sect's powerful void realm experts. After all, even he did not know if there were any cultivators above the void realm in Qizhou. It was imperative to clarify the situation in Qizhou first. As for the Yuhua dynasty, Lu Chen was resolute in his intention to annihilate it. With this thought, a glimmer of murderous intent flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. Wang Xian, this time you and Lord Luo shall venture to the Yuhua dynasty and eradicate it, showcasing the might of our Kunlun. Now, by simply obliterating the Yuhua dynasty, he would fulfill the system's task. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Chen declared, "Destroy the Yuhua dynasty." Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, Luo Wushuang and Luo Yuan widened their eyes in disbelief, thinking they had misheard. They could hardly fathom that Lu Chen intended to obliterate the Yuhua dynasty. Even Ling Shui gasped in astonishment, her mouth agape. Could a dynasty truly be extinguished so easily? Lin Yun, watching the shocked expressions of the others, stifled a laugh. Thinking to himself, now you know the power of our Kunlun sect, don't you? What is a dynasty, after all? It can be destroyed. In truth, even he was taken aback by Lu Chen's words. After all, it was a dynasty. Sectmaster Lu, it is highly likely that the ancestor of Yuhua has broken through to the Void Realm. Luo Wushuang said, his expression filled with hesitation. Oh, rest assured, Lord Luo. Our Kunlun sect fears no one nor any force in this world. Lu Chen said as he slowly rose, exuding an unparalleled aura of dominance. With his words, an astonishing presence emanated from Wang Xian, who instantly appeared beside Luo Wushuang. Let us proceed, lead the way. The crowd felt the overwhelming aura radiating from Wang Xian. Their expression shifting to shock, their eyes widening, and their hearts pounding as they realized, yet another being of the transformation realm. The most astonished among them was the ancestor of the great Zhou, whose gaze towards Wang Xian was filled with trepidation. For he discerned that although Wang Xian possessed only the cultivation of the first level of the transformation realm, he sensed an extraordinary and terrifying power within him. This left him in a state of astonishment regarding the Kunlun sect, unable to fathom how such a formidable transcendent being could exist within its ranks. Moreover, it was astonishing that this sect had emerged within the morning Immortal Mountain range, a fact of which he was entirely oblivious. Meanwhile, within a magnificent hall in the capital of the Yuhua dynasty, a middle-aged man of imposing countenance, clad in a golden dragon robe, sat regally upon the dragon throne. An aura of formidable dominance emanated from him, pervading the surroundings of the hall. He was none other than the sovereign of the Yuhua dynasty, Yun Sanqiong. Suddenly, a change swept over Yun Sanqiong's expression, and his demeanor shifted to one of alarm. He found himself unable to perceive the consciousness of the national master. This is the secret art of the Ascendant dynasty. The national master once left a fragment of divine consciousness upon him to guard the capital of the Ascendant kingdom. Now that the divine consciousness has vanished, it signifies the fall of Li Mu. Ah, who is it? The national master has been slain. The Ascendant dynasty shall pursue you to the ends of the earth. High upon the dragon throne, Yun Sanqiong roared, exuding a chilling aura that compelled all the ministers in the grand hall to kneel, trembling in fear as they gazed at their sovereign. What could provoke such wrath from the sovereign? The national master? Yes, wasn't he dispatched to eradicate the great Zhou dynasty? Heaven help us. The national master is dead? The ministers' eyes widened in disbelief, their expressions filled with horror. They could hardly fathom that the immensely powerful national master had perished. The national master possessed a cultivation level of the ninth heaven of the divine transformation realm. How could anyone possibly kill him? It's over, it's over. The national master has fallen. The ancestral elder is currently in seclusion. It must be the elder of the great Zhou who has slain the national master. Impossible. That old wretch from great Zhou could never kill the national master. He has long since withered, his lifespan nearly extinguished. The ministers' expressions turned anxious as they began to murmur amongst themselves. Silence. Even if the national master has fallen, the ancestral elder remains. Once he breaks through to the void realm, it will spell doom for the great Zhou dynasty. Yun Sanqiong's eyes glimmered with a cold light as he spoke hoarsely. He could not believe that the national master had been killed by great Zhou. Considering that old wretch's frail state, and the national master being the disciple of the ancestral elder, boasting formidable power, could it be the people from the primordial Holy Land? The mere thought of the primordial Holy Land sent a wave of fear coursing through Yun Sanqiong. At that moment, a voice devoid of emotion echoed through the hall as Wang Xian, accompanied by Luo Wushuang, suddenly appeared. Are you the sovereign of the Ascendant Kingdom? With a thunderous pressure flooding the hall, the very fabric of space rippled, producing a resonant hum. The overwhelming force compelled everyone present to kneel, nearly suffocating them with fear. As they sensed this terrifying aura, the subjects of the Ascendant dynasty trembled uncontrollably, the sovereign himself no exception, collapsing to his knees before Wang Xian, whose cultivation at the divine transformation realm rendered Yun Sanqiong's perfected Tao palace as fragile as a tile, incapable of resistance. Divine transformation. Ah, do not kill me. The ministers of the Ascendant dynasty, crushed beneath this immense pressure, desperately cried out for mercy. Ah, damn it. Who are you? Yun Sanqiong roared in fury, his eyes nearly bursting with rage as he shouted at Wang Xian. Enough of this noise. With a dispassionate gaze, Wang Xian waved his hand. Boom. In an instant, the bodies of the ministers exploded into ashes within the hall. Ah, who are you really? As he witnessed the death of his ministers, Yun Shaqiang's eyes filled with bloodshot fury, and he bellowed in rage. He forgot that he was facing a formidable celestial transformation expert, and at this moment, he yearned to rend the individual before him into 1,000 pieces. Yin Sanxiang. Today, the Yuhua dynasty meets its reckoning. Luo Wushuang, standing beside Wang Xian, watched him with a cold smile. Luo Wushuang was also taken aback by Wang Xian's prowess, another celestial transformation expert. However, witnessing the downfall of the Yuhua dynasty filled him with unparalleled excitement. It is you, Luo Wushuang. Upon recognizing Luo Wushuang, Yun Songxiang understood that this person had slain the national master. After all, in his eyes, the aura of the great Zhou ancestor was withered. He could not possibly be a match for the national master. His eyes widened in rage as he bellowed at Wang Xian, "Do you dare to kill me? The ancestor will not spare you." Faced with death, Yun Songxiang trembled, believing he could intimidate Wang Xian by invoking the Yuhua ancestor. Yet, Wang Xian was not one to be cowed, nor was the Kunlun sect. "My Kunlun sect is about to enter the world. It is an honor for your Yuhua dynasty to serve as a sacrifice for us. Die." As soon as the words left his mouth, Wang Xian struck with a palm. Boom. Ah, the Kunlun sect will not spare you. With a series of thunderous crashes, the entire grand hall collapsed, along with Yun Songxiang, reduced to dust. The pitiful ruler of the Yuhua dynasty died without ever understanding why the unexpectedly appearing Kunlun sect sought to annihilate his dynasty. With the demise of the Yuhua monarch, who had reached the pinnacle of the Dao Palace realm, Luo Wushuang began his slaughter of the Yuhua clan. Luo Wushuang, also at the pinnacle of the Dao Palace realm, found that no one could hinder his rampage now that the Yuhua monarch lay dead. Moreover, the aura of Wang Xian in the celestial transformation realm enveloped the entire royal city, leaving the rest to Luo Wushuang. As the saying goes, to cut grass without uprooting it invites regrowth. Luo Wushuang understood this well, especially given the Yuhua dynasty's merciless slaughter of the great Zhou populace. How could he possibly justify not exterminating the Yuhua clan in the face of the fallen great Zhou soldiers and countless citizens? Wang Xian waited quietly in the skies above the royal city for Luo Wushuang. "Senior, I have cleared all members of the Yuhua clan." After finishing the massacre, Luo Wushuang's expression was filled with excitement, and he respectfully bowed to Wang Xian with gratitude in his eyes. "Well, this matter is settled. We shall return to report to the sect master." Upon mentioning reporting to Lu Chen, a deep respect and loyalty shone in Wang Xian's gaze. The summoned experts bore unwavering loyalty to Lu Chen. To them, he was akin to a deity. They would not flinch even if he commanded them to lay down their lives. Witnessing this scene, Luo Wushuang felt a profound tremor in his heart. What did he behold? Such a powerful celestial transformation expert displayed such reverence and devotion when speaking of Lu Chen. Even a senior of this caliber treated sect master Lu with such respect. It seemed that the Kunlun sect's origins were far from being a simple hidden sect. In a state of profound shock, Luo Wushuang felt an overwhelming astonishment. Buzz. Shortly after the two departed, a figure clad in golden armor materialized in the void, gazing upon the devastated Yuhua palace. A wave of disbelief washed over him as he exclaimed, "Who has dared to strike? Who could annihilate the Yuhua dynasty?" After meticulously sensing the surroundings, the golden-armored figure's expression shifted dramatically, revealing a deep astonishment. The assailant possesses a cultivation level akin to mine. Within the main hall of Kunlun sect, a chilling voice resonated within Lu Chen's mind. "Ding, congratulations to the host for the annihilation of the Yuhua dynasty by your subordinate, successfully completing the system task and receiving a random system reward, 1 lottery draw and 10 battle gear." Upon hearing the frigid voice, Lu Chen's countenance lit up with exuberance and excitement. Is it already coming to an end so soon? The Ascendant dynasty leaves much to be desired, Lu Chen mused. 10 battle weapons. Indeed, these could serve as rewards for disciples in the future when their numbers increase. Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction. He was also aware of the ranking of spiritual artifacts in the Xianwu continent based on the system's information. The spiritual artifacts are categorized into low-grade, mid-grade, and high-grade, with battle weapons, holy weapons, ancient weapons, quasi-emperor weapons, and ultimate emperor weapons surpassing them. Should these 10 battle weapons manifest in the southern wilderness, they would undoubtedly stir a tempest, prompting numerous factions to vie for them. In an era where emperors remain hidden, divine kings retreat from the world, and sages do not emerge, possessing battle weapons enables one to contend with cultivators of superior cultivation levels, though that is not to overstate one's own realm. Ding. The 10 battle weapons have been securely stored in the system space. Fixed reward. The establishment of the sect's martial arts hall has been successfully completed. System. Does the martial arts hall contain any techniques? Chen secretly pondered, fearing that if the system only presented him with an empty shell, he might be driven to despair. Although he had no immediate use for it, as he faced no bottleneck in his cultivation, he was confident that with an increased number of lottery draws, he would undoubtedly acquire a cultivation card. Furthermore, how could a sect exist without a martial arts hall? It would be absurd for disciples joining Kunlun to discover their sect lacked even basic techniques. Ding. The system has stored martial techniques. The host may rest assured. That is reassuring. Chen continued. System. Is there a sect panel? Ding. Yes. Immediately, a display appeared before Chen's eyes. Sect. Kunlun sect. Sect location. Burial Immortal Mountain Range. Sect leader. Chen. Sect disciples. 2. Sect guards. 3. Sect elder guards. 1. Sect elders. None. Sect points. 1,000. Sect ancestor. None. System. What is the purpose of sect points? Chen inquired, puzzled. Ding. Sect points can be exchanged in the system marketplace for various heavenly items, divine weapons, divine herbs, immortal medicines, physical enhancements, and an array of other items. Upon reviewing the system's introduction, a vision of the system marketplace materialized in his mind. 9 dragon seat, sect points 100, followed by countless zeros. Innate holy body Tao embryo, sect points 10. Mother Chi cauldron of all things, sect points 100. And so forth. To my astonishment, I even possess a little umbrella? Chen exclaimed in awe, truly impressed by the system's offerings, including such divine artifacts. It is indeed extraordinary. By the way, system, how does one acquire sect points? The host can gain sect points by annihilating opposing factions. The stronger the enemy force, the more sect points one will receive. The host may also subjugate vassal forces. The stronger the vassal, the greater the sect points acquired. Are sect points exclusively obtained from rival factions? This is merely inciting hatred. How outrageous. At this moment, Wang Xian was on his way back to the Kunlun sect with Luo Wushuang. Senior, are you an elder of the Kunlun sect? Luo Wushuang, still in a state of shock, asked hesitantly. Upon hearing this, Wang Xian cast a glance at her, smiling knowingly, yet he replied calmly, I am not an elder. I serve as a guardian of Kunlun. After all, with our sect emerging, the sect leader requires individuals to assist him. And both Wang Ming and I were awakened ahead of time. As these words left his lips, Luo Wushuang's mind resonated with a thunderous sound, her expression one of astonishment. As a tremendous wave surged within her heart. A transformation realm. To think he is merely a guardian of the sect. Have you ever encountered such a formidable figure in the transformation realm merely as a gatekeeper? Even our esteemed ancestors are, but in the transformation realm. Is it possible that they lack even the qualification to guard the gates? The ancestral figure of the great Zhou exclaimed. You truly wish to exhaust me with your filial piety. Even among the powerful sects, those in the transformation realm are typically entrusted with the role of elder. Yet here in Kunlun, he is merely a guardian. Gasp. Does this imply that Kunlun possesses beings of even greater power beyond the void realm? The more she pondered, the more alarmed she became, her expression subtly shifting as a glimmer of insight sparkled in her eyes, suggesting she had made a significant decision. Meanwhile, in Tianzhou, within the dominant force of the Tianjin sect, atop a principal peak, an elder seated in meditation suddenly opened his eyes, a brilliant light flashing within them. In that instant, he sensed the disappearance of his bloodline, an overwhelming pressure radiating from him, causing the surrounding space to vibrate ominously. Who dares to extinguish my legacy? His expression twisted, and a chilling, killing intent erupted from him. He was Yunlong, the ancestor of the Yuhua dynasty, a being of the 9th level of the transformation realm. Who could have anticipated that the ancestor of the Yuhua dynasty was not residing peacefully in Qizhou, but was instead among a dominant force in Tianzhou? How infuriating! If it were not for my imminent breakthrough to the void realm, I would certainly venture to Qingzhou to uncover the identity of the one who extinguished my legacy and extract their soul, to burn it day and night. Though he knew not who had obliterated his inheritance, he still proclaimed his wrath. A fierce glint of malice flickered in Yunlong's eyes. Within Kunlun sect, elder brother, you haven't even opened your spiritual veins? Ling Shui's expression was one of shock, her mouth agape and eyes wide as she stared at Lin Yun. Just moments ago, she had realized that her elder brother had not yet opened his spiritual veins. The path of cultivation begins with the establishment of a mortal body, followed by the gathering of true energy. using this energy to open the 5 meridians and 8 vessels within the body, transforming true energy into spiritual energy, refining the flesh, and ultimately opening the spiritual veins. In the Xianwu continent, those unable to open their spiritual veins are deemed useless. Lacking spiritual veins signifies an inevitable fate of never becoming a powerful being. The pursuit of cultivation is fundamentally to endure through time, achieving immortality and invincibility. Even if we have but a slender hope of contending with destiny, we cultivators dare to challenge the heavens. However, the world is often filled with anomalies. It is rumored that some fated individuals are born with a mysterious and potent constitution, rendering them unable to cultivate or even gather energy from a young age. Yet, once their innate abilities are awakened, they can cultivate as effortlessly as one drinks water, becoming invincible among their peers, possessing unparalleled strength. Could it be that my senior brother harbors such a mysterious constitution? Ling Shui pondered, filled with doubt. Junior sister, although I have not yet opened my spiritual veins, the sect leader has proclaimed that my constitution is extraordinary, endowed with the potential of a divine sovereign, destined to become a future emperor, Lin Yun declared, his honest visage radiating an aura of regal authority as he clasped his hands behind his back. I believe in the sect leader's words, he asserted with unwavering resolve, as if he were indeed the future emperor. At this, Ling Shui's expression turned to one of exasperation. This master brother is truly naive. I must consult the sect leader to ascertain whether the master brother possesses a certain constitution. Furthermore, I firmly believe that the sect leader would not allow someone devoid of spiritual veins to assume the role of master brother. After all, in her eyes, Kunlun is so enigmatic that it would be inconceivable to accept a disciple without spiritual veins into the sect. Just as Ling Shui was lost in thought, a sudden roar echoed through the sky. Ethereal dragon phantoms appeared, followed by a multitude of ancient races emerging in a spectacular display. And countless figures bathed in golden light were seen striking their fists. Although merely an illusion, it imparted an overwhelming sense of power. As if each punch could shatter stars and rend the fabric of the cosmos, instilling a deep sense of awe. In that moment, Lin Yun and his companions stood in utter astonishment, rendered speechless by the unfolding spectacle. What transpired? Could it be that a powerful figure from a sect had awakened? Just as the two remained in a state of shock, an extraordinary phenomenon suddenly stirred within the void. In an instant, radiant beams of divine light surged tumultuously into the Hall of Techniques. The previously dim and unremarkable characters spelling Hall of Techniques now shimmered with a dazzling brilliance, compelling one to avert their gaze. Eventually, tranquility returned, as if nothing had ever occurred. After the successful enhancement of the Hall of Techniques, it now houses the most formidable martial arts from the heavens. Each scroll within it is a paragon of ancient scriptures. Fortunately, the system has shielded Kunlun. Otherwise, such an extraordinary phenomenon would surely rouse the ancient beings of the Immortal Martial Continent from their slumber to investigate. Master, what on earth is happening? Ling Shui inquired anxiously as Lu Chen emerged from the main hall. Lu Chen, still bewildered, had been contemplating the development of Kunlun when a sudden loud noise startled him, leading him to believe that someone had assaulted the Kunlun sect, prompting his hasty exit. System, what is going on? Lu Chen furrowed his brow, silently probing for answers. Rest assured, host, this is merely a manifestation resulting from the completion of the Hall of Techniques. A manifestation? Goodness, I thought someone was attacking us. Fear not. This signifies the revival of our sect's Hall of Techniques, Lu Chen replied nonchalantly. The revival of the Hall of Techniques? What kind of techniques could possibly evoke such a phenomenon? Could it be the ancient methods of the divine kings or the scriptures of the great emperors? Although they had never witnessed such things, the earlier scene was overwhelmingly spectacular. They felt an instinctive sense that even the techniques of the divine kings or the scriptures of the great emperors could not produce such an extraordinary display. Both were struck by a wave of astonishment, their eyes filled with awe. Steady, steady. As the eldest disciple of Kunlun, I have faith that the sect master will bestow upon me a supreme technique. I, Lin Yun the great emperor, look forward to it. Lin Yun, overwhelmed with shock, felt an exhilarating anticipation brewing within him. Ling Shui's expression mirrored his excitement, equally filled with expectation. The Hall of Techniques encompasses countless ancient methods and scriptures crafted by the powerful figures of Kunlun throughout the ages, all of which are the mightiest in the world. Lu Chen gazed at the two, stating calmly, indeed, the ancient methods and scriptures created by the powerful figures of Kunlun. Upon hearing this, both were jolted, convinced they must have misheard. What are ancient methods? They are techniques only attainable by those who surpass the divine kings, not to mention the scriptures of the great emperors, which can only be conceived by the emperors themselves. If this remark were to spread, it would undoubtedly send shockwaves throughout the entire Xianwu continent. One could easily imagine those ancient, self-proclaimed immortals emerging in a frenzy to seize it. Very well, you two may now enter and contemplate the techniques. Noticing their astonishment, Chen reminded them, is this truly shocking? If I were to mention that within lie countless celestial arts and scriptures, I fear they would be left utterly dumbfounded. Of course, he would refrain from saying so. After all, even if he did, they might not believe him. Leader, can we enter and select the techniques? Upon hearing Chen's words, the two instantly displayed immense excitement. Great Emperor. I, Lin Yun, am destined to become a great emperor in this life. Lin Yun silently proclaimed within, his exhilaration causing him to momentarily forget that he had yet to open his spiritual veins. As if the title of Great Emperor were but a breath away. Once you enter, there is no need to select for yourselves. Simply immerse your consciousness in contemplation, and the techniques will choose the most suitable individuals. Yes, leader, the two replied, their faces alight with enthusiasm as they respectfully addressed Chen. At this moment, Ling Shui seemed to recall something and hurriedly said to the sect master, Senior brother, my spiritual vein has yet to be opened. Can I still cultivate? Upon hearing this, Lin Yun, who was initially caught up in excitement, momentarily froze. What do you mean, your spiritual vein hasn't been opened? Junior sister, are you attempting a coup? I fear you may not be able to handle your elder brother. Wait a moment. As Lin Yun regained his composure, he too remembered that he lacked a spiritual vein. The expression of exhilaration on his face transformed into one resembling a forlorn spouse abandoned by another, as he turned to Chen and lamented, Sect Master. Did you not say I am destined to be the future emperor? Surely, you must have a way to help me open my spiritual vein, right? Chen, upon hearing this, was momentarily taken aback. What on earth? The future emperor? I merely suggested that you have the potential to become an emperor. When did I ever declare you the future one? Moreover, there was a system prompt that indicated you were a genius. I had no idea you lacked a spiritual vein. Chen looked at him, his expression darkening. The system had claimed this lad was a genius, yet here he was, perplexed. System, does Lin Yun possess some unique constitution? Having read numerous tales of extraordinary individuals in his previous life, Chen was aware that many geniuses who could not cultivate often possessed mysterious physiques. Yet, Lin Yun did not appear to fit that mold. Ding. Host, disciple Lin Yun is the legendary battle saint body. The inability to open a spiritual vein is due to the lack of suitable cultivation methods. Note, the Hall of Techniques contains methods appropriate for Lin Yun's constitution. Reminder, the battle saint body is one of the strongest physiques in existence. A fully realized battle saint body can combat the heavens, the earth, and even gods and demons with unparalleled strength. After the system's revelation, Chen could hardly believe it. Lin Yun truly possessed a mysterious physique. Initially, he thought the lad's high cultivation aptitude was the reason the system deemed him a genius. However, he never anticipated that by merely accepting a disciple, he would gain one with a battle saint body. Without the system, Chen would never have believed that Lin Yun harbored such formidable potential. Observing Lin Yun's simple and honest demeanor, he hardly seemed capable of confronting gods and demons. Chen was astonished to discover that this young man possessed such a powerful constitution. Fortunately, he was a disciple of Kunlun sect. Lin Shui, your master indeed possesses a unique physique, known as the legendary battle saint body. Chen spoke slowly. The battle saint body. Upon hearing this, Ling Shui's mouth fell agape in shock, her face awash with disbelief. She could hardly fathom that her somewhat foolish senior brother truly possessed a mysterious physique. Though she was unaware of the immense power the battle saint body conferred, she understood that possessing such a physique would undoubtedly lead to remarkable achievements in the future, with the potential to become a formidable figure. For Lin Yun, this revelation struck him like a thunderbolt. His body trembled with exhilaration. The battle saint body. What an incredible name! I, Lin Yun, am destined to become a formidable warrior, a deity of battle both in heaven and on earth. Sister, you shall never grasp the essence of your elder brother. At this moment, Lin Yun's heart brimmed with visions of himself standing atop the continent in the future. Naturally, he remained unaware of the true nature and immense power of the battle saint body. All he knew was that he possessed such a remarkable physique, one whose very name evoked a sense of awe. You cannot open your spiritual veins because you lack the corresponding techniques. Lu Chen remarked to the two. Master, if there are no suitable techniques, does that mean my elder brother's physique is rendered useless? Ling Shui inquired with utmost seriousness. Again? What nonsense? Useless. Sister, I know you long to ride atop me, Lin Yun retorted. Though he was aware that the absence of appropriate techniques for cultivation did not imply that his sister could surpass him. Indeed, techniques? Lin Yun suddenly brightened, his eyes sparkling as though he had glimpsed beauty. Master, does the Kunlun technique hall not possess suitable techniques for my physique? Lin Yun gazed fervently at Lu Chen, convinced that the Kunlun sect must possess such techniques, given his unique constitution. Indeed, the technique hall houses countless methods, and there happens to be one well-suited to your physique. Lu Chen nodded in affirmation. Very well, you two may enter and seek the appropriate techniques for your cultivation. Soon, our Kunlun sect shall emerge as the most formidable force in the Immortal Martial Continent. As the elder brother and sister of Kunlun, you must ensure that others do not underestimate our sect, Lu Chen declared with authority. Yes, Master, we shall not tarnish the reputation of the Kunlun sect, they responded resolutely, vowing silently to become formidable figures that would astonish the continent, thus honoring their master's expectations. Once the two entered, Lu Chen prepared to return to the main hall for cultivation. Swish, swish. Two sounds of slicing through the air echoed as Wang Xian, having eliminated the feathered transformation dynasty, landed before Lu Chen with Luo Wushuang. Master, the feathered transformation dynasty has been vanquished, Wang Xian reported respectfully. Good, I am aware. You may leave now. Lu Chen acknowledged with a nod. Yes, Master, Wang Xian replied dutifully. Master Lu, our great Zhou wishes to become a vassal of Kunlun. Might you consider this proposal? After Wang Xian departed, Luo Wushuang's expression turned grave as he addressed Lu Chen. On his way back, he had discerned that Kunlun was a powerful ally. If he could secure the protection of the Kunlun sect, the Great Zhou might ascend to become a premier force in the southern wilderness. He had discreetly sent a message to his ancestors to discuss this matter. However, he hesitated, fearing that the mystique and strength of the Kunlun sect might lead Lu Chen to dismiss the Great Zhou. Oh, to become a vassal of Kunlun? A flicker of astonishment passed through Lu Chen's eyes as he regarded Luo Wushuang, who appeared to be utterly serious. It seemed that the emergence of two beings in the transformation realm within the Kunlun sect had led the ruler of the Great Zhou to mistakenly perceive it as a hidden, formidable sect, which might explain his current thoughts. Lu Chen mused silently. Ding. The Kunlun sect is destined to become the most powerful force across the myriad realms. How could it possibly lack subordinate factions? Please accept the Great Zhou dynasty as the first subordinate force of Kunlun. System, are you instructing me on what to do? You can't just dictate my actions. Ding. The system has detected a significant level of defiance from the host and is currently initiating disconnection 10-2099. Fine. I concede. Lu Chen's expression remained calm as he promptly responded. Just as the system approached completion, Lu Chen, without a moment's hesitation, agreed to Luo Wushuang's proposal. Goodness. You nearly gave me a fright. System, are you incapable of taking a joke? I was merely jesting. This system is also engaging in jest with the host. Please rest assured. Such a ridiculous joke. Lu Chen cursed inwardly. Master Lu, you have agreed. Luo Wushuang said, somewhat uncertain. Indeed, Lord Luo. Our emergence from Kunlun will undoubtedly establish us as the strongest force in the world. Soon, the might of Kunlun will gradually awaken. If there are any talented members of the royal family in the Great Zhou, aside from Ling Shui, they may accompany the powerful individuals of our sect in their trainings. Lu Chen spoke calmly, painting an enticing picture for Luo Wushuang. However, this vision was indeed alluring for Luo Wushuang. Master, can the royal family members truly follow and cultivate alongside the esteemed seniors of the sect? Luo Wushuang exclaimed, his tone changing to one of excitement. He had initially believed that becoming a subordinate sect of Kunlun would merely provide some protection during crises faced by the Great Zhou. But he had not anticipated that other royal offspring, aside from Ling Shui, could also train beside the elders of Kunlun. After all, the appearance of two beings in the transformation realm was just the protective force of the sect. He firmly believed that Kunlun harbored formidable powers above the Void Realm. The mere thought of the Great Zhou royal offspring training alongside those of the Void Realm filled Luo Wushuang with visions of the future, where the Great Zhou dynasty might produce beings of the Void Realm and even beyond. Ultimately, the lifespan of those in the transformation realm is limited to 5,000 years, providing protection to a faction for a millennium. Yet, the day of expiration will inevitably arrive. Furthermore, this is a world governed by the strong. where the weak are preyed upon. If one does not extinguish others, others will certainly seek to extinguish you. Only by continuously cultivating strong individuals can a faction endure through the ages. This is also the reason why he was willing to become a vassal force of Kunlun. Yet he did not anticipate that Lu Chen would make such a promise. Rest assured, Sect Master, the Great Zhou will faithfully follow Kunlun, Luo Wushuang declared, his eyes gleaming with fervor. It seemed that if anyone dared to insult the name of Kunlun, he would charge forth to deliver a resounding blow. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received your first subordinate force. Reward, sect points, 1,000. A cold voice echoed in Lu Chen's mind, but his expression remained unchanged, though he was inwardly astonished. System, does that mean I can also earn sect points from forces that voluntarily submit? Ding. Yes, host. Both voluntary submission and conquest yield sect points. Oh, is that so? Excellent. In Lu Chen's view, the concept of conquest was quite straightforward. To conquer simply meant to fight. If one bout was insufficient, then two would suffice. Nevertheless, the fact that the Great Zhou dynasty was willing to voluntarily become a subordinate force was a pleasant surprise. Akin to a buy-one-get-one deal. It appeared that the Great Zhou was indeed rather weak, as the system only awarded a mere 1,000 sect points. However, considering that the Great Zhou had only one ancestor at the transformation stage, this was understandable. Very well. He then turned to Luo Guozhu and inquired, what forces exist within Qingzhou, and what powerful figures are present in our sect? Kunlun has not emerged for quite some time, and I am not well acquainted with the current dynamics of the Immortal Martial Continent. Lu Chen gazed at Luo Wushuang, speaking with a calm demeanor. To establish Kunlun as the dominant force in Qizhou, it was imperative to understand the various powers within the region. One must tread carefully, step by step. This also constitutes Lu Chen's means of survival, even though he possesses a system. However, at present, Kunlun is home to only one cultivator in the Void Realm, while the other three are merely at the God transformation stage. Yet, Lu Chen cannot bring himself to believe that in such a vast Qizhou, there are not some ancient beings. Master, there are a total of 4 great dynasties within Qizhou. In addition to our Great Zhou dynasty, there are the Great Qin dynasty, the Great Xia dynasty, and the previously extinguished Yuhua dynasty. Among them, the Great Qin dynasty stands as the mightiest and absolute hegemon of Qizhou, its territory encompassing half of the region. It is said that the ancestral figure of the dynasty has 1 foot already poised to step beyond the threshold. Following closely is the Great Xia dynasty, which boasts an ancestor at the Void Realm. At this point, Luo Wushuang's eyes revealed a palpable sense of trepidation. Had it not been for Kunlun's affiliation, in the past, Luo Wushuang would have held nothing but reverence for the Great Qin dynasty. Now, having witnessed the might of Kunlun's sect, he is certain that the sect harbors existences at the Void Realm or even beyond. In Qingzhou, regardless of whether it is the Great Zhou dynasty or any other faction, they all regard the Great Qin dynasty with utmost respect, annually paying tribute in the form of cultivation resources. This also elucidates the reason why the Great Qin dynasty, despite possessing the strength to obliterate other factions, has refrained from taking action. Upon hearing Luo Wushuang's words, Lu Chen was secretly astonished. He had not anticipated that so many forces existed within Qingzhou, particularly that the ancestral figure of the dominant Great Qin dynasty might very well be an entity beyond the Void Realm. According to Luo Wushuang, only those factions with a Void Realm powerhouse could ascend to the status of a dominant force. It could be said that the Kunlun sect now possessed the potential to become a dominant power, albeit lacking in numbers. Lu Chen mused quietly to himself. Observing Lu Chen lost in thought, Luo Wushuang dared not interrupt, unsure of what occupied his mind. Well, I have grasped the situation in Qingzhou. You may take your leave now, Lord Luo, Lu Chen stated calmly. Yes, Sect Master, Luo Wushuang replied respectfully. After resolving this matter, he came to understand that most weaker factions tend to seek the protection of robust and well-established powers. As for the Great Zhou dynasty, as long as they diligently assisted Kunlun, Lu Chen would, in consideration of Ling Shui being a disciple of the Kunlun sect, help the Great Zhou dynasty enhance its strength in the future, thereby benefiting Kunlun as well. The following day, Lin Yun and Ling Shui emerged from the Hall of Techniques, their expressions a blend of astonishment and elation following their acquisition of new skills, especially for Lin Yun, who, having comprehended the Battle Saint technique, broke through the limitations of the sacred body and, within a single night, opened his spiritual veins, directly advancing to the spirit sea realm. Truly, he was a genius with a sacred body. Although Ling Shui lacked a special physique, she grasped the Willow Divine Method, the most formidable scripture of a celestial being. As she sensed the power surging through her hands, capable of mobilizing the surrounding spiritual energy for her own use, Lin Yun felt both shocked and grateful toward Lu Chen. Senior brother, you have opened your spiritual veins and broken through to the spirit sea realm? Ling Shui, perceiving the changes in Lin Yun's aura, gasped, her lips parting in astonishment, her face reflecting her shock. Being at the 9th layer of the spirit sea realm herself, she could naturally sense Lin Yun's elevation in rank. Is this truly the sacred body? Indeed, it is remarkably solid and powerful. She has always taken great pride in her talents. Having broken through to the spiritual sea realm at merely 17 years of age, and even ranking among the elite of Qingzhou. However, today a spectacle has dealt her a blow. Just yesterday, her senior brother, who had yet to forge his spiritual veins, accomplished this feat overnight and has now ascended to the spiritual sea realm. How could this not astonish her? Kiki, junior sister, do you now believe in your elder brother's words? I, Lin Yun, am destined to become the future emperor. Junior sister, I trust you have also comprehended the unparalleled techniques, correct? Yes, elder brother. Excellent. As expected of my junior sister, I hold great hopes for you. Lin Yun stood with his arms crossed, exuding an elder's demeanor. Upon hearing this, Ling Shui was momentarily rendered speechless. Could this esteemed master brother not conduct himself with a modicum of seriousness? One might mistakenly assume you are the sect leader. At that moment, an almost irresistible voice of authority resonated, commanding, Lin Yun, Ling Shui, come to the main hall to see me. Upon hearing these words, the two, momentarily recovering from their joy at acquiring the techniques, respectfully addressed Lu Chen in the main hall, saying, yes, sect leader. Within the hall, Luo Wushuang was also present. Lu Chen sat in the primary seat, his eyes slightly narrowed as he pondered something. Lin Yun, Ling Shui, I trust you have gleaned insights from the techniques in the Hall of Techniques, Lu Chen remarked with a calm demeanor as he regarded the two. He could also sense the change in Lin Yun's aura. After all, he too had attained the realm of divine transformation, though the system concealed his aura, rendering him impervious to detection by others. Remarkable. To have opened a spiritual vein overnight and advanced to the spirit sea realm? This is indeed the battle saint body. It is no surprise that they are disciples of my Kunlun sect. Excellent. As for Ling Shui, he too sensed the change in his aura. System. Please review Ling Shui's information. Ding. Sect disciple Luo Ling Shui, at the 9th level of the spirit sea realm, originally practiced the legacy technique of the great Zhou dynasty, the Luo God technique. Now, he has comprehended the unparalleled immortal scripture in the Hall of Techniques, the Lu God method. Immortal scripture? Goodness. I almost misheard it as a monthly cycle. Lu God method. Ding. Host. This is the most potent scripture of a formidable being from the myriad realms. Akin to the battle saint method comprehended by Lin Yun, both being the strongest in existence. Indeed, now both sect disciples possess the mightiest techniques in the world. Lu Chen believes they will soon uphold the prestige of the Kunlun sect. Thus, Kunlun would be able to attract a greater number of disciples, while also triggering system tasks to obtain rewards that would enhance his cultivation. As for cultivation, it was simply 2 words for Lu Chen, laissez-faire. After all, he was a man endowed with a system. The tedious and monotonous task of cultivation was best left to the disciples of the sect. His sole focus would be to extract every ounce of reward from the system. System, are you certain it is not I who is extracting from you? He harbored doubts about whether his future prowess would be sufficient. Indeed, sect master, both my junior sister and I have comprehended the techniques. The faces of Lin Yun and his companion were filled with joy, their gazes towards Lu Chen brimming with deep reverence and gratitude. Techniques? Upon hearing this, Luo Wushuang was momentarily taken aback. It was at this moment that he discerned the shift in Lin Yun's aura, his eyes widening in astonishment. A profound shock washed over him. The spirit sea realm? Wasn't this young man merely at the body refinement stage yesterday? How is it that overnight he has not only opened his spiritual meridians, but also ascended to the spirit sea realm? Luo Wushuang was utterly astonished, her expression one of disbelief. The cultivation technique. It must be the sect leader. Ling Shui has also grasped the cultivation method. It must have been bestowed by the sect leader. Upon this realization, Luo Wushuang's demeanor became intensely excited. Excellent. Now that you have comprehended the cultivation techniques of the illustrious figures throughout the history of Kunlun, you must dedicate yourselves to diligent practice. For you must never tarnish the reputation of our Kunlun in the future, Chen declared earnestly. The words struck Luo Wuxuang like a thunderclap, causing her body to tremble. The Kunlun sect, a lineage of formidable beings. Indeed, the Kunlun sect is a hidden great sect. Such a powerful ally. Rest assured, sect master, we shall not disappoint you. The two declared with unwavering determination. Chen nodded in satisfaction. As they exited the main hall, Ling Shui eagerly inquired, Sect master, is what you just said true? Have you comprehended the techniques of the Kunlun sect's great masters? Luo Wuxuang's face lit up with excitement. Yes, father. I have grasped an unparalleled technique in the Hall of Techniques. Ling Shui exclaimed, her expression brimming with enthusiasm. Upon hearing this, Luo Wuxuang felt a surge of exhilaration and shock. The Kunlun sect truly is a hidden great sect. Otherwise, how could a mere waste, who had not even opened their spiritual veins, achieve both the opening of their veins and a breakthrough to the spiritual sea realm in a single night? Are you being polite? Lin Yun asked. By the way, father, why do you refer to the sect master as sect master? Ling Shui questioned, her pretty face reflecting confusion. After all, this is the designation used by a subordinate force for the main sect. Ling Shui, I have discussed this with our ancestor. Our great Zhou is now a subordinate force of Kunlun, Luo Wuxuang explained to his daughter. Really? That's wonderful, father. Our great Zhou can now stand as a subordinate to Kunlun, and we need not fear other dynasties in the future. Ling Shui's face glowed with excitement. Although she was a disciple of Kunlun, she understood that it did not guarantee protection for great Zhou in times of peril. She was acutely aware that many weaker forces sought refuge under greater powers within the Xinwu continent, and often, when such weaker forces provoked a stronger faction than their main sect, they would be abandoned without hesitation. After all, a main sect would not risk offending a more powerful force for the sake of a feeble subordinate. Despite this, she firmly believed that Chen was not that kind of person. Her conviction was unwavering, and indeed, the reality echoed her faith. To Chen, anyone who dared to harm his people, regardless of their strength or formidable background, would meet their demise. Father, how is the ancestors' condition? Ling Shui asked with concern. Since the day Wang Ming had killed the national master of the Feather Transformation Dynasty and brought Luo Yuan to Kunlun to suppress his injuries, she had not seen the ancestor again. Alas, although the ancestor's injuries have been suppressed, his lifespan is limited, unless he can break through to the Void Realm. Luo Wuxuang's face fell with sorrow. He knew that it would be a formidable challenge for his ancestor to achieve a breakthrough to the Void Realm without a 9th-rank spirit herb. However, a 9th-rank spirit herb is the finest among spirit herbs, surpassed only by sacred herbs, divine herbs, and imperial herbs. At this moment, Ling Shui's expression was somewhat agitated as she hastily exclaimed, Father, I shall seek out the sect master. Surely he possesses a means to assist our ancestor. Before she could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by Luo Wuxuang, who looked at Ling Shui with a reassuring gaze. Ling Shui, that is not a viable option. The sect master has already aided the great Zhou dynasty in overcoming a calamity. Now, the tribulation facing our ancestor must be resolved by the great Zhou on our own. Upon hearing this, Ling Shui's eyes dimmed, for she understood her father's words held truth. It was unrealistic to rely on Chen for every matter. She was merely a disciple of the Kunlun sect, and the sect master's assistance to the great Zhou was already a tremendous favor. However, Ling Shui quickly had a realization, her expression brightening. Father, is it not true that the great Qin dynasty is hosting an auction? There may be spiritual herbs available at the auction that could aid in restoring our ancestors' health. Before the Grand War commenced with the Feathered Dynasty, news emerged from the great Qin dynasty. Upon hearing this, Luo Wuxuang's eyes sparkled momentarily before dimming again. As a leader of the 4 great dynasties and the sovereign of the great Zhou, he was acutely aware that the upcoming auction hosted by the great Qin dynasty was no ordinary event. It was rumored to be orchestrated by the Ancient Commerce Association's branch in Tianqing Prefecture. The choice of holding this auction within the Tianwu dynasty was, of course, due to the great Qin's supremacy over Qingzhou. Only a hegemon like the Great Qin could attract the Ancient Commerce Association to conduct such a grand auction within its realm. After all, a feeble dynasty would hardly capture the attention of the Ancient Commerce Association. An auction of this caliber, organized by the Ancient Commerce Association, far surpassed those of mere commercial guilds, wielding immense influence that would draw major factions from other vast regions of the southern wilderness. How could the great Zhou contend with such formidable powers? Luo Wuxuang sighed inwardly. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and the flicker of brilliance returned to his previously dimmed gaze. He pondered whether the sect leader might take an interest in this auction. If Lu Chun were aware of his current thoughts, he would be eager to rally everyone for a venture. Lu Chun was currently troubled by how to elevate Kunlun's reputation and make it resound throughout Qingzhou. Father, perhaps we should inform the sect leader about the auction and see if he has any interest, Ling Xue suggested, having also realized something. Gifted with innate intelligence since childhood, she could easily discern her father's expression and deduce that this auction was likely significant. After all, Kunlun was shrouded in mystery, and even as a disciple, she remained unaware of the depth of its power. However, she was certain that if Lu Chen chose to attend the Great Qing's auction, the Great Zhou's position would not be overly threatened by other factions. Upon hearing her words, Luo Wuxuang's gaze softened with admiration for his daughter. Truly, she was his daughter. So astute, she had perceived his unspoken thoughts. Very well, Ling Xue, let us go and speak with the sect leader, Luo Wuxuang said. His expression tinged with anticipation. He hoped Lu Chun would indeed find the auction intriguing. Should there be any spiritual herbs capable of healing the ancestors' wounds, even sacred ones, he would not hesitate to compete for them, undeterred by the threats posed by powerful factions. Unbeknownst to him, every faction attending this auction was beyond the Great Zhou's capacity to contend with. In the main hall, an auction? Lu Chun, seated in the principal position, felt a spark of interest as he gazed down at Luo Wuxuang. Truly, fortune favored him as he pondered how to elevate Kunlun's name throughout Qingzhou. This opportunity has presented itself. Upon hearing the words of the two, Lu Chun displayed an expression of keen interest. Master, this auction is organized by the Ancient Commerce Guild, and there are rumors that the Celestial Spirit Pill will be featured. Noticing Lu Chen's apparent intrigue, Luo Wuxuang hastily continued. All the influential factions from the other major states in the South Wilderness will be in attendance for such a grand event. I wonder if you would consider attending, Master. Luo Wuxuang's face was alight with excitement. Upon learning that the event was hosted by the Ancient Commerce Guild, Ling Xue's expression was one of utter astonishment. She had initially believed it to be a mere ordinary auction arranged by the Great Qing dynasty, only to discover it was, in fact, the Ancient Commerce Guild. As for the Celestial Spirit Pill, it is a remarkable elixir that can enhance the chances of void-breaking experts by 60% when they seek to ascend to the Heavenly King realm. However, what they did not realize was that those who utilized the Celestial Spirit Pill to break through to the Heavenly King realm were fundamentally different from those who achieved it through their own comprehension. In an era devoid of saints, the Heavenly King realm represented an existence that could oversee the rise and fall of a domain, a status reserved for the most formidable powers. Such a notion was beyond Luo Wuxuang's wildest dreams. Oh, the Ancient Commerce Guild? Noticing that Lu Chen seemed unfamiliar with the Ancient Commerce Guild, Luo Wuxuang was momentarily taken aback, her heart racing with disbelief. How could this be possible? Wasn't Kunlun's sect a reclusive and prominent sect? How could the master be unaware of the Ancient Commerce Guild? It is essential to recognize that the ancient era has long since passed, over 1,000,000 years ago. And any force that has persisted since then is a superpower within the Immortal Martial Continent. The Ancient Commerce Guild is one such entity. And as the largest guild within the Immortal Martial Continent, it boasts countless branches in every domain. This auction is being held by the Qingzhou branch. While the main guild resides in the Middle Celestial Domain, regarded as a true sanctuary for practitioners in the eyes of countless cultivators, it is impossible. Kunlun's sect cannot be a remnant of the mythical era, which ended tens of millions of years ago. The era preceding the ancient era was the most glorious and prosperous period in the Immortal Martial Continent's history, characterized by the coexistence of numerous emperors and the reign of divine kings, an age often referred to as the mythical era. Furthermore, ancient texts record that the emperors of this era were drawn to the upper realm by a powerful force on the same day, leaving behind only their respective lineages. Although the ancient era may not have equaled the mythical era, it too witnessed the emergence of many emperors, and the Ancient Commerce Guild was established during this time. As for the existence of the upper realm, that was beyond Luo Wuxuang's knowledge. Her heart trembled with trepidation, and she dared not delve further into her thoughts. Panic ensued. She was overwhelmed. If Lu Chun were to uncover her conjectures, he would likely bestow upon her a severe reprimand. Damn it! I was never truly of this world. So of course, I have never heard of it. Calming the shock within her heart, Luo Wushuang continued, Master. This ancient merchant association was established by a great emperor during the primordial era, and its legacy spans millions of years. No one knows the depth of its foundation. The primordial era? The forces established by the emperor. Lu Chun was equally astonished. The concept of an emperor was far beyond his current reach. However, with the system at his disposal, he believed that as long as he developed the sect and attracted more talented disciples, continuously acquiring system summoning cards, he would soon be able to summon formidable emperors. Nevertheless, attending this auction could prove beneficial. Perhaps he would encounter a few prodigies and possibly trigger system tasks. With this resolve in mind, Lu Chun turned to Luo Wushuang. Very well, we shall set off tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Luo Wushuang's expression brightened with excitement. She had not anticipated Lu Chen's agreement. There was a chance for the ancestors' injuries to be healed. Ling Shui also displayed a look of joy. The following day, at the Kunlun sect's plaza, everyone awaited Lu Chen's arrival. At this moment, a voice resonated softly, Let us depart. The crowd beheld Lu Chen, clad in a flowing white robe, exuding an air of ethereal grace as he approached. With a single step, he appeared before them in an instant. We pay our respects to the sect master. The crowd hurriedly bowed in reverence. In Qingzhou, before the grand and ancient city of the great Qin dynasty, one would notice, upon closer inspection, that the city walls were adorned with faintly glowing runes, resembling an immense web that enveloped the entire colossal city. The gates of the ancient city stood wide open, flanked by several armored soldiers of the great Qin Imperial Guard, each emanating a formidable aura. At this moment, countless cultivators flocked from various directions, entering the ancient city. Groups of influential figures from Qizhou and other regions, including elders from powerful families, made their way there as well. Suddenly, several figures appeared. They were Lu Chen and his companions from Kunlun sect. Wang Ming and others had been closely following Lu Chen, while Chen Beixian of the Cave Void Realm remained concealed in the shadows. Have you heard? The Yuhua dynasty has been destroyed, exclaimed one rogue cultivator. You must be courting death. The Yuhua dynasty is one of the 4 great dynasties of Qingzhou. How could it possibly be annihilated? If the Yuhua dynasty finds out, you won't even know how you met your end. He hastily covered the mouth of his reckless companion, casting anxious glances around, fearful of being overheard. However, Lu Chun and his companions caught wind of the conversation and found it amusing. Rest assured, the Yuhua dynasty has indeed been vanquished. It was at the hands of our Kunlun sect. Sect master, this ancient city is truly vast. At that moment, Lin Yun gazed at the ancient city before him with wide-eyed wonder, as if he had never encountered such grandeur. He had never witnessed a city of such immense antiquity. His family was but a modest clan, with its most formidable member merely at the divine concealment realm. How could such a vast ancient city not leave him in awe? It was not just him. Even Lu Chen felt a profound shock at the sight of the city. After all, Lu Chen was not originally from this world and was witnessing for the first time a city built by cultivators on the Immortal Martial Continent. He had not anticipated such magnificence. Yet, despite his inner astonishment, Lu Chen maintained an air of calmness, his gaze profound, as if the magnificent ancient city before him was merely an ordinary settlement. Upon hearing Lin Yun's words, Lu Chen was instantly overwhelmed with exasperation. Truly, one fears what one encounters. He vowed never to bring this lad along again. It was simply too embarrassing. Just as Lu Chen lamented internally, a voice rang out. Look, a collective gasp arose. Which faction dares to make such a grand display? Do they not fear retribution within the Qin dynasty? The crowd buzzed with speculation. It was unexpected that even the Tianwu dynasty had sent representatives to this auction. The Tianwu dynasty? Could it be? Yes, indeed. It was the dominant force of Tianzhou, the Tianwu dynasty. As the crowd observed an ancient warship hovering before the city gates, they were rendered speechless. An experienced elder cultivator revealed the ship's origins, exclaiming, Incredible! It was indeed the Tianwu dynasty. However, even the Tianwu dynasty should not conduct themselves so audaciously within Qizhou. To the uninformed, one might mistakenly believe that the Tianwu dynasty was the sovereign of Qingzhou. To create such a spectacle for merely attending an auction seemed provocative. The Tianwu dynasty's arrival was certainly not just a simple participation in an auction. It appeared they harbored ulterior motives. What if? What are you afraid of? Speak up, will you? Before the city gates, the cultivators of Qingzhou seethed with indignation at the actions of the Tianwu dynasty, their eyes ablaze with fury. Even the formidable guards of the Great Chen, stationed at the entrance, were intently observing the movements of the warships in the void. Were it not for their purpose of attending the auction, they would have swiftly intervened against any other faction daring to act so brazenly within the territory of the Great Chen. As cultivators hailing from Qingzhou, they felt compelled to uphold the honor of their homeland. The audacity of the Tianwu dynasty to behave in such a manner within Qingzhou was nothing short of a provocation, as if they believed there were no champions to stand against them. Meanwhile, the forces from other states, sensing the aggressive demeanor of the Tianwu dynasty, were also engaged in hushed discussions, eager spectators to the unfolding drama. They secretly relished the possibility of witnessing a clash between two dominant dynasties, as it would unveil the true depths of their respective powers. Aboard the warship of the Tianwu dynasty, a middle-aged man clad in battle armor approached a young man in a dark golden python robe seated at the throne, bowing respectfully. "Your Highness, the Great Qin dynasty has arrived." "Excellent," replied the young man, who was none other than Tuoba Feng, the crown prince of the Tianwu dynasty. His gaze was cold and resolute. "Father and the others must be nearing their arrival. This time, we shall ensure the annihilation of the Great Qin dynasty." At merely 20 years of age, Tuoba Feng had already attained the God Concealment realm, standing as the foremost cultivator of the younger generation in Tianzhou. He was renowned throughout the southern wilderness as a prodigy and had been hailed by the ancestral elders of the Tianwu as one destined to reach the heavenly king realm in the future. Venturing into the Great Qin dynasty amidst such peril, the intentions behind this endeavor must be far from ordinary. The arrival of a regional overlord instantly imbued the auction with an air of significance. Many lesser clans and solitary cultivators had presumed it to be a mere auction, only to realize that even a regional sovereign had been stirred. The subsequent scenes left them utterly astonished, their eyes widening as they beheld the formidable factions from various states making their entrance. The Han clan of Yu State, the Lu clan of Yin State, the Gu clan of Feng State. That, indeed, is the Jun clan of Huang State. As an elder observed the powerful factions from the southern wasteland gathering, his astonishment grew, particularly upon spotting a bronze warship emblazoned with an ancient character for Jun. His voice quivered slightly, revealing the profound significance of the Jun clan's arrival, which could not be trivialized. Otherwise, the elder from the Tiangue Pavilion would not have displayed such astonishment. The Tiangue Pavilion, established 500,000 years ago by the divine king of destiny, ranks just below those sacred lands with millennia of lineage, as well as imperial dynasties and royal clans of the highest order, renowned for its ability to glimpse the threads of fate and deduce the causalities of the world. The pavilion had once assisted an ancestral figure from a sacred land, on the brink of demise, to seek fortune and extend their life. The outcome of that endeavor remains known only to the Tiangue Pavilion. Of course, the Tiangue Pavilion does not genuinely possess the ability to unravel destiny or discern the world's causalities. Even emperors cannot unveil the secrets of fate, and the pavilion's arcane methods are merely ancient techniques of the divine king, incapable of such feats. Much of its reputation is self-proclaimed, asserting the power to perceive all worldly matters. Now, after several tens of thousands of years, the Tiangue Pavilion has long since waned in prominence. Otherwise, it would not have sought attendance at this auction in the Great Qin dynasty. Presently, its strength is comparable only to that of a regional overlord. Alas, who could have anticipated the Jun clan's presence? Surely, it must be for that coveted item. A thought crossed Yutsong's mind, and his expression shifted slightly as he murmured. He was acutely aware that this auction would not only feature the celestial spirit pill, but also a sacred weapon capable of inciting countless factions from the southern wasteland to vie for it. Aside from the sacred lands and imperial clans, had it not been in the possession of the ancient Commerce Guild, these factions would have likely descended into madness over it, for they would not dare act against the guild unless they sought annihilation. Heavens, are they preparing for war against Qingzhou? The attendees are all regional overlords. What could possibly attract them to this auction? Brother, I am privy to the secrets of this auction. I have heard whispers of the little umbrella being auctioned. An artifact for exploring the honey path's forbidden zones. What? The little umbrella? Are you serious, my friend? You wouldn't deceive a fellow Qingzhou native. Indeed, I surmise that these powerful factions have come solely for the little umbrella. After all, it is a divine artifact capable of preventing the leakage of vital energy. The crowd gazed in astonishment at the powerful factions from various states that continued to arrive, speculating on what could possibly attract such a multitude of sovereign forces to this auction. Among them, A sharp-featured cultivator earnestly discussed the divine artifact expected to appear at the auction. Not far away, Chen momentarily froze upon overhearing their conversation, then hurriedly checked the system marketplace. Upon seeing the phrase small umbrella and noting it had not been exchanged, he let out a sigh of relief. "Oh my goodness!" he exclaimed, startled, nearly believing the system had gone awry. He had thought that, astonishingly, a small umbrella existed in this world as well. How could he not be anxious? Chen was not particularly concerned about the small umbrella itself, but when he heard those 3 words, he feared the system had deserted him, especially since it had remained silent for such a long time. Beside him, Luo Wushuang wore an expression of utter shock. He had never anticipated that the attending factions would all be sovereigns of their respective states. Reflecting on it now, had they not become vassals of the Kunlun sect? The great Zhou would have seemed like a mere shrimp before these sovereign powers, barely able to make a splash, and likely unable to secure even a single hair. Although Kunlun's displayed strength was not particularly formidable at present, he firmly believed in Chen, confident that Kunlun was far more powerful than it appeared, with merely 2 God Transformation Realm experts serving as sect guardians. After all, these sovereign forces were not so arrogant as to allow God Transformation Realm experts to act as mere bodyguards. Moreover, for a God Transformation expert to willingly serve as a sect guardian speaks volumes about the profound foundation of that sect. Luo Wushuang reassured himself, subsequently shedding any previous trepidation, and instead appeared as if he had received an extraordinary artifact, his demeanor remarkably composed. As the various state factions arrived, even before entering the ancient city of the Great Chen, the attendees could already sense a terrifying aura emanating from the warships of these factions. An invisible pressure weighed heavily upon the crowd before the city gates, causing their shoulders to bear an immense burden, rendering their faces pale and their expressions alarmed. God Transformation Realm. The aura emanating from these individuals transcended the realms of Dao Palace, undoubtedly classifying them as formidable beings of the transcendent stage. They were astonished to witness that a mere auction had summoned such powerful entities from various states. Initially, they presumed that this event would attract only Dao Palace-level figures from the influential factions, which would not have been surprising, given that those at the Dao Palace level may not be regarded as particularly formidable among the dominant powers of the states. However, in their eyes, these figures were revered ancestors of their respective factions, exalted beings residing high above. In certain dynasties or families, a transcendence being is considered a patriarchal figure. The mere presence of one such entity is sufficient to establish an enduring power for a millennium. Yet, the sudden appearance of so many transcendence beings before them was enough to instill profound shock and trepidation in their hearts. Is this the might of a state overlord? The foundation is indeed formidable. Chen naturally felt the powerful pressure of divine transformation, and the expressions of Luo Wushuang and the others immediately turned to astonishment. However, with a mere wave of Wang Ming's hand, that overwhelming aura vanished without a trace. Indeed, such forces capable of reigning over a state are not to be compared with the feeble dynasties like the Great Zhou. Chen narrowed his eyes, contemplating the factions of each state. At that moment, a domineering voice emanated from the battleship of the Tianwu dynasty, its spiritual energy penetrating the ancient city both within and without. Humph! Is this how the Great Qin dynasty receives its guests? My prince arrives in Great Qin, yet there is not a soul to greet him. The speaker was none other than Yang Shan, a powerful figure of divine transformation from the Tianwu dynasty, here to attend the auction. Humph! What a Great Qin dynasty! How dare they treat the arrival of His Highness the Prince with such negligence? Yang Shan stood respectfully beside Tuo Bafeng, visibly displeased with the attitude of the Great Qin dynasty. This scene, if witnessed by outsiders, would be hard to believe. A powerful figure at the transformation realm showing such deference to a mere prince of the divine concealment realm. In the southern desolation region, a strong individual at the transformation realm would undoubtedly hold the status of an elder wherever they went. Even a prince of a dynasty, possessing the transformation realm, would not need to exhibit excessive reverence. Rather, the other party would reciprocate with courtesy. Yet, before the celestial martial prince, Yang Shan dared not act so casually. He understood that this young prince, currently only at the divine concealment realm, had been lauded by the celestial martial ancestor as one with the potential to ascend to the celestial king realm, destined to become a figure capable of overseeing the rise and fall of an entire domain. At that moment, his gaze towards Tuo Bafeng was filled with profound respect. The realms of Tianzhou and Qizhou are interconnected, and both the Celestial Martial and Great Qin dynasties are dominant forces with histories spanning tens of thousands of years. For millennia, both dynasties have sought to annihilate each other and expand their territories. However, their strengths are nearly equal, with both dynasties having elders in the Void Realm stationed within their ranks, leaving neither able to gain the upper hand over the other. The forces from other states are naturally aware of the long-standing enmity between the Celestial Martial and Great Qin dynasties, which have engaged in numerous battles over the centuries. A century ago, a powerful figure from the Great Qin dynasty at the Transformation Realm perished at the hands of the Celestial Martial dynasty, intensifying the hatred between the two. Now, with an opportunity to humiliate the Great Qin dynasty, the people of the Celestial Martial dynasty were eager to seize it. Indeed, our states have come together. Yet it is you of Qizhou who should feel honored. Instead of welcoming us, you treat us with such disdain. Do you, Great Qin dynasty, possess the strength to act so arrogantly? Buzz. As the words fell, an elderly figure stepped forth from the battleship of the ancient family of Fengzhou, exuding a formidable aura at the Transformation Realm that swept towards the ancient city of Great Qin. A suffocating, terrifying presence instantly sent ripples through the surrounding space, causing the void to resonate ominously. Below the Transformation Realm, all are but ants. Poof, poof, poof. The mere aura caused numerous cultivators before the ancient city, who had just regained their composure, to spurt blood and turn pale, their hearts trembling in fear. Ah, despicable. Do you think there is no one in Qizhou? Is this an act of war against us? The cultivators of Qizhou, who had been overwhelmed by the powerful aura of the elder from the ancient family of Fengzhou, roared in indignation. The various factions from different states have always regarded the cultivators of Qingzhou with disdain. In the southern wilderness, Qingzhou's strength and territorial expanse are arguably overshadowed by these larger states, with only the Great Qin dynasty standing as a dominant force within Qingzhou. In contrast, other states boast multiple dominant powers, such as the Gu family, which is merely one of the hegemonic forces within Fengzhou. Almost all factions gathered beneath the ancient city are from within Qizhou. Meanwhile, the forces arriving from other states traverse the vast distances in warships, as the separation between states spans hundreds of thousands of miles. Even for those at the Transformation Realm, crossing such distances in a short time proves challenging. Given the immense consumption of spiritual energy, only flying warships can cover such vast territories swiftly, unless one possesses the strength of the Void Realm, capable of tearing through the void to traverse space. Sensing this formidable aura, the several Great Qin Imperial Guards stationed before the city gates instantly changed their expressions, their faces contorted with anger. So bold, such audacity. One of the guard captains stepped forward, unleashing the full extent of his cultivation at the 9th level of the palace realm, his golden armor radiating beams of light as he roared fearlessly. Even in the face of the Transformation Realm, this guard captain stood resolute. For to strike in the capital of the Great Qin was to slap the face of the dynasty. Here, in our capital, you dare to act. The captain glared furiously at the elder from the Gu family, stating, Heh. Upon hearing these words, many factions from various states chuckled derisively. If the Great Qin dynasty dared to treat them with such disdain, they would certainly show the dynasty just how formidable they could be. Well, do they truly believe that the power of the Great Qin dynasty is so formidable? How laughable. Did they think they were begging for your presence? The factions from various states are indeed shameless. It appears that many of those who have come from the states have engaged in some form of collusion with the Tianwu dynasty. Otherwise, why would the representatives of the Tianwu dynasty, upon facing adversity, find such hostility from these factions towards the Great Qin dynasty? It seems that the Great Qin dynasty is truly bereft of capable individuals. A mere insect at the Dao Palace realm dares to speak to me in such a manner. The elder of the Gu family, upon hearing the words of the head of the Imperial Guards, instantly darkened his expression, and a murderous intent glimmered in his eyes. Seeking death, he declared, raising his hand to unleash a colossal palm strike towards the head of the Imperial Guards, which transformed into a massive imprint imbued with terrifying power. Crashing down upon him. Boom. Roar. The head of the Imperial Guards, witnessing the descending palm, erupted with all his energy and shouted in desperation, attempting to fend off this overwhelming attack. Yet, a strike from a Transformation God Realm expert is simply beyond his capacity to withstand, even if he is at the 9th heaven of the Dao Palace realm. Bang, 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 boom, puff. The armor of the head of the Imperial Guards shattered explosively, as the force of the palm strike slammed him against the city wall, causing him to spew blood. His aura diminished, on the brink of death. Ah, old fool, do you truly think there are no champions left in the Great Chen? The remaining guards, witnessing their leader being battered to the brink of collapse by the elder of the Gu family, instantly had their eyes widen in fury, howling in anger. With a resounding roar, 9 Dao Palace realm experts from the Great Chen Imperial Guards, unafraid of death, surged forward, unleashing their full auras towards the elder. Gasp! The crowd was astonished, not expecting the Great Chen dynasty to be so formidable, boasting 10 Dao Palace realm cultivators guarding the city gates. Each of these individuals could easily become the leader of a third-rate power, and yet the Great Chen dynasty possessed such a multitude. However, even if they summoned 10 more, they could not withstand a single transformation god realm expert. Below the transformation god realm, all are but insects. Numbers could not compensate for such disparity. No matter how many insects there may be, they remain insects in the end. The elder of the Gu family regarded the 9 insects with a cold smile at the corner of his mouth, and then uttered a single word, annihilate. Boom. The word escaped his lips like a celestial decree, carrying an overwhelming force that swept towards the 9 approaching guards. As they felt this irresistible might, the expressions of the 9 Imperial Guards from the Great Chen changed dramatically, their hearts trembling as if facing a deity, overwhelmed by this terrifying aura. Boom. Bang. 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 With a tremendous explosion, a mist of blood erupted in the air, as the 9 Dao Palace realm Imperial Guards were utterly annihilated by the elder's single word. Gasp. Below the transformation god realm, all are but insects. The ancients do not deceive us cultivators. Those were 9 Dao Palace realm experts, eradicated in an instant by a single word. The crowd from Qingzhou before the city gates was thoroughly awed by the elder's power, and even more terrifying was his audacity to slay individuals from the Great Chen dynasty. Even the other factions from various states, who had just conspired together, were left bewildered by the elder's actions. What is happening? To diminish the formidable presence of the Great Chen dynasty, one might resort to the drastic measure of annihilating all 9 esteemed figures of the Dao Palace, and even leaving one in a state of devastation. However, they harbor no desire to engage in conflict with the Great Chen dynasty at this juncture. Although they too constitute a dominant force within the same province, the Great Chen dynasty stands as the sole sovereign power in Qingzhou. In contrast, their own province boasts multiple formidable entities of similar stature. Should hostilities erupt, the other dominant powers within their province would undoubtedly not remain passive, thereby placing them in a precarious position, besieged on all fronts. Initially, it was the heavenly martial dynasty that took the initiative, with the intention of instilling a semblance of fear. Yet, to their astonishment, the elder from the ancient family of Fengzhou boldly proceeded to commit murder, and that too at the very doorstep of their adversaries. Is this not an invitation to destruction? This is Qizhou, not their stronghold. The mere thought of this caused the expressions of the powerful beings in the transformation realm from other states to shift dramatically, their eyes filled with trepidation. Should the Great Chen dynasty indeed choose to wage war, they would find themselves as mere cannon fodder, particularly because they currently resided in Qizhou. At this moment, even the crown prince of the heavenly martial dynasty's countenance changed drastically. He had not anticipated that the elder from the ancient Gu family of Fengzhou would dare to slay a member of the Great Chen dynasty. This is disastrous. It is truly over. War is imminent. I long to return home. I no longer desire the divine artifacts. The crowd suddenly came to their senses, their faces awash with astonishment, realizing that the elder had killed someone from the Great Chen dynasty, and a being at the 9th order of the Dao Palace, no less. Isn't this compelling the Chen dynasty to engage in battle? At this moment, Lu Chen also wore a perplexed expression. What on earth is happening? Has the conflict erupted already? What about the promised auction? If a confrontation ensues, should I lend my assistance? After all, that arrogant old fellow is exceedingly overbearing. This compelled Lu Chen to wish for Wang Ming to eliminate him without hesitation. Just then, an overwhelming aura emanated from the ancient city, each wave resonating with the power of the Dao Palace realm, leaving the crowd before the city gates in shock. Even the elder from the ancient family displayed a significant change in expression, feeling a chilling presence that caused his heart to race. The god transformation experts from other states also sensed this terrifying aura, their faces filled with astonishment. Subsequently, figures imbued with formidable energy emerged from the ancient city. The ancient family of Fengzhou displayed audacity. Suddenly, a man clad in golden battle armor appeared in the void. distinct from the previous captain of the guards, with a resplendent dragon engraved upon his armor. A gasp arose as someone recognized him as Zhang Han, the supreme commander of the Great Qin Imperial Guards. With a thunderous explosion, his aura erupted, distorting and collapsing the void above the ancient city, causing the clouds to tremble. He then raised his hand, summoning a golden palm imprint of terrifying might that descended upon the ancient family's battleship. Ninth layer of God transformation. The members of the ancient family aboard the battleship were rendered immobile by this overwhelming pressure, their eyes filled with terror. The elder of the ancient family, sensing this dreadful force, was instantly overwhelmed with fear, his previous arrogance evaporating, replaced by a visage of dread. He was merely at the 7th layer of God transformation. And before the 9th layer, he felt as insignificant as an ant. Save me under the immense pressure of the 9th layer of God transformation. The God transformation experts from various states found themselves suppressed, barely able to stand, let alone offer assistance. With a resounding crash, the elder of the ancient family and the battleship were obliterated, leaving not a trace behind. The Great Qin dynasty shall not be insulted. If you dare provoke the Great Qin dynasty again, even the overlords of a state shall be extinguished. Zhang Han coldly addressed the gathered forces. The Great Qin dynasty has never feared the overlord powers of various states and the recently vanquished members of the ancient family, while also an overlord force, paled in comparison to the Great Qin dynasty. Nay, Commander Zhang has misunderstood. It was merely Gu Qian acting irrationally, and we were equally taken aback. Yes, indeed. We came solely to attend the auction and would never provoke the Great Qin dynasty. Others, upon hearing Lu Gu's words, quickly distanced themselves from the ancient family. One cannot help but bow their head. After all, they are on another's territory. Moreover, among the factions present at this auction, the most formidable figure is none other than Yang Shan from the Tianwu dynasty, possessing a mere cultivation level of the 8th stage of transformation. Of course, aside from the Jun family from me, it is unlikely they will involve themselves in these disputes. To them, these factions may seem to be merely engaged in trivial bickering. Let it be so. Zhang Han was well aware of the schemes of these factions, yet even he, the Grand Commander of the Imperial Guard, could not fully grasp the profound legacy of the Qin dynasty, which has endured for millennia. He understood that the Qin dynasty was not comparable to a third-rate hegemonic force like the Gu family. The auction is set to take place tomorrow. Everyone may enter the city. Accommodations have been arranged for all parties within the city. Zhang Han spoke slowly. After delivering this message, he turned and departed. Phew, I nearly lost my wits, thinking a battle was imminent. Indeed. However, the Gu family has suffered total annihilation in Qingzhou. They are unlikely to let this matter rest easily. The Qin dynasty is not to be underestimated. The Gu family lacks the strength to engage in conflict with the Qin dynasty. Upon hearing their chatter, Yu Tsang from the Tianji pavilion chuckled softly and then uttered a perplexing statement. Our ancestor once mentioned that the Golden Age has arrived, and the fortunes of Tianji pavilion lie within Qizhou. In the ancient city, the sect leader remarked that opulent 9-story pavilion is our resting place for the Dezhou dynasty. Luo Wushuang gazed towards the distance. Upon hearing this, Lu Chun turned to behold a magnificent 9-story pavilion appear before him, nodding slightly in acknowledgement, his heart echoing, indeed. In this world, one's background speaks volumes, whether on Blue Star or in this realm where the strong reign supreme. He learned from Luo Wushuang that only factions led by transformation experts are qualified to occupy such exclusive pavilions. As for the rogue cultivators, they must seek a place to rest within the city using spirit stones. As the crowd entered the pavilion, Lin Yun once again adopted an expression of someone unaccustomed to the grandeur surrounding him. This left Lu Chun utterly speechless, his expression darkening immediately. He then implored for permission to venture out. With no other option, he reluctantly allowed him to accompany Ling Shui, as he felt an innate apprehension regarding Lin Yun's reliability. Go on, Lu Chun waved his hand hastily. Hey, junior sister, let us be off, Lin Yun said, cheerfully grasping Ling Shui's hand. Senior brother. Ling Shui's cheeks flushed a delicate shade of crimson, and she spoke shyly in a soft voice. Lu Chun watched the two, his own expression darkening further. In his heart, he couldn't help but exclaim, goodness, that was swift. Of course, it wasn't that Lu Chun harbored feelings for Ling Shui. Rather, it was Lin Yun's remarkable speed in charming the ladies that astonished him. It was hardly Lin Yun's fault, as his cultivation of the fighting saint body had only just awakened, requiring time to mature. In the subsequent period, Lin Yun's progress in cultivation could only be described as extraordinary, breaking through boundaries with astonishing ease. But that is a tale for another time. Wang Xian, you shall discreetly protect the two of them. Yes, sect master. Wang Xian vanished from sight in an instant. Let us also explore the grandeur of the ancient city of Deqin. In the opulent palace of the Deqin dynasty, a figure of ethereal beauty adorned in a flowing white gown stood gracefully, her eyes gently closed, emanating a radiant glow of 7 colors. To behold her was akin to witnessing a celestial maiden dancing in the heavens. She was none other than the princess of the Deqin dynasty, Chen Ruoxian. Unbeknownst to many, she possessed another identity, the empress of the ancient Yaoqi kingdom from the upper realm. In her previous life, her cultivation had already touched the threshold of immortality, mere steps away from entering the coveted domain pursued by countless souls. Had it not been for a treacherous ambush while exploring a mystical realm of immortality, which inadvertently awakened a long-dormant celestial corpse leading to her demise, her original divine soul might not have escaped to the lower realm, finding rebirth within the body of this Deqin princess. Otherwise, the world would likely have lost its Yaoqi empress. Chen Ruoxian slowly opened her eyes, which shimmered with brilliant light. Yuzong Lei, should I return to the upper realm, I will ensure that your ancient kingdom pays dearly. Yet, she mused, it was still too slow. The rules of heaven and earth in this lower realm were incomplete, and the spiritual energy in the southern wilderness was excessively sparse. Perhaps journeying to the central heavenly domain would be a more prudent choice, she murmured softly. Indeed, the central domain was recognized as the region with the most abundant spiritual energy in the Xinwu continent. However, in due course, the spiritual energy of the southern wilderness would surpass that of the central domain by several multiples. Knock, knock, Your Highness. The National Lord requests your presence at the Yangshin Hall. A palace guard with cultivation at the God Transformation realm respectfully announced from outside. Within the Yangshin Hall, Qin Zhan, a figure of imposing presence, listened to Zhang Han's report, his face contorting with fury. The terrifying aura he unconsciously exuded rendered Zhang Han, who was at the 9th level of God Transformation, pale with fear and trepidation. The National Lord's cultivation was truly formidable. Humph. A mere third-rate hegemonic force dares to kill my Deqin's people? They are truly courting death. Were it not for the inopportune timing for war, the Gu family would surely have been eradicated. Indeed, the might of the Qin dynasty is not as superficial as it appears. A hegemonic power is regarded as merely a third-rate force in the mouth of this sovereign of Qin. It is essential to recognize that those who ascend to hegemonic status invariably possess formidable experts of the Void Realm. Your Majesty, the Yuhua dynasty has been obliterated. At this moment, Zhang Han suddenly interjected. Upon hearing this, Qin Zhan exhibited no discernible emotion. As if the fall of a dynasty was akin to the demise of an insignificant ant beneath his feet, no need for a glance. He replied coolly. Which force was responsible for this? As the undisputed sovereign of Qingzhou, every faction, great or small, within its borders is obliged to pay tribute of cultivation resources to the Qin dynasty annually. Furthermore, should a force from another state seek to annihilate a faction within Qizhou, the Qin dynasty would intervene. Yet, should a power surpassing the Qin dynasty emerge, it would never jeopardize its standing for the sake of a minor faction. This encapsulates the survival laws of the Immortal Martial Continent. Even though the Great Xia dynasty possesses an elder of the Void Realm, it would never dare to provoke the majesty of the Great Qin dynasty. It is the Great Zhou dynasty. Zhang Han hesitated for a moment before speaking. Oh. The Great Zhou dynasty? Do you know who has intervened? A glimmer of cold light flickered in Qin Zhan's eyes. He was acutely aware of the strengths of both dynasties. Unless there were unseen forces aiding the Great Zhou. In Qingzhou, apart from the Great Qin and the Great Xia dynasties, it was nearly inconceivable for any other faction to rival the Feathered Transformation dynasty. He suspected that powers from other states had infiltrated Qingzhou. His subordinate had sensed a formidable presence left by an unknown assailant within the Feathered Transformation city, which sent a chill down Zhang Han's spine as he recalled that aura. After the auction concludes, investigate this matter. Should it be the doing of factions from other states, do not concern yourself with them for now. Very well. If there is nothing else, you may leave, Qin Zhan commanded with authority. Understood. After Zhang Han exited the Yangshin Palace, Qin Ruoxian happened to enter. Father, she spoke softly. Upon hearing his daughter's calm address, Qin Zhan couldn't help but smile bitterly. However, he had grown accustomed to it. After all, he had a daughter of extraordinary talent. and he dared not reprimand her. In the great Qin dynasty, aside from his own ancestors, only his daughter could converse with him in such a manner. If Qin Zhan were to discover that his daughter was an empress from the celestial domain, he would likely be struck with shock. Ruoxian, the auction will be held tomorrow. I know you favor tranquility, but this time, the Jun family from the southern wilderness will also be in attendance. I wish for you to accompany me on this occasion, Qin Zhan stated, observing the frost-like demeanor of Qin Ruoxian. The Jun family stood as a pinnacle among the dominant forces in the southern wilderness, a presence that even the great Qin dynasty had to regard with reverence. Were it not for their stature, even a dynasty like the heavenly Martial dynasty, which was comparable in strength to the great Qin, would not warrant such caution from its sovereign. Qin Ruoxian was well aware of the Jun family's reputation and understood her father's intentions. After all, the great Qin dynasty was not in a position to disregard such a formidable power. Her own strength was still insufficient, and as the princess of the great Qin, she had no choice but to confront this reality. Moreover, having been reborn into the life of the great Qin princess, she felt a sense of obligation to her previous incarnation. Very well, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave, she replied. As soon as these words were uttered, Qin Zhan, who was about to speak, swallowed his words back down. Alas, if this scene were witnessed by others, it would surely leave them agape in disbelief. The formidable leader of a dominant power, reduced to a state of submission before his own daughter, what a tragic sight. The following day, within the grand and imposing loft of the Ancient Commerce Guild in the great Qin ancient city, various elegant rooms had been crafted to facilitate the bidding activities of diverse factions. The Ancient Commerce Guild stands as the largest commercial entity in the Xinwu continent. And although the branch of the great Qin dynasty is but a mere offshoot, even the rulers of entire states dare not treat it with disrespect. As various factions began to arrive, numerous independent cultivators joined in as well, although their modest resources paled in comparison to the might of these grand powers. Have you heard? Almost all the dominant factions of the southern wilderness have come to this auction, except for a few states. What? How terrifying. What could the Ancient Commerce Guild possibly be auctioning that would attract the attention of the dominant factions across the southern wilderness? Excited whispers circulated among the independent cultivators, though one might wonder what they found so exhilarating about merely spectating. Despite being independent cultivators, the Ancient Commerce Guild would not turn them away, for their interests lie in profit and reputation. In one of the elegant rooms, Lu Chun and his companions had already entered. Observing the numerous factions arriving, Luo Wushuang felt a sense of relief, knowing that with Lu Chun by his side, his concerns had diminished significantly. Should a ninth-grade spiritual herb appear during the auction, he would undoubtedly bid for it, regardless of the competing forces he might face. Of course, whether the great Zhou possessed sufficient spirit stones was another matter entirely. Lord Luo, what items will be up for auction? Lu Chen inquired suddenly, although he had come to stir up some excitement. He also harbored hopes of acquiring exceptional spiritual herbs or sacred medicines, should they be available. Spiritual herbs are classified from 1st to 9th grade, with the rarest being the 9th grade herbs. Sacred medicines are nearly impossible to find, and as for imperial medicines, even emperors would be tempted by their allure. The legendary immortal medicine, rumored to extend an emperor's life, would incite madness in any emperor fortunate enough to encounter it. Yet alas, one cannot possess what they cannot afford. Without spirit stones, bidding is merely a dream. A man endowed with a system would hardly covet such things. For anything available in the system's marketplace would be sufficient to drive the ancient beings of the Xinwu continent and even the celestial emperors into a frenzy. Take the little umbrella, for instance. It could be shared between Lin Yun and Ling Shui, as they are currently his only disciples. Shouldn't all affection be bestowed upon them? After all, that rascal Lin Yun is certainly deserving. To make them truly feel the love emanating from the sect master is essential. Behind her, Luo Wushuang was momentarily taken aback upon hearing this. However, she quickly regained her composure. Could it be that in the mythological era, cultivation was not reliant on spirit stones? In Luo Wushuang's mind, she had already regarded Kunlun sect as a lineage that had endured from the mythic age thousands of years ago. Meanwhile, Lin Yun and Ling Shui did not ponder this deeply, assuming it was merely a casual inquiry from Lu Chun. After all, they believed that Kunlun sect was simply a hidden force and had not considered it a sect that originated from that era. Could it be the divine source? Hiss. At this thought, Luo Wushuang could not help but gasp in astonishment. The divine source. How exceedingly rare it is. Even the sacred lands would not dare to utilize the divine source for cultivation. Luo Wuxuang's imagination was indeed bold. For the quantity of divine sources possessed by the sacred lands, imperial clans, and royal powers during the mythic era was also quite limited. The divine source holds a unique power, capable of sealing away some ancient beings nearing their end. It is possible that those sacred forces might indeed have ancient beings sealed within the divine source. Spirit stones have long been the cultivation resource for the practitioners of the Immortal Martial Continent, and it is no wonder Luo Wuxuang thought this way. After all, the Dazhou dynasty has only been passed down for less than 10,000 years and lacks substantial heritage. Otherwise, they would not even be constrained when attempting to auction a 9th-grade spiritual herb. Taking a deep breath, Luo Wuxuang sought to calm her astonishment. Sectmaster, the auction utilizes spirit stones as the bidding currency, she respectfully stated. Oh, spirit stones. Chen nodded, seemingly struck by a thought. Aside from spirit stones, is it possible to bid with other items? Chen inquired further. This outing is precisely aimed at elevating the reputation of the Kunlun sect. Is it not an opportune moment? Presently, nearly all the dominant powers of the southern wilderness have gathered from various states. Showcasing the formidable strength of the Kunlun sect at this auction would indeed be a commendable choice. Chen contemplated silently. What? The formidable strength of the Kunlun sect? Good heavens! Are you truly contemplating such folly? Are you courting disaster? If you perish, the author would surely meet a dismal fate. Indeed, their strength is substantial. But it does not imply reckless abandon. Rather, it reflects their financial prowess. Although devoid of spiritual stones, one can always seek assistance from the system. System, grant me funds. Ding, the system retorted. How can one endure this? Damn it, how outrageous. Dogged system. Upon hearing the system's response, Chen cursed vehemently. When Luo Wuxuang heard Chen mention the use of other items, her expression instantly transformed with excitement. She assumed that the other items Chen referred to were divine sources. To auction off divine sources for the sake of bidding on worthless trinkets? Should the ancient elders become aware of Luo Wuxuang's thoughts, they would undoubtedly strike him down with a single blow. Master, it is indeed possible, Luo Wuxuang replied. The master could also entrust the items to the Ancient Commerce Association for auction, although the association would take a portion of the bidding fees. Luo Wuxuang pondered before adding. All right, I understand, Chen nodded. At that moment, a voice resonated with the authority of a great bell. Welcome to the Ancient Commerce Association. Thank you for traveling from afar to participate in this auction. I hereby declare the Qingzhou Ancient Commerce Association's auction officially commenced. With the proclamation echoing through the hall, the auction began in earnest. The scattered cultivators present displayed expressions of excitement, eager to discover what treasures might be unveiled, enticing powers from all states to attend. Soon after, a woman adorned in a flowing purple gown, her face partially veiled in purple silk, gracefully ascended the auction stage. A chorus of gasps erupted from the audience. By the heavens! Is that? It was none other than the illustrious Fairy Yunyan, as the woman in the purple gown made her entrance. A voice cried out from the crowd. She was ranked among the top 100 on the Young Talents list of the Southern Wilderness domain. A beacon of brilliance among her peers. The vast expanse of the Southern Wilderness encompasses over 100 great states, each territory boundless and formidable. Each young prodigy listed among the Southern Wilderness domain's elite stands out among their contemporaries. Those who attain a position on the talents list are well-known figures within the Southern Wilderness. And Yunyan's ranking within the top 100 denotes not only her personal prowess but also the formidable forces backing her, to the extent that even the mighty Qin dynasty would think twice before provoking her. In the Southern Wilderness, this woman clad in purple is revered as Fairy Yunyan, her influence unparalleled. Yet, it remains a mystery why she has suddenly appeared at the Ancient Commerce Association's auction. Nevertheless, the astonishment among the throngs of spectators was palpable. The crowd erupted into fervent cheers, chanting, Fairy Yunyan. Chen, glancing at the reactions of those around him, wore a bewildered expression. He then turned his gaze toward the woman in the purple gown, his countenance shifting slightly, his heart racing with surprise. The divine concealment realm, he realized, noting that this woman, comparable in age to Ling Shui, possessed such formidable cultivation. Isn't he undoubtedly a genius? However, why did the system not provide any indication? Chen mused internally, hastily calling upon the system, pondering how a genius could possibly not enter the Kunlun sect. System, is that woman below a genius? Ding. No. She has yet to reach the realm of genius. Her high cultivation is merely a result of consuming medicinal pills. Upon hearing the system's words, Chen grasped the reason. It was merely the use of drugs. No wonder. What a pity that at such a young age, she resorted to pills, reaching the pinnacle of life. Chen couldn't help but sigh inwardly, and he subsequently turned his attention away from the woman in the purple dress. On the auction stage, ladies and gentlemen, I shall be your host for this auction. Yin flashed a charming smile at the crowd before announcing the first item for bid. The first item is the concentration pill. As Yin uttered the name of the pill, someone in the audience instantly shouted, "It's actually a 7th grade spiritual pill." The moment those words were spoken, the first-rate powers present became intensely envious. Medicinal pills are classified into spiritual pills, holy pills, and imperial pills, graded from 1 to 9, with the highest grade being exceptional. As the name suggests, the concentration pill is a spiritual pill that assists Tao Palace cultivators in perfectly breaking through to the transformation God realm, to open the divine treasury, establish the Tao Palace, and refine the divine soul is the path to achieving transformation. Within the Xianwu continent, only those at the transformation God level are considered powerful, while those below are akin to ants. Only those first-rate powers with transformation God figures can be classified as first-rate forces. Dominant powers are further divided into first, second, and third tiers of supremacy, with the pinnacle being the Qin dynasty, categorized as a first-rate dominant force, while the Zhou dynasty is situated among first-rate powers. It is evident that if these first-rate forces were to acquire a concentration pill, they could potentially see another transformation god emerge within their ranks, thereby elevating their status to the most formidable among first-rate powers. A single transformation god within a first-rate force is generally regarded as an ancestral figure. The emergence of the concentration pill made these first-rate powers envision the presence of a transformation god right before their eyes. The utility of the concentration pill, I believe, requires no further elaboration. Yin remarked with a gentle smile, observing the crowd's reaction. Fair Yin, no need for further explanation. We are all well aware of the value of the concentration pill. The first-rate forces could hardly contain their impatience, shouting in unison. Upon hearing their exclamations, Fairy Yin ceased her superfluous words and directly announced the starting bid. The starting price for the concentration pill is 100,000 middle-grade spirit stones. As her words fell, many among the various forces could not help but gasp in astonishment. Hiss! The starting price is set at 100,000 middle-grade spirit stones. That amount is undoubtedly the entire fortune of a third-rate power. It can be said that third-rate forces are merely present to observe. The starting price of 100,000 middle-grade spirit stones is also a significant sum for first-rate forces. In a private room, Chen observed with great interest. TSK. A single medicinal pill has a starting bid of 100,000 middle-grade spirit stones. Chen was astonished. Prior to the auction, Luo Wushuang had informed him that spirit stones were categorized into inferior, medium, superior, and exceptional grades. At that moment, a voice resonated. 500,000 medium spirit stones. The ruler of the Great Xia Kingdom spoke slowly. Upon hearing this, a gasp echoed through the crowd. Hiss! It was indeed from the Great Xia dynasty. Although the Great Xia dynasty was not a hegemonic power, it boasted ancestral figures of the Void Realm, ranking among the top-tier forces in Qingzhou, second only to the Great Qin dynasty. However, despite having such ancestors, the Great Xia could not claim dominance due to the presence of the Great Qin dynasty. Consequently, when the ruler of the Great Xia made his bid, nearly all first-tier forces in Qizhou relinquished their intentions to compete. They had no desire to oppose the Great Xia dynasty. Nevertheless, this did not imply that the first-tier forces from other states feared the Great Xia. 1 million medium spirit stones, declared the leader of the Divine Blade sect from Tianzhou, casting a glance at Xia Yang before continuing. Upon hearing this, Xia Yang turned his gaze toward the Divine Blade sect and unhesitatingly raised the bid. 5 million medium spirit stones. The crowd gasped collectively as Xia Yang announced his bid. That was 5 million medium spirit stones, not merely 5 million ordinary stones. Even the leader of the Divine Blade sect was taken aback by Xia Yang's proclamation. For first-tier forces, 5 million medium spirit stones was already a substantial sum. Thus, the leader of the Divine Blade sect chose to withdraw from the bidding, and no one else dared to continue. Ultimately, the concentration pill was secured by the Great Xia dynasty for 5 million medium spirit stones. Following this, various spiritual artifacts emerged. igniting a fervent atmosphere of bidding among the various factions. Yet, curiously, the hegemonic forces had remained conspicuously absent from the auction throughout. As the event approached its conclusion, whispers filled the air. Strange. Where are the hegemonic forces? How could hegemonic forces be interested in such trifles? If I am not mistaken, the auction is nearing its end, and soon we shall witness their participation. The crowd murmured, their faces alight with excitement. Moments later, indeed, the auction reached its climax. An elderly figure appeared on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, only 2 items remain in this auction, the elder announced with a smile. As his words fell, a surge of terrifying energy erupted from the private chambers of the hegemonic forces. Heavenly Spirit Pill. Their purpose for attending was none other than the Heavenly Spirit Pill. As for the 2 items mentioned by the elder, one was undoubtedly the Heavenly Spirit Pill. What, then, could the other be? Why had they not received any prior notice? Could it be that this auction held something even more significant than the Heavenly Spirit Pill? The representatives of the various factions pondered silently. In the June family's private chamber, the anticipation was palpable. The sacred weapon is finally about to make its appearance. In my esteemed family, victory is assured. An elderly man's eyes sparkled with fervor. Without further ado, he announced the starting bid. The Celestial Spirit Pill, with a starting price of 1 million high-grade spirit stones. Gasps filled the air. Heavens! It was indeed a 9th-grade Celestial Spirit Pill. No wonder the dominant powers of the 100 states had gathered here. Only the Ancient Commerce Guild possessed such formidable strength to present the Celestial Spirit Pill for auction. The audience was astounded by the mere presence of the Celestial Spirit Pill. One must understand that a single Celestial Spirit Pill could enhance the chance of a Void Realm expert to break through to the King Realm by 60%. 60%. In an era devoid of saints, entering the King Realm meant one could dominate an entire region. Even the sacred lands would hesitate to engage in battle with a formidable King Realm expert. While the starting price was 1 million high-grade spirit stones, the true worth of the Celestial Spirit Pill was beyond mere millions of spirit stones. 10 million high-grade spirit stones. A voice echoed from a private chamber of the Tianwu dynasty. It was none other than the Crown Prince of Tianwu, whose eyes glimmered with anticipation, seemingly waiting for something. Look, the presence of a dominant power emerged. Which faction had the audacity to bid 10 million high-grade spirit stones? It was the Tianwu dynasty. The crowd was in awe, turning their gazes towards the Tianwu dynasty. To their astonishment, the Tianwu dynasty had made a bold move, immediately bidding 10 million high-grade spirit stones. 20 million high-grade spirit stones. Another dominant power chimed in. It was the Liu family of Yunzhou. Almost before the echo of their bid faded, yet another dominant power made their presence known. 50 million high-grade spirit stones. A voice resounded from the private chamber of the Han family in Yuezhou, instantly capturing the attention of all present. Hiss! That was the Han family of Yuezhou. When the Han family declared 50 million high-grade spirit stones, all the dominant powers could not help but draw a sharp breath. It seemed that the old man of the Han family was nearing his end. Otherwise, he would not recklessly strive to acquire the Celestial Spirit Pill, hoping to once again produce an expert. From the depths of the Commerce Hall, an elder devoid of any aura murmured. The Han family of Yuezhou was a top-tier force that had once boasted a King Realm presence. Thus, when the Han family made their bid, the dominant powers fell silent. None wished to offend a faction that had produced a King Realm expert. A millennium ago, a first-rate dominant power engaged in battle with the Han family, only to be utterly annihilated by the Han family's overwhelming strength. That day, countless forces across the southern wilderness trembled. At that moment, the elder on the stage, seeing that no one was raising the bid any further, reluctantly announced that the Heavenly Spirit Pill had been acquired by the Han family. After promptly delivering the spiritual stones, the Han family hurried back to Moon Prefecture. Now, only one final piece remained. Suddenly, a long spear materialized in the elder's hand. A low hum echoed, followed by a thunderous roar as an overwhelming and suffocating aura erupted from the spear, instantly enveloping the entire assembly. The attendees were seized by an icy dread, feeling as though they were in the presence of a divine entity rather than merely a weapon. What is this? How can it be so terrifying? Gasped some of the weaker cultivators, who, under the oppressive force, coughed up blood, their hearts trembling and their bodies shaking as they gazed at the spear. Even those at the transformation realm felt diminutive under this aura, their eyes reflecting sheer terror. This is a sacred weapon. All transformation realm cultivators' pupils constricted sharply. their expressions betraying their fear. They were utterly unprepared for the appearance of a sacred weapon at this auction. Fortunately, the terrifying aura emanating from the spear vanished in an instant. With a collective sigh of relief, the crowd exhaled heavily. It was truly terrifying, though the atmosphere was terrifying. Chen remained unaffected due to the presence of the system, while a few others in the elegant chamber were similarly unperturbed. Master, that is a holy weapon. Wang Ming, sensing the terrifying aura dissipate behind him, squinted slightly. Upon hearing this, Lin Yun and Ling Shui's faces paled in shock. It was indeed a holy weapon. No wonder that aura was so fearsome. Fortunately, the master intervened. Luo Wushuang, astonished, exclaimed with trepidation, "Elder, you say that is a holy weapon?" "Huh. Merely a flawed holy weapon," Wang Ming replied nonchalantly, as if discussing an ordinary armament. "A flawed holy weapon, you say?" Upon hearing this, Luo Wushuang felt a surge of excitement within. A holy weapon, even in its incomplete state, would undoubtedly incite countless factions to vie for it. How could it be rendered so trivial in the words of an elder? Clearly, Kunlun's sect was far more formidable than he had imagined. Just then, a thunderous roar echoed above the ancient city of Daqin, leaving all within momentarily stunned. What is happening? What has occurred? Subsequently, numerous warships appeared in the skies above the ancient city, each manned by countless armored soldiers. The inhabitants of the city gazed in astonishment at the warships above, utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. What are those? How is this possible? Those were the troops of the Tianwu dynasty. How could they suddenly appear in Qizhou? Were they about to declare war? The archaic merchant association was still conducting its auction. Did the Tianwu dynasty not fear retribution from the archaic merchant association? The association had branches in every state, prioritizing profit over the disputes among powers. However, factions like the Tianwu dynasty, which dared to instigate conflict during the association's auction, would invariably face consequences afterward. Yet, how could the Tianwu dynasty be unaware of this? Their audacity suggested that the underlying reasons were far from simple. In the ancient city, everyone was taken aback by the sudden appearance of the Tianwu dynasty's army. They looked up, eager to comprehend what was transpiring. Buzzing, the space trembled, and a figure clad in a golden dragon robe materialized in the void. He was none other than the sovereign of the great Qin, Qin Zhan. "Tuoba Yuan, come out!" Qin Zhan shouted angrily into the void. He had not anticipated that the troops of the Tianwu dynasty could so stealthily arrive at the capital of the great Qin. As his words fell, the void quivered, and a voice emerged as a figure appeared before Qin Zhan. "Qin Zhan, today your great Qin dynasty shall be obliterated." Tuoba Yuan, the sovereign of the Tianwu dynasty, spoke, prompting Qin Zhan's expression to darken. He sensed several presences around him, each resonating with the same level of cultivation as his own. The Dongxiu realm. It seemed some were impatient to make their move. "Humph, Tuoba Yuan. Do you truly believe that your Tianwu dynasty possesses the strength to annihilate my great Qin?" With a cold snort, Qin Zhan unleashed the formidable aura of the Dongxiu realm from within him, causing the void to tremble under the oppressive weight of his power. The surrounding space vibrated ominously. The Dongxiu realm. Tuoba Yuan's countenance shifted dramatically as he felt the immense pressure. He had not anticipated that Qin Zhan had also broken through to the Dongxiu realm. Fortunately, he had come well prepared. Simultaneously, a powerful aura of the Dongxiu realm erupted from Tuoba Yuan, and with a frigid gaze directed at Qin Zhan, he declared, "Even if you have reached the Dongxiu realm, today, the great Qin shall be extinguished. Solar seal. Subdue." As he spoke, Tuoba Yuan struck decisively, swiftly forming seals with his hands before pressing into the void. A colossal golden sun materialized above the ancient city of Great Qin, bearing terrifying might as it descended to crush the city below. The inhabitants of the ancient city were gripped by terror, their hearts quaking at the sight. Even those at the Huashan realm could barely withstand the pressure, let alone those beneath that level of cultivation. The intervention of a Dongxiu realm expert was not something a Huashan realm could contend with. The mere aura was beyond their capacity to resist. What madness is the Tianwu dynasty pursuing? Have they lost their sanity? Are they unaware that the forces from various states are still within the ancient city? Do they fear for their lives? At this moment, the Huashan realm experts from various states discerned the Tianwu dynasty's recklessness. How dare they engage in warfare with the Great Qin while the Archaic Commerce Association is still conducting auctions, and their own people are within the ancient city? Wait, something is amiss. The realization struck them that the people of the Tianwu dynasty had long since vanished without a trace. "Damn it! Break!" Qin Zhan roared. And unbeknownst to him, A long spear materialized in his hand, suddenly unleashing a fearsome strike. It pierced through the void, hurtling towards the descending golden sun. With a thunderous impact, the massive golden sun was shattered by the warrior's strike, erupting in a brilliant explosion. In an instant, the clouds above dissipated entirely. The terrifying shockwave surged outward, wreaking havoc as it collided with everything around it, causing those beneath the Huashan realm to spew blood from the overwhelming force. Countless individuals watched in pale horror, recognizing the sheer terror of the Dongshu realm expert. As Tuoba Yuan beheld the long spear in Qin Zhan's grasp, his eyes widened in disbelief. Heavenly King battle weapon. How is this possible? These formidable warriors, crafted only by beings of the Heavenly King realm, elicit his disbelief in the existence of such powers within the great Qin dynasty. It is crucial to understand that these beings possess the ability to oversee an entire domain. Both he and Qin Zhan are at the first level of the Void Realm, and he is confident that Qin Zhan could never be his equal. However, the circumstances have changed. The warriors in question are weapons forged by the might of Heavenly King experts, each imbued with the arcane runes left by these powerful beings during their creation. He senses that the Heavenly King weapon in Qin Zhan's grasp has yet to fully awaken. At this moment, formidable Void Realm experts concealed within the void reveal themselves, approaching Tuoba Yuan. Upon sensing the aura emanating from the Heavenly King weapon in Qin Zhan's possession, their expressions shift dramatically. Heavenly King weapon. As these four appear, Qin Zhan's countenance darkens. An ominous premonition washes over him. He regards them coldly, saying, with the 5 great dynasty overlords allied, what could the great Qin possibly possess that prompts such urgency? Qin Zhan, if you surrender that item, we will withdraw our forces. Otherwise, not only will the great Qin face annihilation today, but all of Qinzhou shall perish. One of them states, a cold smirk gracing their lips. Upon hearing this, Qin Zhan's expression shifts again. Damn it. How did they learn that the ancient secret realm token is in my possession? There is no way I will relinquish it. Even in the face of the 5 dominant powers, Qin Zhan remains undaunted. If you seek battle, then let it be so. Great Qin, heed my command. Annihilate the invading foes. With a thunderous roar, the gates of the ancient city swing wide, unleashing countless troops of the great Qin dynasty, all brimming with lethal intent. Kill! 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 Zhang Han, the supreme leader of the Icebreaker Guard, brandishes his spear and charges directly into the ranks of the Tianwu dynasty army, his forces following closely, each exuding a formidable aura as they advance on their adversaries. Seeking death, are you? If you refuse to surrender the token, then I shall obliterate your great Qin and all of Qinzhou, Tuoba Yuan sneers. Without further words, Qin Zhan revives the Heavenly King weapon, a chilling aura erupting from the spear. Attack together, show no mercy. Tuoba Yuan bellows. As the 5 Void Realm experts engage, countless warships appear in the skies above Qinzhou, encircling the entire region. In an instant, the power dynamics of Qinzhou erupt into chaos. The Jiuli dynasty, the Divine Wind dynasty, the Great Qin dynasty, the Buddha dynasty. The 5 dynasties unite, intent on the destruction of Qinzhou. What treachery is this? Why have the 5 great dynasties allied against us? Yet, what does it matter? Do they think they can take advantage of Qinzhou's perceived weakness? Kill. At that moment, the sovereign of the great Xia Yang, let out a thunderous roar, unleashing the full force of his divine transformation realm as he charged towards the armies of the 5 great dynasties. One by one, the warships were obliterated by his mighty fists, exploding in the sky like a dazzling display of fireworks. This scene ignited all the factions in Qinzhou. For a long time, the cultivators of Qinzhou had been looked down upon by other powers, and now they are being targeted even more fiercely. In this moment, a wave of murderous intent surged through the eyes of all cultivators in Qinzhou as they fervently charged towards the armies of the 5 great dynasties. The tumult was deafening. Chaos reigned supreme. Thunderous explosions echoed ceaselessly across the skies of Qinzhou. Meanwhile, within the ancient city, Lu Chen found himself utterly bewildered once again. Not only he, but even Luo Wushuang and others were equally perplexed by the unfolding events as the entirety of Qizhou descended into turmoil. Yet, there was no time for contemplation. For the Great Zhou dynasty was also embroiled in a fierce battle with the forces of the 5 great dynasties. Luo Wushuang received a message from the dynasty and promptly briefed Lu Chen on the situation. The Great Zhou dynasty had become a vassal of Kunlun, compelling Lu Chen to take action. He calmly instructed, Wang Lin, Wang Xian, Wang Ming, you three accompany Luo Wushuang back to the Great Zhou. Yes, Sect Master. Wang Xian suddenly appeared before the group, bowing respectfully alongside Wang Ming. Witnessing the sudden arrival of Wang Lin, Luo Wushuang's eyes sparkled with excitement. Ling Shui and Lin Yun were equally astonished. Another formidable figure from the Kunlun sect had emerged. At that moment, Lin Yun observed that after Wang Ming and the others had departed, he pondered with concern, Master, what if we encounter danger now that the three seniors have left? Just then, a maiden appeared not far away, clad in a flowing white gown, her beauty unparalleled, with eyes and brows that resembled gathered frost and snow, exuding an ethereal grace. Her skin was as delicate as jade, with her long, cascading hair falling to her waist, reminiscent of a celestial being descended from the heavens. This was none other than Princess Chen Ruoxian of the Great Qin. Ding! The system detected that the young woman before the host was an extraordinary genius. The host is advised to recruit her into the sect to fulfill the system's mission, which would yield a reward of 1 lottery draw and 1 cultivation card, along with 1 intermediate summoning card. Just as Lu Chen contemplated leaving, a cool voice resonated in his mind, startling him. An extraordinary genius? Lu Chen gazed at the distant Chen Ruoxian, momentarily entranced. Without a doubt, she was the most beautiful woman he had encountered in this world thus far. However, he quickly regained his composure, for he aspired to become the mightiest man across all realms. The allure of beauty was of no consequence to him. As the saying goes, when one's heart is free of distractions, drawing the sword comes naturally. The first chapter of the sword manual states, the sword strikes the beloved. The final chapter proclaims, to be devoid of love is to attain divinity. Lu Chen was overjoyed. Indeed, this journey was not in vain. Here it is. A genius has presented himself. A peerless genius at that. Lu Chen recalled that Lin Yun and Ling Shui were merely identified as talents by the system. One can only imagine that this extraordinary genius possesses distinct attributes. At that moment, Chen Ruoxian noticed Lu Chen approaching her. Upon sensing the absence of any spiritual energy emanating from him, she averted her gaze, dismissing him as an ordinary individual. My lady, I perceive a connection between you and our Kunlun sect. Pray, do you belong to a sect? Lu Chen inquired directly as he stood before her. His question regarding her sect was merely a probe. Whether she belonged to one or not was inconsequential. He was determined to take control of this woman today. Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, Chen Ruoxian glanced at him, her eyes cold as frost. Kunlun sect? What a trivial sect, she replied disdainfully. This fiery maiden must be subdued. It was Lu Chen's first experience of such blatant contempt, leaving him quite displeased. Internally, he mused, system, is there a way to access her information? Ding. Indeed. I shall retrieve the data for the host. Immediately, information about Chen Ruoxian materialized in Lu Chen's mind. Human race, Chen Ruoxian, 18 years old. Grand Princess of the Great Qin Dynasty. Cultivation level, 9th layer of the Dao Palace realm, having attained the cultivation of an emperor before rebirth. She achieved the heavenly mandate within less than a millennium of cultivation, merely a step away from the realm of immortality. Background: former empress of the Yaoqi ancient kingdom in the upper realm. She was betrayed by Yuzonglei of the Wejiguo ancient kingdom while exploring a secret realm housing the remains of an immortal. She perished within that realm but managed to escape with a fragment of her original divine soul, which led to her rebirth as the Grand Princess of the Great Qin. After reviewing the information, Lu Chen realized why she exuded an air of aloof dominance. She was, after all, a reborn empress. Astonishing. It is no wonder she has reached the 9th layer of the Dao Palace realm at a mere 18. However, upon further reflection, being a reborn empress likely meant she faced no bottlenecks in her cultivation. But are there truly immortals? System, what lies beyond the upper realm? Ding. Host. You remain a mere fledgling. The upper realm is beyond your current reach. Please expedite the recruitment of disciples to strengthen your sect. Furthermore, a hint for the host. The Wejiguo ancient kingdom is a top-tier power in the upper realm, home to immortals. As for the Yaoqi ancient kingdom, Chen Ruoxian is its sole emperor. Even if she returns to the upper realm, she cannot contend with the Wejiguo ancient kingdom alone. So, host, do you understand? Those in the know understand. System, I am truly worried for you. Who are you calling a fledgling? But indeed, there are immortals. It seems I must accelerate the pace of disciple recruitment. At this moment, Chen Ruoxian was prepared to depart for her ancestral land. Prior to engaging in battle with the leaders of the 5 great dynasties, Qin Zhan had instructed her to awaken the ancestors of their lineage. Just as she was about to leave, Lu Chen uttered a phrase that sent a chill down her spine. "Qin Ruoxian, join my Kunlun sect, and I shall assist you in annihilating the ancient Wuji kingdom in the future," Lu Chen stated nonchalantly, his hands clasped behind his back. This seemingly mundane declaration struck Qin Ruoxian like a bolt from the blue. A terrifying and oppressive aura, regal and imposing as that of an emperor, erupted from within her. Enveloping Lu Chen, her frost-laden gaze bore into him as she coldly demanded, "Who are you? How do you know of the ancient Wuji kingdom?" Her eyes seemed to contain a cosmic duality, brimming with countless stars, as if no entity in existence could elude her scrutiny. How could this be possible? Her body trembled violently. She found herself unable to fathom the young man before her. Despite her current cultivation being at the Dao Palace realm, she was once a revered emperor acknowledged by the heavens. Even the supreme beings of this realm would reveal their secrets before her. Yet now she found herself utterly incapable of discerning the essence of the individual before her. In that moment, regardless of how terrifying the aura was, Lu Chen remained unfazed, gazing at her with an air of nonchalance. "Qin Ruoxian, Empress of the ancient Yaoqi kingdom from the upper realm. You were but a step away from the path of immortality, only to tragically fall at the hands of a celestial corpse." If her earlier suspicion had merely left her questioning, his current words confirmed her belief that Lu Chen also hailed from the upper realm. Yet, she could not comprehend how he possessed such intimate knowledge of her past. "Who exactly are you? If you do not reveal your identity, I shall ensure your demise, regardless of who you are." Qin Ruoxian's exquisitely beautiful face turned frostbitten, her aura growing increasingly menacing as she bore down upon Lu Chen with ferocity. The aura emanating from this young woman is truly terrifying. "I am Lu Chen, the 352nd sect master of the Kunlun sect." Lu Chen has once again begun to weave his tales, for is it not the case that the more generations a sect claims to have existed, the older its influence appears to be? Kunlun sect? In her previous life as an emperor, Qin Ruoxian was well acquainted with the great sects of the upper realm. However, she had never heard of such a sect. Could it possibly be an ancient order? "How do you know my identity, and that you originate from the upper realm?" Qin Ruoxian asked coldly. "Ah, you need not concern yourself with that. I harbor no interest in your past or present identity. All you need to know is that I mean you no harm," Lu Chen replied earnestly. "Even if you were to return to the upper realm seeking vengeance, the foundation of the infinite ancient kingdom is beyond your capacity to shake. Am I not correct?" At this moment, Lu Chen was indeed speaking the truth. A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Qin Ruoxian's eyes, for she was acutely aware of this fact. The infinite ancient kingdom possesses immortals, and even if she were to tread upon the path of immortality, it would be impossible for her to obliterate a kingdom that harbors such beings. Yet, she was unafraid. What of immortals? She would make the infinite ancient kingdom pay a heavy price. However, how could the Kunlun sect, not a major sect of the upper realm, possess such profound knowledge of it? Presently, Qin Ruoxian dared not recklessly attack Lu Chen, as she found herself unable to see through the man before her. Moreover, she sensed a terrifying presence lurking within the void. This aura is even more terrifying than that of the ancestral figures of the Qin dynasty. This was also why she did not act immediately when Lu Chen mentioned the ancient Wuji kingdom. Were it anyone else, even someone at the Void Realm, she would have dared to strike them down. Although she currently possessed only the cultivation of the Dao Palace realm, one must not underestimate the capabilities of an emperor. "Very well, I can join the Kunlun sect, but I have one condition. You must not interfere with my actions, and I do not require guidance in my cultivation." She was curious to discover what kind of sect Kunlun truly was, and she sensed that Lu Chen bore her no ill will. It was certain that Lu Chen was not from the ancient Wuji kingdom, and it was no easy feat for beings from the upper realm to descend to the lower realm. Even an emperor faced many restrictions. "Haha, excellent. You will soon learn of the might of my Kunlun sect. Even an immortal can be extinguished with a mere snap of my fingers." Lu Chen felt immense joy within, having finally secured this young lady. As for her condition, he did not mind it, for she was, after all, a reborn emperor. What mattered most was that she was now a disciple of the Kunlun sect. Currently, the sect lacked formidable strongholds, making it difficult for others to fully accept her. However, to outsiders, it remained somewhat enigmatic. Moreover, once he summoned more powerful individuals, he doubted that Qin Ruoxian could maintain her composure. Lu Chen was not in a hurry, believing that Qin Ruoxian would soon integrate seamlessly. Regarding Lu Chen's words, Qin Ruoxian merely chuckled inwardly, not taking them to heart. Undeniably, Lu Chen exuded an aura of profound mystery. Even when she invoked the imperial will from her divine soul, she could not perceive him. It was as if he were shrouded in a veil of chaos, leaving no trace to follow. But what is an immortal? A practitioner of the immortal path, proclaimed to be immortal and indestructible. Who in this world would dare to claim that they could extinguish an immortal with a mere snap of their fingers? Haha, Lin Yun. Ling Shui, come here. I have found you a junior sister. Lu Chen was in high spirits. Having attracted a reborn emperor, he was thoroughly satisfied with this venture. Calling out to the two individuals in the distance who were engrossed in their own world, the two seemed oblivious to his call. Much like readers lost in a captivating tale, Lin Yun, holding Ling Shui's small hand, spoke earnestly. Junior sister, look at the fireworks above. They are like my heart, eternally blooming with the most ardent affection for you. Ling Shui, having never encountered such a level of cheesy romantic banter, felt her flawless cheeks flush with a delightful hue. Shyly retorting, brother, you're being silly. Upon hearing their exchange, Lu Chen's expression darkened. What the hell? Is your fireworks soaked in blood? They are out there battling. And you two are indulging in lovey-dovey antics. Truly shameless. Brother, did you hear the sect leader calling us? Ling Shui emerged from her reverie, roused by Lin Yun's cheesy declarations of affection, as if she could hear someone calling out to them. Unfazed, Lin Yun, emboldened, drew Ling Shui into his embrace. Continuing unabashedly, junior sister, the sect master is preoccupied with you, so let us not mind him and carry on. Ling Shui, taken aback by his boldness, felt a shiver run through her delicate frame, her charming face flushing with a delightful embarrassment. In the distance, Lu Chen's expression darkened at these words, his countenance becoming exceedingly grim as he glanced towards Qin Ruoxian, only to find her looking at him with an exasperated gaze, seemingly conveying, "Is this truly the Kunlun sect you spoke of, capable of vanquishing immortals with a mere snap of the fingers?" At this moment, she felt a twinge of regret. At that moment, Lin Yun suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, as if sensing an aura of hostility. He swiftly turned to look and discovered Lu Chen glaring at him with a menacing gaze. Startled, he quickly took Ling Shui's hand and approached Lu Chen with a nervous grin, saying, "Master, did you summon us?" Seeing that Lu Chen remained silent, his piercing gaze fixated on Lin Yun's back, he immediately adopted a serious demeanor and said, "Master, I was just discussing matters of cultivation with my junior sister and did not hear your call. Please do not be angry. What kind of discussion about cultivation necessitates such closeness? Is there truly someone here? Both I and the readers are keen to know. Senior brother, please say a few words." As Ling Shui noticed Lu Chen's exceptionally grim expression, she seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation and quickly nudged Lin Yun. "Master, please do not be angry. My senior brother and I were indeed discussing matters of cultivation." Upon hearing Ling Shui's words, Lu Chen cast a fierce glance at Lin Yun, wishing to silence this lecherous old man. Lin Yun, caught in Lu Chen's gaze, was instantly drenched in cold sweat, fearing the worst. Upon returning, he would likely face the master's wrath. Ling Shui, a well-behaved and sensible girl, had been led astray by him. I will settle the score later. Lu Chen, unable to bear the humiliation any longer, turned to introduce Qin Ruoxian. "This is your junior sister, Princess Qin Ruoxian of the Great Qin Dynasty." The two turned their attention to Qin Ruoxian, and it was a sight to behold. Her ethereal presence made Lin Yun forget his earlier words to Ling Shui, and he grinned, ready to assert his seniority. However, he was abruptly halted by Ling Shui's firm grip. "What do you think you're doing, wet brother?" Ling Shui furrowed her brows, fixing him with a look that warned, "Approach at your own peril." Lin Yun shivered at her fierce demeanor, feeling the charm of the moment dissipate. He shook off the feeling, chuckled awkwardly, and withdrew his hand. Both possessed extraordinary beauty. Ling Shui embodied the girl next door appeal, while Qin Ruoxian exuded an aloof elegance akin to a celestial being, evoking admiration that felt almost sacrilegious to disturb. "Junior sister, greetings. I am your second senior sister, Luo Ling Shui." Ling Shui beamed at Qin Ruoxian, her expression filled with joy. Finally, she was no longer the sole female disciple of Kunlun's sect. Yet she was also profoundly astonished. To think that the junior sister mentioned by the master would be none other than the most renowned young figure from Qingzhou, reputedly the most stunning beauty, who had allegedly already attained the Dao Palace realm. The world buzzed with whispers that she would be the youngest to reach the transformation realm in the southern wilderness. Though Qin Ruoxian seldom appeared in Qingzhou, her reputation was immense. She nodded slightly in acknowledgement. After all, She had now joined Kunlun's sect and was no longer the empress of a bygone ancient kingdom. Everything must start anew. Junior sister, greetings. I am your senior brother, Lin Yun, he said with a grin. The old lecher merely chuckled. Qin Ruoxian said nothing, merely casting him a glance. Lin Yun, should you have any inquiries regarding your cultivation in the future, feel free to engage in more discussions with me. If there is anything you do not comprehend, do not hesitate to ask. At that moment, Lu Chen cast a particularly heavy gaze upon Lin Yun. Upon hearing this, Ling Shui and Lin Yun respectfully replied, yes, sect master. As for Qin Ruoxian, the reincarnation of a great emperor, Lu Chen felt no need to worry. Ah, damn it. At that instant, a roar echoed through the entire Qin dynasty like a resounding bell. Qin Zhan, I will see you dead. Countless individuals within the ancient city turned their eyes towards the void, as the warships of the 5 major dynasties had been completely destroyed by the Qin dynasty. At this moment, the armies of the 5 major dynasties were engaged in fierce battle with the forces of the Qin dynasty. Lu Chen and his companions arrived above the ancient city, observing the fierce conflict between the Qin army and the 5 major dynasties. Meanwhile, Qin Ruoxian had ventured to the ancestral grounds of the Qin dynasty to awaken the ancient ancestors of the dynasty. Lu Chen glanced at the Qin army and could not help but reflect. It is no wonder the Qin dynasty can dominate an entire state. Who would have imagined they possessed such a multitude of transformation realm experts? Indeed, they are formidable enough that even the combined forces of the 5 major dynasties have failed to breach their defenses. Not far away, numerous figures were swiftly rushing towards the ancient city of Qin, creating trails of shimmering light akin to a rainbow in the air. Look! Someone in the ancient city exclaimed in shock, recognizing the rapidly approaching figures. What are those? Those are the major factions of Qizhou. Why are they all heading towards the Qin dynasty? It's over, it's over. They are fleeing for their lives. Qingzhou is doomed. They seek to eradicate all. The small cultivator who had earlier mentioned the existence of divine artifacts at the auction now shouted in despair, his face filled with hopelessness. At this moment, a nearby cultivator's face turned pale, as if he had witnessed something truly terrifying. Look! What are those behind us? Hiss! Those are the armies of the 5 great dynasties. They are currently pursuing the various factions of Qizhou. Just how many have the 5 great dynasties mobilized? Surely, it must be in the millions. Indeed. Behind the fleeing forces of Qingzhou, countless troops suddenly emerged, marching in a grand formation to encircle us. The 5 great dynasties have indeed dispatched millions of soldiers, including hundreds of formidable Dao Palace and Transformation Realm experts, alongside innumerable troops below the Dao Palace level. Presently, apart from the Great Qin dynasty and the Great Zhou dynasty, which have not been breached, the rest have fallen to the might of the 5 great dynasties. In the Great Zhou dynasty, there are Wang Ming and 2 others sent by Lu Chen. They are invincible within their realm. Moreover, with the 3 of them acting together, even those in the Void realm would find it challenging to contend with them. Otherwise, the Great Zhou dynasty would have undoubtedly succumbed in a short time. At this moment, the Void Realm sovereign of the 5 great dynasties was engaged in a fierce battle with Qin Zhan. Master, my father, mother, and ancestors are still in the Great Zhou. I am worried. Do not fret. With Wang Ming and the others present, they will be safe, Lu Chen interjected calmly. Do not worry. With the assistance of the 3 seniors, the Great Zhou dynasty will certainly be unharmed, Lin Yun also reassured. Yes, I believe in the strength of senior Wang Ming, Ling Shui declared with unwavering conviction, for her ancestor had once spoken of Wang Ming's extraordinary power, far beyond that of an ordinary transformation realm cultivator. At this moment, in the void, Qin Zhan wielded the Heavenly King battle spear, his body stained with blood, a long spear in hand emanating a chilling and violent aura, with spiritual energy wildly converging upon it. Watch out, Sovereign of the Divine Wind. The Sovereign of Tianwu shouted at the Sovereign of the Divine Wind, facing Qin Zhan. The Sovereign of the Divine Wind, sensing this overwhelming aura, changed countenance, and in an instant, he realized the danger, his scalp tingling with trepidation. Die! Qin Zhan roared. With a resounding thrum, he thrust the spear forward, unleashing its terrifying might, piercing through the space before him, the spear's violent aura surging forth relentlessly. Ah! The Sovereign of the Divine Wind howled, swiftly erecting a barrier of spiritual energy. The spear collided with the barrier, shattering it instantly. And the overwhelming force descended upon the Sovereign of the Divine Wind. Ah! A thunderous roar echoed as the Sovereign was struck directly by the terrifying spear. Plummeting from the void and crashing violently to the ground, raising a cloud of dust and creating a massive crater, struggling to rise from the ground. He gazed incredulously at his chest, where a large hole had formed, his vitality waning to an extreme. He then collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Divine wind. Damn it! The remaining sovereigns, witnessing this scene, were filled with a surge of murderous intent. The ruler of the Tianwu kingdom turned to Qin Zhan, exclaiming in fury, "Qin Zhan, how dare you harm Shifeng? What audacity! Engaging 5 against 1, and nearly facing a counterattack, yet you still dare to utter such shameless words. Truly deserving of your fate." The onlookers regarded the shameless Tianwu sovereign with disdain, though none dared to voice their thoughts. In stark contrast, the ruler of Xinfeng left everyone profoundly astounded. Truly, he embodied the essence of the Void Realm, withstanding a strike from the Heavenly King's battle weapon without succumbing. At that moment, the space in the void, pierced by the attack, emitted a sizzling sound. All eyes turned to the void, their expressions shifting dramatically as they gazed in disbelief at the scene before them. Is this the Void Realm? Observing the spatial rift in the void slowly mending itself, everyone was once again struck with awe. The might of the void experts is indeed formidable. At this moment, in the expanse of the void, the other sovereigns wore grim expressions as they gazed at the fallen and weakened lord of the divine wind nation, then turned their gaze to the disordered breath of Qin Zhan, furiously proclaiming, "Qin Zhan, I shall repeat myself, surrender the ancient token, and we shall depart from Qinzhou at once." As soon as the words left his lips, suddenly, several sovereigns seemed to sense something, their expressions shifting as a flicker of fear flashed in their eyes. However, no one paid them any heed. Upon hearing the words of the sovereigns, the gathered crowd gasped, exclaiming, "The ancient token! Could it be that the ancient secret realm is about to manifest? Are you referring to the ancient secret realm left behind from the era of antiquity? Indeed, it has been 100,000 years since the last emergence of the ancient secret realm. According to the cycle of its appearance every 100,000 years, it seems that the ancient secret realm will soon reveal itself. The ancient secret realm is a land brimming with both opportunities and dangers, rumored to be filled with numerous spiritual herbs, including sacred and imperial medicines. Not only that, but it is said to contain the legacies of mighty beings from the ancient era, with the remains of ancient emperors interred within. Rather than merely a secret realm, it resembles a grand tomb of powerful entities. The speaker was Yutsong from the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, who had not departed but remained within the great Qin ancient city, his expression filled with immense excitement. Furthermore, the other powers from various regions had not left either, all gazing at the spectacle above Qizhou. Upon hearing of the ancient token, their expressions drastically changed, and they exclaimed with fervor, "It is the token to enter the ancient secret realm. The ancient token has appeared. Quick, inform the clan leaders." The various factions from the major states cried out in unison. They had not anticipated that their journey to Qizhou would lead to the discovery of the ancient token. The ancient token serves as the key to unlock the secret realm. When the ancient secret realm materializes, whoever possesses the ancient token shall gain the privilege of entering it first. After the emergence of the secret realm, there will be a year's wait before it automatically opens. Thus, possessing the ancient token allows one to enter the secret realm ahead of time. This is precisely why it can evoke such fervent excitement in them. At this moment, the rulers of several great nations became aware of the movements among the various states. Yet, they hesitated to intervene, for they lacked the strength to confront the formidable powers of these states. Should they attempt to obstruct them, they would undoubtedly face the dire consequences of a united assault from the formidable states, a fate far beyond their endurance. Soon after, the rulers exchanged glances, seemingly having reached a silent consensus. Even the fallen ruler of the Divine Wind Nation appeared to grasp their intentions, struggling to rise from the ground, his battered form barely holding together. This act immediately captured the attention of all present. Given the circumstances, it seemed prudent to refrain from further conflict. Just as confusion filled the air, several rulers simultaneously bowed reverently towards an unseen point in the void, beseeching, "We implore you, esteemed one, to intervene." Suddenly, ripples emerged in the void, causing the space to tremble as a figure of terrifying presence materialized. Cloaked in a shroud of golden light, his form remained obscured. Yet he took a deliberate step forward. A dreadful aura emanated from him, pressing down upon all assembled. In that instant, every individual felt as though 100,000 mountains had crashed upon their shoulders, the immense pressure rendering many unable to withstand it. Those of weaker cultivation found themselves overwhelmed. spitting blood and collapsing to the ground, their vitality waning. Even those at the god transformation stage found themselves immobilized beneath this oppressive force. Expressions of shock and dread swept through the crowd as they cast fearful glances towards the golden figure. For Lu Chen, who possessed a system, this overwhelming pressure held no sway. However, Lin Yun and Ling Shui struggled against the weight of the aura, nearly succumbing to its might. A cold snort echoed in their ears, and instantly, the terrifying pressure dissipated. They felt an overwhelming sense of relief wash over them, and they turned in astonishment towards Lu Chen. "Master," they exclaimed, assuming Lu Chen had acted, yet the voice they had heard moments prior did not belong to him. Just as they were about to inquire further, Lu Chen interrupted, glaring at the figure in the void and coldly declaring, "To dare harm my disciples of Kunlun's sect is to seek death." Unbeknownst to the golden-armored man, his dramatic entrance had placed him squarely on Lu Chen's list of targets. Hearing Lu Chen's words, the two disciples felt a surge of warmth and deep gratitude. They had not anticipated that their usually formidable master would care so deeply for his disciples. They silently vowed, "Rest assured, Master, I shall strive diligently in my cultivation to uphold the glory of Kunlun and bring no shame upon you or our sect." With that, the golden figure turned his gaze towards the rulers of several nations, followed by a disdainful snort. The rulers of the several realms, along with Qinzhan, were instantly struck by a chilling snort, causing them to spout blood from their mouths. The individuals, already wounded from the fierce battle, now exhibited even more disordered breaths and ashen faces as they beheld the figure before them. Qinzhan's pale countenance was marked by a profound wariness, yet there was no trace of fear in his eyes. He had sensed the terrifying aura emanating from the golden figure before, which reminded him of his ancestral protector. He firmly believed that his ancestor had awakened, which was the reason for his lack of trepidation in the presence of this formidable being. At that moment, the five sovereigns of the great dynasties gazed at the golden figure with palpable dread. "Incompetent fools," the man enveloped in golden light scoffed, casting a cold glance at the gathered rulers. "You cannot even subdue a mere dynasty, and now I must personally intervene. What use are you to me?" His seemingly indifferent words struck the sovereigns like a death knell. "My lord, please grant us another chance." The sovereigns, trembling with fear and stripped of their former regal poise, desperately implored the golden-armored man. "This individual possesses a heavenly king battle weapon. We simply cannot defeat him at this moment." The ruler of the floating pagoda dynasty stammered in terror. "Indeed, my lord, had it not been for his heavenly king battle weapon, we would have secured the ancient token by now." The sovereigns were acutely aware of the dreadfulness of the golden figure before them. If they were to provoke this entity's displeasure, their dynasties would undoubtedly be obliterated in an instant. To others, their dynasties appeared as dominant powers. Yet they alone understood that in the eyes of this figure, their self-proclaimed supremacy amounted to nothing. A collective gasp escaped the onlookers, who were left in shock, unable to believe that the ruler of a major power could be so subservient before this golden figure. Suddenly, the golden figure turned its gaze towards the disordered Qinzhan and casually waved a hand. A golden hand, conjured from spiritual energy and imbued with terrifying might, hurtled towards him. With a resounding crash, Qinzhan was struck down to the ground without any ability to resist. PFF. Upon hearing the sound, the crowd turned to see Qinzhan sprawled on the ground, unconscious and unaware of his fate. Another gasp echoed as they witnessed the Dongshu realm unable to withstand even a single blow from this figure. It was utterly terrifying. Who could this person be? Why did the five sovereigns regard him with such fear? Moreover, what was the source of his overwhelming power? Was he a formidable being of the heavenly king realm? However, this thought quickly flitted through their minds. If such a powerful entity were to act, the great Qin dynasty would likely be annihilated in the blink of an eye. Even the residual force could reduce them to ashes. They shall not witness this scene any longer. Just as everyone speculated about the origin of the golden figure, a terrifying aura erupted from the depths of the ancient city of the Great Qin. Instantly, the wind surged and clouds billowed as an abundance of spiritual energy converged, forming a magnificent pillar of spiritual power reaching 100 feet into the void. Then, it suddenly exploded in midair, creating ripples that coursed through the fabric of space and struck the clouds in a 100-mile radius. Hiss. This aura was indeed as formidable as that golden figure. That direction pointed to the palace of the Great Qin. Could it be the ancestor of the Great Qin dynasty? It seems the rumors hold truth. It is said that the ancestor of the Great Qin has already taken a half step into that realm. All eyes turned towards the depths of the ancient city, once again shaken by the emergence of another formidable powerhouse. However, it remained uncertain which of these two terrifying figures was superior. Upon sensing this overwhelming aura, the leaders of the 5 great dynasties were taken aback, their expressions shifting dramatically as fear gripped their hearts. Even they had not anticipated that the ancestor of the great Qin dynasty was akin to that esteemed figure, standing at the threshold of the heavenly king realm. Yet, when contemplating the might of that esteemed figure's backing, the fear in their eyes swiftly transformed into profound reverence. Before this esteemed individual, what did it matter if the great Qin dynasty possessed a half-step into the heavenly realm? They too would meet the same fate of annihilation. Heh. The rulers of the 5 dynasties seemed to envision the scene of the great Qin's downfall, unable to suppress their cold laughter. In the realm of the Immortal Martial Continent, without entering the heavenly king realm, one could never be considered a true powerhouse. The heavenly king realm differs from all others. The path to transcendence is exceedingly arduous, as one must refine the laws of heaven and earth within their Tao palace. Should one fail to cultivate the laws of heaven and earth, the only recourse to forcibly break through the heavenly king realm lies in the use of a 9th-grade heavenly spirit pill or higher-grade elixirs, which afford merely a 60% chance of success. Furthermore, even upon breaking through to the heavenly king realm, one remains on a different level compared to peers of the same realm, lacking the unique powers of the heavenly king due to the absence of the Tao Palace's laws. At this moment, the figure in the void has shed its golden glow, revealing a man clad in golden battle armor, who now stands before the onlookers. He gazes towards the depths of the ancient city of the great Qin, his expression betraying no change, yet his eyes glint with a hint of savagery. He chuckles, interesting. I never expected a mere small dynasty could produce a half-step heavenly king. At that moment, a voice imbued with a terrifying authority resonated through the air. You seek your own demise. The onlookers beheld an ancient figure materialize from the void, exuding an overwhelming aura of dread as he surged toward the armored man. He was none other than Kunlun, the ancestral patriarch of the great Qin dynasty, an entity at the threshold of the heavenly king realm. Upon gazing at the golden armored man, his aged expression shifted dramatically, and his pupils constricted in alarm. Half-step heavenly king realm. At that instant, his countenance turned grave as he intoned, Who are you? Why do you dare to strike against the great Qin dynasty? Unfazed by the encroaching, dreadful pressure, the golden-armored man waved his hand dismissively, causing the oppressive force to dissipate instantaneously. You are not worthy to know my origins, he replied, his expression impassive, indicating that even though they both stood at the same level of power, the other had no right to his identity. The patriarch retorted coldly. I care not who you are. If you dare to act against the great Qin, you shall not leave today without providing me an explanation. Kunlun's demeanor remained resolute, undeterred by the fact that they shared the same realm. No sooner had he spoken than the countenances of several sovereigns darkened, and they scolded Kunlun furiously. You dare to speak to our master in such a manner? How brazen! They were akin to rabid dogs, lashing out in desperation, seeking death. The patriarch's eyes narrowed in icy fury, taken aback by the audacity of the younger cultivators. He then raised his hand to grasp at them. A torrent of terrifying power surged forth, sweeping toward the group. Panic-stricken, they attempted to flee but found their bodies rendered immobile, their expressions rife with horror as they desperately called for aid from the golden-armored man. My lord, please save us. The stark contrast between their earlier arrogance and their current plight was palpable. Witnessing this, the golden-armored man's expression darkened. He had not anticipated that Kunlun would dare to make a move in his presence. He promptly waved his hand again, unleashing a formidable force. The two terrifying energies collided, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion that formed a colossal mushroom cloud in the sky. The visible power shattered the surrounding clouds for miles. The spectators were left astonished, their faces pale with fear. The sovereigns, in particular, appeared ashen, trembling as they expressed their gratitude to the golden-armored man. Thank you, my lord, for your intervention. If it were not for the faint glimmer of utility in you wretched fools, I would not deign to concern myself with your fates, he replied coldly. The sovereigns, cowed into silence, could only harbor their resentment towards the great Qin dynasty within their hearts. Enough. My patience is finite. The great Qin dynasty, you say? If you surrender the token of the ancient secret realm obediently, I might consider sparing your lives. The meaning of this statement is clear. Whether you surrender the token or not, death is inevitable. He simply does not wish to expend unnecessary effort against a minor dynasty. Humph, what audacity! Even if your origins are extraordinary, today you shall pay the price. As his words fell, the elder of the great Chen ceased to engage in further dialogue. With a swift motion, he grasped the air, and the heavenly war weapon in Qin Zhan's possession instantly materialized in his hand. The terrifying cultivation of the elder, at the threshold of the heavenly king realm, erupted without reservation at this moment. Boom. Being of the same realm, he could sense the extraordinary nature of the golden-armored man. He dared not hold back. Haha. You foolish old man. Do you think that possessing a half-step into the heavenly king realm along with a flawed heavenly war weapon makes you my equal? The golden-armored man laughed heartily. With his keen perception, he could easily discern that the heavenly war weapon was incomplete. Buzz, young one, you court death. The elder of the great Qin resolutely struck, his weapon radiating brilliant light, with magical chains entwined around the spear's body. Spiritual energy surged wildly, converging into the spear within a radius of 100 miles, and he unleashed a terrifying shot. As the spear was released, the heavens and earth transformed, a tempest arose, and violent power filled the surrounding space. The spear's formidable force tore through the void, instantaneously creating countless fissures, bearing down with overwhelming might towards the golden-armored man. In the wake of this terrifying shot, many soldiers from the 5 great dynasties, who had not yet retreated from the battlefield, were crushed into a mist of blood. All who beheld this shot were struck with astonishment. The golden-armored man, witnessing the oncoming terror of the shot, took another step into the void. Instantly, an incomparably powerful force erupted from within him. Buzz. This aura swiftly overshadowed the imposing might of the great Qin elder, with a single hand raised to suppress. The spiritual energy of the heavens and earth suddenly surged violently, gathering furiously, and a colossal golden hand, formed of condensed spiritual power, appeared above the great Qin dynasty. This is the power of a half-step heavenly king? How terrifying! Everyone gasped in fear, their eyes trembling with dread. Simultaneously, in the void near Qingzhou, several figures emerged, their expressions changing drastically upon sensing this aura, filled with shock and alarm. Could it be that a formidable being of the heavenly king realm is making a move? That is from the direction of Qingzhou. Wasn't Qingzhou holding an auction? How could this be? At that moment, an elder seemed to perceive something, his eyes narrowing as he slowly intoned. It is the aura of a half-step heavenly king, yet the one who has unleashed it is extraordinarily powerful. I have received word from the younger generation of my clan that an archaic token has appeared in Qingzhou. I did not expect someone to act so swiftly. Archaic token. Upon hearing this, the others were visibly taken aback, their expressions filled with astonishment, and soon their figures vanished rapidly from sight. In the void, a golden-armored man pressed down with a colossal golden hand, which thunderously descended, carrying an overwhelming might aimed directly at the ancestor of the great Qin. The sound of a tremendous crash reverberated as the void was instantly crushed and fragmented, resembling a web of countless spider threads, seemingly on the verge of shattering under such pressure. The formidable hand continued its descent, clashing with the terrifying spear that surged forth. With a resounding bang, the spear was effortlessly shattered by the golden hand, which then struck down upon the great Qin ancestor. Buzzing, the great Qin ancestor's countenance changed dramatically. He swiftly wielded his hands to gather the surrounding spiritual energy, attempting to block this fearsome hand. With a thunderous crash, the golden hand landed upon the great Qin ancestor, sending him crashing into the ground. Instantly, the earth trembled violently, and clouds of dust filled the surrounding space. After a moment, as the dust settled, tranquility returned to the area, revealing a massive palm imprint deeply embedded in the ground, astonishing all who beheld it. Hiss! The crowd gazed into the imprint, their faces draining of color. They beheld the great Qin ancestor, blood spilling from his mouth, his aura diminished, and his aged visage marred by disbelief. How could you be so strong? Who are you truly? The great Qin ancestor's eyes widened in terror. As a fellow half-step heavenly king, he found this individual excessively formidable, unable to withstand even a single strike. An ant knows not the heights of heaven. An ungrateful old fool, the golden-armored man remarked darkly, casting a chilling glance at the great Qin ancestor. At this moment, atop the ancient city, the captain of the guards, Zhang Han, felt as though his eyes would burst with fury, letting out a roar. Despite the formidable nature of his opponent, he was undeterred, yearning to charge at the golden-armored man, only to find that his body was immobilized. Meanwhile, Qin Ruoxian, having awakened the great Qin ancestor, arrived at the ancient city just in time to witness the golden-armored man injuring Qin Zhan. She intended to employ her secret trump card to annihilate him, but was vehemently obstructed by Zhang Han, who could not bear to watch his princess venture forth to her doom. At this moment, upon witnessing that even the venerable ancestor of the great Qin could not contend with the golden-armored man, a chill swept across the exquisite visage of Qin Ruoxian. Her aura shifted dramatically as she prepared to summon the Emperor's divine will from her soul. However, at her side, Lu Chen interjected, "Ruoxian, as a disciple of our Kunlun sect, it is time for you to demonstrate the might of our lineage." Qin Ruoxian was momentarily taken aback by his words. When the golden-armored man had first appeared, Lu Chen had initially intended for Chen Beixian to take action, as Qin Ruoxian had already become a disciple of Kunlun and should naturally assist the great Qin dynasty. Yet, upon seeing the appearance of the great Qin ancestor, he was also curious to gauge the true strength of the dynasty's forebear. Little did he anticipate that, despite both being at the threshold of the Heavenly King realm, the golden-armored man would prove so formidable. He pondered whether Chen Beixian, who was at the 9th level of the Void Realm, could possibly match this golden figure. Though the system had previously asserted that summoned cultivators were invincible within their realm, this golden-armored man was indeed at the half-step Heavenly King level. Rest assured, host. The system has confirmed that the summoned cultivators are the strongest in all the realms, embodying the invincibility of their level, retorted the system in his mind, exuding an irritable tone. Do you truly understand the essence of cultivation? Lu Chen replied, exasperated. Lin chimed in, who knows cultivation better than I? After the system's affirmation, Lu Chen disregarded Qin Ruoxian's reaction and spoke to the void with a calm demeanor. Beixian, eliminate that golden-armored man. His voice, though soft, was imbued with spiritual energy, ensuring that all present heard it clearly. Aside from the great Qin dynasty, the onlookers regarded Lu Chen and his companions as if they were fools. Lin Yun and Ling Shui, feeling the weight of the gazes upon them, were struck with trepidation, as if silently imploring, "Do not drag us into this folly." Even Qin Ruoxian's eyes reflected a hint of astonishment. The 5 sovereigns of the great nations were taken aback. They had not anticipated anyone daring to utter such words to the golden-armored man. In the void, the golden-armored man, poised to strike down the great Qin ancestor, paused at Lu Chen's declaration, momentarily stunned before quickly regaining composure. To extinguish that golden-armored man? Are you referring to me? His expression darkened with anger as he directed his gaze toward Lu Chen, his voice dripping with menace. "Insect, you seek death." He had not anticipated that someone would dare challenge his authority. Determined to obliterate this insignificant pest, the golden-armored man raised his hand, unleashing a torrent of terrifying power toward Lu Chen. Boom! Faced with the oncoming wave of dread, Lu Chen remained unperturbed, his countenance tranquil, betraying no trace of fear. The crowd, witnessing his demeanor, assumed he had been rendered speechless by terror, and they reveled in his misfortune. "Serves you right for courting death. You nearly dragged us down with you." As everyone believed that Lu Chen was on the brink of annihilation by this terrifying force, a voice, imbued with an overwhelming might, resonated through the heavens and the earth. "Begone!" With that single command, the dreadful power was dispersed. A figure clad in azure materialized in the void. He appeared remarkably youthful, yet exuded no discernible aura. The expressions of all present shifted dramatically, their eyes wide with astonishment. Hiss! Who is this person? Could he possibly be yet another formidable half-step Heavenly King? In the wake of their astonishment, the figure in azure approached Lu Chen and, with a respectful demeanor, proclaimed, "Chen Beixian pays his respects to the sect master." Chen Beixian was none other than the elder guardian of the Kunlun sect, who had been concealed in the void, awaiting Lu Chen's summons. "Sect master?" A collective intake of breath echoed through the crowd, their expressions filled with disbelief. How could this be? The man in white was actually the leader of a sect, and so remarkably young. Even Lin Yun and Ling Shui, taken aback, gazed at the azure figure in the void, their hearts racing as they realized this was indeed the elder guardian of our Kunlun sect. Though Qin Ruoxian maintained an impassive facade, she too was internally startled at the sight of the azure figure. While she could not discern the depths of Lu Chen's strength, she, being a reborn emperor from the upper realm, possessed the necessary insight. She could perceive that although the azure figure was merely at the void realm, he harbored an unfathomably formidable power within. After a brief moment, as the crowd processed the shocking revelation, confusion reigned over the current situation. Another powerful figure had suddenly emerged. and seemingly aligned with the great Qin dynasty. Moreover, the one who had spoken was indeed a sect master. Now, a splendid spectacle is about to unfold. The prominent forces from various regions appear to eagerly anticipate a fierce clash between the two individuals, their eyes gleaming with excitement. They did not expect the golden-armored man to possess such formidable strength. By heavens! Quickly, let the battle commence. Humph. It would be most delightful if they both were to suffer devastating injuries, waiting for the elder to arrive with the ancient token. These factions harbor ulterior motives, hoping for a scenario in which both sides suffer mutual destruction. At that moment, the armored man cast a glance at Chen Beixian, and his expression shifted dramatically. He was utterly unable to discern the depth of the figure clad in green before him. What perplexed him even more was the utter absence of any aura emanating from this individual, yet he could effortlessly dissipate the might of his strike with a mere word. Could it be that this person was also? As the armored man grappled with his bewilderment, the onlookers, noticing the change in his countenance, were struck with astonishment, their hearts racing with shock. Could it be that this man in green was a formidable half-step heavenly king, surpassing even the venerable ancestors of the great Qin? Otherwise, how could the armored man display such an expression? The five sovereigns, witnessing the armored man's transformation, were equally taken aback, a sense of foreboding creeping into their hearts. Humph! Who are you to dare obstruct me? Though the armored man could not see through Chen Beixian's strength, it did not imply that he would simply relent. After all, the force behind him was immensely powerful, and thus he felt no fear of any factions within the southern wilderness. Kunlun sect, Elder Guardian, Chen Beixian. Chen Beixian cast a glance at the armored man and spoke indifferently. As his words fell, a tremor ran through the hearts of the onlookers, their expressions reflecting profound shock. In the southern wilderness, they had never heard of such a sect as Kunlun. What kind of sect possessed such power to have a being of such strength serve as its guardian? Upon hearing this, the armored man's expression shifted slightly, his gaze turning icy. He had never even heard of the Kunlun sect. As for what Chen Beixian claimed about being an elder guardian, he dismissed it as a ruse. His countenance darkened, feeling as if he had been made a fool. He had initially thought Chen Beixian hailed from a powerful faction, perhaps coming for the ancient token, which had made him somewhat wary. Yet, it turned out he emerged from an obscure and inconsequential sect. This realization ignited his fury. Humph! The armored man snorted coldly, his lips curling into a sinister smile. Kunlun sect? I have never even heard of it. How dare you obstruct me from eradicating that insignificant insect? You seek death. The armored man unleashed his attack, a terrifying force surging forth in an instant. The very heavens and earth seemed to dim as a tempest of overwhelming might swept towards Chen Beixian, carrying an awe-inspiring momentum. He was using his full strength. In the face of the great Qin's ancestor, he had only exerted 80% of his power. Now, against Chen Beixian, he held nothing back. He sensed an unfathomable power within Chen Beixian, and if he did not go all out, he feared he might suffer a grave misstep. The cataclysmic force tore through the void, causing it to shatter in layers, accompanied by a cacophony of sound. The crowd was overwhelmed by an aura of terrifying power capable of tearing everything apart, sending shivers down their spines and causing their hearts to ache with dread. Fear filled their eyes, and they could not help but scream in terror. Ah, I can hardly bear it. Someone, please save me. Those of lesser cultivation found their bodies unable to withstand such pressure, with blood seeping from their forms, a sight most unsettling. Yet, Lu Chen, aided by the system, managed to isolate this dreadful force, leaving those around him unaffected. However, Qin Ruoxian cast a glance at Lu Chen, her eyes betraying a flicker of astonishment. Chen Beixian, confronted by the onslaught of this terrifying force, exhibited no sign of fear upon his countenance. He stepped into the void, and with each stride, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged violently beneath him. Upon his second step, the surrounding space trembled intensely, and with every step he took, the very fabric of the void seemed to shift. Upon reaching his ninth step, a terrifying aura, incongruent with the Dongshu realm, erupted from within him. Buzz! Chen Beixian formed a sword with his fingers, summoning a torrent of spiritual energy that converged upon his fingertips. With a delicate motion, he sliced through the encroaching terror with his finger sword, unleashing a colossal wave of sword energy. Boom! The sword energy cleaved through the advancing dread, its might undiminished as it surged toward the golden-armored man. No! The golden-armored man roared, yet before he could mount a defense, he was consumed by the overwhelming sword energy. Moments later, as the sword energy dissipated, a massive rift appeared in the void, with countless fragments of space floating forth. The rift hissed ominously. With the clash of these two formidable beings drawing to a close, the oppressive weight that had enveloped all present suddenly vanished. A collective sigh of relief escaped their lips. How terrifying! To witness two battles between half-step Heavenly King realm experts in a single day was beyond comprehension. But was this truly the half-step Heavenly King realm? It was utterly astonishing. Thankfully, it had finally concluded. All eyes turned to the void, where a figure clad in green stood aloft. Clearly, the golden-armored man had perished at the hands of that fearsome sword energy. The enormous rift, once torn asunder, began to mend slowly. In the blink of an eye, tranquility returned to this realm. Gasps of astonishment echoed among the crowd as they beheld the scene before them, their hearts shaken to the core. Meanwhile, the once ailing figure of the great Chen ancestor gazed at the silhouette in the void, his pupils narrowing suddenly, his expression shifting dramatically, revealing a profound tremor of shock. The might of the golden-armored man had proven insufficient against this figure in green. What exactly is the Kunlun sect? Such formidable individuals exist within it. Yet, why has there been no mention of it in the southern wilderness? At that moment, the sovereigns of the 5 great dynasties beheld the lifeless form of the armored man. Their expressions awash with trepidation, their eyes brimming with fear. The Lord of Tianwu gazed at Chen Beixian with palpable terror, stammering, "Why, you actually killed the esteemed one." This utterance left the onlookers utterly astonished, their jaws agape at his audacious demeanor. Truly, it is you. Such shamelessness is unparalleled. Before long, the crowd regained their composure. Realizing that the golden-armored man, whom even the sovereigns of the 5 great dynasties referred to as the esteemed one, must possess an extraordinarily terrifying identity and background. Now, having met his demise at the hands of the Kunlun sect, it was evident that tranquility would elude Qingzhou for the foreseeable future. Perhaps, the entire southern wilderness would be thrown into turmoil. Beixian, apprehend those 5 individuals, Lu Chun instructed Chen Beixian from atop the ancient city. As soon as the words left his lips, the expressions of the 5 sovereigns shifted dramatically, with the Lord of Tianwu bellowing, "Flee at once." With a whoosh, the 4 sovereigns unleashed their full power and sped away from Qizhou, transforming into streaks of light, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Having already covered a distance of 1,000 miles. Truly, as adept void transcendence practitioners, their escape was astonishingly swift. Do not inquire why they did not traverse the void directly. Their strength was simply insufficient. To achieve genuine void traversal, one must possess a cultivation level of at least the 7th realm of void transcendence. Wait for me. At this moment, the ruler of the Divine Wind Kingdom, who bore wounds upon his body, stood frozen in place, his gaze filled with despair and his countenance exceedingly grim. He could hardly fathom that he had arrived in good health only to find himself unable to return. Just then, a voice echoed, "Heh, seeking to escape?" The onlookers beheld a figure clad in azure, a smile gracing their lips as they raised a hand, grasping at the void, and to their astonishment, a portal materialized before them. In the midst of the crowd's astonished stares, the azure figure reached into the portal. The 4 sovereigns, having fled 1,000 miles away, were soaring through the skies in a frenzy when they suddenly felt an unknown force enveloping them. Their rapid escape came to an abrupt halt as they turned to see their surroundings, their expressions shifting dramatically, eyes wide with disbelief. With a hum, an enormous hand emerged from the spatial rift, grasping at them. Before they could react, they were seized and vanished into the void. When they reappeared, bewildered and gazing around, they were about to make another attempt to flee. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed as Chen Beixian waved his hand, sending them hurtling backward, crashing violently against the ancient city wall before plummeting to the ground. With a thud, they fell, blood spilling from their lips as they looked toward Chen Beixian, their eyes brimming with terror. Moments later, the various factions across the continents regained their composure after the recent battle. Aware of Chen Beixian's formidable strength, they hastily retrieved jade tablets to communicate, resolutely deciding against summoning their ancestors. What a jest! Would they come to their doom? Even the mighty figure clad in gold, a formidable half-step king, had met his end at the hands of this azure silhouette. To send their own ancestors would surely echo the adage, "We invite our forebears to their demise." The very thought of such a scene was enough to chill the blood. Within the various factions, while many ancestors possessed strength at the half-step king level, making them extraordinarily powerful in the southern wilderness domain, it was evident that they would not stand a chance against Chen Beixian. The ancient ancestors of the 5 great dynasties merely possessed the cultivation of the 9th level of the Void Realm. It is precisely due to the presence of the armored man that the 5 dynasties dared to unite against the great Qin dynasty and even take action against the entire Qizhou region. Subsequently, various forces from different states hastily departed from Qizhou, and the factions within Qizhou also withdrew from the great Qin dynasty. Naturally, the auction could no longer proceed. The actions of the 5 great dynasties have irrevocably placed them on the blacklist of the Ancient Commerce Association, even if the association chose not to annihilate them. Numerous factions would readily act on its behalf. Following this battle, the name of Kunlun sect has spread throughout the southern wasteland. Speculations abound regarding the true nature of Kunlun sect. However, Lu Chen remained unaware of the fact that Chun Beishuan's formidable intervention, resulting in the slaying of a half-step heavenly king, had catapulted Kunlun sect into the limelight. Many factions, however, expressed skepticism about Kunlun sect harboring such a powerful figure, as they had never heard of the sect within the southern wasteland. Others speculated that it might be an influence from other great domains, leading to a multitude of rumors circulating throughout the states of the southern wasteland. Naturally, as these tales were passed from person to person, they grew increasingly absurd, spiraling into utter ridiculousness. Even more astonishing were claims of a mysterious figure appearing. Have you heard? An ancient sect has emerged in Qingzhou, rumored to house a great being of the Heavenly King realm. You must be joking. I was present at the scene, and that terrifying aura was undoubtedly that of a saint in action. What? A saint? Impossible. How could such a being appear in Qingzhou? Are you trying to frighten me? I was right there. I tell you, on that day, a terrifying figure draped in green appeared above Qizhou. Hurry up and speak. Upon the figure's arrival, he wielded his finger as a sword, cleaving Qingzhou in two with a single stroke. Hiss! Is it really that terrifying? I wonder if Kunlun sect is still accepting disciples. Don't stop me. I must go to Qingzhou and become a disciple of Kunlun sect. At that moment, a silhouette abruptly materialized. Observing the discussions among the cultivators regarding Kunlun sect, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. This Kunlun sect seems formidable. I must quickly return to report to the monarch. Otherwise, the ancient token may be seized by other forces first. The figure muttered to himself before vanishing from sight. At the Han family in Yuezhou, the head of the family exclaimed, "How is this possible? A heavenly king in Qizhou?" In the Yuqi palace of Yuezhou, the palace master, Lin Shi, coldly declared, "Nonsense. How could such a being appear in mere Qizhou?" At the loyal and righteous hall of the Zhaodian sect in Lianzhou, the leader exclaimed, "What? A heavenly king has emerged in Qizhou? Brothers, follow me." A being at the threshold of the heavenly king realm possesses the power to influence the balance among the major factions throughout the southern wilderness. In this realm, any force that can claim a presence at the half-step heavenly king level is regarded as a supreme hegemonic power. Meanwhile, in the desolate state of Huangzhou, the Jun family stands as a pinnacle force among the hegemons, rumored to harbor a formidable heavenly king. At this moment, within the grand hall of the Jun family, the patriarch, Jun Wuhui, occupies the central seat, casting his gaze upon an elder who has hastily returned from Qizhou. The elder, a master of the divine transformation realm. There's an expression of concern as he murmurs, "Kunlun sect? A being of the heavenly king realm? One capable of slaying a half-step heavenly king with a single strike?" Jun Wuhui's eyes narrow as he questions the elder. "Are you certain that the individual who acted was not a heavenly king?" Upon hearing this, the elder trembles slightly, his voice quavering as he replies, "Patriarch, the aura emanating from that person was exceedingly terrifying. It felt as though I was in the presence of several formidable beings within our Jun family." Observing the elder's reaction, a glint of insight flashes in Jun Wuhui's eyes, and he ponders, how could such a force appear in Qingzhou? It is indeed perplexing. Yet, why have I never heard of this sect in the southern wilderness? Could it truly be a hidden grand sect? He is well aware of the factions within the southern wilderness that possess beings of the heavenly king realm, and the sudden emergence of a potential heavenly king power astonishes him. It is not that he fears the Kunlun sect. Even should a force of the celestial king realm truly exist, it would not stir a ripple before the Jun family. After much contemplation, he turned to the elder and remarked that the matter of the ancient token must await the fifth ancestor's emergence from seclusion before any action can be taken. At this moment, Jun Wuhui also yearned to journey to Qizhou, yet he was merely at the half-step celestial king realm. If he were to heed the elder's words, it is likely that he would gain naught from the venture. Upon hearing this, the elder's heart trembled, and he urged fervently, "Master, if we do not act soon, the ancient token may fall into the hands of other forces. In response, Jun Wuhui, with a disdainful gaze, slowly rose, emanating an overwhelming aura of dominance, astonishingly potent. In the southern wilderness, apart from those forces we cannot provoke, all others are insignificant in the eyes of the Jun family. Furthermore, those forces would hardly covet the ancient token. The forces referred to by Jun Wuhui were none other than the sacred lands, dynasties, and ancient families, which had been entrenched in the southern wilderness for millions of years, possessing formidable legacies. To them, the ancient token was merely a worthless piece of scrap metal. Once the ancient secret realm emerges, they each possess their own means to gain early access. The ancient secret realm is, in essence, a trial ground, utilized by these superpowers to test their disciples. For other forces, it represents a land of fortuitous opportunities, although these superpowers employ it for their disciples' trials. It is predominantly at the periphery of the secret realm. The true treasure lies within the inner sanctum, yet entry requires meeting numerous criteria. It is rumored that there exists an ancient path for trials at the outer edges of the ancient secret realm, and to step into the true realm, one must tread upon this ancient road. Moreover, within the ancient secret realm, to seize opportunities and rare treasures, one must contend with the youthful prodigies of these superpowers. Despite this, countless individuals are drawn to enter the secret realm in pursuit of fortune, for it holds the legacies left behind by the mighty from the ancient era. 3 days later, within the grand hall of the great Qin dynasty, Qin Zhan had already recovered from his injuries, while the great ancestor of Qin had not fully regained his strength. After all, the golden-armored man was exceedingly powerful, so much so that even the full might of the great ancestor could not withstand a single blow from him. Their swift recovery was largely attributable to the ancient commerce association within the great Qin dynasty, which is replete with spiritual herbs and even sacred medicines. Beyond those, perhaps only the Central Trading Association in the Zhongtian domain could rival it. At this moment, Qin Zhan respectfully addressed the great ancestor of the Qin, esteemed ancestor. Do you believe that the Kunlun sect may be a hidden great sect? Upon hearing this, a flicker of reverence passed through the ancient eyes of the great ancestor, a manifestation of his awe for the Kunlun sect. The day he witnessed Chen Beishuan's prowess, an unshakable feeling emerged within him, suggesting that the Kunlun sect could indeed be a concealed grand sect. Now, as he recollected that astonishing sword aura, an involuntary chill ran down his spine, and a wave of trepidation gripped his heart. Noticing the furrowed brow of his ancestor, Qin Zhan, perplexed, continued, Esteemed ancestor, if Ruoxian has now become a disciple of the Kunlun sect, I believe this presents an opportunity for our Qin dynasty. Upon hearing this, the great ancestor narrowed his eyes, seemingly discerning Qin Zhan's intentions, and after a moment of contemplation, replied, You are correct. The Kunlun sect is highly likely to be a hidden great sect. Furthermore, the great Zhou dynasty has surprisingly become a subordinate force to the Kunlun sect. At this juncture, a spark of insight flashed in the great ancestor's gaze as he continued. Very well, summon that girl Ruoxian. I have matters to discuss with her. Yes, ancestor. Qin Zhan replied with utmost reverence. Just as he was about to depart, a thought struck him, and he addressed the great ancestor. Ancestor, as for the rulers of the 5 great dynasties, they must be eliminated. Regarding the Tianwu dynasty, once you have fully recovered, I shall personally venture to Tianzhou to eradicate it. The great ancestor, anticipating Qin Zhan's words, interrupted with a chilling glint in his eyes. Upon hearing that his ancestor intended to personally visit Tianzhou, Qin Zhan's expression was one of exhilaration. Yes, ancestor. He promptly turned and exited the grand hall. Meanwhile, within another hall of the great Qin palace, Lin Yun, Ling Shui, and Qin Ruoxian were present. Luo Wushuang and Wang Ming had also returned from the great Zhou dynasty. Upon learning from Ling Shui that the princess of the great Qin dynasty had also become a disciple of the Kunlun sect, Luo Wushuang was taken aback. He had not anticipated that even the princess of the great Qin dynasty would join the Kunlun sect. He gazed at Lu Chun, seated in the main position of the hall, with a look of deep reverence. He then hurriedly inquired of Ling Shui about the events that transpired afterward. When he and Wang Ming returned to the great Zhou dynasty, they sensed 2 formidable auras erupting successively from the direction of the great Qin dynasty, each instilling a sense of dread in Luo Wushuang. Could this be the work of a powerhouse at the Heavenly King realm? He pondered, initially believing that those 2 auras were already sufficiently alarming. Yet, unexpectedly, an even more terrifying aura emerged. Even from a distance of thousands of miles, he could still feel a fearsome presence that extinguished any thought of resistance. Particularly striking was the moment he heard Wang Ming's exclamation. "I never expected that elder would actually take action." Upon the utterance of those words, a profound impact struck his heart, leaving him utterly shaken. He had not anticipated that this terrifying aura emanated from an elder of the Kunlun sect. Even more astonishing was the revelation that the Kunlun sect indeed possessed formidable beings of the void transcendence realm and beyond. Luo Wushuang's thoughts aligned almost perfectly with those of the absent cultivators from the southern wilderness region, all of whom believed in the existence of a sovereign-level entity within the Kunlun sect. Were they to learn that Chun Beixian was merely of the void transcendence realm, they would surely be left speechless in astonishment. For in the southern wilderness, no one had ever witnessed a cultivator of the void transcendence realm capable of subduing those merely a half-step into the sovereign realm, especially given the staggering gap of 9 minor realms between them. At this moment, Lu Chen, who was meditating in the main hall, suddenly recalled that Qin Ruoxian had become a disciple of the Kunlun sect, and he realized with vexation that the system had failed to provide any rewards. He inwardly muttered, "System, come forth. Are you attempting to exploit me?" After a brief moment, the system's cold voice echoed in his mind. "Ding. Congratulations, host, for acquiring an unparalleled genius and completing the system task. Rewards are now being issued." Upon hearing the system's voice, Lu Chen hastily urged, relieved that the system had not withheld his rewards. "Hurry up, don't dawdle." The system replied, "Do you think you can rush me?" Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the system task. You have received 1 intermediate summoning card, 1 cultivation card, and 1 chance to draw a lottery. The intermediate summoning card had finally arrived. This is indeed capable of summoning a formidable being of the Heavenly King realm and beyond. The mere thought of a powerful entity from Kunlun, perhaps even one of the Heavenly King realm or higher, fills Lu Chen with unparalleled excitement. System, hasten, employ the summoning card. Ding. The intermediate summoning card has been successfully activated. Congratulations, host. You have summoned the esteemed elder of the sect, the renowned Yu Nu A Qing. The system's voice resonates in Lu Chen's mind, causing a jolt of exhilaration. Yu Nu A Qing. Could it be? Subsequently, an introduction of Yu Nu A Qing unfolds in his mind. Yu Nu A Qing. Mastery at the 9th level of the Heavenly King realm. Heavenly King weapon. Bamboo staff. Divine technique. Yu Nu swordsmanship. Incredible. It is indeed the illustrious Yu Nu A Qing. With merely a bamboo staff, she wields unparalleled swordsmanship, effortlessly defeating several renowned swordsmen of the Wu Kingdom. Lu Chen is overjoyed, never anticipating that he could summon such an extraordinary master of the sword. This individual is undoubtedly a master who ranks among the top 10 in that realm. Truly, the prowess of the system is remarkable. However, Lu Chen also noticed something amiss. System, why does a Qing lack any cultivation techniques? The system remained silent. Frustrated by the lack of response, Lu Chen refrained from pressing further. Since it was the system that summoned him, it was reasonable to assume that everyone would possess their own unique cultivation methods, and thus, he need not worry. Not long ago, he discovered that Wang Ming, Wang Xian, and Wang Lin had all reached the pinnacle of the 9th level of the transformation god realm, which truly astonished Lu Chen. The breakthrough in this realm is as effortless as drinking water. Can you believe it? As the sect leader, I have only just reached the 2nd level of the divine transformation stage, and that was merely a recent achievement. Ding. May I inquire whether the host wishes to manifest the renowned maiden A Qing within the Great Qing dynasty? No need. Manifest her in Kunlun sect, Lu Chen replied, for he is not yet inclined to reveal all his trump cards. Furthermore, Lu Chen perceives that the identity of the golden-armored man from that day is likely quite formidable. It seems the Kunlun sect is about to face a significant adversary. However, Lu Chen's current aim is to expand and strengthen the sect. Although he feels the number of disciples is somewhat lacking, yet, he believes that the Kunlun sect has gained a degree of renown in Qingzhou. A degree of renown? No. Your perspective is limited. It is not merely Qingzhou. Among the cultivators in the southern wilderness, the Kunlun sect is regarded as possessing a sage. Southern wilderness cultivators. Who would have thought? Kunlun sect, esteemed leader. With this, the Kunlun sect can commence the recruitment of disciples. After all, with only 3 disciples currently within the sect, how could it possibly thrive? Ding. The esteemed lady A Qing has now arrived at the Elder Hall of Kunlun sect. By the way, system, Are there any rewards for recruiting ordinary disciples? Ding. Rest assured, dear host. This is, hearing the reassurance, Chen abruptly interrupted the system, his heart brimming with excitement. Haha, system, you truly are remarkable. As long as there are rewards, I shall promptly set about recruiting disciples. The system then responded, actually, there are none. Only disciples of genius caliber or above can trigger system tasks and receive rewards. Chen felt a surge of disappointment, leaving him momentarily speechless. If you don't have any, then just say so. What is this rest assured nonsense? The system retorted, did you allow me to finish? Chen chose not to engage further, pondering the fact that he still possessed a cultivation card and a single lottery draw, which ignited a flicker of anticipation within him. For his current cultivation was far too meager. System, I wish to use my lottery opportunity. Ding. The lottery draw was successfully activated. Congratulations, host. You have drawn the chaotic sacred body. Congratulations, host. You have also drawn the chaotic divine technique. Note, the divine technique consists of 9 levels. The first level, sacred method. The second level, divine eye. The third level, heavenly finger. The fourth level, earth-shattering palm. The fifth level, ascend to the 9 heavens. The sixth level, reverse yin and yang. The seventh level, time's approach. The eighth level, birth of all things. The ninth level, open the chaos. Astounding. As the information from the rewards interface flooded his mind, Chen felt an exhilarating rush. The chaotic sacred body. The chaotic divine technique. He was well aware of the chaotic sacred body, renowned for its unparalleled strength. After all, he had previously seen discussions among readers on Blue Star, where these esteemed individuals proclaimed that the chaotic sacred body ranked among the top 3 supreme physiques. As for the chaotic divine technique, goodness, it must be a creation of this system. Chen had never encountered mention of it among those esteemed readers. Yet it certainly appeared formidable. System, did you create this chaotic divine technique? Chen inquired, his mind brimming with curiosity. Ding. Should the host refuse, this system shall reclaim it. Damn it. System, fuse it all into me. Chen could hardly contain his eagerness, driven by an insatiable desire to discover the true might of chaos. Wait a moment. At that moment, Chen recalled something and hastily interrupted the fusion. System, conceal my aura. He was acutely aware of the formidable power of the chaos sacred body and feared that any anomalies during the fusion process might attract the attention of the ancient immortals on the Immortal Martial Continent, which would spell trouble. Host, you truly speak too much. Does this system not comprehend? With a chime, the fusion commenced. As the system's voice echoed in his mind, a surge of terrifying power erupted within him. Sensing the earth-shattering force coursing through his body, Chen felt a surge of exhilaration and immediately focused all his attention on the fusion. Boom! An overwhelming aura emanated from his being, instantly sweeping across the entire Daqin ancient city. Ah, this aura. Could it be that an unparalleled powerhouse is once again targeting the great Qin dynasty? No. Something feels amiss. This presence instills fear, yet lacks any sense of oppression. Hiss. This direction leads to the royal palace. Could it be? Instantly, the inhabitants of the ancient city of Qin wore expressions of astonishment, gazing upward at the palace, their eyes wide open in utter shock. Above, countless divine lights emerged in the sky, shimmering brilliantly. This is indeed the work of the system, which only obscures a portion of the chaotic sacred body's manifestations, perceptible solely to the cultivators within the ancient city of Daqin. Meanwhile, the archaic merchant association. How could this be possible? This aura. Could it be that the Kunlun sect is truly a reclusive great sect? In the depths of this realization, an elder was taken aback. His aged eyes bursting forth with a radiant light, his runes manifested within, seemingly capable of piercing through layers of void, gazing towards the direction of the royal palace. Within the grand hall, those present felt this powerful aura and turned their astonished gazes towards Chen at the main seat, their expressions filled with terror and their hearts trembling. At that moment, an array of divine lights swirled around Chen and behind him. A wondrous phenomenon emerged, a long river imbued with ancient essence materialized, reflecting countless vast worlds within it, igniting waves of brilliance. Qin Ruoxian, witnessing this sight, suddenly paled, her pupils constricting in shock, her voice trembling as she exclaimed, "This is the river of time. Who exactly is he?" In that moment, Qin Ruoxian could no longer maintain her composure. Suddenly, the crowd beheld a figure in white emerging from the ancient river. as if a celestial being had descended to the mortal realm. This figure bore an uncanny resemblance to Lu Chen, traversing the ancient river with each step seemingly spanning epochs, causing countless worlds to collapse beneath his feet, sending waves crashing through the waters. Is that the sect leader? Luo Wushuang and the others gasped, their bodies trembling involuntarily. Senior Wang Ming, is that river truly the legendary River of Time? Luo Wushuang recalled having encountered references to the River of Time in ancient texts, initially believing it to be mere myth. Yet, upon witnessing the river behind Lu Chen, those words instinctively surfaced in his mind. The expression on Wang Ming and the others remained largely unchanged, though their gazes toward Lu Chen were filled with profound reverence. As cultivators summoned by Lu Chen from across the realms, they were acutely aware of his mysterious strength. Indeed, it was the River of Time. The sect leader's manifestation of the River of Time must be a sign of recovering his power, Wang Ming remarked with a smile. At his words, the others' eyes brimmed with astonishment, their hearts trembling violently. How terrifying! What level of cultivation had the sect leader attained? To restore his strength to the extent of summoning the legendary River of Time was nothing short of astounding. Instantly, their gazes toward Lu Chen in the main seat were imbued with unparalleled awe. As Wang Ming's words reached Qin Ruoxian's ears, it was as if a bolt from the blue had struck her, causing her body to tremble slightly, her eyes filled with disbelief. Even in her previous life, with the cultivation of an emperor, she had never dared to tread upon the River of Time, not out of fear, but because she was incapable of even summoning it. Moreover, she sensed that the manifestation of the River of Time was not as simple as a mere illusion. In the upper realms, only those who had stepped into the realm of immortality could begin to grasp the essence of the River of Time, and to fully summon it was possible only for those of exceptional caliber. The thought sent a tremor through Qin Ruoxian's body, her exquisite face paling in an instant. She dared not contemplate further, if her thoughts were true. At that moment, countless phenomena surged behind Lu Chen, wildly rushing into his being. In the blink of an eye, the manifestations and their energies vanished, the divine light enveloping him dissipated, and the hall returned to tranquility, as if nothing had transpired. Finally, the aura had vanished. Everyone in the ancient city of Daqin felt the disappearance of that presence and collectively exhaled a sigh of relief. Although the aura lacked a sense of oppressive force, it instilled a profound sense of dread, as if deities from the heavens were casting their gaze upon them. Simultaneously, Lu Chen achieved perfect integration with the chaotic sacred body. He slowly opened his eyes, a divine light flashing within, revealing the semblance of reversing galaxies, with countless worlds floating therein. Had the fusion truly been completed? Lu Chen pondered, feeling perplexed, as he sensed nothing at all. Damn it! However, he soon became acutely aware of the transformation occurring within him. He had ascended to the 9th heaven of the transformation realm. Not only that, but even the Tao Palace and divine abode within his body had undergone tremendous changes. Initially, he had relied on enhancing his cultivation through sheer effort, which had resulted in an unstable foundation. Now, with the integration of the chaos sacred body, this flaw had been perfectly rectified. Lu Chen felt the alterations within him and was overwhelmed with exhilaration. At that moment, Lu Chen seemed to sense something and turned his gaze towards the crowd in the grand hall. To his astonishment, he found Luo Wushuang, Lin Yun, and Ling Shui staring at him with expressions of sheer shock. What is the situation? Why is everyone staring at me? Ahem. At that moment, Lu Chen uttered a voice. Ah! Ling Shui instantly came to her senses, realizing that Lu Chen was gazing at them with a commanding demeanor. Sect Master, Ling Shui exclaimed, her delicate face displaying surprise as she spoke. Luo Wushuang and Lin Yun quickly reacted as well, hurriedly showing their reverence to Lu Chen. Sect Master, have you completed your cultivation? After glancing at the three, noticing that Qin Ruoxian was absent from the hall, he inquired, by the way, where is Ruoxian? Given that their expedition to the great Qin dynasty had concluded, he was preparing to return to Kunlun sect to arrange for the recruitment of disciples. Sect Master, Junior sister mentioned she had matters to attend to at the Qin kingdom, seemingly to meet with the great ancestor of the Qin. Ling Shui promptly replied. Oh, to meet the great ancestor of the Qin? It seems she has learned of Ruoxian becoming a disciple of Kunlun sect and wishes to probe into our sect's background. Lu Chen mused inwardly with a smile. He understood the intentions of the great Qin dynasty, likely spurred by Chun Beishuan's formidable prowess capturing the attention of the great ancestor. Moreover, the great Qin dynasty indeed stood as a hegemonic force, boasting an ancestor at the half-step Heavenly King realm. Had it not been for the golden armored man that day, the 5 major dynasties would likely have met their demise. At that moment, Ling Shui spotted Qin Ruoxian outside the hall and joyfully called out, "Junior sister, you have returned." At this time, Qin Zhan, the great ancestor of the Qin, and Qin Ruoxian entered the hall together. Upon noticing Lu Chen seated at the head of the table, Qin Zhan and the great ancestor felt a jolt of reverence and immediately paid their respects to Lu Chen. "I, an old man, pay my respects to Sect Master Lu." Surprised by their courtesy, Lu Chen quickly grasped the reason. After all, Chen Beixian had slain the golden armored man, effectively saving the great Qin dynasty. He then smiled at the two, saying, "There is no need for such formality. Ruoxian is now a disciple of Kunlun sect, and should you encounter any difficulties in the future, feel free to come to us for assistance. We at Kunlun will certainly lend a helping hand." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of joy appeared in their eyes, and their hearts swelled with excitement. They had witnessed the might of Kunlun sect firsthand, particularly the indomitable presence of the figure in green, which had long been etched into their minds. They could hardly fathom the true depth of Kunlun's foundation, where even a half-step Heavenly King could only serve as a protective elder of the sect. One could not underestimate Chen Beixian's strength. Currently, all believed him to be at the half-step Heavenly King realm. If they were to discover that Chen Beixian was merely at the Void realm, it would undoubtedly shock many. As they contemplated this, they couldn't help but glance at Luo Wushuang beside them, sighing inwardly. If only the Great Qin could become a subordinate force of Kunlun sect. Furthermore, the power behind that golden armored man was not something the Great Qin dynasty could afford to offend. It hailed from a mighty force in the eastern celestial domain. This information was also gleaned from the mouths of the sovereigns of the 5 great dynasties. Presently, while it is true that the demise occurred within the Great Qin dynasty, it was instigated by the disciples of the Kunlun sect, which cannot be dissociated from the Qin. After all, it was the armored man who sought the primordial token, and the Kunlun sect's involvement stemmed from Qin Ruoxian's ascension as one of their disciples. Despite having secured a promise from Lu Chen, an unsettling feeling lingered in both their hearts. They feared that when the forces behind the armored man made their move, the Great Qin dynasty could swiftly face annihilation, leaving them no opportunity to seek aid from the Kunlun sect. With this thought, their foreboding grew increasingly acute. Qin Zhan exchanged a glance with the elder of the Great Qin and resolved to articulate his concerns. "Master Lu, we are profoundly grateful for your sect's intervention, which has allowed the Great Qin dynasty to evade a calamity." Qin Zhan expressed with heartfelt gratitude in his gaze. "You flatter me, Lord Qin. As I have stated before, since Ruoxian is a disciple of my Kunlun sect, offering assistance is only natural," Lu Chen replied with a smile, exhibiting a nonchalant demeanor regarding the matter. This is Lu Chen's protective nature. As long as they are disciples of the Kunlun sect, he will not hesitate to intervene whenever a disciple or their kin is in distress. Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, Qin Zhan discerned his indifference towards such matters and immediately adopted a respectful demeanor. "Master Lu, the Great Qin dynasty wishes to become a vassal force of the Kunlun sect, and I hope you will grant us this opportunity." Upon hearing this, Luo Wushuang was quite astonished, as she had not anticipated that even a dominant power from a state would aspire to align with the Kunlun sect. After expressing this, Qin Zhan felt a sense of relief wash over him, for he sensed an intangible pressure emanating from Lu Chen, such as the formidable power wielded by the leader of the hidden great sect. It is truly terrifying. This is, in fact, a consequence of Lu Chen's fusion with the chaotic sacred body. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen paused momentarily, realizing it bore resemblance to the Great Zhou dynasty. "Damn it, what kind of script are you writing, author?" However, after a moment's reflection, Lu Chen grasped the reason. "No, you need not understand. Just follow my script." "Damn. Haha. Very well, I shall comply." Lu Chen chuckled, readily agreeing, for the Great Qin dynasty possesses an ancestral figure at the half-step Heavenly King realm, making it the strongest in Qingzhou. Of course, currently, the mightiest is the Kunlun sect. As these words left his lips, both Qin Zhan and the ancestral figure of the Great Qin were overjoyed, their hearts brimming with excitement. "Rest assured, sect master, the Great Qin dynasty shall never betray the Kunlun sect," they proclaimed with fervor. Meanwhile, Qin Ruoxian displayed little reaction. Her gaze towards Lu Chen now tinged with a hint of reverence. She was filled with curiosity about the Kunlun sect, and after witnessing the extraordinary phenomenon triggered by Lu Chen, she was certain that the Kunlun sect was far more complex than she had initially thought. Ding! The Great Qin dynasty has become an affiliated power of the Kunlun sect. Congratulations, host, you have gained 10,000 sect points. As soon as the Great Qin dynasty was recognized as an affiliated power, Lu Chun heard the system's voice echo in his mind. 10,000 sect points. Truly worthy of being a hegemonic force of a state. Lu Chun was astonished, though he felt that the sect points were still a bit insufficient. With this thought, Lu Chun inwardly mused. System, open the sect panel. Ding. It has been opened. Sect, Kunlun sect. Sect residence, burial, Immortal Mountain Range. Sect master, Lu Chun. Cultivation, 9th layer of transformation. 1 cultivation card. Sect disciples, outer disciples, inner disciples, core disciples. 3. Sect stewards. None. Sect guards. 3. Sect guard elders. 1. Sect elders. 1. Sect points. 11,000. Sect ancestor. None. Alas, not even a single ordinary disciple. Now, he could only wait to return to Kunlun to begin the recruitment of disciples. Moments later, Lu Chen inquired, Qinzhan, what purpose does the ancient token serve? Casting a glance at Qinzhan, he recalled that the 5 sovereigns and the armored man seemed to have come for this ancient token. He too wished to understand its significance, which could attract so many individuals. Upon hearing this, both Qinzhan and the ancestral figure of the Great Qin were taken aback, their minds filled with confusion. How could the Kunlun sect, a hidden great sect, be unaware of the ancient token? As for Luo Wushuang and her companions, they were even more oblivious to the nature of the ancient token. After a brief moment of astonishment, Qinzhan did not ponder further and respectfully replied to Lu Chen. Sect Master, the ancient token is the key to enter the ancient secret realm and advance. It appears once every 100,000 years. Additionally, it contains the legacies of mighty beings from the ancient era. Moreover, is it truly a trial secret realm? Through Qinzhan's introduction, Lu Chen learned that the ancient secret realm was, in fact, a trial domain. Although it dates back to the ancient era, millions of years have passed, during which many opportunities have been seized by others. Lu Chen couldn't help but feel a tinge of regret. Currently, aside from the formidable Qing, who has attained the Heavenly King realm, Kunlun sect possesses merely 10 Heavenly King weapons and a few others, lacking substantial resources. The items in the system store require sect points for exchange, leaving Kunlun's sect with little to offer. He had originally anticipated entering the secret realm to procure sacred medicines or divine elixirs, yet unexpectedly, it has transformed into a testing ground for disciples of those powerful factions. Is this the true influence of capital? To transform a secret realm into a trial for sect disciples? While Lu Chen pondered this, the familiar voice of the system echoed in his mind. Ding! The system has detected that the depths of the ancient secret realm remain unexplored, and the host may enter once the realm materializes to investigate further what lies within. The system's revelation filled Lu Chen with excitement. The host must enter to discover. Damn it! The system remains reticent, leaving Lu Chen with no choice but to await the emergence of the secret realm to explore its mysteries. Sect Master, I believe this ancient token should be entrusted to you, Qinzhan suggested, noticing Lu Chen's silence and uncertainty. Now that the Great Qin has become subordinate to Kunlun, it is only fitting that the token be surrendered to the sect. Moreover, only Kunlun's sect possesses the strength to wield this ancient token. Realizing this, Lu Chen glanced at Qinzhan, understanding his concerns. Although the factions across the states have become aware of the ancient token within the Great Qin dynasty, Lu Chen trusted that unless a force of at least half a step into the Heavenly King realm intervened, none would dare act recklessly. They remain unaware of the relationship between Kunlun's sect and the Great Qin dynasty, knowing only that Kunlun's sect had once decisively eliminated a half-step Heavenly King within the Great Qin. Thus, having the ancient token within the Great Qin is tantamount to courting disaster. Currently, only Kunlun's sect possesses the strength to navigate this situation. With the expedition to the Great Qin dynasty concluded, Lu Chen prepared to return to Kunlun. But Qinzhan approached him with a proposal to merge the Great Qin dynasty with the Great Zhou dynasty, intending to forge a new realm. Lu Chen had no strong objections to this and suggested that Qinzhan discuss it with Luo Wushuang. Initially puzzled by the proposal, Luo Wushuang soon grasped the reasoning behind it. However, he could not make a decision unilaterally and needed to consult with the ancestors of the Great Zhou dynasty. Lord of Qin, I must confer with the ancestors regarding this matter. Might you accompany us to the Great Zhou? Upon hearing this, Qinzhan chuckled, my dear brother Luo, from now on we shall address each other as brothers. We are all comrades now, and naturally, The matter of the dynasty merger must be conveyed to Senior Luo. Once this matter is concluded, we must certainly indulge in a hearty drink together. Each dynasty is a legacy established by our ancestors, spanning thousands of years. The merger of two dynasties involves numerous complexities. Moreover, the Great Qin dynasty has maintained its status as a dominant power for millennia. Upon hearing these words, Luo Wushuang was taken aback, and his heart surged with excitement. He could hardly fathom the prospect of calling the leader of a dominant force his brother. In the past, whenever he attended the Qingzhou conference in the Great Qin dynasty, he had always approached Qin Zhan with the utmost respect, fearful of offending the Great Qin dynasty. Now, he found himself on such familiar terms with Qin Zhan. He understood that this transformation was largely due to the influence of the Kunlun sect. Without the Kunlun sect, the Great Zhou dynasty might have already faced annihilation. Contemplating this, admiration for Lu Chun and the Kunlun sect filled Luo Wushuang's eyes. Given that Brother Qin has expressed such sentiments, I shall rely on your guidance moving forward. Luo Wushuang replied with a smile. Haha, Brother Luo, you are too modest, Qin Zhan responded. As for the merger of dynasties, Luo Wushuang perceived it as an opportunity for the Great Zhou dynasty. He firmly believed that in the future, the Kunlun sect would undoubtedly emerge as a formidable force in the southern wilderness. At that time, the affiliated powers of the Kunlun sect might have the chance to become members of its outer sect. Such occurrences are not uncommon in the Xinwu continent, where affiliated powers, despite their inability to enter the main sect, can still contribute significantly and thus attain the status of outer sect members. This is indeed far stronger than the affiliated powers. The next day, outside the ancient city of the Great Qin, a figure clad in white appeared before Qin Zhan, Luo Wushuang, and the great ancestor of the Great Qin, resembling an ethereal being descending from the heavens. This figure was none other than Lu Chun, accompanied by Lin Yun and his companions, as well as Wang Ming and his associates, while Chun Beixian had been shadowing them discreetly. Qin Zhan followed Lu Chun to the Kunlun sect, while the great ancestor remained in the Great Qin dynasty to maintain order. Master, we are ready to depart. Luo Wushuang respectfully addressed Lu Chun. Very well, let us go. Lu Chun replied. In an instant, several streaks of light soared into the sky, heading towards the burial Immortal Mountain and the Kunlun sect. Meanwhile, in Tianzhou, at the Tianjin sect, the once dominant Tianwu dynasty had been vanquished by the great ancestor of the Great Qin after he recovered from his injuries. The Tianjin sect, also a former hegemonic force, had risen to power after the Grand Elder of the Tianjin sect made a breakthrough into the half-step Heavenly King realm, forcefully suppressing various factions, and had now become the sole hegemonic power in Tianzhou, possessing immense strength. Haha, I have finally broken through to the Void Realm. An elder suddenly appeared above the main peak, emanating a formidable aura that resonated throughout the entire Tianjin sect, drawing countless disciples' gazes towards the summit. Look! Who dares to seek death in our Tianjin sect? What? That is our Grand Elder. Indeed, but the aura is terrifying. Yes, it is the Grand Elder. He has broken through to the Void Realm. As the disciples were in shock, a voice of authority echoed in their ears. Haha. Congratulations to the Grand Elder on breaking through to the Void Realm. Our Tianjin sect has gained another powerhouse of the Void. A figure emerged in the Void. It was Zhao Wujin, the sect master of the Tianjin sect, boasting a formidable cultivation at the first level of the Void Realm. He looked at the elder on the main peak with excitement, and that elder was none other than Yunlong, the great ancestor of the Yuhua dynasty, who had now achieved the first level of the Void Realm. Yunlong pays respects to the sect master. Yunlong greeted Zhao Wujin with reverence, his expression brimming with excitement, though a menacing glint soon flickered in his eyes. Noticing something amiss, Zhao Wujin's expression shifted to one of confusion. Elder Yun, what troubles you? Yunlong's demeanor darkened as he recounted the plight of the Yuhua dynasty to Zhao Wujin. Humph, they dare to annihilate the legacy of our Grand Elder. They are truly seeking their own demise. Zhao Wujin's countenance turned furious upon hearing this, as if a dear friend had perished. Now that the Tianjin sect stood as the hegemonic power of the region, the destruction of their Grand Elder's legacy was a direct affront to their stature. Elder Yun, rest assured, as long as it is not the Kunlun sect from Qingzhou that intervenes, we need not fear any other faction. Goodness, you are indeed confident. Upon hearing this, Yunlong's previously murderous gaze faltered momentarily. The Kunlun sect? What sect is this? Zhao Wuji, perceiving Yunlong's confusion, promptly recounted the events that transpired in Qingzhou a few days prior. a formidable being of the Heavenly King realm. Upon hearing that the Kunlun sect might possess such a being, Yunlong's countenance drastically changed, and he could not help but exclaim in astonishment, "Indeed, Elder Yun, I fervently hope that the Feathered Ascension dynasty is not the one responsible for the annihilation perpetrated by this Kunlun sect." Zhao Wuji narrowed his eyes slightly at him and continued, "If it were the great Qin dynasty that acted, our Tianjin sect would certainly demand an explanation from the Grand Elder." Upon hearing this, Yunlong did not dwell on the matter, but his expression darkened ominously. The destruction of his lineage must be avenged. He was certain that neither the great Qin nor the great Xia dynasties were involved, as both were aware of his affiliation with the Tianjin sect and would not strike without cause. The only possibility was that the great Zhou dynasty, possessing comparable strength to the Feathered Ascension dynasty, was involved. With this realization, Yunlong's gaze grew even more lethal. Had it not been for his arrival at the Tianjin sect, the great Zhou dynasty would have long since met its demise at his hands. At that moment, Zhao Wuji appeared to have a revelation. He glanced at Elder Yunlong with a hint of excitement and declared, "Elder Yun, now that you have transcended to the Void Realm, allow me to host a celebration in your honor, so that the other factions in Tianzhou may recognize that our Tianjin sect has gained yet another formidable void expert." Without waiting for Yunlong to respond, Zhao Wuji continued, "Rest assured, in a few days, I shall send several elders to accompany you to Qizhou, allowing its powers to witness the might of our Tianjin sect." Zhao Wuji was eager for the entire southern wilderness to know of the emergence of another Void Realm master within their ranks. Goodness, while others seek vengeance. "You are already planning the feast." Upon hearing Zhao Wuji's words, Yunlong understood the importance of patience and respectfully replied, "Then, I would like to express my gratitude to the sect master in advance." "Ah, Elder Yun, there is no need for such formality. It is only fitting," Zhao Wuji joyfully responded. Subsequently, the Tianjin sect hosted a grand banquet, inviting all factions in Tianzhou to celebrate Elder Yunlong's momentous breakthrough into the Void Realm. It is not entirely surprising that Zhao Wuji acted in such a manner. In truth, within a single province, the number of those who have attained the Void Realm can be counted on one hand. Naturally, this scarcity does not apply to certain powerful regions where the Void Realm practitioners are more numerous. At this moment, within the expanse of the void, several streaks of light swiftly dart towards the direction of the burial Immortal Mountain Range. Should anyone witness this scene, they would undoubtedly be struck with astonishment, exclaiming, once again, "There are those who dare to venture into the perilous burial Immortal Mountain Range." In the realm of Xinwu, there exist 3 forbidden zones: the burial Immortal Mountain Range in the southern wilderness, the Demon God Mountain in the Demon Domain, and the Undying Divine River in the Eastern Heaven region. Among the 3 forbidden zones, the burial Immortal Mountain Range stands as the most tranquil of them all, while the other 2 are scarcely ventured into by cultivators. The Mountain of Demon Gods is a sacred ground for the demon race, rumored to be the resting place of countless formidable beings from their lineage. Human cultivators are utterly incapable of breaching the confines of the Mountain of Demon Gods, for they would undoubtedly be besieged and slaughtered by the demons upon entering their territory. As for the Undying Divine River, it is said to have existed since the primordial era, suffused with desolation and death, devoid of any semblance of life. Legends speak of a great human cultivator who ventured within 100 millennia ago, only to elicit heart-wrenching screams from outside moments later. That revered figure was never seen again. To this day, the mere mention of the Undying Divine River sends shivers down the spines of many. In contrast, the burial Immortal Mountain Range can be described as an anomaly among the 3 great forbidden zones. Unlike the Undying Divine River, it is not devoid of life. Rather, it is adorned with towering trees and vibrant vitality, presenting a picturesque landscape. Yet, this idyllic paradise is shrouded in terror and mystery. Standing as the most formidable of the 3, ancient texts recount that during the mythic era, numerous emperors inexplicably appeared within the burial Immortal Mountain Range one day, only to be whisked away by an enigmatic force. Some believe these emperors were drawn to the higher realms by the mysterious powers of the Forbidden Zone, while others assert that profound horrors lurk deep within the mountains, leading to a myriad of interpretations. Suddenly, a flurry of radiant lights descended upon the burial Immortal Mountain Range, startling the avian inhabitants into a cacophony of cries. It was none other than Lu Chen and his companions, returning from the great Qin dynasty. "Is this the burial Immortal Mountain Range?" Qin Zhan gasped, his eyes wide with disbelief as he sensed the surroundings. He turned to Lu Chen, incredulous. Is our Kunlun sect truly located within this burial, immortal mountain range? Indeed, our Kunlun sect resides here, Lu Chen replied with a smile, unfazed by his astonishment. After all, this was a forbidden zone, and any individual from the Immortal Martial Continent would likely react in a similar fashion. Seeing Qin Zhan's expression, Luo Wushuang could not help but chuckle. Within the sect, Lu Chen instructed Ling Shui to guide Qin Ruoxian around the premises, as many of the sect's structures were still under development. Meanwhile, Qin Zhan and Luo Wushuang proceeded to consult with the esteemed ancestor of the Great Zhou regarding the matter of merging dynasties. Lu Chen acquiesced to their desires. Recognizing that the stronger the affiliated forces of Kunlun's sect became, the more illustrious the name of Kunlun would grow. Upon returning to the main hall, he resolved to meticulously plan the development of Kunlun. On a lofty peak, Ling Shui, I wish to wander through the sect on my own. There is no need for you to accompany me in my exploration, Qin Ruoxian said with a gentle smile gracing her exquisite face. Very well, Ruoxian. I shall retreat to my cultivation, Ling Shui replied, a hint of disappointment flickering across her features. As she had hoped to learn more about her junior sister and the reasons behind her rapid advancement in cultivation. Nevertheless, she was quite pleased. Having enjoyed a delightful conversation with Qin Ruoxian, and they addressed each other not as senior and junior, but as if they were sisters. Once Ling Shui departed, Qin Ruoxian attuned herself to the energies of Kunlun's sect, and her expression shifted dramatically. How is this possible? She exclaimed. For the spiritual energy present here was akin to the celestial essence from the higher realms. The moment she stepped into Kunlun's sect, she sensed something amiss, prompting her to send Ling Shui away in order to investigate further. To her astonishment, the revelation left her profoundly shaken. The spiritual energy here may merely seem abundant to those from the Xianwu continent. However, for her, who has been reborn from the higher realm, it holds a different significance. She is confident that she can cultivate here, and it is likely that she will soon regain her former strength. Qin Ruoxian is increasingly astonished and awestruck by the mysteries of the Kunlun sect. She cannot fathom who possesses the extraordinary ability to draw the spiritual energy from the upper realm to the lower realm. Perhaps this is my opportunity to enter a mysterious sect in the lower realm. A glimmer of determination flashed in Qin Ruoxian's eyes, as if she had made a significant decision. Meanwhile, on the disciple peak, Lin Yun was not engaged in cultivation. Instead, he gazed into the distance with a seemingly melancholic expression. Although Lin Yun typically exhibited a playful demeanor, ever since the complete awakening of his Battle Saint body, complemented by the Battle Saint technique, he had successfully advanced to the Dao Palace realm. Truly, he is worthy of being the Battle Saint body. As for Ling Shui, having cultivated the Willow God technique, she too made remarkable progress, breaking through to the Dao Palace realm. Just as Lin Yun was contemplating composing a poem, a voice interrupted, instantly dissipating his melancholic gaze. Senior brother, you are slacking off again, Ling Shui exclaimed, her small mouth pouting in annoyance. She had intended to return to her own cultivation, but was taken aback to find Lin Yun lost in thought. Aware of Lu Chen's high expectations for both of them, she had been diligently practicing. As for Lin Yun, he often needed her encouragement to focus on his cultivation, as he was all too readily distracted. Seeing Lin Yun staring blankly at her without responding, Ling Shui feigned anger and declared, I will inform the sect master. Turning to leave, she was abruptly halted by Lin Yun's urgent grasp. Junior sister, I was just contemplating the Battle Saint technique, which is why I seemed distracted. Upon hearing the mention of the sect master, Lin Yun panicked, fearing that if Lu Chen learned of his laziness, he would surely face dire consequences. The thought sent a shiver down his spine. Contemplating techniques. I'm so sorry, senior brother. I had no idea you were in the midst of such profound thought. It's entirely my fault for interrupting you. Ling Shui's face was filled with remorse upon realizing Lin Yun was engaged in contemplation. It's quite all right, junior sister. I've already cultivated the Battle Saint technique to the second layer, Lin Yun stated with a serious expression. Indeed, as expected of you. Ling Shui wholeheartedly believed her brother, choosing to trust whatever he said. If Qin Ruoxian were to take over, it is likely that the competition would swiftly conclude. Is that truly the case? Senior brother, you are truly remarkable. Ling Shui felt immense joy upon hearing Lin Yun's words. Junior sister, I shall not disappoint the sect master. Lin Yun replied with a serious expression and unwavering gaze. Although Lin Yun typically does not focus on his cultivation, when he commits himself, His abilities are certain to surpass his current state, though that remains a matter for the future. However, that is not the concern at this very moment. Junior sister. It seems we have not engaged in discussions about techniques together for quite some time, Lin Yun remarked, casting a playful smile at Ling Xue's delicate face. Senior brother. Are you referring to the sacred art of battle? Ling Xue responded, somewhat perplexed. This was due to Lin Yun having previously extolled the might of the sacred art of battle, which made her somewhat incredulous when he mentioned cultivating to the second level. At this moment, Lin Yun took hold of Ling Xue's delicate hand, causing her stunningly beautiful cheeks to flush a vivid crimson, accentuated by her flowing white gown. In that instant, Ling Xue appeared extraordinarily enchanting, rendering Lin Yun momentarily spellbound. Senior brother, she blushed, her countenance resembling a ripe peach, evoking an irresistible desire to savor her sweetness, as if she had suddenly grasped an understanding of something profound. Naturally, it pertained to meditation and cultivation. Meanwhile, within the grand hall of the Dazhou royal palace, Qin Zhan and Luo Wushuang, alongside the esteemed ancestor of Dazhou, were deliberating matters regarding the unification of their dynasties. Haha, excellent. Since Senior Luo has also consented, I shall return to Daqin now. In 3 days, Daqin and Dazhou shall officially merge, heralding the dawn of a new dynasty. Qin Zhan expressed his elation at the resolution of their union. Indeed, we are now all subordinate forces of the Kunlun sect, and unity is paramount. The Dazhou ancestor responded with a smile. By the way, the name of the new dynasty should be determined by the sect master. Luo Wushuang interjected hastily, recognizing the importance of consulting the main sect for approval. Lu Chen had already assented to their merger, yet the name of the dynasty rightfully rested in his hands. Both men quickly realized their oversight, their expressions shifting slightly, acutely aware of the gravity of their near misstep. Indeed, Brother Luo, I shall accompany you to meet the sect master. Very well, let us proceed. In the Kunlun main hall, Lu Chen sat in the principal seat, observing the two below him, and spoke slowly. Well, since you have reached a decision, allow me to bestow a name upon your new dynasty. Lu Chen was not overly concerned with this matter, as his own sect was yet to be fully established. Upon hearing this, Qin Zhan and Luo Wushuang's faces lit up with excitement, and they respectfully addressed Lu Chen. We beseech the sect master to grant a name for the new dynasty. Truth be told, Lu Chen was uncertain about what name to choose. Yet he felt a sense of nostalgia for the blue star from which he had traversed. Let it be called the Jiuzhou dynasty, he declared, looking at the two. Upon hearing the name Jiuzhou, they exchanged glances and immediately bowed respectfully to Lu Chen, exclaiming, Thank you, sect master. After casting a glance at the two, Lu Chen replied nonchalantly, Very well. If there is nothing further, you may commence your preparations. Yes, sect master. In the eastern heavenly domain, the Jiuzhou dynasty stood as the pinnacle of power, housing formidable beings at the heavenly king level. In comparison, the various dynasties of the southern wilderness were on an entirely different echelon. At this moment, within the grandiose hall of the Jiuzhou palace, a middle-aged man exuding a domineering aura occupied the principal seat, emanating an overwhelming pressure at all times. The Jiuzhou officials within the hall gazed up at this imposing figure, their eyes filled with trepidation. The southern wilderness, the Qinzhou Kunlun sect? The middle-aged man was none other than the sovereign of the Nine Nether dynasty, Yuli. His gaze, as cold as ice, fixated upon a man clad in battle armor below. Indeed, my lord, Commander Wu was slain by the hands of Kunlun sect. The armored man trembled, overwhelmed by Yu Li's ominous presence. He referred to Commander Wu, the golden-armored figure who had met his demise at the hands of Chen Beixian. Kunlun sect? What sort of insignificant sect dares to take the life of one from my Nine Nether dynasty? A man, adorned in exquisite robes and exuding an astonishing aura, stepped forward and glared at the armored man in fury. The latter, drenched in cold sweat from the overwhelming pressure, hastily replied, My lord, I have heard from those in the southern wilderness that Kunlun sect seems to be a hidden sect. Nonsense! What hidden sect? The nobleman shouted in anger. He then turned to Yu Li with utmost respect, saying, My lord, permit me to venture into the southern wilderness and obliterate this Kunlun sect, retrieving the ancient token. Upon hearing this, Yu Li narrowed his eyes, remaining silent, lost in thought. He had initially suspected the Jun family from the southern wilderness was behind this, as apart from those forces, the Nine Nether dynasty had no fear of others. Even the Jun family, when compared to the Nine Nether dynasty, fell short. Furthermore, the Kunlun sect had a formidable presence, boasting a half-step heavenly king. Although the Nine Nether dynasty resided in the eastern celestial domain, Yuli possessed a thorough understanding of the powers within the southern wilderness. He had never heard of any Kunlun sect. Otherwise, he would not have dispatched the golden-armored man to the southern wilderness. Li Mu, go to the ancestral land and awaken an elder. Inform him that the ancient secret realm is about to emerge. I believe the elder will take action. Yuli's icy gaze fixed upon the nobleman, intent on calling upon the legacy of the dynasty as a precaution. Upon hearing this, the nobleman and the courtiers within the grand hall could not help but shudder. Their hearts filled with astonishment. They had not anticipated that the sovereign would summon an elder for the sake of the ancient token. The nobleman quickly regained composure, bowing respectfully to Yu Li before exiting the hall. Clearly, the Nine Nether dynasty harbored many ancient beings. Yes, my lord. 3 days later, news of the merger between the Great Qin dynasty and the Great Zhou dynasty spread across the southern wilderness, capturing the attention of countless individuals. Have you heard? The Great Qin and Great Zhou dynasties of Qizhou have actually merged. What? Impossible. The Great Qin dynasty is the dominator of Qizhou. How could they possibly merge with a first-rate force like the Great Zhou dynasty? Has the sovereign of the Great Qin lost his mind? Hush. You know nothing. The Great Qin dynasty is no longer the ruler of Qinzhou. Are you referring to Kunlun sect? Yes, indeed, Kunlun sect. Moreover, after the merger, the two dynasties have adopted the name of the Jiuzhou dynasty. Remarkably, they have even become a subsidiary force of Kunlun sect. Currently, the dominant force in Qinzhou is the Kunlun sect. Hiss, is the Kunlun sect truly that formidable? The various states are taken aback by the actions of the Great Qin dynasty. Although the Great Qin dynasty is not particularly powerful in the southern wilderness, it possesses an elder at the half-step king realm. Yet, it has now become a subordinate force of the Kunlun sect, which is indeed disheartening. Meanwhile, at the elder peak of the Tianjin sect, Yunlong had initially intended to head to Qizhou today to obliterate the Great Zhou dynasty. However, upon learning of the merger between the Great Zhou and the Great Qin dynasties, his expression darkened considerably, reflecting his deep discontent. The Great Qin dynasty. Yunlong gritted his teeth, feeling the bitterness of vengeance for the destruction of his legacy now imminent. Yet, it was precisely at this moment that the merger with the Great Qin dynasty occurred, further fueling his animosity. Nonetheless, he recognized that the Great Qin dynasty was beyond his capacity to challenge, especially now that the two dynasties had united under the Kunlun sect's banner. Even as the Grand Elder of the Tianjin sect, Zhao Wuji would not jeopardize his standing with the newly formed Jiuzhou dynasty solely to assist him. Furthermore, the formidable and unknown power of the Kunlun sect loomed behind the Jiuzhou dynasty. Yet, Zhao Wuji remained oblivious to these intricacies. He was only aware that Yunlong's legacy had been extinguished in Qinzhou, and the identity of the perpetrator remained unclear to him. This has led to Zhao Wuji, despite being aware of the events in Qizhou, not paying them much heed. After all, in his view, as long as the Tianjin sect does not actively provoke the Kunlun sect, all will be well. However, this does not imply that Zhao Wuji harbors any fear of the Kunlun sect. On the contrary, with his own ancestor now at the threshold of the Heavenly King realm, he is imbued with immense confidence. At this moment, Zhao Wuji had arrived at Elder Peak and, upon seeing Yunlong, assumed he was ready to journey to Qizhou. He let out a hearty laugh, exclaiming, "Haha, Yunlong, this time let the fifth elder accompany you to Qizhou." Zhao Wuji chuckled, as ever since the grand banquet, the entire Tianzhou had become aware of the unparalleled strength of the Tianjin sect, which filled him with pride. Hearing Zhao Wuji's words, Yunlong felt a deep sense of gratitude towards him. However, he could not help but wonder what Zhao Wuji was so gleeful about. Was it the feast? A bitter smile crossed Yunlong's face as he explained the situation regarding the Zhou dynasty to Zhao Wuji. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wuji's expression faltered for a moment, a hint of disappointment flickering in his eyes. The feast is off? No, it is the Tianjin sect's pretense that cannot be upheld. Several elders behind him also displayed a glimmer of disappointment. Damn it, this individual seems unlikely to succeed in their endeavors. It appears that Elder Yun must deliberate on this matter for an extended period. Zhao Wuji hastily remarked, his concern being that Yunlong, in a fit of fervor, might recklessly march towards Qingzhou. It is not that he fears the Kunlun sect. Rather, it is the prevailing rumors from the outside world that speak of the formidable presence of a Heavenly King-level expert within the Kunlun sect. This compelled him to exercise caution. And even the ancient ancestor of the Great Qin, who stands at the threshold of the Heavenly King realm, has now become a subordinate force of the Kunlun sect. Even the current Heavenly Sword sect, which possesses an ancestor at the half-step Heavenly King level, dares not offend the Kunlun sect. Master, I comprehend the gravity of this matter. Even if I seek vengeance, I shall not do so under the banner of the Heavenly Sword sect. As he spoke, a glimmer of madness flickered in Yunlong's eyes. The vendetta against his clan is one that cannot be tolerated. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wuji felt a wave of relief and promptly exchanged a few words with Yunlong before departing with several elders. In the desolate region of the Jun family reigns supreme. As the sole hegemonic force in, the Jun family has governed this vast land for millennia, positioning itself as one of the most formidable dominions in the southern desolate region, second only to the superlative powers. Their strength is nothing short of extraordinary, surpassing even the royal families of Yuezhou by a significant margin. At this moment, within a colossal ancient city spanning thousands of miles, an awe-inspiring and terrifying aura suddenly emerged, surging forth from the depths of the city and enveloping the entirety of this grand metropolis. The air trembled. This energy signifies that the 5 ancestors have emerged from seclusion. At the heart of the ancient city, within a magnificent edifice, Jun Wuhui, who was deep in meditation, sensed this terrifying presence and felt a surge of excitement before vanishing from his original location in an instant. The magnificent ancient city, known as the residence of the Jun family, is called Taisu City. It is said to be named after the ancient ancestor of the Jun family, and the entire city is safeguarded by powerful runes inscribed by that very ancestor, rendering it impenetrable to outsiders. Even beings of the Heavenly King realm would find it impossible to breach its defenses. The atmosphere is charged with excitement. Surely, the 5th ancestor has emerged from seclusion. The members of the Jun family within the city are visibly agitated, and one elder, in particular, exclaims with fervor. Deep within the ancient city lies the ancestral grounds of the Jun family. Jun Wuhui stands respectfully outside, as if awaiting the arrival of someone significant. Suddenly, a ripple disturbs the space before him, and an elderly man clad in gray materializes, devoid of any discernible aura, resembling an ordinary old man as he slowly steps through the portal. Jun Wuhui, I am honored to meet the 5th ancestor, Jun Wuhui exclaims, his face alight with excitement as he approaches with reverence. The elder glances at Jun Wuhui and nods. Indeed, it has been a century. Your advancement to the half-step Heavenly King realm indicates that I did not misjudge you. Thank you for your kind words. 5th ancestor, Jun Wuhui responds, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. 5th ancestor, the ancient token of the wild has emerged. He continues cautiously, casting a careful glance at the elder. Whose possession is it currently? The 5th ancestor inquires, his expression unchanging, as if indifferent to the matter. He understands Jun Wuhui's intentions, but did not anticipate that. Aside from those forces in the South Wasteland, another power could pose a challenge to the Jun family. 5th ancestor. It is as follows. Jun Wuhui recounts the events that transpired in Qingzhou to the 5th ancestor. Interesting. I am curious to see what the Kunlun sect truly harbors. The 5th ancestor remarks, his demeanor unchanged, simply responding with a hint of intrigue. Meanwhile, in the courtyard of the Kunlun sect, Lin Yun, Luo Lingxue, and Qin Ruoxian engage in a harmonious discussion regarding their cultivation practices. Qin Ruoxian meticulously explains the challenges and bottlenecks she has encountered in her training to Lin Yun and Lingxue. Both are left astounded by her insights, pondering the possibility that their junior sister might be a reincarnation of a great being. At this moment, Lin Yun widened her eyes and gazed at Qin Ruoxian, exclaiming, Junior sister, how is it that you possess such profound knowledge of the various realms? Indeed, junior sister, you are truly remarkable. It is no wonder your breakthroughs come so swiftly. Ling Shui, equally astonished, remarked, and inwardly lamented, as an elder sister. I find myself relying on my junior sister for guidance. Alas, perhaps my innate talent is simply superior. Qin Ruoxian smiled charmingly, preferring not to reveal her true identity just yet. Although she had thoroughly integrated into the Kunlun sect, she could not yet discern the depths of its heritage. She merely recognized that the Kunlun sect stronghold was exceptionally remarkable, perhaps concealing even greater power. However, should her true identity eventually come to light, she would no longer be the empress ruling over an ancient kingdom, but merely a disciple of the Kunlun sect. At this moment, Qin Ruoxian could not help but ponder. Perhaps the Kunlun sect is my ultimate sanctuary. When Lin Yun thought of his talented junior sister in cultivation, his mind began to wander. Could she possibly wish to ride on my face as well? No. I must intensify my training, otherwise. When the sect leader discovers my junior sister's extraordinary gifts, my position as the eldest disciple will surely be at risk. The more he contemplated, the more anxious he became. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he looked at Chen Ruoxian and inquired, "Junior sister, are you aware of the Battle Saint body?" The mention of the Battle Saint body caused Chen Ruoxian's expression to change dramatically. She fixed her gaze on Lin Yun and exclaimed, "The Battle Saint body. This is a constitution that can only manifest in the upper realms. It is utterly impossible for such a defiant physique to exist in the lower realms due to the deficiencies of the heavenly Tao." Lin Yun's words ignited a premonition within her. It seemed, "Lin, senior brother, how do you know about the Battle Saint body?" She was still getting accustomed to addressing him as senior brother, considering Lin Yun often shared mischievous smiles with Ling Shui, which she had observed keenly. However, as a disciple of the Kunlun sect, she would eventually have to call him that. Moreover, with her discerning eye, she could tell that Lin Yun bore some peculiarities. Lin Yun felt a twinge of unease under his junior sister's intense scrutiny, puzzled by her significant reaction to his mention of the Battle Saint body. After a brief pause, he shifted his gaze and said, "Well, junior sister, may I ask you something?" He chuckled nervously. At this moment, Lin Yun was already certain that his junior sister knew about the Battle Saint body, and he could not help but smile wryly. "Sect leader, why does it seem that my junior sister is knowledgeable about everything? It is quite embarrassing for me as the eldest disciple." Lin Yun felt as though his two junior sisters were perpetually riding on his face, undermining his authority as the eldest disciple of the Kunlun sect. One cannot fault Lin Yun for his lack of experience, for he hails from a modest family, where his encounters with formidable beings were limited to those at the Dao Palace realm. Had it not been for his induction into the Kunlun sect, which awakened his Battle Saint body, it is likely that this extraordinary physique would have remained obscured, lost to obscurity throughout his lifetime. Upon hearing this, Luo Lingshua's expression shifted subtly. Her lips parted in disbelief as she gazed at Chen Ruoxian and inquired, "Junior sister, are you acquainted with the Battle Saint body?" She had heard the sect master speak of the immense power of the Battle Saint body. Logically, cultivators of their rank should not have access to knowledge of such a physique. Were it not for Lin Yun's possession of this extraordinary constitution, she would scarcely believe in the existence of such a defiant trait. Now, not only does her junior sister possess a profound understanding of the challenges faced in cultivation, but she also seems to be aware of even more enigmatic matters. This inevitably led her to feel a mysterious illusion regarding her prodigious junior sister. It was well known that the Battle Sage body was among the top 10 physiques of the heavens, immensely powerful. Possessing such a physique meant that, barring any untimely demise, becoming a great emperor was merely the starting point. Chen Ruoxian gazed earnestly at the two and spoke slowly. The mention of the great emperor being merely a starting point left Ling Shui with her mouth agape, as if it could accommodate a meat stick, trembling inwardly. "Surely, my junior sister must be jesting. A great emperor. That is the pinnacle of the cultivation path. How could it possibly be a starting point?" For cultivators from the lower realms, a great emperor represented the final step in their journey, with an extraordinarily long lifespan. Moreover, the Xianwu continent had not witnessed the emergence of a great emperor for over 1,000,000 years, leading its inhabitants to believe it was an era devoid of such figures. As for the true nature of the supreme great emperor realm, perhaps only those ancient, immortal powers that had persisted for millions of years might possess some understanding. Upon hearing this, Lin Yun's body trembled instantaneously, and his wide eyes fixated on his seemingly serious junior sister, uncertain if he had misheard. "Junior sister, are you certain you are not jesting?" "Indeed, junior sister, the sect master has mentioned that our senior brother's physique is promising for future greatness," they both expressed, struggling to believe that their junior sister was not merely teasing them. "By the way, junior sister, you just said that the great emperor is merely a starting point." Ling Shui began to inquire about the meaning of this assertion. Before she could finish her sentence, Chen Ruoxian interjected, her gaze sharpening. "Ling Shui, did you just claim that Lin Shixiang possesses the Battle Sage body?" "No, how could that be possible? How could such a physique appear in the lower realms?" she exclaimed, astonished that she had failed to recognize Lin Yun's true nature all along. "Yes, our senior brother's physique is indeed the Battle Sage body," Ling Shui responded dismissively, observing Chen Ruoxian's bewilderment. Lin Yun then asserted seriously, "Junior sister, I truly possess the Battle Sage body. The sect master has also indicated that my physique is extraordinarily powerful and that achieving the status of great emperor is not an issue." Upon hearing this, Chen Ruoxian could no longer maintain her composure. Lin Shixiang, you must use your full strength against me, she declared, eager to validate whether Lin Yun genuinely possessed the battle sage body. What? Use my full strength against you? Ling Shui was momentarily stunned, frozen in place. Meanwhile, Lin Yun was equally bemused, gazing incredulously at Qin Ruoxian. What is happening? Is my junior sister truly challenging my vulnerability as soon as she enters the Kunlun sect? She is already at the Dao Palace realm, while I am merely at the 9th level of the spiritual sea, a recent breakthrough. However, considering the rapidity of his own progress, from awakening the battle sage body to advancing from the spiritual pulse realm to the 9th level of the spiritual sea in less than a month, felt as if he had been granted some extraordinary boon. If the young prodigies of the Xianwu continent, who pride themselves on their unparalleled genius, were to discover this, they would undoubtedly seek to crush Lin Yun. Isn't this self-inflicted torment? The key issue is that Ling Shui is watching from the sidelines, which makes his face feel exposed. Observing the reactions of the two, Qin Ruoxian realized they did not yet grasp her meaning, and promptly remarked, Brother Lin, you have yet to engage in genuine combat, have you? Her assertion was indeed accurate. Lin Yun had never truly fought against anyone, leaving him uncertain about his own strength. Within his family, Lin Yun was deemed a worthless individual, someone who could easily be bullied. Although he had entered Kunlun and awakened the body of battle, experiencing a remarkable surge in power, he had yet to engage in any real confrontations. Nevertheless, Qin Ruoxian understood the immense power of the body of battle, which was virtually invincible within the same realm. This realm of the same level is not one that ordinary cultivators inhabit. Rather, it belongs to the unparalleled geniuses who share a unique constitution. Indeed, junior sister, I have yet to engage in combat with others. Lin Yun's face flushed with embarrassment, followed by a chuckle. By the way, junior sister, why do you want me to unleash my full strength against you? With a contemplative glance at Lin Yun, Qin Ruoxian explained. Possessing the battle saint body not only renders one invincible at the same realm, but it also allows for a fierce confrontation even against those of higher cultivation. As she spoke, she recalled a supreme being from the upper realm who also possessed the battle saint body. She cast a profound look at Lin Yun before continuing. Moreover, the battle saint body is inherently forged for combat. Only through relentless battles and the continual honing of oneself can one comprehend the essence of battle and transcend into the true path of invincibility. Qin Ruoxian's deep understanding of the battle saint body stemmed from the existence of a formidable being in the upper realm who shared this unique constitution. This entity was a terrifying presence within the realm of immortality. Even her adversaries, including the ancient and boundless nation of immortals, were rendered insignificant before such a being. Upon hearing this, Ling Shui's expression shifted to one of shock. Lin Yun's eyes sparkled with intrigue. At that moment, he too yearned to assess his own strength. Junior sister is right. Only through constant combat can one grow stronger, regardless of whether what she says holds truth or not. It seems that only through practical experience can I truly ascertain my abilities. Resolute in his thoughts, Lin Yun decided to venture out for training, unwilling to remain in the confines of a sheltered environment. Turning to Ling Shui, he spoke earnestly. Junior sister, please step back. I fear I may inadvertently harm you. Okay, brother, Ruoxian, just don't take it too seriously. Let us keep it light. Ling Shui expressed her concern, aware of the significant disparity between Lin Yun and Qin Ruoxian's realms. Her worry lay not with Qin Ruoxian, but rather with Lin Yun. Junior sister, I shall now make my move, Lin Yun declared as Ling Shui retreated to a safe distance. Upon hearing this, Qin Ruoxian nodded slightly. You must give it your all. Otherwise, you won't be able to withstand even a single blow from me. To ensure Lin Yun unleashed his full potential, she couldn't resist a little provocation. Indeed, Lin Yun could no longer contain himself upon hearing her words. I knew it. Junior sister, you truly wish to assert your dominance over me. This phrase essentially conveys the sentiment of questioning one's abilities, akin to saying, can you really do it, you insignificant creature? Can this be endured? Immediately, Lin Yun erupted with a formidable aura. A surge of golden blood spanning 100 feet burst forth from his body, soaring towards the clouds as if the very void had been pierced. Boom! The golden sacred blood, the battle saint body. Witnessing this scene, Qin Ruoxian's heart trembled fiercely. In that instant, she was convinced and believed that Lin Yun truly possessed the battle saint body. The battle saint body. If he were to ascend to the higher realms, he might very well become a supreme figure standing tall in the world. Astonished, Qin Ruoxian murmured to herself, just as she was engulfed in her shock. Junior sister. Be careful, Lin Yun shouted, raising his hand into a fist. The golden sacred blood surged wildly to his fist, delivering a powerful strike towards Qin Ruoxian. Battle Saint Fist. Boom. As the punch was unleashed, the space before him crackled ominously, as if it were about to tear apart. Crack. A massive golden fist imprint, imbued with overwhelming power, charged towards Qin Ruoxian. Is this the Battle Saint body? Watching the approaching golden imprint, Qin Ruoxian's expression changed. She could sense that this punch from Lin Yun could not even be withstood by someone at the Divine Concealment Realm. It was likely already capable of contending with those at the Dao Palace realm. It is important to note that this represented a leap across a significant chasm of realms. While there were indeed young prodigies in the upper realms capable of fighting beyond their means, they were all endowed with extraordinary gifts. In the pursuit of cultivation, the difference of even a minor realm felt as insurmountable as a chasm, let alone a major realm. This utterly shattered her understanding of the Battle Saint body. Boom. Qin Ruoxian unleashed a palm strike, and their fists collided with a deafening explosion. She was at the 9th level of the Dao Palace realm, and as an emperor in her past life, her combat experience was immensely rich. Faced with Lin Yun's punch, she easily neutralized it. In the distance, Ling Xue's mouth gaped in astonishment, her eyes wide with shock. I never expected my senior brother to be this strong. She too could feel the might of Lin Yun's punch. Had it been her, she would not have been able to withstand it. Alas, it seems she can no longer take advantage of her senior brother. Surprised that his full force attack was effortlessly deflected by his junior sister, Lin Yun reflected that she was right. Only through continuous combat could one grow stronger. He stood there, murmuring to himself, not disappointed in his strength, but rather acknowledging his own potential. He needed to engage in battle persistently. Senior brother, that punch just now was incredibly powerful. Ling Xue and Qin Ruoxian approached excitedly. Hee. Little junior sister is also remarkably strong. I, your senior brother, have yet to match her cultivation. Lin Yun chuckled, gazing at the two, confident that he would soon surpass his junior sister. He held an unwavering faith in himself. It is not that Lin Yun fears that the position of the senior brother does not belong to him. Rather, as a disciple of the Kunlun sect, he must uphold the dignity and prestige of the sect and cannot allow others to mock it. He is even more reluctant to disappoint Lu Chen. Senior brother, with your innate strength as the bodhisattva of battle, your capabilities can no longer be measured by mere cultivation realms. I believe you are well aware of your own prowess, and it is likely that you could contend with those at the Dao Palace level without issue, Qin Ruoxian remarked, nodding slightly. At this moment, she had come to acknowledge Lin Yun as her senior brother. Although she was already a disciple of Kunlun, it would not have been easy for her to accept her senior brother if he were devoid of talent and strength. After all, in many aspects, she could be considered a senior herself. Despite her diminished cultivation, the insights and hidden strengths of an emperor are unfathomable. I must also thank you, junior sister, for allowing me to gain clarity regarding my own strength, Lin Yun expressed. You are too modest, senior brother, Qin Ruoxian replied with a faint smile. Senior brother, Ling Xue, why don't you share with me some tales of our Kunlun sect? Qin Ruoxian, still unfamiliar with Kunlun, sensed that there seemed to be a terrifying presence hidden within the sect, shrouded in mystery. Certainly, junior sister. Come, let us sit over there and converse, Ling Xue said as she took Qin Ruoxian's hand and led her toward a nearby peak. Junior sister, I must attend to some matters with the sect leader, so I will not accompany you, Lin Yun stated, intending to discuss the matter of going out for training with Lu Chen. Upon hearing this, Qin Ruoxian appeared to discern Lin Yun's intentions and said nothing further. After all, the bodhisattva of battle was never a delicate flower sheltered in a greenhouse. She had heard in the upper realms of that supreme being possessing the bodhisattva of battle, who, in his youth, had vanquished countless prodigies, saints, and holy maidens, and ascended to emperor status in less than 500 years. Moreover, if the Kunlun sect truly is the ancient power she suspects in the upper realm, it is likely that Lin Yun could attain the status of emperor in a matter of mere centuries. Meanwhile, in the Zhuzhou dynasty, the former royal city of the Great Zhou dynasty has now become the royal city of the Zhuzhou dynasty. Although this royal city lacks protective formations and pales in comparison to the ancient capital of the Great Chen, it is well known among the major powers of the southern wilderness that the Zhuzhou dynasty is now a subordinate force of Kunlun. Until it is confirmed whether Kunlun is indeed a hidden sect and possesses beings of the Heavenly King realm, Those forces at the half-step Heavenly King level dare not recklessly strike against the Jiuzhou dynasty. After all, on that day in the capital of the Great Qin, Chen Beixian had forcefully slain a half-step Heavenly King, instilling immense trepidation among the first-rate hegemonic powers. There are two rulers in the Jiuzhou dynasty, Qin Zhan and Luo Wushuang. As for the ancestors of the two individuals, they have become the shared ancestors of the Jiuzhou dynasty. Meanwhile, Luo Yuan has now transcended into the Void Realm, bolstered by the substantial foundation of the former Qin dynasty, which provided him with a rare spiritual herb and a void-breaking pill to aid in his recovery and ascension. At this moment, a warship traversed dimensions. In the skies above the southern wilderness, an enormous bronze warship, exuding an ancient aura, abruptly materialized, emblazoned with the two archaic characters Zhuyo, as it hastened towards a specific direction within the southern wilderness. The thunderous sounds of the warship reverberated through the void, creating a cacophony of resounding impacts. The echoes of the ruptured void resonating across the realm, instantly capturing the attention of numerous forces beneath the path of the warship. At this moment, the various cultivators across the southern wilderness were all taken aback. What on earth? Look quickly. What was that object that just soared past? Its speed was astonishing, akin to a calf taking flight. Truly remarkable, one cultivator exclaimed, drawing the attention of those around, who all turned their gazes toward the void. Hiss! That appeared to be a warship. Indeed, it was a warship, but which hegemonic power did it belong to? Warships were possessions reserved for forces of hegemonic status and above. Thus, they immediately discerned that this vessel must belong to some dominant force. What was happening recently? First, the emergence of the seemingly reclusive Kunlun sect. And now an ancient warship has appeared. Could it signify that another major event was unfolding? That direction seemed to be Qizhou. The ancient token appeared to be in the hands of the Kunlun sect in Qingzhou. It seemed that a force could no longer contain itself. Indeed, let us hasten to Qingzhou. That warship is surely headed for the Kunlun sect. There would certainly be a spectacle to behold. After all, when there is excitement, one never shies away from trouble, even if it means the clash of two major powers. Instantly, countless cultivators from various states recognized the intention of that warship. Surging into the sky toward Qizhou, they had long desired to ascertain whether the Kunlun sect was truly a hidden sect, and now with a hegemonic force making a move. They were eager to see if the Kunlun sect could withstand the onslaught. Was it truly as rumored, a grand, concealed sect? At this moment, among the hegemonic forces in the southern wilderness, some recognized the origin of that warship and gasped in astonishment. It seemed to belong to the hegemon of the eastern domain, the Nine Nether dynasty. Indeed, that warship was none other than that of the Nine Nether dynasty from the eastern domain. Over the skies of Yueshou, a terrifyingly powerful elder appeared. He was an ancestor of the Han family, a hegemonic force in Yuezhou, standing at the threshold of the Heavenly King realm. His expression was grave as he gazed toward Qingzhou. Ah, so the figure who appeared in Qingzhou that day was indeed from the Nine Nether dynasty. It seems it is time for my Han family to make a move. Kunlun sect. Even if there truly exists a Heavenly King, it is unlikely they could resist the onslaught of the various powers. The arrival of a top-tier hegemonic force from across the domain was certainly not favorable for the forces of the southern wilderness. After all, the ancient token was in Qingzhou. Should it fall into the hands of forces from other great domains, it would be a severe blow to the pride of the southern wilderness. The Han family naturally desired it as well, but it seemed that the hegemonic forces of the various states were all waiting. Waiting for what? They were waiting to see who would make the first move against the Kunlun sect. Among the top-tier hegemonic forces, there existed those at the Heavenly King realm. Yet they remained in slumber. Unless faced with a life-and-death crisis, those ancient beings would not awaken. Of course, if it were a lineage like the Jun family, which had endured for hundreds of thousands of years, its foundation would be even more formidable. This has resulted in the sudden emergence of a half-step Heavenly King, capable of shattering the delicate equilibrium among the major factions. Presently, the Jiuzhou dynasty has taken the initiative against Kunlun, an action that is certain to attract the attention of other supreme hegemonic powers. The various factions have long been eager to ascertain whether Kunlun truly possesses a Heavenly King. Previously, at the auction in the Great Qin royal city, the celestial spirit pill was acquired by the Han clan. Both the Han clan and the Jun clan of Huangzhou are esteemed hegemonic forces boasting a Heavenly King among their ranks, placing them within the top 10 of the dominant powers in the southern wilderness. It is time to awaken the latent strength of my Han clan. Otherwise, The ancient token may forever elude us." Upon finishing his words, the elder's figure vanished from the spot. As the elder of the Han clan had indicated, the major hegemonic forces in the southern wilderness are now diligently rousing their hidden potentials. In the depths of the Yaoqi Palace, a beautiful woman adorned in palace attire appeared, exuding an intimidating aura that caused the disciples of Yaoqi Palace to tremble in fear. Shortly thereafter, her figure disappeared as swiftly as it had arrived. Similar scenes unfolded across the various dominant factions in other states. At this moment, a terrifying aura pervaded across the various continents, instantly instilling dread in countless cultivators within the southern wilderness, leaving them bewildered as to the cause of such turmoil. Meanwhile, in the capital of the 9 regions, within a grand hall, Qin Zhan and Luo Wushuang were engaged in conversation, blissfully unaware that a crisis loomed on the horizon. Suddenly, a colossal ancient warship emerged above the 9 regions dynasty, advancing towards the capital. Upon the warship stood numerous armored cultivators, each exuding an overwhelming presence. They were indeed the emissaries of the 9 Nether dynasty. The resounding roar of the ship slicing through the air echoed throughout the 9 regions, causing the faces of the cultivators to change drastically as they turned their gazes towards the formidable vessel. A warship? Which faction dares to act so audaciously in the 9 regions dynasty? Is this a death wish? They remained oblivious to the unfolding events, mistakenly believing it to be the machinations of a rival power. After all, the 9 regions dynasty currently boasted considerable strength, bolstered by the support of the Kunlun sect, which was rumored to harbor a presence of heavenly kings within the southern wilderness. This has greatly enhanced the reputation of the Jiuzhou dynasty within the southern wilderness. Inside the grand hall of the royal city, both Qin Zhan and Luo Wushuang's expressions shifted dramatically, and in an instant, their figures vanished. Whoosh! They reappeared high above the royal city, gazing at the ancient warship that loomed in the skies above. An ominous premonition surged within them. "Brother Qin, can you discern the origins of this warship?" Luo Wushuang inquired gravely, his gaze fixed on the ship inscribed with the characters Jiuyu. "Jiuyu, Jiuyu," Qin Zhan murmured, as a terrifying force flashed through his mind. His expression changed drastically, filled with alarm. "The Eastern Celestial Domain, the Supreme Overlord, the Jiuyu dynasty." He then exclaimed, "This is bad. Luo brother, quickly notify the 2 ancestors. The Jiuyu dynasty must be after the ancient token." At this moment, Qin Zhan comprehended the origins of the armored man from that day, realizing why he possessed such formidable strength. Although Luo Yuan was currently only at the Void Realm, his lineage and experience warranted respect, and Qin Zhan referred to him as ancestor. Hearing this, Luo Wushuang hastily produced a communication talisman to inform the 2 ancestors. Typically, the 2 ancestors remained in seclusion and rarely emerged. On board the warship, a man clad in armor respectfully addressed another, elegantly dressed individual, "Your Highness, this is the Jiuzhou dynasty. The former Qin dynasty was once the dominant power of Qishou, and it has now merged with a smaller dynasty to form a new realm. The armored man is one of the elite guards who accompanied the golden armored figure into the southern wilderness on that fateful day. The golden armored man who perished at the hands of Qin Beixian was a commander of the elite forces of the Jiuyu dynasty. Upon his return to the Jiuyu dynasty, he infiltrated the southern wilderness, remaining concealed within Qinzhou. Thus, he is well aware of the merger between the Qin and Zhou dynasties." Upon hearing this, the nobleman scoffed disdainfully, exclaiming, "A third-rate hegemonic force dares to kill a member of my Jiuyu dynasty? Humph! I am eager to witness what commotion the Kunlun sect can stir this time." This time, the Jiuyu dynasty has dispatched an esteemed elder from their clan, which fills him with unparalleled confidence. Even if Kunlun possesses a being of the heavenly king realm, he remains unfazed. "Go, eradicate the Jiuzhou dynasty, and seize the primordial token first," the Lord commanded. "Understood, my lord. This is the might of a supreme dominion." Even possessing a half-step to the heavenly king realm, it appears inconsequential in his eyes. He has never cast a glance at Qin Zhan and Luo Wushuang. Were it not for the fear of unforeseen calamity, compelling the Lord of the 9 Nether to summon an elder from the imperial clan, this prince would have longed to obliterate both the 9 provinces dynasty and Kunlun sect. As the prince's words fell, an armored figure emerged from the warship, disregarding the 2 in the sky, and with a swift motion unleashed a powerful palm strike, descending towards the royal city below. The thunderous impact of his palm transformed into a formidable force, sending shockwaves that left the cultivators beneath feeling a chill run down their spines. Their faces paling in terror as they exclaimed, "Indeed, a powerful being of the Void Realm. Ah, why have the 2 lords yet to intervene?" just as the exclamation echoed. Qin, taken aback by the overwhelming aggression of the Nine Nether Dynasty, felt his gaze split with fury as he shouted, "You seek death." A long spear materialized in his grasp, sensing that the armored figure shared his cultivation at the first level of the Void Realm. He knew he could not hold back and launched a fierce thrust. Boom! The palm strike was instantly shattered, resonating throughout the entirety of the royal city. The armored figure's eyes narrowed, his icy gaze fixated on Qin, his expression darkening ominously. "Who are you to dare obstruct me?" he questioned, entirely disregarding Luo Wuxuang. For only Qin's presence warranted his attention. I am Qin, the sovereign of the 9 Provinces dynasty." Upon hearing this, the armored figure's expression turned frigid. "I care not who you are. To obstruct me is to court death." With those words, an overwhelming aura erupted from him, surging towards Qin. This is the essence of a supreme dominion, where even a single individual dispatched is a being of the Void Realm. Boom! The armored figure unleashed his full might. Vanishing from his original position, when he reappeared, he stood before Qin, extending his powerful hand to seize him. Buzz! What swiftness! A tremor coursed through Qin's heart as he paled, channeling his inner strength into the spear and thrusting it towards the armored figure. Thud! A chilling sound resonated as blood and flesh erupted in a gruesome display, painting the air vividly. The spear pierced through the armored figure's palm, continuing onward to his shoulder, leaving behind a gaping wound that revealed his stark white bones. The magical essence within the Heavenly King weapon ignited at the sight of the injury, eliciting a cry of agony from the armored man. The armored figure howled, swiftly retreating, nearly plummeting from the sky. Both were at the first level of the Void Realm, yet the spear in Qin's hands was a Heavenly King weapon, though incomplete. It remained beyond the armored man's capacity to withstand. He scoffed. So it is merely a fragmented Heavenly King weapon. Upon the warship, the prince cast a fleeting glance at the long spear held by Qin, his expression shifting momentarily. Subsequently, his gaze turned icy as he directed his simmering ire towards the armored man. Incompetent fool, having barely stabilized his stance. The armored man was met with the prince's furious rebuke, which instantly ignited a murderous intent upon his previously pallid visage as he glared at Qin. Regrettably, he could only fixate on Qin with a venomous glare, attempting to annihilate him with mere intent. He had not anticipated that his opponent possessed a Heavenly King war weapon, nearly leading to his own downfall. "My subordinates are inept. I humbly beseech the prince to take action." The armored man's voice trembled as he returned to the warship, kneeling before the prince. The prince, however, did not cast him a single glance. Instead, he emerged from the ship, standing in the void, his cold eyes fixated upon Qin and his companion. Half a step into the Heavenly King realm, the two facing Qin immediately felt a chill run down their spines, their hearts trembling in fear. Surrender the ancient token and lead me to the Kunlun sect, where I shall ensure the complete obliteration of your Jiuzhou dynasty from the southern wilderness." "I know not of what you speak," Qin replied gravely. As his words fell, the prince snorted coldly, unleashing a terrifying aura. And with a mere flick of his hand, boom, Qin and Luo Wuxuang were sent crashing into the grand hall below, utterly destroyed by the impact. Luo Wuxuang, with her insufficient cultivation, could not withstand even a casual strike from the half-step heavenly realm, collapsing to the ground, her life uncertain. Qin's complexion turned deathly pale as he struggled to maintain his composure, but just as he opened his mouth to speak, he spat out another mouthful of blood. The Jiuzhou prince, witnessing this, had lost all patience for further games. If that's the case, I shall first eradicate this Jiuzhou dynasty." With that declaration, he raised his hand and pressed down toward the royal city, a titanic hand materializing in the void, emanating an overwhelming force that seemed to envelop a 100-mile radius. Rumbling, the colossal hand descended with dreadful might, producing a thunderous crack as it struck. Someone save me. Countless cultivators beneath the royal city could not withstand the terrifying aura, erupting into desperate cries. As the massive hand was about to descend, two figures of aged men emerged in the void behind the royal city, bellowing, "Begone, old fool." It was none other than the two ancestors of the Jiuzhou dynasty, Luo Yuan and Qin. Immediately, Qin unleashed his aura, channeling his full power into a single fist aimed at the colossal hand. Bang! An earth-shattering sound resonated as the two forces collided in midair, unleashing a terrifying energy that surged outward for hundreds of miles. Seeing the immediate crisis averted, Luo Yuan rushed towards Qin Zhan and Luo Wushuang, intent on evacuating them. Old fool, you seek death. Upon witnessing the scene, the prince's countenance darkened significantly, his gaze turning cold as he fixed his eyes on Qin Lan. At that moment, Qin Lan's expression was grave. He had not anticipated that someone would act against the Jiuzhou dynasty so swiftly. Just as the Jiuzhou prince was about to eliminate the individual before him, a voice resonated through the air, calm yet imbued with authority. I have grown weary. I do not possess the luxury of time to indulge in this farce with you. Upon hearing these words, the prince trembled. His eyes filled with reverence as he bowed his head in respect. Yes, he replied. As the words fell, a terrifying aura permeated the surroundings, extinguishing any thoughts of resistance among the onlookers. An invisible hand manifested in the sky, lightly sweeping over the royal city below. Qin Lan felt this overwhelming presence, his pupils constricting sharply, and fear etched itself onto his face. Before he could utter a word, the horrifying power enveloped the entire royal city, rendering all its inhabitants immobile under its weight. With a resounding crash, the palatial structures of the royal city were obliterated by this astonishing force, transforming the majestic throne into a mere ruin. The sound of collapse echoed through the air, and countless cultivators lay scattered among the debris. Some, too weak to endure, had already perished. Qin Lan and his companions could not evade the calamity either, collapsing to the ground, barely clinging to life. Fortunately, the assailant had merely waved his hand as if extinguishing these feeble ants was a mere insult to him. Go. Take those individuals and extract the location of the Kunlun sect. With the utterance of this command, tranquility returned. The prince seized Qin Zhan, Luo Wushuang, and several others, transporting them onto a warship, which then departed from the desolate site. Meanwhile, various factions from the great states, along with numerous cultivators eager to witness the spectacle, had hastened to the scene. Some, from distant states, were still en route, relying on flight rather than warships, which naturally slowed their progress. Upon arriving above the Jiuzhou royal city, all were astonished by the sight before them. A once magnificent city now lay in ruins. Is this truly the royal city of the Jiuzhou dynasty? How has it been reduced to mere rubble? They pondered, bewildered by the events that had transpired. Could it be the work of a formidable being from the Tianwang realm? Before anyone could fully grasp the situation, a voice cried out in alarm. Look, some among them are still alive. Indeed, there were survivors amidst the debris, their lives still flickering, albeit stained with blood, a sight that was both horrifying and heart-wrenching. The scene was utterly terrifying. Countless individuals gazed in horror at the ruins of the royal city below, unable to fathom the force that had wrought such devastation. The aura of arcane energy lingers here. It appears that a celestial being from the Nine Nether dynasty has intervened. It cannot be mistaken. The primordial token resides within my southern wilderness domain, and the Nine Nether dynasty shall not abscond with it without my consent. After a millennium of absence, Han Sang, your audacity remains unchanged. Whoever claims the primordial token shall do so through strength alone. However, it seems evident that the Nine Nether dynasty is likely seeking out the Kunlun sect. The primordial token must be in their possession. How intriguing it is that, after such a long period of seclusion, a mysterious force resembling a hidden sect has emerged in the southern wilderness. What hidden great sect? Were it not for the reckless chatter of your younger kin, my disciples from Lingyun Palace would not have needed to rouse this old man. They would have already seized the primordial token. Let us pursue this trail of energy. Otherwise, the Nine Nether dynasty may well claim the primordial token for themselves. In this vast expanse of emptiness, several immortal divine thoughts were engaged in communication, sensing the lingering aura of magical power. They surmised that the Jiuzhou dynasty had also dispatched a formidable celestial being. This is certainly not a favorable situation for them. Even they dare not underestimate the might of the Nine Nether dynasty. The statement made by the divine consciousness is undeniably accurate. Had it not been for the various factions witnessing Chun Beixian and Qinzhou, claiming he was merely an elder guardian of Kunlun, and subsequently dispatching a formidable half-step heavenly king with a single strike, this undoubtedly incites trepidation and suspicion among the various factions, particularly as the profound legacies of these powers lie dormant, rendering them hesitant to act rashly against Kunlun. Even more astonishing is the increasingly exaggerated tales circulating among the wandering cultivators of the southern wasteland, who claim the existence of a sage within Kunlun. Naturally, The major factions are utterly incredulous at the notion of a sage's presence, for what a formidable being a sage represents. It has been tens of thousands of years since a sage last graced the southern wasteland. This has resulted in the southern wilderness becoming the weakest major domain within the Immortal Martial Continent. Thus, while many things may not be terrifying, it is the rumors that are most fearsome. We must refrain from spreading and believing in such tales. A cultivator from the southern wilderness exclaimed, "You speak nonsense. The Lingyun Palace in Yunzhou is a top-tier dominant force, yet it rarely shows itself in the southern wilderness. Unless significant events occur, even during the last ancient auction, Lingyun Palace did not make an appearance. The burial Immortal Mountain Range, viewed from above, resembles a colossal dragon lying upon the earth, with its entrance akin to the dragon's gaping maw, flanked by two ancient stone pillars reaching towards the heavens, imposing in their grandeur. At this moment, within the main hall of the Kunlun sect, Chen sat in meditation upon the throne. Surrounding him, divine light flowed, and a scene of chaos shimmered behind him, presenting an image of an unparalleled celestial king seated high above, surveying all worldly matters. With a flicker, Chen slowly opened his eyes, and a beam of divine light erupted forth. Within his gaze, countless worlds seemed to swirl before vanishing in an instant, returning to normalcy. He had reached the void realm. A smile graced Chen's face as he realized that he had mastered the ninefold divine powers from the Chaos Divine technique during this period. As for the first level of the Chaos Sacred Law, it complemented the Chaos Sacred Body, and Chen could cultivate it directly. A thought crossed his mind, and he silently communicated with the system, used the cultivation card. Chen felt that his cultivation was still too low. As the leader of a sect, being at the void realm was inadequate. Moreover, possessing the Chaos Sacred Body had fortified his foundation, yet he feared instability. Although the system offered him no bottlenecks in terms of cultivation realms, granting a grand achievement upon obtaining a cultivation card, he knew that without a solid foundation, even with immense power, he could falter when facing those truly terrifying beings who dominate the realms. Chen's aspirations extended beyond the Immortal Martial Continent. He aimed to lead Kunlun to supremacy across all realms, establishing it as the most formidable supreme sect in existence. Ding! The cultivation card was successfully used. Congratulations, host. You have attained the first level of the Sage Realm. Wow! Chen exclaimed with excitement upon hearing the voice resonate in his mind. Boom! An overwhelming surge of power erupted within him, impacting his meridians. The vast spiritual energy within his Dao Palace underwent a profound transformation, evolving into magical power. But that was not the end. Boom! An even more potent force of laws exploded from within the Dao Palace, and Chen quickly suppressed it to prevent this terrifying power from leaking out. The power of laws symbolizes a sage. Upon entering this realm, one's lifespan extends to an impressive 50,000 years. At this moment, Chen had stepped into the ranks of true powerhouses within the Immortal Martial Continent. Even sacred lands would not dare to offend a sage. In contrast, those at the Celestial King realm have a lifespan of only 30,000 years. And once that limit is reached, it is the end. Even the most potent elixirs would prove futile for survival unless one ascends to the realm of the saints. However, to transcend into this esteemed state, one must comprehend the profound laws of heaven and earth. Thus, it is evident that achieving such a breakthrough is as arduous as scaling the heavens. The realm of saints, however, is distinct once the laws of the cosmos are grasped. Even as one's lifespan approaches its finality, the essence can be sealed within the divine source, thereby prolonging the erosion of life's essence as a foundation. After a brief moment, tranquility returned. Chen carefully sensed the transformations within his being, and his heart swelled with elation. I have reached the realm of saints. With a graceful motion, Chen swept his hand through the air before him. With a sharp sound, a fissure manifested in the very fabric of space, revealing a pitch-black void within the grand hall. Is this the formidable power of the saints? Truly magnificent. With a mere flick, I can rend the very space itself. Having validated his newfound strength, Chen was filled with exuberance. Now, his immediate objective was to swiftly recruit more disciples. He had devised a plan to have Luo Wushuang and Qin Zhan disseminate the news of Kunlun's recruitment. After all, he believed that Kunlun had garnered a certain reputation in Qizhou. In this manner, he could undoubtedly attract some exceptionally gifted disciples. However, he was acutely aware that those who were truly talented had likely already been claimed by the prominent powers. As for individuals like Lin Yun and Luo Lingxue, their presence was merely a stroke of good fortune for him. regarding Qin Ruoxian, who once held the esteemed position of an empress in her previous life. Had it not been for Lu Chen's system that unveiled the intricacies of her background, she would have shown little interest in aligning herself with even the most formidable forces on the Xianwu continent. After some persuasive coaxing from Lu Chen, it became nearly impossible for her to resist joining Kunlun. Beixian, please make your way to the main hall. At this moment, Lu Chen let out a soft exclamation. A figure clad in green suddenly materialized in the grand hall. It was none other than Chen Beixian. Beixian, having met the sect master, respectfully addressed Lu Chen. However, he was taken aback internally, realizing that the sect master's strength appeared even more formidable than before. You are to guide Lin Yun and Ling Shui in their cultivation and assess their current progress. We are about to recruit new disciples, and as the eldest senior brother of Kunlun, Lin Yun must not fall behind in his cultivation, lest the new disciples question the strength of Kunlun. This is unacceptable. Moreover, he is well aware that Lin Yun often shirks his responsibilities, frequently daydreaming about that girl. Ling Shui. Even a donkey would not dare to rest in such a manner. As for Luo Ling Shui, Lu Chen feels quite at ease. And there is no need to mention Qin Ruoxian. Yes, sect master, Chen Beixian replied respectfully, then exited the main hall to seek out Lin Yun and Ling Shui. Meanwhile, outside the burial Immortal Mountain Range, aboard a warship, Qin Zhan and his companions, having endured brutal torment at the hands of the Jiuyou dynasty, painfully divulged the location of Kunlun. At this moment, the bodies of Qin Zhan and his companions lay broken upon the deck, resembling mere shadows of blood, clinging to life by the thinnest of threads. To their astonishment, Kunlun's sect is actually hidden within the burial Immortal Mountain Range. Could it truly be an elusive sect? At this moment, the prince's expression changed dramatically as he gazed at the entrance of the burial Immortal Mountain Range, exclaiming in astonishment. His eyes widened upon beholding two ancient stone pillars towering into the clouds. Kunlun. The two archaic characters inscribed upon the pillars evoked an immediate sense of reverence. The prince murmured softly, "My lord, this place is indeed a forbidden zone. Should we venture further?" The previously arrogant armored man now spoke with a tremor in his voice. Ancient texts documented that the burial Immortal Mountain Range harbored a terrifying power capable of causing inexplicable disappearances, instilling fear in all who approached. Though it appeared as a realm detached from the world, an inexplicable dread still lingered in everyone's hearts regarding the burial Immortal Mountain Range. Perhaps this is the terrifying power of rumors. The stronger one's cultivation, the greater their fear of death. Upon hearing this, the prince fell silent, contemplating for a moment before his gaze turned icy. What is there to fear with that individual present? And if the Kunlun sect truly resides within the burial Immortal Mountain Range, it signifies not only a lack of danger, but also a significant possibility of encountering fortuitous opportunities. With a grand gesture, he commanded the warship to plunge into the depths of the burial Immortal Mountain Range. At the Kunlun sect's plaza, Chen Beixian was currently assessing Lin Yun's progress in cultivation, while Ling Shui and Qin Ruoxian observed nearby. Suddenly, Chen Beixian's brow furrowed, and his expression shifted slightly. A warship swiftly approached the skies above the Kunlun sect, causing Lin Yun and the others to exchange alarmed glances. It was their first encounter with another faction seeking trouble at Kunlun sect. As the eldest disciple, Lin Yun felt compelled to chastise the intruders for their audacity. But before he could utter a word, a series of thuds echoed as four bloodied figures were unceremoniously discarded from the warship. Upon closer inspection, their expressions changed drastically as a surge of killing intent erupted within them. It was none other than Qin Zhan, Luo Wushuang, and two ancient ancestors from the Jiuyou dynasty. Qin Ruoxian and Ling Shui's eyes turned red with anguish as they cried out, rushing forward in alarm. The sound of slicing air filled the atmosphere as Wang Ming and his companions appeared at the plaza, fixated on the movements of the warship above. "Greetings, Elder Chen." They respectfully addressed Chen Beixian. He nodded in acknowledgement. Chen Beixian and Lin Yun hurried forward, and upon witnessing the battered bodies of the four, he immediately began to examine their injuries. All along, Qin Ruoxian had sensed the affection Qin Zhan and Qin Lan held for her, though she often felt a twinge of resistance in calling Qin Zhan father, as remnants of the pride befitting a former emperor still lingered within her. Yet now she has gradually come to terms with it. At this moment, an overwhelming intent to kill erupted from her. A chilling aura surged forth from her being, as if the very air had solidified in that instant. Both Lin Yun and Ling Shui could not help but shiver, and even Chen Beixian cast a contemplative glance at Qin Ruoxian. Spiritual energy continuously flowed into the bodies of the four, and Shun Beishuan's gaze grew increasingly frigid. The ruptured meridians and shattered dantians of the four signified that they would forever remain at the realm of divine concealment. Elder, how are the injuries of the esteemed seniors? Lin Yun inquired with a worried expression, simultaneously offering comfort to Ling Shui and Qin Ruoxian. Whoa. Ling Shui pleaded, her face awash with tears. Elder, please. You must save my father and the others. Qin Ruoxian, having discerned the severity of their injuries, felt the coldness in her demeanor intensify. As she summoned the imperial will from her soul, just as she was about to take action, a figure clad in white, exuding no discernible aura, materialized. It was Lu Chun. Moments ago, Lu Chun had been engrossed in cultivating the chaotic divine spirit technique, his own consciousness merging with it, thus isolating him from external perception. Upon concluding his practice and sensing something amiss, he was taken aback by the unfolding events. A glance at Luo Wushuang and the others revealed their grave condition. And being a sage, he could immediately ascertain the seriousness of their injuries. Master. Upon seeing Lu Chen, the others instinctively rose to pay their respects, but he interjected. No need for excessive formalities. With a wave of his hand, a divine light surged into the bodies of the four, the luminous essence circulating within them, miraculously beginning to mend their previously shattered forms. This scene caused Lin Yun and his companions to widen their eyes in astonishment. It was nothing short of a miracle. Never had Lin Yun and Ling Shui encountered such a formidable display of power, leaving them profoundly shaken. What level of mastery did the sect master possess? Even Qin Ruoxian felt a tremor within her. Such capabilities would have been difficult for her to achieve even at the peak of her imperial strength. She could distinctly perceive that not only were the injuries of the four healing at a visible pace, but even the shattered meridians within them were being restored by an inexplicable force. After a moment, they slowly opened their eyes, and upon seeing Ling Shui and the others, their expressions were filled with confusion. Ling Shui, Ruoxian, Lo Wushuang, and Qin Zhan looked at their daughter in disbelief. Father, ancestor, you are frightening Ling Shui, she cried, tears streaming down her face. The two elders were momentarily at a loss. Suddenly, they glanced around, and, upon spotting Lu Chun, their expressions shifted to one of joy. And they quickly bowed respectfully. Greetings, sect master. Nodding slightly, Lu Chun replied, no need for such formalities. Who has inflicted such injuries upon you? At this inquiry, the joy on their faces faded, replaced by fear and solemnity. Sect master, the assailants are the supreme overlords of the Eastern Celestial Domain, the Jiuyu dynasty, and they have dispatched a heavenly king. They came seeking the ancient token. Upon hearing this, Lin Yun and the others were taken aback. A heavenly king. They never anticipated that such a formidable being would emerge. Even though Qin Ruoxian possessed a remnant of imperial will, she would be no match for a heavenly king. Her imperial will was but a shadow of its former self, unable to wield substantial power. The Eastern Celestial Domain? They had not expected the influence of other great domains to be at play. This marked Lu Chen's inaugural encounter with a force beyond the South Wilderness. And to his surprise, it was a top-tier hegemonic power. However, Lu Chen, in his current state, paid little heed to any supreme dynasty. For as long as there were no beings of saintly caliber among them, he regarded them with indifference. What of a top hegemonic force? Those who dare to harm my Kunlun will find no sanctuary within this realm for the Nine Nether dynasty. Lu Chen's expression turned icy as he spoke. Upon hearing these words, the crowd trembled, their blood surging with fervor. Master, you are truly formidable. At that moment, a raucous voice erupted from the battle vessel above. Who is the leader of Kunlun? Come forth and face me. On the ship, the Prince of Nine Nether wore a cold smirk as he surveyed the crowd below. His heart elated. He had not anticipated the abundance of spiritual energy in this place, dismissing it as mere nonsense about the forbidden land of immortal martial arts. This place is truly a treasure. It is all but a web of deceit, and rumors have ensnared me as well. From this moment forth, this realm shall belong to my Nine-Yu dynasty. At this time, he had become intoxicated by the rich spiritual energy that enveloped the surroundings. Gazing down at the pavilions perched atop the lofty peaks, he could not help but burst into laughter. How unexpected it is. This place is indeed a treasure trove for cultivation, splendid. In the plaza, upon hearing the disrespectful remarks towards Lu Chen emanating from the airship above, expressions of King Ming and his companions darkened instantly, their demeanor turning icy. Seeking death, daring to show disrespect to the sect master. Boom. The aura of several individuals surged forth, their formidable presence pressing down upon the airship. The Tao Void Realm. Indeed, King Ming and his companions had attained the cultivation level of the Dao Void Realm. The shock was palpable among Qin Zhan, Luo Wushuang, Lin Yun, and the others, their hearts racing in astonishment. By heavens, aren't these three seniors at the transformation realm? How is it that after a brief absence, they have ascended to the Void Realm? Even Qin Ruoxian was taken aback. She could discern the profound strength of the trio, which was clearly not a result of external forces or medicinal pills. Kunlun. Such an enigma. Lu Chen had not cast a glance at the warship. With his current cultivation, he could ascertain the levels of all present in an instant. Moreover, Lu Chen had sensed several hidden auras within this space. However, he never regarded them with any seriousness. If his intuition served him correctly, they had all come in pursuit of the ancient token. Hey, wanna play? They are eager to witness the might of Kunlun, are they? Very well. I shall indulge you. This serves as an opportunity for everyone in the South Wilderness to comprehend Kunlun's strength. Wang Ming, Wang Xian, Wang Lin, I entrust this to you. Do not let him perish too swiftly. Lu Chen did not even glance at the speaker on the warship, addressing Wang Ming and the others with indifference. The most formidable presence aboard the warship belonged to the prince, a half-step King Realm expert. During this time, Chen Beixian had also reached the first level of the King Realm. As for why Chen Beixian and Wang Ming had advanced so rapidly, the system revealed that their true realms had been suppressed and would progressively restore as their cultivation increased. Initially, Lu Chen had believed they had elevated their levels through their own methods. Little did he know, ultimately, it was I, as the sect leader, who bore the burden of it all. Understood, sect leader. The three comprehended, and in an instant, their figures vanished from sight. Though their words were softly spoken, they resonated clearly in everyone's ears. In an instant, Wang Ming and his companions materialized in the void, their formidable auras surging forth, dominating the heavens. Those who dared to act recklessly in Kunlun would remain here today. Subsequently, Wang Ming stepped forward in midair and raised his hand to seize the warship with force. Boom. A colossal hand, formed of spiritual energy, descended upon the warship with immense power. Upon hearing this, the prince aboard the warship changed countenance. As a half-step King Realm expert, it had been ages since anyone had dared to speak to him in such a manner. What infuriated him further was the audacity of the three, who seemed to regard him with utter disdain, with only one of them daring to act. This ignited his fury, his gaze turning cold. How dare these three insignificant ants of the Void Realm show disrespect to me and take action against me? They are courting death. Boom. The formidable aura of the half-step King Realm erupted forth with a mere wave of his hand. A spiritual palm print coalesced and was hurled towards Wang Ming and his companions. Bang! A deafening crash echoed as the palm print was ruthlessly shattered. The overwhelming force sending the prince flying, shattering the warship into fragments. All aboard the vessel were caught off guard and suffered the collateral damage. Bang, bang, bang. Uft. Truly, he is a half-step King Realm expert. He nearly caused the death of his own men. Uft. How could this be possible? My lord, are you all right? The armored man, pale-faced, crawled up from the deck and rushed to the prince's side, trembling as he spoke. Are you blind? Uft. The prince spat another mouthful of blood, nearly fainting. At that moment, disbelief filled his eyes as he looked at Wang Ming, pointing at him with a trembling voice. Gone was his earlier arrogance, replaced by sheer terror, as a horrifying thought surfaced in his mind. An elusive great sect. You are not in the Void Realm. Do not come any closer. Heh. In response, Wang Ming's gaze turned cold as he remarked, you are simply too weak. To dare show disrespect to the sect master and to strike against my Kunlun people is truly a death wish. No, please don't kill me. He feared Wang Ming would end his life, crying out in panic. Ancestor, save me. Just as his cries echoed, a voice of authoritative reprimand resonated from an unknown source. Useless wretch, unable to fend off even three insignificant ants in the Void Realm. Buzz. Suddenly, a tremor rippled through the void, and an emaciated elder emerged from a rift in space, exuding a terrifying aura, disregarding everyone around him. What a terrifying presence. The Heavenly King Realm. Qin, Zhan Luo, and Shuang instantly turned pale, their hearts racing with dread. This marks their first encounter with an individual of the Heavenly King Realm. However, upon observing Lu Chen's calm and composed demeanor, their inner trepidation swiftly dissipated. They were convinced that Kunlun must also harbor formidable beings of the Heavenly King caliber. It is said that the burial of Immortal's Mountain is a forbidden zone fraught with great terrors. Who would have anticipated the abundance of spiritual energy present here? Haha. Splendid, splendid. This journey has proven worthwhile. Henceforth, this land shall belong to my Nine Nether dynasty. TSK, TSK. Another confident yet arrogant young man has emerged, or rather, an old fellow. The aged elder before us is none other than the clan elder of the Nine Nether dynasty. A formidable presence at the 5th level of the Heavenly King realm. After taking in his surroundings, a look of satisfaction spread across his gaunt face. As if this place already belonged to his dynasty. He had not anticipated that, in addition to the ancient token, he would encounter unexpected gains, which greatly elevated his spirits. Clan elder, please save me. As he muttered to himself, the prince felt a chill run down his spine. Humph. The elder snorted coldly, then turned his gaze towards the crowd, his expression turning grim as he spoke. Who among you is the leader of this Kunlun sect? Hand over the ancient token willingly. And since I am in a good mood today, I might allow you to escape with your lives. Your mood is of little consequence at this moment. Lu Chen's spirits were far from high. He could hardly spare a glance at the elder, for the Heavenly King realm no longer posed a threat to him. Only the appearance of a being above the sage level could instill a sense of danger in him. Beixian, eliminate him. It is time for the South Wilderness to recognize the might of our Kunlun. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, the elder of the Nine Nether seemed to find it utterly amusing, breaking into a sinister laugh before his expression darkened, his gaze becoming shrouded in malice. Interesting indeed. Young man, you are the leader of this Kunlun sect? I find myself unable to see through you. Your methods are commendable. However, after today, your so-called Kunlun sect shall cease to exist. Little did he know, he was mistaken in believing Lu Chen merely possessed the ability to conceal his aura. He would never fathom that a sage was right before him. How foolish. Enough of this noise. Beixian, swiftly end his life. The imagination of this old man left Lu Chen utterly speechless. Wang Ming and the others had already returned to Lu Chen's side when the elder appeared. Regarding the ancient figure with expressions akin to witnessing a ghost, Lu Chen addressed Chen Beixian with a calm demeanor, indicating that it was time to demonstrate the might of Kunlun to those hidden observers within this space. Otherwise, it would seem that anyone could come to Kunlun and act with impunity. Of course, with Lu Chen's current prowess as a sage, he could effortlessly reduce this old man to ashes with a mere wave of his hand. However, as the leader of a sect, it was essential to maintain an air of dignity. After all, if he had to intervene in every matter, it would undermine his authority. Yes, sect master. Chen Beixian replied respectfully, a glimmer of amusement flickering in his eyes as he grasped Lu Chen's intent. He was acutely aware of the multiple auras concealed within this space. In an instant, he materialized directly opposite the elder of the Juyo clan, an overwhelming and terrifying aura erupting from his being. In a heartbeat, this fearsome presence swiftly expanded, enveloping a radius of 10,000 miles. Boom. At this moment, even those cultivators situated in distant continents felt the chilling and terrifying aura, all directing their gazes towards Qizhou. They hastily made their way to Qizhou, eager to uncover the unfolding events. A smile graced Chen Beixian's lips as he unleashed the boundless power within him without restraint, causing the very space around him to tremble, cracking and fracturing under the immense pressure. The elder of the Jiuyo clan, sensing this overwhelming and unfathomable energy, was instantly taken aback. How could this be? A flicker of fear ignited within his eyes, and his heart quaked in disbelief. This is the first level of the Heavenly King realm. Damn it. Why is the aura so terrifying? His face contorted with incredulity. For he was a cultivator of the 5th level of the Heavenly King realm. Yet, no one answered his unspoken questions. In the void, the ancient beings concealed within this space of the southern wilderness felt the ominous turn of events and swiftly employed their respective methods to stabilize the violent fluctuations of the void, lest their own presence be revealed. Hiss. What kind of sect is the Kunlun sect? How could they possess such a formidable Heavenly King? Damn it. That individual is clearly only at the 1st level of the Heavenly King realm. Why does his aura exude such terror? Esteemed elders, a recommendation is imminent. I implore you to hasten the updates. Thank you. What shall we do now? The Kunlun sect likely harbors more than one Heavenly King. I can sense an even more dreadful aura emanating from those pavilions. Indeed, I feel it too. In the void, a divine thought echoed in agreement. Let us observe the developments. The Jiuyo dynasty is no trifling matter. It is also beneficial to witness the strength of the Kunlun sect. Humph, you are truly regressing. Even if the Kunlun sect possesses more than one Heavenly King, what can they achieve before us? A powerful divine thought scoffed, followed by a silence among the other divine thoughts. Indeed, they had all stepped into the realm of the Heavenly King over 10,000 years ago, each one a towering figure overlooking the southern wilderness. Even when confronted with formidable opponents of the same realm, they would not entertain thoughts of retreat. Yet, the aura of that figure in the green attire had stirred their hearts, which had remained unyielding for millennia. Although he was merely at the first level of the Heavenly King realm, his aura surpassed that of their own fifth level. They could not fathom it. Was that figure truly only at the first level of the Heavenly King realm? They were ancient beings, having lived for over 10,000 years, possessing unparalleled insight and strength. Yet paradoxically, their longevity made them all the more fearful of death. Hiss. Elder Chen is indeed a formidable being of the Heavenly King realm. Lin Yun, Luo Wushuang, and the others were utterly astonished, especially Qin Lan, whose eyes brimmed with shock. He had distinctly sensed Chen Beishuan's cultivation level that day, and it was certainly not that of a Heavenly King. At that moment, Chen Beishian exuded no trace of magical energy. The few individuals present felt an immense sense of gratitude for their earlier decision to align themselves with Kunlun. They could scarcely fathom the depths of Kunlun's strength. What they had witnessed was merely the tip of the iceberg. In the void, confronted by the terrifying aura emanating from Chen Beishian, the elder of the Jiuyo clan wore an expression of grave concern, devoid of the previous arrogance that had marked his demeanor. With a thunderous roar, the immense power of his fifth-tier Heavenly King realm surged forth from within him, filling the atmosphere with a ferocious energy that stirred the very heavens. In an instant, the skies were engulfed in tumultuous winds and swirling clouds. In a fleeting moment, two formidable forces, so profound they seemed capable of collapsing the universe and shattering all space, collided with a resounding crash as both individuals raised their hands in unison. The sound echoed like a cataclysmic thunderclap, reverberating throughout the realm. Subsequently, the two terrifying, formless auras erupted in a cataclysmic explosion within the emptiness. The overwhelming wave of energy surged forth from the epicenter of the explosion, instantly sweeping away the clouds for miles around, leaving nothing but sheer force in its wake. At this moment, apart from Lu Chun and Wang Ming, the eyes of everyone present widened in astonishment, their faces betraying a palpable sense of dread. Even Qin Ruoxian, as she gazed at Chen Beishian suspended in the void, revealed a flicker of surprise in her eyes, involuntarily shifting her gaze towards the seemingly nonchalant Lu Chun. At this juncture, her curiosity about Lu Chen's capabilities intensified. For just moments ago, amidst the clash of two terrifying auras, a mere wisp of energy emanating from Lu Chen had effectively countered the oppressive might of both forces. Otherwise, they too would have suffered grievous injuries beneath such overwhelming pressure. The formidable strength of the Heavenly King realm was no trifling matter. Merely the aura alone was beyond what one in the void refinement realm could withstand. Furthermore, their current cultivation levels had not even reached the transformation realm. Ah, Elder, save me. Please, save us. It was evident that the people of the Jiuyo dynasty were prime examples of this peril. At that moment, the warship had already been obliterated by the explosive forces of the two auras. Bang, bang, bang. Countless clouds of blood erupted in the air, and in an instant, the atmosphere was filled with agonizing cries, the stench of blood permeating the surrounding space. Even the half-step Heavenly King, the Jiuyo prince, was caught in the blast, disintegrating into a cloud of sanguine mist. Upon witnessing this, you shall pay for this. In the void, the Jiuyo elder, having barely stabilized himself, wore an exceedingly grim expression as boundless fury surged within his eyes at the scene before him. He had not anticipated that the young man in azure would possess such overwhelming strength. His own aura, stemming from his fifth level of the Heavenly King realm, was utterly suppressed, inciting an immeasurable rage within him, compelling him to obliterate the azure-clad figure before him. I will see you dead. His roar echoed through the air. In response, Chen Beishian merely smirked. To bellow impotently, do you truly believe that with your feeble strength you can provoke me in Kunlun? You are courting death. What an audacious display. Lu Chen, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, could hardly resist the urge to give Chen Beishian a thumbs up upon hearing those words. Indeed, it exuded my style. What Kunlun seeks is precisely this kind of prestige. The elder of the Jiuyo clan, having lived for over 10,000 years, was unaccustomed to such humiliation, especially hearing his opponent dismiss him so casually. Curse be you. With a hum, a mesmerizing blood-red long knife manifested in his frail hand, its blade radiating a crimson glow. This was his kingly battle weapon, the soul-devouring blade. With the blade in hand, The world is mine to command. At this moment, the Elder's internal power surged forth, amplifying his aura with newfound ferocity. The kingly energy within him surged wildly into the battle weapon, and an overwhelming fury welled up inside as he swung a terrifying blow towards Chen Beixian. Die. Under the enhancement of his power, the soul-devouring blade transformed into an immense weapon, 1,000 feet long, descending upon Chen Beixian's position with the force capable of rending the heavens. Boom. With a crack, a deafening sound erupted, revealing a gaping chasm in the sky above, an endless void appearing before the onlookers. A formidable force of the king's realm. Truly terrifying. The strength of this ancient Jiuyo monarch is indeed formidable. This strike likely reached the 6th level of the king's realm. In cultivation, each realm represents a significant leap. Even a minor difference in levels can feel insurmountable. Yet, Chen Beixian, summoned by the system, is the strongest among the myriad realms, defying conventional logic in terms of true combat prowess. Indeed, it seems the Kunlun disciples may well perish beneath this strike. It appears it is time for us to intervene. In the void, several divine thoughts exchanged rapidly. What a group of cunning old foxes. They play the game of survival with remarkable finesse, oblivious to the fact that they are mere prey in Lu Chen's eyes. A group of juniors has arrived? They truly fear not death. One divine thought sensed numerous figures materializing 100 miles away, gazing in astonishment at the unfolding spectacle. Hiss. What an overwhelming aura. It appears that 2 formidable beings of the king's realm are engaged in combat. No wonder such a terrifying energy permeated upon our arrival in Qingzhou. It seems the rumors hold true. Kunlun is indeed a hidden sect, possessing not only powerful beings of the king's realm, but also residing within this mountain of the buried immortals. What the hell? What nonsense about forbidden grounds? The ancient texts speak of mere trivialities. This place is clearly a treasure trove for cultivation. A cultivator cursed vehemently, wishing to unearth the author of those ancient texts and reduce them to ashes. At that moment, someone could no longer contain their excitement and exclaimed, "Wow! Hurry up and fight. Hurry up and engage. This journey is truly worthwhile. Witnessing a battle between formidable beings of the celestial king realm. I shall boast of this for a lifetime. What about you? Do you possess any ambition? Can you not exhibit the same spirit as I do? I intend to inscribe this event in my family's annals." Countless cultivators gazed at the scene unfolding in the void 100 miles away, their faces illuminated with exhilaration, eyes reflecting a sense of awe as they engaged in fervent discussions. This is what they call reveling in chaos. In the void, as the terrifying blade was about to descend, Chen Beixian's expression remained devoid of panic. Instead, a smile broke across his face, and in that moment, the aura of a formidable king emanated from him. Suddenly, a presence more terrifying than that of the ancient Nine Nether clan erupted from within Chen Beixian, causing the very fabric of space to tremble violently. With a flick of his left hand, a long sword emanating a ghostly blue luminescence appeared in his grasp. Indeed, Chen Beixian was a master of the sword. An overwhelming surge of magical energy surged forth from his being, visibly coiling around the blade, radiating a brilliant light. With a calm and measured gesture, he swung his hand, unleashing a torrent of azure sword energy that soared from the sword. Swish! The terrifying azure energy cleaved through the layers of space, hurtling towards the massive blade. A resounding crack echoed as the colossal weapon collided with the sword energy, the immense force of the latter slicing through the giant blade with ease. Instantly, all eyes widened in disbelief as they beheld the massive weapon shatter, its fragments raining down like celestial debris from the sky. No. How is this possible? The elder of the Nine Nether clan gasped in horror, his face pale as he prepared to muster his remaining powers for a desperate counterattack. Yet, before he could react, an overwhelming sense of doom surged from the ground beneath him. As the terrifying sword energy closed in, it engulfed him completely. How dare you? No. Spare me. A cacophony of agonizing cries erupted from the heart of the immense sword energy, sending chills down the spines of all who bore witness. Before long, the screams ceased abruptly, and the colossal sword energy dissipated into the air. In the void, the figure of the Nine Nether Elder had vanished, clearly annihilated by the sword's wrath. Zzz. Two immense rifts in space began to mend slowly under an inexplicable force. Everyone gazed at the gaping fissures, collectively gasping in astonishment. Moments later, tranquility returned to the void as if nothing had ever transpired. How terrifying! A powerful being of the Tianwang realm had perished just like that? In the plaza, the elders of Kunlun stood tall. Incredible! Lin Yun and Ling Shui stared in awe at the sky, their expressions reflecting shock and exhilaration. Meanwhile, outside in the expanse of the southern wilderness, the onlookers were left dumbfounded, struggling to comprehend the scene before them. Some gazed at the figure clad in azure, their faces shifting dramatically as they quivered with recognition. It's him. It's truly him. The crowd murmured in disbelief. Greetings. You startled me. Shortly thereafter, someone seemed to comprehend the situation, their expression shifting dramatically as they hastily exclaimed, "You mean?" However, before they could finish their sentence, they were interrupted. There was no mistaking it. That figure clad in azure was indeed the esteemed elder guardian of the Kunlun sect. What? The formidable being of the Tian Wang realm is merely a guardian elder? Hiss. What in the world is this Kunlun sect? At this moment, everyone present was utterly astonished, unable to restrain a deep inhalation, gradually calming the tumult of their astonishment and trepidation within. Had I not witnessed it with my own eyes, I would never have dared to believe it. What kind of sect possesses the audacity to employ a powerful being of the Heavenly King realm as a guardian elder? Yet, at this moment, everyone comprehended a singular truth. After today, the name Kunlun would irrevocably resonate throughout the entire southern wilderness. Simultaneously, far away in the eastern celestial domain, in the region of Yuzhou, within the depths of the Zhuyo dynasty's ancestral grounds, an ancient figure sat cross-legged on a mat. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, and from his aged gaze, a piercing light erupted, captivating all who beheld it. He then directed his attention to the central position of the ancient hall, where 5 radiant sources of life were expected to be. However, at this moment, only 4 glowed, signifying that the extinguished source belonged to one who had perished, causing his expression to shift abruptly. Boom! A terrifying aura, akin to an abyss, emanated from his frail form as he roared. Who dares to seek death? Who has slain Yuming? Yuming was indeed the elder of the Zhuyo clan who had fallen at the hands of Chen Beixian. As his words echoed, the ancient figure vanished from his spot in an instant. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in the skies above Zhuyo City, an overwhelming presence radiating from him. Casting a glance at the palace below, his countenance darkened, and he bellowed, "The current ruler of the dynasty, step forth." Swish! Upon hearing his command, a middle-aged man clad in royal robes hurriedly rushed out from a grand hall, approaching the elder. Upon meeting his gaze, the man's expression changed dramatically, and he exclaimed, "Elder of the 3 clans." He quickly bowed in reverence, internally astonished by the urgency that had roused the elder from his slumber. The current ruler, Yoli, acknowledged the elder with respect. The elder scrutinized Yoli, his face grim as he stated, "Elder Wu has perished. Now, tell me what has transpired. Where is Elder Wu?" As soon as the words left his lips, a resounding shockwave hit Zhuyo's ruler, causing him to falter momentarily in the air. Trembling, he stammered in disbelief. "Elder Wu has fallen? No, that is impossible. Elder Wu was a celestial king. How could Kunlun possibly?" The elder interjected sharply. "What is this Kunlun you speak of?" Instantly, Zhuyo's ruler jolted back to awareness, hastily recounting the events regarding Kunlun and the ancient tokens. What hidden sect is this Kunlun? To dare slay Elder Wu, I shall ensure that Kunlun is eradicated from existence. The elder's expression was cold as he prepared to depart for the southern wilderness. Elder of the 3 clans. This matter requires careful deliberation. Zhuyo's ruler, witnessing the elder's impending departure, was alarmed and quickly urged him to reconsider. Upon hearing this, the elder's gaze sharpened, his penetrating eyes fixed on Yoli. "Are you instructing me on how to act?" With a mere glance, the sovereign of the 9 Nether Kingdom was instantly engulfed in a cold sweat, his voice trembling as he spoke. "Yuli, no, I dare not. I merely perceive that the Kunlun sect is exceedingly formidable. Even the esteemed elder of the 5 clans, at the 5th level of the Heavenly King realm, has fallen at their hands. I fear that the Kunlun sect harbors entities surpassing the 5th level of the Heavenly King." At this juncture, Yuli cautiously cast a glance at the elder of the 3 clans. Upon hearing these words, the elder, previously brimming with murderous intent, glanced at Yuli and gradually regained his composure, plunging into contemplation. There was merit in Yuli's assertions. Even the strength of the 5th elder could contend with those at the 6th level of the Heavenly King. Thus, the one who vanquished him must possess at least the prowess of the 7th level. He himself was at the 7th level of the Heavenly King realm. And if the Kunlun sect truly is a hidden sect, it is likely that they are concealing a formidable Heavenly King. Even his own venture might yield no favorable outcome. It seems that I must await the awakening of my elder brother before we can seek vengeance for the fifth elder. Curse Kunlun sect. Before long, I shall ensure that the souls of all within the Kunlun sect are extracted and subjected to eternal torment. After a period of deep contemplation, in order to avoid unforeseen circumstances, the elder of the three clans opted to temporarily suppress his overwhelming bloodlust, abandoning any thought of venturing into the southern wilderness. Instead, he resolved to wait until the other hidden strengths of the Nine Nether dynasty had awakened before proceeding to annihilate the Kunlun sect in the southern wilderness. At this moment, in the void, the ancient beings concealed within this space were exchanging their astonishment through their divine consciousness. Cursed be it. How can that individual possess such formidable strength? What should we do? Should we strike now? One divine consciousness hesitated before inquiring, his power might very well rival that of a 7th-level heavenly king. Indeed, where has this Kunlun emerged from? Such a sect ought to remain obscure in the southern wilderness. Several divine consciousnesses engaged in dialogue, pondering whether this truly was a hidden grand sect. And what of it? We, the 8 heavenly kings, are present here. He has just endured a fierce battle. His internal energy is likely diminished to a mere fraction. I alone could vanquish him, scoffed one divine consciousness. Haha. This divine consciousness underestimates the formidable King Chen. Even if another figure of the heavenly king realm lies hidden, they would undoubtedly be no match for us. Moreover, Kunlun cannot possibly harbor 3 heavenly kings. And that young man in white, referred to as the sect leader, emanates no discernible aura from him. It is likely that he possesses some unique abilities. Yet his cultivation cannot possibly reach the heavenly king realm. One divine consciousness swiftly analyzed the situation, and indeed, if Kunlun is truly the hidden great sect they speculate, it would not be surprising for them to possess such special means. After all, he stands as a being of the 6th level in the heavenly king realm. Upon hearing this, several other divine consciousnesses fell into a momentary silence, and after a brief pause, it seemed they reached a consensus. Let us take action. At that moment, Chen on the square appeared to sense something, a faint smile gracing his lips, a glimmer of intrigue lighting his eyes. Ah, have they finally decided to reveal themselves? Chen's objectives had been achieved. He believed that after today, the entire southern wilderness would tremble at the mere mention of Kunlun. And indeed, it was true. The death of a powerful being in the heavenly king realm at the hands of Kunlun was sufficient to send shockwaves throughout the southern wilderness. Lin Yun and Ling Shui, upon hearing this, were perplexed and were about to voice their confusion when, suddenly, the void quaked violently. All present witnessed 8 ancient figures appearing simultaneously in various positions within the void, each radiating an overwhelming pressure that filled the heavens and the earth. This instantly provoked a series of thunderous roars throughout the realm. At this moment, all 8 heavenly king beings manifested above Kunlun. Boom. Gulp. 8 heavenly king masters. Below, Lin Yun and his companions, along with all those in the skies 100 miles away, collectively gasped in astonishment, swallowing hard as terror etched their faces, their voices trembling uncontrollably. The simultaneous appearance of 8 heavenly king beings had not graced the southern wilderness in over 10,000 years. This is nothing short of astonishing. It seems that Kunlun is destined to be expelled from the southern wilderness. Indeed, exclaimed another, how reckless of Kunlun. Why not simply surrender the ancient token instead of provoking these supreme overlords? As one cultivator voiced his opinion, he was swiftly countered by others. You know nothing. In my view, it is these supreme overlords who lack shame. The ancient token was initially acquired by Kunlun, and those sovereigns dare not act against them. Which is why they have summoned their ancestors to besiege Kunlun. Hush, you're courting disaster. Nearby, someone quickly covered his mouth, fearing that their words might bring calamity upon them. The situation has now escalated. Before the 8 sovereigns, even the Jun family of the wilderness cannot withstand the pressure. The Jun family, ranked first among the top 10 supreme overlords, possesses an unfathomable foundation. Individually, no top-tier force can rival the Jun family, as their strength is unmatched by the other 9 factions. Of course, should all 9 supreme overlords unite against them, the outcome would be a different story. And only those who have truly engaged in battle would know the result. At this moment, everyone present believed that the downfall of Kunlun was an inevitable fate, unalterable in its course. After all, in their minds, no force could stand against the might of the 8 formidable kings. At this juncture, Lin Yun and his companions were equally taken aback, having never witnessed such a spectacle. However, Qin Ruoxian's expression remained largely unchanged. Instead, Her enchanting gaze was directed towards an ancient, solitary pavilion perched atop a mountain peak in Kunlun, the 8 sovereigns of the southern wilderness. The paramount powers among the 10 top dominions found themselves simultaneously drawn to the figure of Chen Beixian. Instantly, they sensed the overwhelming and formidable vitality pulsating within him, causing a tremor of astonishment in their hearts. Goodness! Such a robust aura of vitality. At that moment, the aged visages of the 8 figures reflected their astonishment. They had initially believed that witnessing this individual slay a 5th realm member of the 9 Nether clan with mere 1st realm prowess was astonishing enough. Yet, to their utter disbelief, he turned out to be a young warrior of the King realm, brimming with vitality. Which of the King realm warriors had not toiled for nearly 10 millennia to attain such a level? Furthermore, only a handful of these powerful beings could be counted within the southern wilderness. Previously, concealed in the void, they had refrained from probing Chen Beixian with their divine senses, assuming he was merely another ancient being, like themselves, who had endured for over 10 millennia, merely using special means to obscure his true appearance. However, upon personally experiencing the tidal wave of vitality emanating from him, their pupils constricted, and their hearts were set ablaze with tumultuous waves of realization. Now, they were certain that the origins of this Kunlun were far more profound than they had previously imagined. Yet, there was no turning back once the bow was drawn. For them to retreat at this juncture was utterly inconceivable. The impending emergence of the ancient secret realm rendered the ancient token of paramount importance to them. Should they gain entry into this realm and seize extraordinary opportunities, it was conceivable that a being of King realm or beyond could arise within their respective factions. Before such temptation, no one can resist. At this moment, the 8 formidable beings in the realm of the heavenly kings harbored ulterior motives, each calculating their own schemes. At this moment, the 8 supreme beings of the heavenly king realm remained motionless in the void, their gazes filled with apprehension as they regarded Chen Beixian. Truly, they were ancient beings who had lived for over 10,000 years, each possessing exceptional cunning. After exchanging glances, their eyes seemed to convey a silent message. Are you not going to act? Did you not claim that a single individual could vanquish the opponent? The earlier heavenly king remarked, I shall observe for now. How audacious. They have no regard for their own dignity. At this juncture, they could not ascertain the strength of another heavenly king from Kunlun. It was evident that none wished to take the initiative, each waiting for the others to make the first move. Witnessing this scene from a distance of 100 miles, those in the sky were momentarily stunned. What on earth is happening? Why the silence? Are they not going to fight? What are they dawdling for? They should commence the battle. Meanwhile, facing the imposing pressure from the 8 heavenly kings, Chen Beixian exhibited no change in demeanor, merely casting a calm glance at them. In response, one elder clad in gray was the first to break the lengthy silence, his eyes filled with trepidation as he addressed Chen Beixian. May I ask which sect of Kunlun you represent? The venerable elder of the dragon family, one of the 10 supreme overlords, holds a prominent position among them. Their relationship with Kunlun is devoid of any mortal enmity, and having witnessed the formidable strength of Chen Beixian, they are understandably hesitant to provoke Kunlun recklessly. While the ancient token is undeniably significant, none wish to antagonize a faction that is equally fortified by a presence of the heavenly monarch realm, despite their current unified front. Should a genuine conflict arise between them, each would refrain from offering assistance, as every reduction in numbers increases the likelihood of securing the ancient token. In response, Chen Beixian's imposing aura remained unwavering, a faint smile gracing his lips as he calmly declared, I am Chen Beixian, the elder guardian of Kunlun. As soon as these words were uttered, the countenance of the 8 formidable king realm figures shifted dramatically, their hearts gripped by profound astonishment. Hiss. How is this possible? The fact that a king realm expert was merely a guardian elder was utterly unfathomable. Although they had mentally prepared themselves and speculated that Kunlun was extraordinarily remarkable, even if the other party had claimed to be an elder of Kunlun, they would have found it acceptable. However, at this moment, Chen Beixian's words thrust them into a predicament. Regarding the veracity of Chen Beixian's statement, they harbored no doubts. After all, a being of the king realm would not stoop to utter such grandiose claims. Subsequently, with a chilling gaze, Chen Beixian remarked, You have concealed yourselves above Kunlun for so long. Do you not intend to provide Kunlun with an explanation? My friends, we harbor no ill will towards Kunlun. We have merely come for the ancient token, the elder of the Long family bluntly stated. Observing the situation, The other King Realm figures began to voice their thoughts in unison. It appeared that these 8 King Realm beings sought alternative means to compel Kunlun into a transaction for the ancient token. Indeed, we are the ancestors of the 10 greatest dominating forces in the southern wilderness. Upon hearing that Kunlun is a recently emerged hidden sect, we specifically came to pay our respects. Look at this. Such cunning. They've thrown caution to the wind. Chen Beixian sneered coldly, continuing. The ancient token is indeed in our possession. What? Do you intend to take action against Kunlun? At this juncture, Chen Beixian cast an awe-filled glance at Lu Chen. Noting that Lu Chen's expression bore no change. Instantly, a terrifying aura erupted from him, unleashing a torrent of pressure towards the 8 adversaries. Boom. This is hardly the demeanor of one who has just endured a fierce battle. At this moment, Chen Beixian exudes an aura of unparalleled terror. Alas, curse be it. As several individuals sensed the formidable presence emanating from him, they could not help but curse inwardly. Their furious gazes converged upon the elder of Lingyun Palace, each silently questioning. Did you not claim that the opponent was nearly devoid of power? Why does he still radiate such an intimidating force? The elder of Lingyun Palace appeared equally taken aback, his expression filled with trepidation as he regarded Chen Beixian. Is it my fault? Observing the scene, the elder of the Long family quickly interjected, my friend. Please do not misunderstand. We have no intention of attacking Kunlun. We seek merely to engage in a transaction with your esteemed sect. He spoke hastily, fearful that Chen Beixian might retaliate at any moment. He had already sensed a profound sense of danger from the opponent's aura and dared not engage in combat. Indeed, my friend, there are matters worthy of discussion. This transaction would undoubtedly be beneficial for your sect, echoed the other elders of the Celestial King Realm, including the previously silent elder of Lingyun Palace, who realized that confronting Chen Beixian alone was utterly impossible, for even he felt a sense of peril in the face of such power. Oh, a transaction? Chen Beixian's expression momentarily faltered, feeling rather disappointed. He had intended to unleash a wave of devastation and showcase his overwhelming might. However, given their conciliatory approach, he refrained from immediate aggression. After all, there were no past grievances between them, yet Kunlun was not a place one could enter or exit at will. It would be prudent to consult with the sect leader regarding how to handle these individuals, he pondered. He then directed his gaze toward Lu Chen on the plaza. At this moment, Lu Chen mused, to engage and trade with Kunlun? Not everyone possesses the privilege. He was intrigued to hear what they had to propose. Lu Chen, of course, had caught their words and calmly remarked, is this how you wish to conduct business with Kunlun? His voice, though soft, resonated in the ears of all present. No sooner had he spoken than the gazes of the 8 Celestial King elders fixated upon him. Is that the young sect leader of Kunlun? They mused. How audacious. A mere junior dares to address us so boldly. He seeks his own demise. The expressions of the 8 Celestial King elders darkened significantly. They were beings who looked down upon entire domains. When had it become acceptable for a mere youth to speak to them with such disrespect? Although they harbored a fear of Chen Beixian and the other terrifying presence from Kunlun, it did not grant the young man, referred to as the sect leader, the liberty to treat them with such disdain. In the southern wilderness, the majority of the leaders of various factions were indeed held by younger individuals. However, true authority still resides in the hands of those with formidable power. Take, for instance, the venerable ancestors of the celestial monarch realm. When faced with significant matters, it is they who must emerge to dictate the course of events. Suddenly, with a chilling expression, one of them prepared to reprimand the young man in white, intending to convey the indignity of affronting a powerful figure of the celestial monarch realm. Just as their anger was about to manifest, a voice resonated throughout the heavens and earth, emanating an unparalleled celestial majesty. You stand too high. I find it quite displeasing. Come down at once. Boom. The celestial sound descended gently, reverberating with the gravitas of a divine being's decree. In that fleeting moment, Lin Yun and his companions were struck with profound astonishment as they turned their gazes towards Lu Chen. The sect leader had made his move. Even countless cultivators hovering 100 miles away were shaken by the resounding divine authority of that voice. Then, amidst the collective shock of the onlookers, an extraordinarily terrifying aura suddenly materialized above Kunlun. Hiss. Such a dreadful presence. What force is this? Who is behind this display of power? Everyone was engulfed in terror, their hearts racing in silent outcries. In quick succession, it seemed as though the very fabric of existence could scarcely withstand the overwhelming sound of its master. An irresistible force thunderously descended upon the 8 celestial monarchs. Boom. In an instant, the expressions of the 8 celestial monarchs transformed in horror. Their eyes filled with boundless dread as they attempted to summon their inner energies to resist. Yet, they were abruptly aware that their powers were being inexplicably shackled by an unearthly force. Fear clawed at their hearts, and they cried out in sheer terror. No, no, no. What an extraordinary force. Why can I not summon my magic? Suddenly, the eyes of the 8 formidable warriors widened in terror as a colossal hand descended from the heavens, reaching out to ensnare them. In an instant, before they could comprehend the situation, they found themselves enveloped. Moments later, when the 8 reappeared, they beheld a young man in white, his face adorned with a serene smile as he gazed upon them. It's you, the master of Kunlun. As they looked at this young figure before them, the 8 warriors were struck with astonishment. They instantly realized that it was this young leader who had intervened, their eyes now filled with an overwhelming dread, their bodies trembling in fear. Well, speak. What business do you have with Kunlun? With his hands clasped behind his back, Chen regarded the 8 with a calm demeanor, his presence seemingly devoid of any aura, akin to that of an ordinary person. Yet, in the eyes of the 8, Chen embodied an unfathomable and terrifying power. What exactly is the Kunlun sect? What level of cultivation does it possess? Could it possibly be above the realm of the heavenly kings? At this moment, the faces of the 8 individuals were filled with sheer terror as they exchanged glances, each harboring a dreadful thought. Could it be a saint? No. How could that be possible? How could there exist such a young saint in this world? Unthinkable. The 8 heavenly kings were utterly paralyzed with fear, their scalps tingling, cold sweat pouring down as an overwhelming sense of dread enveloped them, causing their bodies to tremble uncontrollably. Was it the sect master who intervened? How could 8 formidable heavenly kings be subdued so effortlessly? It was terrifying. What level of cultivation does the sect master possess? Is it possible that it surpasses the heavenly kings? Lin Yun, Ling Shui, Luo Wushuang, and Qin Zhan stared wide-eyed, their expressions a mixture of shock and disbelief as they gazed upon the trembling 8 heavenly kings, their minds racing with speculation about Chen's cultivation. After all, they had never witnessed Chen in action before and had previously surmised that his cultivation might exceed that of the divine transformation realm. He appeared far too youthful. If one were to claim that Chen was an ancient being who had lived for over 10,000 years, they would not believe it. There was not a trace of age upon him, making it impossible for him to be a youthful fade of an ancient immortal. At this moment, a profound sense of reverence for Chen surged within them, accompanied by an exhilarating joy at being part of Kunlun. Meanwhile, Qin Ruoxian gazed at Chen with an expression of astonishment. This was her first encounter with Chen's prowess, and even she could not maintain her composure. At this moment, her gaze toward Chen was imbued with a sense of reverence. From this instant onward, her awe for Chen and the mysteries of Kunlun deepened. Kunlun perpetually emanated an air of enigma and strength. Meanwhile, 100 miles away, countless cultivators from the southern wilderness found themselves inexplicably frozen in place, their eyes wide with astonishment as they gazed in the direction of Kunlun. Moments later, they gasped, "What was that force just now? Why did I feel utterly incapable of even entertaining the thought of resistance in the face of that presence?" The voice and aura were simply terrifying. As they recalled that divine-like energy, they could not help but collectively draw in a sharp breath. They could hardly fathom the nature of the terrifying entity that wielded such an aura. The heavenly king realm seemed trivial in comparison. What kind of formidable being was that? Truly? They whispered in awe. At that moment, someone seemed to have a revelation, exclaiming, "Kunlun." Upon hearing this, every face turned pale with horror, their eyes trembling as they gazed towards the direction of Kunlun, their hearts unable to suppress a violent tremor. "We, the predecessors, did not intend to offend your esteemed sect. In the realm of cultivation, the worthy are respected. Although Chen appears exceptionally youthful, they could hardly fathom the possibility that he might be one of those ageless beings who had lived for tens of thousands of years, masquerading in a youthful guise." The 8 esteemed kings were already terrified, their voices quivering as they spoke. A sage stands before us. It had been many years since a sage had manifested in the southern wilderness. Otherwise, how could they, possessing only the cultivation of kings, dominate an entire domain? Oh, unintended offense? Chen replied coolly, devoid of any intent to slay them, instead curious about the nature of the transaction they mentioned. "Please, esteemed predecessor, spare us." At that moment, the 8 dared not even broach the subject of a transaction with Kunlun. What a jest! Who would dare be audacious before a sage? Who would dare negotiate with a sage? Did you not just claim you wish to conduct a transaction with my Kunlun? Chen glanced at the group and continued, Speak. If what you propose can stir my interest, perhaps I shall spare your lives. Upon hearing this, the 8 esteemed kings turned ashen, exchanging terrified glances. Utterly reluctant to vocalize the earlier proposal. Speak. Chen commanded coldly, his impatience palpable. Yes, esteemed predecessor, we shall speak. The 8 trembled, their voices quaking as they continued. We wish to enter the ancient secret realm alongside the younger generation of our families and the disciples of your esteemed sect once it emerges. At this, Chen remained silent, his gaze indifferent as he regarded the elder of the Long family, seemingly grasping the implications. Upon meeting Chen's indifferent gaze, the elder's face, which had been pale with fright, now grew even more ashen, beads of cold sweat breaking forth, his spine chilled. The remaining 7 were equally paralyzed with fear, their expressions drained of color by Chen's invisible pressure. The elder quickly realized the impropriety of his earlier words and hastily clarified, Esteemed predecessor, what we meant was to offer appropriate cultivation resources in exchange with your esteemed sect. The old man had cast aside his dignity. Cultivation resources? Do you truly mean it? The opportunity to enter the ancient secret realm is limited. A single ancient token permits the entry of only 100 individuals. Furthermore, access to the ancient secret realm is not granted to just anyone based on their cultivation level. There exists an age restriction. Only the youth, aged no more than a century, are allowed to enter. In the realm of cultivators, a century is but a fleeting moment. The younger generations of the 8 sovereign realms are numerous beyond count, yet they audaciously seek to exchange trivial cultivation resources for entry into the secret realm. Such aspirations are nothing short of fanciful. It appears that these 8 sovereign realms had no genuine intention of negotiating with Kunlun using cultivation resources. How outrageous! Had it not been for Chen revealing his formidable prowess, it is likely that these 8 sovereign realms would have attempted to impose their will upon Kunlun to secure entry. As if Kunlun were in one of cultivation resources. Let us not forget that Chen possesses a system. However, the system would not readily provide him with resources without due cause. The pressing matter remains that Kunlun must first grow in strength. Upon the Dragon Clan ancestors' arduous revelation of their intentions, the 8 individuals exhaled heavily, feeling the weight of their circumstances. It was terrifying. Chen merely stood there, devoid of any discernible aura, yet he emanated an overwhelming sense of oppression. After witnessing the profound mystery of Kunlun and the might of Chen Beixian, the 8 exchanged clandestine communications, intending to negotiate the acquisition of ancient tokens. When the ancient secret realm materializes, they wish for their respective younger generations to enter alongside Kunlun's members. After all, if they could access the ancient secret realm without incurring the ire of a powerful sect shrouded in enigma, they would undoubtedly favor that option. Admittedly, their plan was sound. Had they been faced with another faction, they might have coerced compliance through pressure. Alas, they stood before Kunlun. Kunlun is an ominous existence, so shrouded in mystery that they could never fully comprehend it. Humph. Cultivation resources? Do they think I am oblivious to their schemes? Chen scoffed, realizing their underestimation of his astuteness. Were it not for his terrifying strength on display, these old-timers would never have broached the subject of cultivation resources. As his words fell, the 8 sovereign realms trembled in fear, too daunted to provoke Chen further. Subsequently, Chen's next utterance left them nearly prostrate on the ground. Do not think that your mere status as a top-tier hegemonic force grants you the qualification to negotiate with Kunlun. Even the sacred lands hold no standing before us. Boom. As the words were uttered, the 8 formidable beings of the King realm, who had once looked down upon the southern wilderness, were utterly struck with terror. Their minds akin to being struck by lightning. Their countenances turned pale with sheer fright, a wave of profound dread surging from their feet straight to their hearts. What had they just heard? No qualifications? Not even the Holy Land possessed such qualifications. The tremors of fear within the 8 once more reverberated through their souls. Could it be that this young sect master before them regarded the Holy Land with such disdain? Kunlun, what manner of sect was this? At that moment, their faces were etched with boundless shock and trepidation. They should have never ventured here. In a fleeting moment, Chen, having no desire to squander words with them further, was poised to deal with the 8. Suddenly, a spatial portal materialized in the void, and all present felt a terrifying aura wafting forth from the pitch-black opening. From within the portal emerged 4 figures, an elderly man clad in simple robes, a beautiful woman adorned in court attire, followed closely by a middle-aged man and an extraordinarily beautiful young woman, descendants of the Jun family, exclaimed the former palace master of the Yaoqi Palace upon sighting the robed elder and the regal woman. A sense of schadenfreude welled up within the hearts of the eight as they thought, "Hurry and act. If we cannot fare well, neither shall you." Chen Beixian cast a glance at the two formidable figures emanating overwhelming power, the elder and the woman, and a glimmer of excitement flickered in his eyes. Two entities of the king realm, each at the 8th level. I am resolutely prepared for this challenge. Not even the sect leader can deter me. From 100 miles away, countless cultivators remain aloft, their gaze fixated on the direction of Kunlun. Hiss! Look quickly! Goodness! Another fool rushes to meet their demise. Yet, another formidable presence has emerged. A cultivator exclaimed with palpable excitement, having somehow procured a chair, now reclining comfortably while savoring the view above Kunlun. Brother, how impressive! At this moment, a voice inquired, who are those 4 individuals that are so disheartened? Above Kunlun, the 4 figures could be disowned. Hiss! One appeared to be the head of the Jun family, and another was the esteemed leader of Yaoqi Palace, Linshi. What? It was indeed my goddess! Ah! Numerous cultivators gazed at the distant, breathtaking figure, unable to restrain themselves from taking action. Calm down, brother. Yaoqi Palace stands as a formidable power, second only to the Jun family among the elite forces. As the palace leader, Linshi possesses not only unparalleled beauty but also profound cultivation at the Void Realm, rendering her a goddess in the eyes of all single cultivators in the southern wilderness. It is no wonder that such a multitude would be so stirred. At that moment, Lu Chen cast a glance at the others before retracting his gaze, his expression gradually turning cold. How audacious it is for anyone to act so recklessly in Kunlun. From the Jun family, Jun Zhantian, from the Yaoqi Palace, Lin Yu, both had come to pay their respects to Kunlun. Jun Zhantian, the 5th ancestor of the Jun family, and Lin Yu, the former master of Yaoqi Palace, stood in the void, addressing the crowd with measured tones. Suddenly, their pupils constricted, their faces changing drastically. How could this be? What had they witnessed? Below, the 8 sovereigns of the heavenly king realm looked up in sheer terror at the young man clad in white before them. The head of the Jun family and Lin she stood behind, equally astonished. Jun Zhantian and Lin Yu were certainly aware that the individual they beheld was a revered ancestor from one of the other 8 great powers. Yet, what left them astounded was the realization that something in Kunlun had instilled such profound fear in these 8 sovereigns. Everyone present here has already conducted their investigations. Apart from the enigmatic young man in white, the others do not pose a significant threat to them. What could instill such fear in the ancestors of the 8 great kings' realm? It is inconceivable that even a formidable warrior at the 9th level of the king realm could evoke such trepidation. Could it be? A terrifying thought suddenly flickered in their minds, only to dissipate just as quickly, for they could not fathom that Kunlun might harbor entities beyond the king realm. Yet, the mere thought of something capable of unsettling the 8 great kings suggests that Kunlun is indeed extraordinary. With this in mind, the two exchanged glances, and Lin Yu promptly declared, "We come to Kunlun with no ill intent. May we inquire who the leader of Kunlun is? We seek an audience." The 5 ancestors of the Jun family had ventured to the Yaoqi Palace to discuss certain matters, which accounted for their delayed arrival. The 2 great factions seemingly lacked urgency regarding the ancient token, hence their reluctance to hasten to Kunlun. Upon their arrival, they were met with this scene. Upon hearing these words, Lu Chen's eyes narrowed, already filled with impatience. Did they truly believe anyone could simply come to Kunlun? He immediately turned to Chen Beixian and said, "Beixian, this is your task." "Understood, leader," Chen Beixian replied. Just as the excitement was about to propel him into action, a melodious voice echoed from a secluded mountain pavilion. Elder Qing." Upon hearing this voice, Chen Beixian's excitement intensified, revealing a hint of anticipation. With those words spoken, Lu Chen smiled faintly, eager to witness Elder A Qing's prowess. After all, when summoned, her strength had already reached the king realm. Now that she had transcended to the saint realm, he wondered if her cultivation had similarly advanced. Elder Qing was none other than the renowned maiden A Qing. "Beixian, allow A Qing to take action," Lu Chen instructed. "Yes, leader." Chen Beixian replied with enthusiasm, though it remained a mystery why he was so exhilarated. Chen Beixian, Wang Ming, and the others had already been acquainted with the Qing under Lu Chen's arrangements, so they were well aware of each other's presence. However, Lin Yun and his companions were oblivious to A Qing's existence and were now utterly astonished, their hearts racing with disbelief. Is it Elder Qing? Has yet another powerful entity from Kunlun awakened? The expressions of the group reflected sheer excitement and astonishment. Is this the essence of my Kunlun? Even in the beautiful eyes of Qin Ruoxian, a flicker of astonishment passed through. As these words were spoken, the expressions of the ancestral figure of the Jun family and Lin Yu darkened, their gazes turning icy. Although they had no desire to offend Kunlun, it did not imply that they would cower in fear before it. Kunlun truly knows no bounds. How dare they treat them with such disdain? Boom. The formidable power of their 8th-tier Heavenly King realm erupted, showing no signs of trepidation in the face of the fate that befell the 8 Heavenly Kings. The Jun family, with a heritage spanning several 100,000 years, possesses an unfathomable depth that remains unknown to others, while the Yaoqi Palace is rumored to be backed by a sacred ground. Thus, these two supreme dominating forces are incomparable to the other 8 factions. Furthermore, their long-standing legacies grant them a greater awareness of the world's hidden truths than other powers. They are aware that 2 ancient clans from the primordial era have emerged in the northern and western regions. And there are also whispers in the central domain of numerous ancient lineages that have lain dormant for hundreds of thousands of years, gradually awakening in this generation. This is an era of golden splendor, a time when perhaps a great emperor shall once again grace the world. It is for this reason that the 2 individuals harbor a sense of trepidation towards Kunlun. Even though they are aware that the ancient token resides in Kunlun's possession, they refrain from making any rash moves. In the void, witnessing that Lu Chen and his companions regard them with utter disdain, the head of the Jun family, Jun Wuhui, who stands behind the 5 ancestors of the Jun clan, immediately erupts in anger. Impudence! How dare you show such disrespect to our ancestor? The master of Yaoqi, Lin Shi, furrows her beautiful brows, her expression turning icy. However, she remains silent, her gaze cold as frost as she observes the gathering. No sooner had her words fallen than a terrifying aura erupted from a nearby mountain pavilion. Following this, a graceful young woman materializes in the void. Clad in a flowing green gown, with a slender figure, her cold eyes and exquisite features exude an air of delicate charm, reminiscent of a girl next door. The 5 ancestors of the Jun family and Lin Yu were taken aback at the sudden appearance of the fair-skinned woman in green, their expression shifting drastically, and their pupils narrowing in shock. Yet, the green-clad maiden does not spare them a glance, as if they are unworthy of her notice. Instead, she respectfully addresses Lu Chen. A Qing greets the sect master. Indeed, it is none other than the renowned Yu girl, a Qing. This marked the first appearance of a Qing before Lin Yun and the others. The Saint Realm. Lu Chen turned to a Qing, offering a faint smile and a nod. Indeed, a Qing had already attained the Saint Realm in her cultivation. This system, it is utterly draining him. Ultimately, I bear the weight of it all alone. Lu Chen has already vented his frustrations towards the system in his mind. Hiss. Is this the esteemed young elder of Kunlun? The aura is utterly terrifying. It surpasses even that of Elder Chen from the Heavenly King realm. Could it be that Elder Qing's cultivation is beyond the Heavenly King? Lin Yun and Ling Shui, overwhelmed, found themselves at a loss for words, yet their hearts surged with excitement. Elder Qing shifted her gaze towards the 4 ancestors of the Jun family. Her eyes icy as she declared, "Those who dare show disrespect to the sect master, who dare show disdain towards Kunlun, shall remain here today." Boom. Under the penetrating gaze of the woman in the green dress, the 4 ancestors of the Jun family and Lin Yu felt their hearts tremble, fear flashing in their eyes. Saint. A saint. But before they could fully comprehend their terror, Elder Qing raised her delicate jade finger and gently pointed towards the 4. In an instant, it transformed into a radiant green beam, soaring towards them. Boom. With a single gesture, a divine light erupted, shaking the very heavens and earth. As if that mere flick of her finger could pierce through the fabric of space itself. Rumble. This is bad. Damn it. How dare you strike at us? Indeed, the true depth of the Jun family and the Yaoqi Palace is far beyond what the world perceives. Even in the face of a saint like Elder Qing, they still dared to speak boldly. The old rascal truly resembles a young calf aboard an aircraft, soaring to unprecedented heights. As the ominous aura enveloped them, the countenances of the 4 turned ashen in an instant. Suddenly, the 5th ancestor of the Jun family bellowed with authority. In that fleeting moment, an ancient jade talisman materialized in his grasp, which he swiftly shattered. Boom. Immediately thereafter, a voice of immense antiquity and gravitas resonated from the heavens, reverberating across the expanse of this realm. Although they heard the voice, the speaker remained unseen. Subsequently, a formidable force emerged, effortlessly dismantling Qing's verdant beam of light. Qing furrowed her delicate brows, raising her gaze towards the firmament, her expression shifting subtly. A sage. The imposing voice sent a shiver through everyone, compelling them to gaze skyward. In the square, Chen sensed the aura emanating from the heavens, his expression shifting slightly. There stood a sage. This noble family unexpectedly possesses a sage. This marks the first encounter for Chen with a force possessing a saintly realm. It seems the Jun family is far from as simple as he had anticipated. However, what of the saints? Presently, Kunlun does not fear the existence of such powers. Only those beyond the saintly realm could instill a sense of pressure within him, Chen mused. Upon hearing the authoritative voice, the pallid countenance of the Jun family's fifth ancestor gradually softened, the terror in his eyes replaced by an overwhelming reverence directed towards the heavens. At the same moment, Jun Wuhui was nearly brought to his knees, his heart overwhelmed with shock. It was indeed the Yaoqi palace of the Jun family. Lin Yu, gazing towards the sky, seemed to grasp the situation, her face suddenly filled with astonishment. Humph! A cold snort escaped from Qing, who then raised her hand to unleash a terrifying strike towards the heavens. Boom! The power of the laws surged forth, causing the very heavens and earth to tremble with a resounding roar. Seeking death, young one. The aged voice, laced with fury, echoed once more from the celestial realm. Thunderous rumbles ensued as an ancient hand extended from the sky, wielding an incomprehensible might aimed at Qing. With a deafening crash, the clash of powers erupted, filling the surrounding space with an abundance of law energy. Humph! You possess some strength, young one. I shall remember you. The disdainful voice from above indicated that its owner had no desire to continue the conflict with Qing. As the words faded, a spatial portal materialized in the sky, unleashing a torrent of chaotic void currents. Then, a massive hand reached out, swiftly grasping the 4 members of the Jun family's 5th ancestor. In an instant, they were pulled into the portal, vanishing from this realm. Trying to escape? Qing's expression turned icy at this sight, and she was prepared to tear through the endless space in pursuit of their essence. Just then, Chen's calm voice resonated. Qing, there is no need to concern yourself with them. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Chen surmised that the Jun family and Yaoqi palace were indeed far more complex than he had initially perceived. Engaging in a full-blown conflict with them at this juncture could very well attract some truly formidable entities. Nevertheless, Chen felt assured that neither the Jun family nor Yaoqi palace would act against Kunlun imminently, given their awareness of Kunlun's saintly presence. Upon hearing his words, Qing respectfully replied, "Understood, sect master," before promptly joining Chen's side. At that moment, upon encountering Qing, Lin Yun and the others hurriedly stepped forward, bowing respectfully. "We pay our respects to the elder." Qing glanced at them, offering a faint smile and a nod in acknowledgement. Observing this, Chen also smiled as he introduced. "Ah, I almost forgot to mention, this esteemed individual is Elder Qing of Kunlun, who has recently awakened." Hiss. These words struck Lin and his companions like a bolt from the blue. Had they truly awakened to such formidable power? What level of cultivation did Elder Qing possess? Lin Yun and the others speculated amongst themselves, yet they hesitated to inquire further. Although Lin Yun and his companions were unaware, Qin Ruoxian was different. Despite her current low level of cultivation, her keen insight allowed her to discern Elder Qing's true prowess. A sage. This inevitably sent a shiver down her spine. She had never anticipated the existence of saints within Kunlun. Master, should these 8 be eradicated or? At this moment, Chen Beixian cast a glance at the trembling 8 monarchs and spoke. Today marks the last day of the year. I extend my wishes to all esteemed individuals for prosperity, offspring, and affluence. May this auspicious year bring forth abundant harvests. As his words fell, a desperate plea erupted. No. Please, Senior, have mercy on us. We harbor no ill intentions towards Kunlun. The 8 monarchs, their hearts racing with terror, implored Chen for clemency. They were utterly unprepared for the sheer terror that Kunlun invoked. Not only was this young sect master formidable in his cultivation, but he also had the presence of a saint by his side. They dared to offend even the Jun family and the Yaoqi palace, thus awakening the depths of the Jun family's power. Although they could not discern Chen's true cultivation, they speculated that he must be a saint. However, when they beheld the appearance of the woman in the green dress, a true saint, who displayed such reverence and awe towards Chen, their fears were only magnified. The 8 individuals felt an intensified dread towards Kunlun, consumed by regret and wishing fervently to eliminate the elder from Linyun Palace. Had he not incessantly urged others to reveal themselves, they would not have encountered such a dire fate. Yet, unbeknownst to them, in Lu Chen's eyes, they had already become mere stepping stones for Kunlun's burgeoning reputation. Rather than extinguishing their lives, he opted to impart a lesson, ensuring they retained a mark of their encounter. For Kunlun was not a place one could simply enter at will. Lu Chen regarded the pale-faced 8 kings, pondering for a moment before speaking with a calm demeanor. Witnessing the actions of the sage from the Jun family had provided him a deeper understanding of the formidable foundations possessed by these top-tier hegemonic forces. They were far more potent than he had previously imagined. He had underestimated the depth of their power, believing Kunlun to be robust enough in its current state. With a sigh, Lu Chen acknowledged the urgency of strengthening Kunlun, realizing that the number of disciples was still alarmingly low. Indeed, Kunlun currently had only 3 disciples. And with the system failing to present any tasks, he was unable to acquire summoning cards or other rewards to bolster his strength. Nevertheless, he had begun to devise a plan to announce the recruitment of disciples for Kunlun. He firmly believed that following these events, Kunlun's reputation would soar within the southern wilderness, thus enhancing the effectiveness of their recruitment efforts. Upon hearing this, the 8 kings thought their ears deceived them, their faces alight with excitement as they trembled with gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed senior. Thank you for sparing us," they exclaimed, their expressions reflecting the joy of rebirth, as they inhaled deeply to steady their tumultuous hearts. They had believed they were destined to perish that day, nearly succumbing to terror. If the inhabitants of the southern wilderness were to witness this scene, they would undoubtedly be utterly astonished. Is this the might of the celestial sovereign? How utterly humble. Now that this matter is settled, Beixian, I entrust the handling of it to you. Lin Yun, you and your companions, come to the Grand Hall. I have matters to discuss with you. After Lu Chen spoke these words in a calm tone, he vanished from the spot. Chen Beixian and Lin Yun responded with utmost reverence. Meanwhile, in the void 100 miles away, numerous cultivators from the southern wilderness were left in a state of shock, their faces marked by astonishment. Unable to regain their composure for a long while. Was that truly the action of a saint? How terrifying! How could this be possible? Saints have not appeared for tens of thousands of years. Many cultivators found it inconceivable that a saint could manifest in this age. After all, today was their first encounter with the celestial sovereign's power, let alone that of a saint. To them, this is undoubtedly something they would never believe, even if it meant facing death. This Kunlun is undoubtedly a hidden great sect. How could even the Jun family and the Yaoqi Palace dare to take action against it? At this moment, everyone believed that Kunlun was an enigmatic and formidable hidden sect, leaving them in awe. We must leave this place at once. This is Kunlun's territory. If they discover us, we might never leave. Upon hearing these words, the crowd's expression shifted dramatically, and they hastily departed from the burial Immortal Mountain range, fearful of encountering Kunlun's wrath at any moment. Were Lu Chen to witness this scene, he would undoubtedly burst into laughter, for this was precisely the reaction he sought. Otherwise, he would not have squandered so much time with those 8 formidable beings of the Heavenly King realm. His aim was to propagate the reputation and might of Kunlun throughout the entire southern wasteland through the words of these cultivators. Thus, the news regarding Kunlun's forthcoming recruitment of disciples will undoubtedly prove invaluable. Indeed, it did not take long for the name Kunlun to resound throughout the entire southern wilderness, garnering immense notoriety. 2 days later, the venerable ancestors of the 8 paramount forces departed from Qingzhou, returning to their respective dominions. Upon witnessing the return of their ancestors, the members of each faction were filled with exuberance, believing that their revered leaders had brought back the ancient tokens. They internally cheered, "Our ancestors are invincible." However, their jubilation was short-lived. As they beheld the countenances of their ancestors, they were taken aback to find fear reflected in their eyes, as if they had encountered some unspeakable horror. The assembly could scarcely comprehend what they were witnessing. After all, their ancestors were formidable beings of the Heavenly King realm. How could this be possible? What in this world could instill fear in the ancestors? In the eyes of the various great powers, their revered ancestors, who have reached the Heavenly Sovereign realm, are indeed beings that look down upon the realms. When the leaders of these formidable factions inquired of their ancestors, each elder imparted but a single phrase to their respective leaders: "A great terror looms over Kunlun." Subsequently, Each ancestor retreated into seclusion, refraining from uttering a word regarding the matters of Qingzhou and Kunlun. In the aftermath, countless cultivators across the southern wilderness erupted in a frenzy. Startling news, astonishing to all, surged forth from the 8 supreme hegemonic powers. The message was clear. No member of our clan or sect should ever provoke the Kunlun sect of Qingzhou. Anyone who encounters a disciple of Kunlun must not engage or offend them. Should one fail to heed this warning, they will be expelled from their family and sect, bearing all consequences alone. Upon the dissemination of this proclamation, an uproar ensued, sending shockwaves through myriad factions and cultivators alike. Many were left bewildered, unable to comprehend the magnitude of the calamity that could compel all but the Jun family in the Yaoqi Palace to issue such a dire warning. On this day, the name Kunlun reverberated throughout the vast expanse of the southern wilderness, stirring countless factions and cultivators of all ranks. In this moment, a wave of speculation and astonishment filled the hearts of many, for those who had not ventured to Qizhou remained oblivious to the events that had transpired. Yet, they grasped one undeniable truth. Even the most formidable hegemonic powers dared not offend Kunlun, a testament to its overwhelming strength. Soon after, word spread among the myriad factions within the southern wilderness. Echoing the sentiments of the 8 paramount powers, all members of their respective clans and sects were to avoid antagonizing Kunlun of Qizhou. At the burial Immortal Mountain Range, within the main hall of the Kunlun sect, Lin Yun, Luo Lingxue, Qin Ruoxian, Luo Wushuang, Qin Zhan, and others gathered. The assembly regarded Lu Chen, seated at the head of the hall, with profound reverence. Even Qin Ruoxian's gaze towards Lu Chen reflected a deepened respect, as he no longer exuded the aloofness and nobility of an emperor, appearing instead as an ordinary disciple of Kunlun. With deliberate calm, Lu Chen opened his eyes and addressed the assembly. Kunlun has emerged into the world for some time now. It is time to recruit more disciples. At his words, Luo Wushuang and Qin Zhan exchanged glances, their expressions brimming with excitement. They promptly responded with respect, recognizing the monumental significance of Kunlun's recruitment announcement. This opportunity might allow their respective descendants to join the ranks of Kunlun disciples, and even becoming an outer disciple would present an extraordinary chance for their kin. Though their daughters were already disciples of Kunlun, both longed for their other descendants to share in that honor. Yes, sect master, they replied respectfully. Then, seemingly struck by a thought, Luo Wushuang inquired, Sect master, when will the recruitment begin? Lu Chen replied, it will officially commence in 3 days. Kunlun will accept disciples regardless of talent or cultivation level, provided they possess the right character and heart, passing our assessments. While Lu Chen certainly desired to welcome more talented disciples, he placed greater emphasis on a person's character and heart, believing that only such individuals would be wholeheartedly devoted to the sect and bear a sense of responsibility. He felt assured of Lin Yun, Luo Lingxue, and Qin Ruoxian's characters, not to mention that he himself was a man endowed with a system. Upon hearing this, Luo Wushuang and Qin Zhan were elated. They had not anticipated that the sect master would prioritize character over talent and cultivation. This significantly enhanced the chances for their descendants to become disciples of Kunlun. Currently, the royal city of Jiuzhou lay in ruins, with a new royal city under reconstruction. However, their families had not been present in the Jiuzhou dynasty on that fateful day. Instead, they resided in the former royal city of the Daqing dynasty. Yes, sect master, we shall spread this news across the major states immediately. Luo Wushuang and Qin Zhan respectfully bowed, and soon departed from Kunlun to journey towards the various great states. Once the two had left, at this moment, the sect leader, Lin Yun, expressed his desire to embark on a journey of cultivation to swiftly enhance his skills and prowess. With a resolute expression, he respectfully addressed Lu Chen, as if to imply that should Lu Chen deny him this opportunity, he would confront him head-on. The impending recruitment of disciples by Kunlun signified an influx of students in the future. Lin Yun, as the elder brother of Kunlun, felt that if his cultivation remained at such a low level, it would inevitably raise doubts among the other disciples regarding the sect's credibility. He was determined not to disappoint Lu Chen, for everything he possessed was bestowed by him, and he yearned to strengthen his own abilities. The next time someone dared to show disrespect to Lu Chen, he would be capable of vanquishing them alone, alleviating the need for the elders of the sect to intervene. Upon hearing Lin Yun's words about embarking on a journey, Lu Chen's eyes flickered with surprise. He had not anticipated such a level of awareness from Lin Yun. In truth, Lu Chen had long desired for Lin Yun to venture out for training, as a flower nurtured in a greenhouse cannot reveal its grandeur to the world. With Lin Yun's formidable combat physique, he ought to engage in battles frequently, for the more conflicts he encounters, the deeper his comprehension of his abilities will become. Indeed, in the future, Lin Yun would wield the power to obliterate saints and subdue divine kings, with even emperors falling before his mighty fist. Very well, Lin Yun. I have not misjudged you. Go forth, Lu Chen remarked with a gentle smile directed at Lin Yun, assured that he need not worry about where Lin Yun would train. True cultivation entails venturing alone, unafraid of hardships or death, daring to contend with the heavens for fortune, and incessantly elevating one's spirit and strength. Lu Chen continued, this time. I shall not permit anyone from the sect to accompany or protect you. All dangers you encounter must be faced by you alone. Upon hearing this, Luo Lingshue's expression shifted momentarily, though she quickly realized the truth in Lu Chen's words. True strength often begins from humble beginnings. Qin Ruoxian also cast a contemplative glance at Lin Yun. However, Lin Yun's countenance remained unchanged, a glimmer of desire for strength evident in his eyes. Thank you, sect leader. Lin Yun replied respectfully. Subsequently, Lu Chen instructed, Lin Yun, before you depart, visit the Elder Peak. Elder Qing will present you with an item. Understood, sect leader. Lin Yun responded without inquiring further about the nature of the item. Time swiftly passed, and 2 days later, a sensational announcement reverberated across the southern wilderness region, igniting immense excitement among countless cultivators. The nearby Tianzhou, being the first to receive the news, was abuzz with anticipation. Brother, have you heard? Kunlun is recruiting disciples. A cultivator exclaimed to his companion, who immediately reacted with exhilaration, exclaiming, What? Is it the Kunlun from Qingzhou? Is it truly necessary for you to be so agitated? You nearly gave me a fright. The cultivator cursed loudly before continuing. Indeed, in the southern wilderness, aside from Kunlun of Qingzhou, who dares to claim the title of Kunlun? Have you not observed how those top-tier powers refrain from offending Kunlun? Upon hearing these words, the crowd nodded in agreement. The cultivator then added, Moreover, I have heard that Kunlun's current recruitment of disciples does not consider talent or cultivation level, but solely tests character and disposition. Upon the utterance of these words, a tumultuous wave of excitement surged forth, and the expressions of the crowd transformed into one of profound agitation and astonishment, as they were mere solitary cultivators, possessing neither exceptional talent nor remarkable cultivation levels. It was precisely this reality that rendered them utterly exhilarated upon hearing the words of the esteemed practitioner. This implies that they might have the opportunity to become disciples of Kunlun. Disciples of Kunlun. Merely hearing this sends shivers of excitement through one's entire being. In their eyes, Kunlun now surpasses even the 10 paramount overlord forces of the southern wilderness. For these supreme overlord powers have never displayed such reverence before the Jun family. This inevitably led them to entertain a terrifying notion regarding the strength of Kunlun, the existence of a sage within its ranks. Consequently, for those who could become disciples of Kunlun, it represented a meteoric rise to glory. However, it was evident that skepticism still lingered, as some began to voice their doubts. Brother, you mustn't deceive us. Kunlun is rumored to possess strength surpassing that of even the most formidable hegemonic forces. How could they possibly recruit disciples lacking in talent? Indeed. How could a sect of Kunlun's caliber overlook talent when accepting disciples? Many echoed this sentiment. Countless cultivators remained unconvinced, questioning how such a powerful sect could disregard talent in its recruitment process. It seemed implausible, although the majority still harbored doubts about Kunlun's might. The fact that countless forces in the southern wilderness region feared and dared not offend them was sufficient evidence of Kunlun's status as a top-tier hegemon. Even if one were to argue that cultivation levels could be overlooked, given that extraordinary talent could render such considerations moot. It was astonishing that Kunlun appeared to disregard both aspects entirely. It is quite challenging to convince everyone. In the realm of Xinwu, no sect would willingly accept disciples lacking in talent, for that would only diminish the strength of their own faction. Upon hearing this, the cultivator, with a serious expression, continued. What you do not understand is that Kunlun is a reclusive and formidable sect. Its foundation is immensely powerful, and they are indifferent to the level of your innate abilities. Upon the utterance of these words, a collective gasp echoed through the assembly. Indeed, everyone present inhaled sharply, confirming the veracity of the rumors. Kunlun is truly a reclusive and grand sect. How splendid! Thus, we may have the opportunity to become disciples of Kunlun. Excitement illuminated the faces of all, their hearts brimming with exhilaration, as this moment moved them profoundly. For them, even the prospect of becoming an outer disciple of Kunlun would be enough to command respect throughout the southern wilderness. No, my aspirations were too modest. Even being a servant disciple could bring glory to their ancestors. Subsequently, the brothers declared, "We shall take our leave first." As the words echoed, all the young cultivators without a sect to rely on hastily made their way towards Qingzhou. "Wait, you lack decorum. Damn it, hold on for me." One cultivator stood dumbfounded, watching the throng depart, his frustration boiling over as he cursed loudly, wishing he had an extra leg to hasten his pursuit. Meanwhile, across the various states, a similar scene unfolded. Countless cultivators, upon hearing the news, exhausted themselves racing towards Kunlun and Qizhou. In a brief span, the skies over the entire southern wilderness were filled with swathes of cultivators soaring through the air. The spectacle was magnificent and awe-inspiring. One might mistake it for the emergence of some rare celestial treasure. Numerous factions, both large and small, gazed in astonishment at the unfolding scene. Wow, the influence of Kunlun is indeed immense. Indeed, the recruitment of a single disciple could incite a mass exodus of people from the southern wilderness. No wonder the patriarch and sect leaders warned us against offending anyone from Kunlun. Yes, in the future, it would be prudent to avoid encounters with Kunlun individuals. They found it hard to believe that this sudden emergence of Kunlun had transformed the landscape of the southern wilderness in less than a month. At that moment, within the Jun family's great hall in Huangzhou, the 5 elders of the Jun family sat in positions of authority, their abyss-like gazes filled with gravity and trepidation. "Elders, are you suggesting that our Jun family members suspect Kunlun to be akin to those ancient powers that have recently awakened, a grand sect concealed from the world?" Jun Wuhui exclaimed in shock, his eyes wide with disbelief as he had just learned of this from the elders. The revelation was utterly staggering. Ancient sects. As far as he knew, each hidden sect had a lineage spanning tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of years. Even the Jun family dared not confront such formidable forces. Although he had previously doubted that Kunlun was a hidden grand sect, he could no longer afford to hold such disbelief now. These words are indeed uttered from the lips of those possessing the true essence of the Jun family. Contemplating this, Jun Wuhui's heart trembled fiercely at this moment. Although the Jun family has also inherited a formidable legacy spanning over 100 millennia, its profound depth is undeniable. With more than one being existing beyond the realm of the Heavenly King, the presence that emerged that day in Kunlun serves as a testament to the fact that the Jun family's heritage is far more intricate than what all in the southern wilderness perceive. In this regard, it is feared that, apart from the Yaoqi Palace, the major top-tier powers in the southern wilderness domain have always regarded the Jun family merely as possessing a presence at the Heavenly King level. They would never have imagined that the Jun family harbors entities beyond that realm. Nonetheless, it must be acknowledged that the Jun family's foundation is indeed formidable. Upon hearing this, one must refrain from engaging in conflict with Kunlun in the near future. I never anticipated that Kunlun would possess a sage. The 5 ancestors of the Jun family gazed solemnly at Jun Wuhui and spoke in a low voice. After a moment, their expressions softened as if a thought had crossed their mind, and they continued, "The ancient secret realm will emerge in a month. I have received news from Yaoqi Palace that this ancient secret realm will be unlike any before." Taken aback by this revelation, Jun Wuhui pondered, "Unlike before? Does the ancient secret realm conceal more secrets?" The 5 ancestors replied, "I am not entirely clear on what distinguishes it." The information was relayed by the entity behind Yaoqi Palace. "Ah, so it is the entity behind Yaoqi Palace." Jun Wuhui wisely refrained from further inquiries, as such formidable powers are beyond the realm of the Jun family's discourse. Meanwhile, within Yaoqi Palace, the current palace master, Lin Shi, wore an expression marked by frost. Filled with fury over Kunlun's audacity to strike against them, she addressed the former palace master, Lin Yu, saying, "Master, how bold Kunlun has become. They dare to look down upon Yaoqi Palace and even assault you. I implore you to summon a sage from Yaoqi to teach Kunlun a lesson." Had it not been for the intervention of the Jun family's 5 ancestors, who had summoned one of their profound entities to take them away, she would have firmly believed that her master would awaken the foundation of Yaoqi Palace to retaliate against Kunlun. Indeed, although Yaoqi Palace ranks behind the Jun family among the top powers of the southern wilderness domain, its foundation is immensely strong. Not to mention the terrifying background it possesses, a true holy ground. It is the genuine superpower of the southern wilderness domain. Despite Lin Shi's awareness of the existence of sages in Kunlun, he still chooses to regard it with disdain. This clearly demonstrates that both the inherent depth of the Yaoqi Palace and the formidable background it possesses are immensely powerful. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu, a beautiful woman clad in palace attire, who was also Lin Shi's mentor and the former palace master, wore a grim expression. Humph. The ancient secret realm will emerge in a month. This matter is of greater significance, so let Kunlun live a little longer, Lin Yu stated coldly. The audacity of Kunlun to act against her would be tantamount to courting death. Although she harbored a desire to annihilate Kunlun, the imminent emergence of the ancient secret realm could not be compromised for the sake of one Kunlun. Indeed, not only the southern wilderness domain, but also the major powers of other great realms are preparing for the ancient secret realm. The secrets contained within this ancient realm are destined to be unveiled in this lifetime. In the southern wilderness domain, at the celestial city of Tsangzhou, within a tavern, a young man exuding an air of nobility, appearing no older than 20, sat at a table savoring fine wine, occasionally allowing a smile to grace his lips. He listened intently to the discussions among the cultivators within the tavern. If a cultivator from the northern heavenly domain were to witness this esteemed young man, they would undoubtedly be taken aback. Clearly, this noble youth's origins were anything but ordinary. However, the reason for his presence in the southern wilderness domain remained a mystery. Brothers, listen to me. One cultivator, equipped with a large sword, addressed the astonished crowd with utmost seriousness. That day, I personally witnessed 8 formidable beings of the Heavenly King realm unable to resist before Kunlun. They were captured in the void by Kunlun's powerful figures. Just recalling that terrifying presence from Kunlun, who merely uttered a single phrase, sends shivers down my spine. It is truly horrifying. The monk was indeed a witness to the fierce battle between the Kunlun faction and the 8 great powers alongside the Jun family and the Yaoqi Palace. Hiss. Upon hearing these words, the crowd's eyes widened in astonishment, their expressions reflecting sheer shock as they collectively inhaled sharply. Brother, what transpired next? Their faces were painted with intrigue, eager to uncover the continuation of the tale, urging him to proceed. Although stories of Kunlun had been circulating throughout the southern wilderness, the opportunity to hear it firsthand was nothing short of exhilarating. Cough, cough, cough. The monk, who bore a large blade at his side, cleared his throat emphatically. At that moment, one astute individual among the crowd seized a bottle of fine wine from the table and approached him, pouring a generous serving while cheerfully exclaiming, "Ah, here, brother, have a drink to soothe your throat." The monk's eyes sparkled at the sight of the exquisite wine, and he swiftly raised the glass to his lips, savoring the delightful taste. Ah, what a treat! It seemed he was quite the connoisseur of spirits. However, this was no ordinary wine. It was a rare elixir capable of enhancing one's vitality, an indulgence few could afford. Then, with a dramatic pause, he continued, hiss. What followed was even more terrifying. The Jun family and Yaoqi Palace also made their entrance. Gasps of disbelief echoed through the crowd. What? The Jun family and Yaoqi Palace? Hiss. Surely, you cannot imply that Kunlun faced off against both the Jun family and Yaoqi Palace. The crowd seemed to piece together the implications, their hearts racing in shock. After all, there had been no news of these 2 formidable factions. No one dared to suggest that they had suffered losses at the hands of Kunlun. Thus, the inhabitants of the southern wilderness had assumed that the Jun family and Yaoqi Palace regarded Kunlun with disdain. Yet, who would have anticipated that this monk, with his formidable blade, would be the one to unveil such revelations? Indeed, once the wine flows, the chaos of the southern wilderness is at my command. At that moment, the young man in resplendent attire at the table, upon hearing the mention of Yaoqi Palace, displayed a flicker of surprise in his eyes, murmuring, Kunlun? What manner of power is this? Its reputation in the southern wilderness is truly remarkable. How intriguing. The monk with the blade continued, indeed. The Jun family and Yaoqi Palace made their appearance, but Kunlun unleashed a terrifying force. Upon uttering these words, the crowd was once again plunged into a state of shock, their hearts filled with an overwhelming sense of terror. Hiss. What exactly is this Kunlun sect? The presence there appeared to be a young woman. Yet her aura was terrifyingly formidable, possibly exceeding that of a heavenly sovereign. At this moment, the sword-wielding cultivator swallowed hard, his voice trembling as he spoke. What? Above the heavenly sovereign? The crowd was utterly shaken, rendered speechless by the revelation. Oh, this is intriguing. Could it be that Kunlun is home to a saint? Mused the young man in splendid robes internally. Before anyone could regain their composure, he continued, the entity from Kunlun made a move, seemingly intent on retaining individuals from the Jun family in the Yachi Palace, but others intervened to whisk them away. With that, the sword-wielding cultivator took a deep breath and shook his head, as if sobering up from intoxication. Observing the astonished expressions on the faces of those around him, he suddenly realized something, his complexion changing drastically. He rose hastily, departing the tavern without a moment's delay, terrified to linger. Gasp! The patrons of the tavern, having regained their senses, inhaled deeply. Moments later, one person exclaimed in astonishment, "Holy moly! Kunlun!" The crowd was left in a state of bewilderment, believing that this individual had been overwhelmed by the news of Kunlun. The aftermath is quite overwhelming. Alas, I nearly forgot that Kunlun is set to officially commence its recruitment of disciples tomorrow. Ignoring the reactions of those around him, the cultivator uttered a single phrase and dashed out of the tavern, heading towards Qingzhou. Kunlun is recruiting disciples. Good heavens, that accursed storyteller. How could this happen to me as well? Kunlun, here I come. As his words echoed, everyone present mentally dispatched a barrage of curses towards the sword-wielding cultivator. They hastily exited the tavern, swiftly employing their escape skills to rush towards Kunlun. In the blink of an eye, the once bustling tavern had fallen into a haunting silence. Only the young man in splendid attire remained, utterly bewildered, having no inkling of what had transpired. All he caught was the mention of Kunlun recruiting disciples. What on earth is happening? What is this Kunlun sect? The young man felt a flicker of surprise in his heart. This was not the first time he had encountered the name Kunlun. Since his arrival in the southern wilderness, the term had circulated widely, though he had initially paid it little heed. However, the recent conversations he overheard ignited a deeper curiosity within him about Kunlun. Kunlun, you say? I am eager to discover what manner of sect this is. With that thought, the young man departed from the tavern, following the direction in which the crowd had headed, and soon his figure faded from view. Meanwhile, in the eastern celestial domain, at the depths of the Nine Nether Dynasty's ancestral land, the three elders of the dynasty seemed to sense something, abruptly opening their eyes with a gaze filled with profound reverence. From the depths of the hall, an ominous and formidable aura began to emanate. They quickly rose from their meditative postures, bowing deeply in utmost respect, their hearts astounded. They had not anticipated that this ancient being, who had slept for tens of thousands of years, had awakened. Ancestor, you have awakened. Upon this utterance, an authoritative voice, as deep and commanding as an abyss, resonated from the depths. After 30,000 years, what has become of the Nine Nether Dynasty? Upon hearing this, the three elders trembled and respectfully replied, reporting to the ancestor, all is well, except. Once more, the ancient voice inquired with a daunting presence. Reporting to the ancestor, the Yuyo clan has fallen. The elders of the Nine Nether, confronted by the voice from the depths, felt an involuntary tension envelop them, scarcely daring to breathe. It was known that these elders held the status of a seventh-tier celestial king, yet even they felt dwarfed in the presence of the voice's owner, who was evidently a terrifying entity revered as the ancestor of the Nine Nether. With that declaration, a terrifying aura surged forth from the depths of the hall, instantly rendering the three elders pale and trembling. Humph! What has transpired? Who dares to slay my people of Nine Nether? They seek death. The owner of the voice was clearly enraged as the oppressive atmosphere filled the hall. Reporting to the ancestor, it is. The elders, their faces ashen, hastily recounted the entirety of events. Humph! Kunlun, seeking death. It seems I have slumbered too long. The world has forgotten the might of Nine Nether. A disdainful scoff echoed from the depths. I never expected the ancient secret realm to emerge as well. Let Kunlun linger a while longer. Ancestor wishes to pay a visit to those old fellows. It was evident that the speaker held Kunlun in utter contempt. Yes, Ancestor, the three elders replied respectfully, their hearts racing with excitement, while they were simultaneously astonished that the ancestor intended to meet those formidable figures. He undoubtedly understood that the ancient figures referred to by the ancestor were the true essence of the supreme dominating forces in the eastern celestial domain. Had those beings truly awakened? The ancient voice resonating from the depths of the grand hall belonged to the ancestor of the Nine Nether Dynasty, a being of saintly stature. It was evident that the power of the eastern celestial domain far surpassed that of the southern wilderness, particularly in terms of the foundational strength of its dominating forces. From the words of this venerable ancestor, it became apparent that not only did the Nine Nether Dynasty possess a saintly figure, but even other dominant powers seemed to harbor such entities. In stark contrast, the foundational strength of the dominating forces in the southern wilderness was considerably weaker. Moreover, when comparing the overall strength of the southern wilderness to that of other major domains, it was indeed the most feeble. It was rumored that the southern wilderness harbored only one true superpower that had been inherited for 1,000,000 years, whereas other major domains boasted multiple such legacies. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the burial Immortal Mountains in Chisho, a place once shrouded in dread and avoided by countless cultivators had gathered. All eyes were wide with astonishment as they beheld two ancient stone pillars reaching towards the heavens, inscribed with the characters Kunlun, exuding an aura of antiquity. The crowd stood speechless in sheer shock. Is it possible? They gasped. Kunlun is indeed within this forbidden ground. Their faces reflected disbelief. They had thought Kunlun was merely located in some hidden corner of Qingzhou. However, after being guided by those who had ventured into the burial Immortal Mountains, their astonishment reached new heights. Indeed, Kunlun was a reclusive grand sect. One cultivator exclaimed, his face alight with excitement as he hurriedly made his way inside. Witnessing this, countless others quickly followed suit, racing towards the direction of Kunlun. Given that many had already entered, and considering the enigma surrounding Kunlun, it dawned on them that Kunlun was undoubtedly a hidden grand sect. If this scene were to be observed by cultivators from other major domains, they would surely think these individuals were mad. To dare to trespass into the burial Immortal Mountains? Truly fearless. Not far away, a young man gazed at the unfolding spectacle, his face betraying his own shock as he murmured, Kunlun is truly within this forbidden ground? Could it be, as those people say, that Kunlun is indeed a hidden grand sect? The young man before us is none other than the elegantly attired individual previously seen at the tavern in Tiansong City. Just as he was about to follow the crowd into the depths of the burial mountain range, a voice resonated in his ear. Your Highness, please hold. The old servant sensed the presence of a sage within the confines of the burial Immortal Mountains. A sage? The young man halted, a flicker of astonishment crossing his features upon hearing this revelation. Old Mu, do you believe that Kunlun is a hidden sect? The voice known as Old Mu replied. Fear not, Your Highness. Even if Kunlun is indeed a secluded sect, it is merely a lineage that has existed for over 100,000 years. With your esteemed status, even the sect leader of Kunlun would show you the utmost respect. Old Mu, this is the forbidden land of the burial Immortal Mountains. How could an ordinary hidden sect possibly be present here? The young man responded slowly. In reply, Old Mu's voice echoed once more. Your Highness speaks true. However, I have already employed my spiritual sense to survey the situation within, and there indeed lies a sect. Do you comprehend what this signifies? The young man appeared perplexed by Old Mu's implication. Old Mu, what do you mean? Your Highness, with the great era descending upon the Immortal Martial Continent, various peculiar phenomena will undoubtedly emerge. For instance, the burial Immortal Mountains no longer possess the same aura as they did thousands of years ago. At this point, Old Mu's tone shifted, leaving the subsequent words unspoken. Yet, the young man could discern a palpable fear of an unknown force within Old Mu's voice. His expression shifted, grappling with the notion of what could instill such trepidation even in a protector of sage caliber. Old Mu, you visited the burial Immortal Mountains tens of thousands of years ago? The young man inquired, eager to uncover the identity of the entity that could evoke such fear in a sage. You are correct, Your Highness. 30,000 years ago, I accompanied an esteemed individual to this place, and the scene was much the same. For tens of thousands, even millions of years, the burial Immortal Mountains have forever appeared as a paradise beyond the world. Yet, the truly terrifying aspect lies in the unknown power within. That being merely sought to probe with their spiritual sense and tragically perished here. The being the young man could not help but draw in a sharp breath, his expression one of profound shock. He was acutely aware of the identity of the individual Old Mu referred to. That being was none other than a member of his own Ling Shao dynasty. At this moment, the young man seemed to grasp the situation. No wonder there exists a sect within the burial Immortal Mountain range, and countless individuals are recklessly venturing inside. It appears that a grand era is indeed upon us. The ancient secret realm is on the verge of emergence, followed by the reappearance of numerous hidden great sects and ancient clans, all of which signify a profound transformation in the world. It is no surprise that my father once mentioned that in this lifetime, a great emperor would return to the mortal realm, urging me to embark on a journey to seek my own fortune. The grand era has arrived. All great sects and clans shall emerge. It is truly an exhilarating time to be alive. Of course, on the Shenwu continent, there are many hidden sects, Yet only those ancient powers or sects that have been passed down for over 1,000,000 years can be truly regarded as great sects or ancient clans. Generally, those with a legacy of 10,000 years or a few tens of thousands of years can only be classified as hidden sections, though termed hidden sects. In the eyes of the true great powers of the current age, these forces with only 10,000 or a few tens of thousands of years of foundation are merely third-rate factions. Take the Jun family, for instance. While they too boast a legacy of over 10,000 years as a dominant force, they do not remain hidden. The need for hidden sects and families arises from the desire to better consolidate their foundational strength. However, whenever a secret realm emerges or a fortuitous opportunity presents itself on the Xianwu continent, these hidden forces will invariably reveal themselves to seize the chance. Just like the impending emergence of the ancient secret realm, it is likely that all hidden sects, great sects, and clans will come forth. This is also why the 5 ancestors of the Jun family remarked that in recent times, hidden sects from other great domains have emerged into the world. The young man nodded in agreement, for his identity was exceedingly formidable. The young man in question is none other than the second prince of the illustrious Lingxiao dynasty, situated in the northern celestial domain. At merely 20 years of age, Lingmu has already transcended into the void realm, showcasing extraordinary talent that is deemed unparalleled. He has even been heralded by the dynasty's venerable ancestors as a prodigy destined to ascend to emperor status in this age. The individual he refers to as Elder Mu is, in fact, his protector on this journey, a being of the 9th tier of the Saint Realm. This is also the reason why Mu Lao was able to sense the presence of a sage within the burial Immortal Mountain range. Meanwhile, beneath the Kunlun mountain gate, an ancient stone staircase that seemed to reach the heavens appeared before the countless cultivators. Gazing upwards, it appeared to stretch into infinity. All the cultivators who had entered the burial Immortal Mountain range were paralyzed with astonishment, unable to step onto the staircase, their expressions filled with shock. What should we do? One cultivator inquired, looking at the others. Without the appearance of Kunlun's disciples, they dared not ascend the stone stairs. What was happening? Wasn't there talk of recruiting disciples? Why had no one from Kunlun shown up? Could it be a trick to deceive us? At that moment, someone questioned, "Damn. I told you. How could Kunlun possibly recruit disciples so casually? Who the hell deceived me?" "Hush." Another replied, "Are you seeking death? This is Kunlun." Upon hearing these words, the cultivator realized he had spoken out of turn and quickly fell silent, glancing around in a panic. Fortunately, no one from Kunlun had appeared. Just as everyone was engulfed in uncertainty, a figure unexpectedly materialized above the crowd, none other than the trio responsible for disciple recruitment, Wang Ming, Wang Xian, and Wang Lin, accompanied by Luo Wushuang and Qin Zhan. At that moment, someone spotted Wang Ming and his companions above, exclaiming, "Look, the people from Kunlun have appeared." Wang Ming surveyed the multitude of cultivators below and nodded with satisfaction, realizing that they would likely accomplish the task entrusted by the sect leader. "Esteemed guests, the recruitment of disciples for Kunlun officially commences," Wang Ming announced in a calm voice, allowing a hint of a smile to grace his lips as he gazed upon the throng of cultivators. However, becoming a disciple of Kunlun is not a simple endeavor. Upon hearing this, the crowd below erupted with excitement, their faces alight with hope, as they realized their journey had not been in vain. Countless individuals began to envision themselves basking in the glory of being Kunlun disciples, fervently cheering within themselves, "I shall become the chief disciple of Kunlun." Linyan interjected, "Do you think I am inconsequential?" For the multitude of cultivators, this was an unparalleled opportunity to leap into greatness, an exhilarating prospect they could hardly contain. Furthermore, they were well aware that Kunlun was often referred to as a hidden grand sect by countless individuals in the southern wilderness, and the sect was likely to possess numerous profound techniques and supernatural abilities, which thrilled them even more than the prospect of joining a dominant power. "Esteemed elder," one cultivator could not restrain his curiosity and inquired of Wang Ming, "May I ask if you are an elder of Kunlun?" He was eager to ascertain whether Kunlun was indeed as formidable as the legend suggested. As these words were uttered, a multitude of individuals became invigorated, their expressions brimming with excitement as they turned their gazes towards Wang Ming. They were well aware of the rumors circulating within Kunlun concerning several formidable guardians possessing remarkable cultivation. Upon hearing this statement, disbelief washed over the crowd. Now, with someone daring enough to articulate their unspoken thoughts, their exhilaration intensified. In response to this remark, Wang Ming smiled, fully cognizant of the cultivator's implications, yet choosing to remain unfazed. Subsequently, the essence of the Dongshu realm emanated from his being, a powerful aura instantaneously enveloping the surroundings, leaving all present in astonishment and awe. Hiss. The Dongshu realm. Is this the hidden great sect? Every individual here possesses formidable cultivation at the Void Realm. To those present, a practitioner of the Void Realm is a being of exalted status. In the collective consciousness of the crowd, a single Void Realm expert is capable of establishing a dominant force. Yet, it turns out that even a casual member of Kunlun embodies such immense strength. The spectators could not help but cast their gazes toward Wang Lin and Wang Xian, standing beside Wang Ming. As a singular thought emerged in their minds, 3 practitioners of the Void Realm. Truly, this is the hidden great sect. The crowd initially believed that Wang Ming's cultivation at the Void Realm was already enough to leave them in awe. However, his subsequent declaration left them even more astonished and taken aback. I am not an elder of Kunlun. I am a guardian of Kunlun. The 2 beside me are also guardians of Kunlun. Wang Ming observed the crowd's reaction with a calm demeanor. Upon the utterance of these words, the crowd was once again rendered speechless. The 3 formidable beings of the Void Realm were, astonishingly, merely guardians. At this moment, no one dared to question the fact that Kunlun was indeed a reclusive grand sect. One must inquire, which power within the southern wilderness possesses such formidable heritage as to have a Void Realm expert serving as a guardian? Not even the top 10 dominant forces can boast such audacity. Having posed the necessary questions, Wang Ming announced the commencement of the disciple assessment. His words momentarily stunned the crowd, who gazed around at the vast open space devoid of any distinguishing features. An assessment? Here? Should it not be conducted within the sect? Could it be that the reclusive grand sect's examination methods are so haphazard? Confusion rippled through the assembly, accompanied by a vague sense of foreboding. Before you lies this stone staircase, which serves as your first trial. Anyone who can ascend this staircase to reach my Kunlun celestial mountain shall be permitted to proceed to the second phase of the assessment. Wang Ming's pronouncement swiftly validated their ominous premonitions. With those words, a collective gasp echoed. All faces shifted as they lifted their gazes towards the ancient stone staircase. Although it appeared unremarkable, an inexplicable aura seemed to emanate from it, sending a shiver through their hearts. Indeed, the path to becoming a disciple of the reclusive grand sect was fraught with challenges. They were not even deemed worthy to gaze upon what lay above Kunlun. At that moment, a sigh of relief washed over them. Fortunately, they had not recklessly stepped onto the staircase earlier, or they might have already faced elimination. A bitter smile flickered across their faces. Within the main hall of Kunlun, Lu Chun observed through his spiritual sense the multitude of cultivators gathered beneath the mountain gate. Their expressions tinged with astonishment. He too had not anticipated that Kunlun's inaugural recruitment would attract such a vast crowd, far exceeding his expectations. Currently, there were no less than 1 million individuals assembled at the foot of Kunlun Mountain. While 1 million may seem a considerable number, in the grand scheme of the southern wilderness, it was merely a fraction of the population of even a minor dynasty. Clearly, although Kunlun's reputation had reverberated throughout the southern wilderness, very few genuinely believed it to be a reclusive grand sect. Otherwise, how could it attract only a mere 1 million cultivators? In contrast, during the recruitment of disciples by those top-tier dominant sects in the southern wilderness, it was not uncommon for hundreds of thousands to contend for a chance. System. What purpose does that stone staircase serve? Lu Chen pondered inwardly, recalling that he had inquired the previous day whether the system possessed any treasures capable of assessing a cultivator's temperament and character. In response, the system instructed him to utilize the staircase at the mountain gate as the first trial. However, the specifics of its purpose remained unclear, with the system merely stating that those who could ascend the staircase would have passed the test of both temperament and character. This aspect is of utmost importance to Lu Chen, which is why he entrusted Wang Ming and others with the responsibility. The stone staircase, known as the Tongxin Celestial Ladder, as its name implies, will detect any cultivator who harbors malevolent intentions, possesses a corrupted character, or has committed acts intolerable by the heavens. Such individuals will be repelled by the Tongxin Celestial Ladder. With this understanding, Lu Chun, having received a thorough explanation from the system, felt quite satisfied, thinking that the system had finally performed a commendable function. Currently, as there are no system tasks at hand, Lu Chun finds himself deprived of rewards and summoning cards. Having internally berated the system many times, he hopes that among those ascending Kunlun, there might be disciples capable of triggering system rewards, as enrolling ordinary disciples yields no rewards from the system. However, he is quite eager to see if further developments in Kunlun will bring about other rewards from the system. For now, he can only search among these individuals. Perhaps there may be one or two who can activate the system's rewards. Meanwhile, at the foot of the mountain gate, after Wang Ming's explanation, the expressions of all present were filled with excitement as they rubbed their fists in preparation. They awaited Wang Ming's command. To most, the stone staircase before them seemed inconsequential, merely a test of cultivation. Although rumors from Kunlun claimed that neither cultivation level nor talent mattered, very few truly believed it. Despite the throngs of cultivators present, many were simply hoping for a stroke of luck. Most of those who came regarded their own cultivation as commendable and thus paid little heed to the staircase. All right, let us begin. Wang Ming smiled at the crowd's reaction and declared. As his words fell, the eager individuals at the forefront exchanged glances and stepped onto the Tongshin celestial ladder. The ancient staircase appeared endless, giving the impression of piercing through the heavens. The group cautiously ascended the steps, but after nearly 100 steps, they discovered that the staircase showed no signs of change. They felt an overwhelming surge of excitement and quickened their pace, eager to pass this trial as swiftly as possible. Those who had yet to set foot on the staircase witnessed this spectacle. After exchanging glances, they too hurriedly ascended the ladder. However, if nothing unexpected occurred, an unforeseen event was indeed imminent. Buzz! Suddenly, the Tongshin celestial ladder beneath their feet illuminated with brilliant light, and in an instant, the ancient staircase shone radiantly, enveloped in a breath of time that pervaded the entire structure. The luminous aura of time enveloped all cultivators upon the staircase, causing their expressions to shift dramatically, their eyes widening in disbelief. What is this power? Why does it feel as though my entire being is laid bare? There are no secrets left. Everyone was immediately taken aback, their hearts filled with profound astonishment. Yet, it did not take long for them to realize that this was undoubtedly a test devised by Kunlun. However, the specific aspect being assessed remained a mystery to them. A few individuals speculated that it was an evaluation of their cultivation and innate talent. As they sensed this enigmatic aura, which, while profoundly mysterious, posed no threat to their well-being, a sense of relief washed over them, and they resumed their ascent. Behind Wang Ming, Luo Wushuang and Qin Zhan were equally astonished by the scene unfolding before them. After exchanging glances, they turned their attention to the young cultivators who had already ascended 100 steps on the celestial ladder, their expressions betraying a mix of tension and determination. These individuals were, in fact, their respective disciples, striving with all their might to reach the summit of the ladder. To their surprise, they discovered that a staggering number of 1 million cultivators had gathered, which truly startled them. Upon receiving permission from Lu Chen, both Luo Wushuang and Qin Zhan decided to allow some of their more gifted disciples to participate in the assessment, hoping that they too could become disciples of Kunlun. Even if they could only attain the status of outer disciples, it was conceivable that their respective lineages might eventually produce formidable experts. At this moment, just as everyone believed they could traverse the celestial ladder in peace, a sudden hum resonated. A myriad of radiant beams illuminated the steps beneath their feet, yet this time, the phenomenon appeared distinctly different from before. Unperturbed, the crowd continued their ascent. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted. Bang, bang, bang. Numerous figures plummeted from the ladder, a manifestation of the celestial ladder rejecting those of malevolent nature and character. Why? The expressions of those who fell were grim, bewildered by their inability to ascend the ladder, their cries echoing in despair. Wang Ming and his companions regarded the unfortunate souls cast down with an air of indifference, a disdainful snort escaping their lips. Earlier, Lu Chen had conveyed to Wang Ming the purpose of the celestial ladder, enlightening him and his companions regarding its function. Thus, they were acutely aware that these individuals were indeed of the most nefarious disposition. Such wicked souls were not only unworthy of becoming disciples of Kunlun, but were even deemed unfit to cast a mere glance upon it. Under normal circumstances, Wang Ming and his companions would have long since eradicated such filth. This is precisely why Lu Chen places great emphasis on these two aspects. If individuals with malevolent dispositions were to become disciples of Kunlun, they would undoubtedly betray the sect when faced with formidable adversaries in the future. In contrast, even if one possesses exceptional talent, Lu Chen prioritizes those with noble character and integrity above all else. At this moment, not far away, Ling Mu refrained from hastily ascending the celestial ladder. Instead, his expression shifted subtly as he observed the unfolding changes upon it. Old Mu, can you discern the origins of this celestial ladder? Ling Mu mused, his gaze fixed upon it. He harbored an inkling that his fortune lay within the confines of Kunlun before him. Before long, the voice of Old Mu resonated in his ears. Your Highness, I too cannot ascertain the origins of this celestial ladder. However, it is likely a remnant of the profound heritage passed down by Kunlun. I believe that such legacies are characteristic of minor sects that have existed for over 100 millennia, and it is unworthy of your time to linger here. Old Mu, Ling Mu's protector, seemed reluctant for his master to remain in what he regarded as merely a minor power. Although Kunlun had emerged amidst the burial Immortal Mountains, he did not perceive it as an ancient grand sect, but rather as a small force that had merely established its base in that location. While he was unaware of when the burial Immortal Mountains lost the mysterious power it once possessed thousands or even millions of years ago, he firmly believed that Kunlun had only established its sect here after discovering the changes within the mountains, thereby creating an aura of enigma around itself. This was particularly pertinent in a realm rife with ostentatious factions, which were hardly worthy of mention. Upon hearing this, Ling Mu chose not to dwell further on the situation with the celestial ladder. He recognized the validity of Old Mu's words. Yet, he did not depart. Instead, he yearned to ascend the celestial ladder and glimpse what Kunlun possessed that could attract countless individuals from the entire southern wilderness region. With a light chuckle, he remarked, Old Mu, I wish to see what profound heritage Kunlun holds that draws so many. Moments later, Old Mu's voice echoed once more, All is at your discretion, Your Highness. With me by your side, you need not worry. No faction in the southern wilderness dares to show you any disrespect, regardless of where you go or what you do. This is the foundation and strength of an imperial dynasty. Who would have imagined that a sage serves merely as the protector of this young man? It is evident that the underlying power of the Lingxiao dynasty is extraordinarily formidable. Even the most dominant forces appear insignificant in its presence. Moments later, the celestial ladder bore no resemblance to its former scene, as the multitude of cultivators repelled from its ascent had diminished. Now, fewer than 2,000 remained upon the path, their faces flushed with excitement as they persevered upward. Yet, it seemed as if the summit eluded them, compelling them to bow their heads and strive relentlessly onward. Naturally, some, realizing they had not been cast aside, understood that traversing the entire celestial ladder would grant them entry into Kunlun. Thus, many prepared to channel their internal spiritual energy to soar through the air. However, they underestimated the ancient ladder, discovering upon attempting to mobilize their energy that it was utterly futile. A bitter smile graced their lips. Nevertheless, no one wished to relinquish such a splendid opportunity. At that moment, not only was their spiritual energy ineffective, but even their corporeal strength corresponding to their cultivation was rendered useless. The higher they ascended, the more they felt the drain on their stamina. At this juncture, they resembled ordinary mortals, relying solely on their sheer willpower to climb. Indeed, the fact that so many have persevered is sure to please the sect leader, Wang Ming remarked, nodding in agreement as he observed the crowd on the ladder. As the three of them had noted, Chen was not concerned with the number of disciples he recruited this time. Rather, he valued the cultivator's willpower, potential, temperament, and character. Within the main hall, Chen's eyes shimmered with divine light as he activated the chaotic divine eye, gazing at the cultivators on the celestial ladder outside the mountain gate. A satisfied smile gracing his features. He hoped that these individuals could endure until the end. Otherwise, Kunlun would face great difficulty in attracting disciples in the southern wasteland. Chen had little hope for those who might not believe in Kunlun's strength, and he resolved that even if he were to recruit disciples again, it would not occur in the southern wasteland. Indeed, the chaotic divine eye was remarkably powerful, capable of seeing through all matters at a glance. It was a testament to the system's excellence. The chaotic divine eye was unlocked after Chen practiced the chaotic divine spirit technique, and this was its inaugural use. He sought to test whether this divine eye was as formidable as the system claimed. The chaotic divine eye would grow stronger and more terrifying alongside Chen's cultivation. According to the system, once Chen's power truly flourished, a single glance could pierce through an entire realm, extinguishing immortals with ease. Chen murmured, suddenly detecting two immensely powerful auras within the burial Immortal Mountains. They were utterly undetectable before the chaotic divine eye, and he was surprised that even with his current cultivation, he had not sensed their presence. Two sages. Remarkably, both were at the 9th level of sagehood. No wonder I failed to notice them. They were well concealed. Lu Chen's expression suddenly grew cold. If these two saints were here to trouble Kunlun, he would certainly make them pay a severe price. Regardless of their formidable cultivation at the 9th heaven of saints. Currently, Lu Chen was at the 1st heaven of saints, and Qing was at the same level. However, Lu Chen possessed the chaotic divine spirit technique, which encompassed 8 formidable abilities, making him unafraid even of those at the 9th heaven of saints. Moreover, Qing's combat prowess could not merely be measured by her cultivation level. Humph! Should you dare disrupt Kunlun's recruitment of disciples, regardless of your origins, I shall ensure you face grave consequences. Lu Chen's face was as cold as frost, his gaze icy, although he sensed that the two auras bore no hostility. Their presence within Kunlun's domain was undoubtedly a provocation. Thus, Lu Chen chose not to engage the two saints just yet, preferring to ascertain which power sought to challenge Kunlun. At the foot of Kunlun Mountain, many cultivators who were unworthy of becoming disciples did not leave. They gazed enviously at those remaining on the heavenly ladder, sighing inwardly. They were utterly perplexed as to why they were rejected by the ladder before them, even though some among them possessed considerable strength. There were even young cultivators at the Dao Palace realm, and countless others beneath the Divine Concealment realm. Countless faces bore expressions of discontent, feeling utterly frustrated. Believing that Kunlun was toying with them, many quietly cursed Kunlun in their hearts. What a joke, this reclusive sect Kunlun. They claimed not to judge by cultivation level. Yet here I am, having traveled countless miles, only to not even catch a glimpse of what Kunlun truly is. A cultivator in his 20s at the Dao Palace realm harbored intense resentment towards Kunlun, feeling mocked by them. Though he wouldn't dare voice such thoughts in front of Wang Ming and the others. Not only this cultivator, but a majority also harbored similar animosity towards Kunlun at this moment. TSK. This exemplifies the conduct of individuals possessing a profoundly flawed disposition and character. Once these individuals fail to achieve their desired outcomes, they are inclined to harbor malevolent thoughts. This is truly the most terrifying prospect. Should such cultivators infiltrate the sect, they would undoubtedly become traitors. I fear that other forces, given even the slightest incentive, would certainly betray the sect for their own gain. It would be better for them to wreak havoc on other factions. Coming to Kunlun would only result in their swift demise. At this moment, all present had already ascended the celestial ladder. Those who had not were summarily rejected and eliminated. However, there were still 2 individuals who remained, observing as if the celestial ladder before them was merely an ordinary stone staircase. One was Lingmu, who had journeyed from the northern celestial region to the southern wilderness for training. The other was a young woman clad in a violet gown, possessing unparalleled beauty and an ethereal demeanor, appearing to be no more than 20 years of age. She stood at a distance from the crowd, quietly surveying the scene. Although this young woman was strikingly beautiful, it seemed that none of the onlookers had taken notice of her. It was as if she stood before them yet remained invisible. Clearly, if this young woman was not exceptionally powerful herself, then she was under the protection of a formidable presence that concealed her aura from detection. Even Wang Ming and his companions failed to perceive her. It was evident that the origins of this violet-clad young woman were extraordinarily complex. Just as Ling Mu prepared to approach the celestial ladder, he heard the astonished voice of Elder Mu by his side. I didn't expect the people from the Purple Moon Dynasty to join the fray. The Purple Moon Dynasty. Ling Mu's expression shifted slightly upon hearing this. What business did the Purple Moon Dynasty have here? Currently, the Immortal Martial Continent was undergoing a great upheaval, with numerous heirs of powerful factions emerging in various regions to seek opportunities and refine their skills. He was one among them. Ling Mu was aware of this, but he had not anticipated the arrival of the Purple Moon Dynasty in the southern wilderness. The Purple Moon Dynasty and the Lingxiao Dynasty were both among the 5 superpowers of the northern celestial region, each possessing an unfathomable depth of resources. Your Highness, look in that direction, Elder Mu instructed. Following his guidance, Ling Mu turned his gaze and was immediately taken aback. It was her, Ziyunyan. The violet-clad young woman seemed to sense someone had discovered her. As their eyes met, her expression changed dramatically. The second prince of the Lingxiao Dynasty, Ling Mu. The young woman in the violet gown was none other than the Grand Princess of the Purple Moon Dynasty, Ziyunyan, who had reached the Void Realm at the tender age of 20, ranking among the top 10 prodigies of the northern celestial region. It was rumored that she possessed a unique constitution, rendering her a source of apprehension among the various factions in the northern celestial region. For a brief moment, their gazes averted, neither acknowledging the other. Although individuals of their stature were familiar with one another, encounters were rare, let alone the prospect of casual greetings. This is a natural phenomenon. Although the Ling Xiao and Ziyue dynasties are not adversaries, their relationship is far from amicable. Subsequently, Ling Mu no longer paid attention to Ziyun Yin, vanishing from sight. In an instant, he reappeared beneath the heavenly ladder, his gaze tranquil, as he stepped forward to ascend the heart-connecting stairway. At this moment, all eyes were drawn to the sudden appearance of Ling Mu, whose expression shifted slightly. "Look!" someone exclaimed. "Huh? Is there really another person ascending the heavenly ladder?" The crowd below began to murmur among themselves. Who is he? Why does he exude such a formidable aura? Hiss. Moreover, why does his demeanor radiate such nobility? Could it be that he hails from a powerful faction come to disrupt the proceedings? Many among the onlookers appeared exceedingly excited, wishing fervently that this young man was sent by some grand force to thwart the recruitment of disciples at Kunlun. Hiss. It certainly seems so. But why have we never encountered this individual in the southern wilderness? Indeed, among the prominent talents of the southern wilderness, it seems he is absent. The crowd continued to speculate about the identity of the young man who had suddenly emerged on the heavenly ladder. At this moment, Wang Ming and his companions also noticed Ling Mu's ascent, and with a single glance, they discerned his cultivation level, their expressions changing in unison. Huh! Such a young being in the Void Realm. This was indeed the first time Wang Ming and his companions had encountered someone so youthful yet possessing such remarkable cultivation. This also led Wang Ming and his companions to question the identity of the young man on the celestial ladder. Logically, such profound cultivation at such a tender age could not be attributed to an ordinary practitioner. The three exchanged glances, refraining from hindering the young man, for they were aware that Lu Chen had been observing the scene. With no cues from Lu Chen, they felt little cause for concern. In the distance, Ziyun Yin noticed Ling Mu stepping onto the celestial ladder, her spiritual eyes revealing a hint of surprise. How intriguing! It was unexpected that the most talented second prince of the Ling Xiao dynasty would participate in the disciple recruitment assessment of a minor faction. In light of this, she was keen to see what Kunlun had to offer that could captivate Ling Mu. Having observed this, Ziyun Yin also became interested and seemed inclined to ascend the celestial ladder to partake in Kunlun's disciple testing. Like Ling Mu, she had heard of Kunlun's formidable reputation upon entering the southern wilderness. Thus, she wished to discern the true nature of this sect. However, upon arriving in Qizhou, she was astonished to learn that Kunlun was situated within the forbidden grounds of the burial Immortal Mountain Range. Subsequently, her protector provided an explanation similar to that given to Ling Mu's guardian. At that moment, an elderly woman's voice rang out. It was her protector, a being of the ninth heavenly sage. "Your Highness, this is not advisable. With your esteemed status, how can you stoop to become a disciple of such a minor faction?" Her protector appeared to have discerned Ziyun Yan's intentions. "Lan Lao, you need not worry. I merely wish to see what kind of sect Kunlun is." Ziyun Yin replied with a light laugh, dismissing the concern. She certainly had no genuine desire to become a disciple of Kunlun. Even if Kunlun wished to retain her as a disciple, she would first assess whether their leader possessed the audacity to do so. Indeed, given her status, even the superpower of the southern wilderness, the Tianxian Holy Land, would not dare to show her any disrespect. Among the 5 superpowers of the northern celestial domain, the Ziyue dynasty ranked third, while the Lingxiao dynasty was last. On the Immortal Martial Continent, the major superpowers were well aware of each other's strengths. Thus, individuals from these factions faced no disrespect, regardless of the region they found themselves in. This princess, while saying so, if the emperor were to learn of this, he would surely hold me accountable. Lan Lao's voice resonated again, expressing strong disapproval of the princess's actions. "Rest assured, Lan Lao, if my father were to express displeasure, I shall explain everything to him myself." "Very well, it is entirely up to the princess. Should Kunlun dare to disrespect you, I shall eradicate them." Moments later, Lan Lao's voice echoed once more. Eradicate Kunlun? At that moment, one could only hope not to be intimidated by the formidable presence of Kunlun. Naturally, Ziyun Yin's guardian also sensed the existence of a sage within Kunlun, which deterred any forceful intrusion. A sage of such tremendous power. Even the venerable Lan Lao would prefer to avoid confrontation, not out of fear, but rather out of prudence. However, should Kunlun dare to show any disrespect towards Ziyun Yin, Lan Lao would undoubtedly intervene with great force. Ziyun Yin let out a resigned chuckle and nodded. She was acutely aware of Lan Lao's formidable nature, knowing that anyone who dared to slight her would face dire consequences. In an instant, Ziyun Yin found herself at the base of the celestial ladder, gazing at Ling Mu, who had already ascended 1,000 steps. Ling Mu, today, allow me to witness whether your prowess is as formidable as the rumors suggest. Both Ziyun Yin and Ling Mu were among the 10 most gifted youths of the northern celestial domain, yet they had never clashed in battle. Despite the whispers of Ziyun Yin's extraordinary constitution, many believed Ling Mu's strength surpassed hers. Thus, she sought to utilize this straightforward disciple assessment in Kunlun as a means of testing her abilities against Ling Mu. Without hesitation, Ziyun Yin stepped onto the celestial ladder and swiftly pursued Ling Mu's figure. As she ascended, the onlookers took note of her presence. Wow! Look, another person has joined. A chorus of astonished exclamations erupted, as none could ascertain when the elegantly clad figure in purple had embarked upon the steps. In mere moments, the crowd witnessed her ascend over 100 steps. Well, when did that figure in purple appear? Stop exclaiming, someone retorted, seemingly annoyed that the commotion distracted from the beauty of the purple-clad maiden. Goodness, who is this enchanting fairy? She seems to be unknown in the southern wilderness. Seriously, shouldn't we be more focused? How can we, as cultivators, let a mere woman sway our resolve? One cultivator, appearing quite irate, remarked. The crowd paused, momentarily taken aback. But before they could react, the irate cultivator continued. You youngsters have no idea what you're missing. Allow me to take a look. Subsequently, he produced a peculiar instrument resembling a telescope, disregarding the curious gazes of those around him, and proceeded to utilize the artifact to observe. The crowd was captivated, their attention fixated on the ethereal figure in purple, revealing a visage of unparalleled beauty, especially as her form, enveloped in a flowing purple gown, showcased an alluring grace. This spectacle prompted many to display expressions of unrestrained admiration. At that moment, Wang Ming and his companions also beheld the maiden in purple, their expressions shifting slightly. Another young cultivator at the Void Realm. At this moment, Wang Ming appeared to perceive something. His gaze instantly turned icy as he regarded the woman in the purple dress, who had ascended to the same level as Ling Mu. How intriguing! Are they attempting to measure their prowess against the testing ladder of Kunlun? Humph! Regardless of whether you hail from another faction, once you ascend my Kunlun ladder and enter Kunlun, withdrawing will not be a simple matter. Originally, there were fewer than 2,000 cultivators on the ladder, but now half have reached the pinnacle. At the summit of the ladder, Chen Ruoxian and Luo Lingxue were stationed to oversee the cultivators who had ascended, arranging for them to await their turn. Hiss! Is this a realm of wonder? How magnificent! Could this truly be Kunlun? Wait a moment. The spiritual energy in this place is so dense. Kunlun does not deceive me. Indeed, it is a hidden grand sect. Those who have ascended the heavenly ladder to reach Kunlun's heavenly gate peak stood in awe, their eyes wide with astonishment as they beheld the floating, independent peaks before them. Each mountain was adorned with ancient pavilions and grand halls, appearing as if they belonged to a world of their own. Against the backdrop of the sea of clouds, it resembled an ethereal paradise. The crowd was profoundly shaken. Who could possess such prowess to construct such a formidable sect? No wonder they could not glimpse Kunlun from the mountain below. It became clear that only those recognized by Kunlun could witness its true form. 72 peaks encircled a more imposing main peak, creating a celestial alignment that inspired reverence with just a single glance. The previous Kunlun was not of this grandeur. While it also had independent peaks, there were merely the main peak, the disciple peak, the elder peak, and the isolated hall of heavenly scriptures. Imagining the scene as it once was, one could surmise that even the 8 supreme powers, including the heavenly kings and the ancestors of the Jun family and the Yaoqi palace, would dare not harbor hostility towards Kunlun. Surely, even those from sacred lands would gasp in astonishment. Who could possess such capabilities to forge a sect of this magnitude? In truth, the system has removed all obstructions from the peaks to allow Kunlun to recruit more disciples, hastening its development. System, host, I have indeed unleashed a grand maneuver for you. If you fail to seize this opportunity, the fault lies with you. Lu Chen retorted, do you have any shame? If you possess the ability, grant me as many summoning cards as the number of disciples I receive. System, oh, you are so lofty, so remarkable. Dear fellow disciples, said Luo Lingxue, please wait over there. Once everyone has ascended the heavenly ladder, a second round of testing will commence. She and Chen Ruoxian moved forward, smiling slightly at the reactions of the crowd. A melodious voice echoed in their ears. Upon hearing it, the crowd hurriedly turned, gasping in astonishment. How beautiful! Could these two fairies also be disciples of Kunlun? All eyes were filled with awe and admiration for their breathtaking beauty, and not a single gaze dared to harbor even a hint of disrespect. Clearly, those who had ascended the heavenly ladder were not tainted by the malicious intentions of those cast aside. As cultivators, we must remain steadfast and undeterred by the allure of women. Lin Yin remarked, I have every reason to suspect you are speaking of me. Masters, junior brothers, junior sisters, have we truly become disciples of Kunlun? Upon hearing this, the crowd paused, exchanging bewildered glances, incredulous at the notion that they had indeed become disciples of Kunlun. After a brief moment, realization dawned on them, and they looked at Luo Lingxue, who seemed earnest, their faces alight with excitement and trepidation. Yes, esteemed masters, senior sisters. Indeed, Kunlun does not concern itself with innate talent or cultivation levels. In that moment, the image of Kunlun grew grander in their hearts. Soon, aside from Ling Mu and Zi Yunyan, everyone else had ascended the heavenly ladder. Upon witnessing the ethereal scene before them, they were left utterly astounded, their eyes brimming with exhilaration. Their efforts had not been in vain. Kunlun was indeed a hidden great sect. Meanwhile, on the heavenly ladder, Ling Mu observed Zi Yunyan, who was glistening with beads of sweat on her forehead, a teasing glimmer in his eyes as he quipped, while internally astonished, I say, Princess Zi, why have you left the Purple Moon dynasty to venture into this desolate region with scarce spiritual energy? Indeed, the Kunlun is far more extraordinary than he had anticipated, reinforcing his belief that his fortune may very well lie within this mystical realm. Upon hearing these words, Ling Mu scoffed, do not provoke me here, or you shall face the consequences. Zi Yunyan's expression darkened, her gaze icy, while her heart raced with astonishment. It became evident that the Kunlun was not to be underestimated. It possessed such divine artifacts. She could hardly fathom that this seemingly ordinary heavenly ladder could strip cultivators of their powers and physical strength, rendering her an ordinary individual. The first 1,000 steps of the Tongshin heavenly ladder assess a cultivator's temperament and character, while those beyond that threshold would cause them to lose their cultivation and physical prowess, transforming them into mere mortals. This is also why Zi Yunyan ascended to the summit of the celestial ladder in mere moments. Although your speed is remarkable, before the heart-connecting heavenly ladder, nothing can remain concealed. This was precisely the aspect that left both Zi Yunyan and Ling Mu utterly astounded. At that moment, they could distinctly sense an enigmatic force that seemed to penetrate their very beings, rendering their secrets utterly transparent. Upon hearing these words, Ling Mu felt a sudden urge to laugh, and then provocatively continued, Princess Ziyun, we have both lost our cultivation now. If you wish to avoid falling, come and challenge me. You, Ling Mu. Zi Yunyan seethed, her eyes glaring with fury as she glared at Ling Mu, fully aware that he sought nothing more than to witness her humiliation. Humph. Ling Mu, you are merely indulging in verbal sparring. I shall not stoop to your level. With that, Zi Yunyan chose to disregard Ling Mu, taking a deep breath as she continued her ascent, her curiosity piqued to uncover the mysteries of this Kunlun sect. Observing her, a faint smile crept across Ling Mu's face, and he refrained from further provocation, hastening to follow her. Before long, both Ling Mu and Zi Yunyan reached the final step. As they ascended, they were greeted by a breathtaking scene akin to a celestial realm. 72 floating peaks surrounded by a sea of clouds stood majestically in the void. Instantly, both their expressions shifted to one of astonishment, their pupils narrowing in disbelief. They exchanged glances, each reflecting a shared incredulity, their hearts racing with astonishment. What an abundance of spiritual energy! They exclaimed, their countenances transforming as they sensed the overwhelming aura, leading to an exclamation of shock. How is this even possible? The spiritual energy here is unexpectedly several times more abundant than that of the northern celestial realm. The expressions of the two individuals softened, and an intriguing question arose within their hearts. Could it truly be as they suspected that Kunlun, upon discovering the changes within the burial Immortal Mountain Range, claimed this place as its own? This idea emerged but was swiftly dismissed by Ling Mu. As for Zi Yunyan, she too had considered this aspect. The mere existence of these 72 floating peaks is beyond the capabilities of ordinary factions. The rich spiritual energy here means that if I were to cultivate in this place, I could undoubtedly break through to the Heavenly King realm in the shortest possible time. Zi Yunyan's expression was somewhat animated, as she had not anticipated such a bounty from her journey to the southern wilderness. What's this? Princess Zi, are you planning to become a disciple of Kunlun? Ling Mu teased, seemingly sensing Zi Yunyan's thoughts. He could hardly believe that the Grand Princess of the North Sky Domain, The Ziyue dynasty would lower herself to become a disciple of a minor sect in the southern wilderness. He wondered how the people of the North Sky domain would react to such a development. As for him, the Lingxiao dynasty was on the brink of facing formidable adversaries. And as long as he could grow stronger, he was indifferent to the opinions of others. To encounter a place so rich in spiritual energy is a rare opportunity. And he would be willing to become a disciple of Kunlun. However, he would not leverage his status to compel Kunlun to relinquish this location. He sensed that Kunlun was far from ordinary and was not inclined to inadvertently draw an unknown powerful sect into the affairs of the Lingxiao dynasty. With this thought, Lingmu decided it was best to keep their identities concealed from Kunlun. As for Ziyunyan, he trusted that she would be wise enough not to act recklessly. Lingmu, you should be cautious not to reveal our identities. Kunlun may not be as straightforward as it seems. Her perspective on Kunlun had shifted slightly, now tinged with caution. Given their unique status, if Kunlun were to discover their true identities, it could lead to unnecessary complications. I am fully aware of that, Princess Z. Rest assured, Lingmu replied, recognizing that Kunlun was indeed more complex than he had initially presumed. There are others. At this moment, in the distance, Luo Lingxue noticed that there were still individuals ascending, and her delicate face brightened with joy as she hurried forward to greet them. After all, these would be her junior brothers and sisters, and as their senior, it was her duty to look after the newly arrived disciples. Indeed, there were now a total of 1,600 individuals who had successfully reached the summit of Kunlun. From the moment they passed the heavenly ladder test and attained the peak, they had become disciples of Kunlun. Unfortunately, a small number of individuals still struggled to reach the top, ultimately falling short. As for the subsequent 2 tests, Lu Chun designed them solely to evaluate the disciples' mindset and comprehension. Junior brothers and sisters, please proceed over there. You are now disciples of Kunlun. Luo Lingxue smiled as she addressed the 2, her heart secretly marveling at the breathtaking beauty of Ziyunyan. Wow, this junior sister is so beautiful. However, she still cannot compare to Ruoxian. Truly, Ruoxian's aura is ethereal. Luo Lingxue mused silently, continually finding that Qin Ruoxian's otherworldly grace and stunning beauty were unparalleled. Nonetheless, each of the 3 possessed their own unique charm. Qin Ruoxian was like an untainted fairy descending from the heavens. Luo Lingxue resembled a playful and endearing neighbor girl, while Ziyunyan exuded an air of aloof elegance, keeping others at a distance. Lingmu and Ziyunyan were momentarily taken aback upon hearing each other's remarks. What was happening? Have we truly become disciples of Kunlun? Is it customary for the sects of the southern wilderness to accept disciples with such haste? Have we indeed become disciples of Kunlun? Lingmu gazed at Luo Lingxue with a hint of disbelief, simultaneously sensing her cultivation level, which left him feeling a wave of disappointment. Dao Palace Realm. Could this woman possibly be a senior sister from Kunlun? Logically speaking, the disciples of Kunlun should not possess such low cultivation. To have the power of a saint in the resource-scarce southern wilderness would at least imply a formidable influence. It is truly unexpected for a disciple to exhibit such a low level of mastery, thought Lingmu. Low cultivation? If she were to learn that Luo Lingxue had ascended from the 9th level of the spiritual sea to the Dao Palace realm in less than a month, she would surely be incredulous. If told, Lingmu would likely dismiss it as impossible. Indeed, Luo Lingxue had already broken through to the Dao Palace realm. Yet she remained oblivious to the cultivation levels of the 2. Even if Luo Lingxue attempted to sense their powers, it would be futile. For both Lingmu and Ziyunyan were at the Void Realm. As for Ziyunyan, she did not ponder much, since Kunlun had already accepted her as a disciple. She would simply adapt to this identity for her training, ready to assist Kunlun should they face adversity in the future. Ziyunyan glanced at Luo Lingxue with a hint of disappointment. Her cultivation was indeed too low. Come on, junior brother and junior sister, don't just stand there. There are still 2 more tests ahead that will determine whether you become outer or inner disciples. All right, fine, Lingmu replied, momentarily taken aback, pondering whether he, the illustrious second prince of the Lingxiao dynasty, would end up as an outer disciple of Kunlun. That would be a tremendous embarrassment. Ziyunyan, not giving it much thought, merely nodded without further comment. Seeing this, Luo Lingxue smiled slightly, unbothered, and led the 2 towards the sect's plaza. Princess C. I eagerly await the day you call me senior brother, Lingmu said to Ziyunyan with a smile, curious about the methods Kunlun would employ to test them. If you remain silent, no one will think you're dead. Stop calling me princess. Upon hearing this, A flicker of anger crossed Zi Yunyan's face. Had she not wished to conceal her identity, she would have given Ling Mu a stern lesson then and there. Ah, very well, Princess Zi. Ling Mu replied with utmost seriousness. Ling Mu, if you dare to call me princess again, don't blame me for taking action. Zi Yunyan threatened with a cold glare. Understood. Princess Zi, Ling Mu responded, unfazed by the possibility of her retaliation. Indeed, Zi Yunyan found herself firmly in Ling Mu's grasp. She truly did not want to engage him in combat, not out of fear, but rather out of disinterest. She simply shot a fierce glance at Ling Mu, choosing to remain silent thereafter. Observing this, Ling Mu couldn't help but smile inwardly. Realizing that Zi Yunyan was not as cold and aloof as the people from the North Sky domain had portrayed her, she was, in fact, quite entertaining. Even Zi Yunyan herself was perplexed by the unusual sensation she experienced in response to Ling Mu's provocation. It was not genuine anger. Had anyone else dared to address her in such a manner, she would have swiftly vanquished them. Yet, regardless of the setting or circumstance, Zi Yunyan hastily cast aside her errant thoughts and took a moment to regain her composure. She feared that she might be unable to restrain herself from delivering a sharp slap to Ling Mu. As Ling Mu and Zi Yunyan arrived at the sect square, others cast a surprised glance at the pair. For both individuals exuded an aura of formidable strength, as if they were anything but ordinary wandering cultivators like the rest. At this moment, Qin Ruoxian took notice of the two individuals, casting a fleeting glance that revealed a glimmer of sharp intensity in her beautiful eyes. The Void Realm. Such remarkable cultivation at such a tender age suggests that these two possess identities far from ordinary. Have they come to Kunlun in search of opportunities? After all, in her past life, she was an emperor, endowed with the insight and perspective befitting her status, allowing her to discern much at a mere glance. With Qin Ruoxian overseeing matters, Lu Chen felt an unwavering sense of assurance, requiring little attention to the unfolding events here. He would only intervene if a disciple capable of triggering system rewards emerged. Meanwhile, Qin Ruoxian had fully embraced her role as a Kunlun disciple, harboring reverence for Kunlun and an even greater respect for the enigmatic Lu Chen. She was no longer the empress of the upper realm, but merely an ordinary disciple of Kunlun. As a disciple, should anyone dare to harbor ill intentions towards Kunlun, she would ensure they paid a grave price. However, considering that Lu Chen did not prevent the two from ascending to Kunlun, it was evident that he was aware of their presence, and thus she chose not to dwell on them further. Truth be told, Lu Chen was entirely unaware of their identities. At this moment, Lu Chen is diligently cultivating within the main hall. At that moment, as Ling Mu and Zi Yunyan arrived at the square, they were suddenly struck by a piercing gaze directed towards them, causing their expressions to change imperceptibly. The intensity of that gaze sent a shiver down their spines. Following their instinct, they turned to locate the source of the gaze and found a woman of ethereal grace seated cross-legged beside a colossal stone tablet. It was none other than Qin Ruoxian. An involuntary gasp escaped their lips. How could such an otherworldly beauty exist in this realm? She was indeed a disciple of Kunlun. Exchanging a glance filled with astonishment, both felt a profound sense of reverence. As the prince of the Lingxiao dynasty, Ling Mu had never encountered anyone with such an aura. Qin Ruoxian resembled a goddess, perched above the clouds, surveying all beneath her. Even Zi Yunyan, who had always held absolute confidence in her own exquisite beauty, found herself awestruck, overwhelmed by the transcendent presence of Qin Ruoxian, akin to that of a female sovereign. Kunlun. The existence of such a disciple could not simply be attributed to a secluded sect. At this moment, both were even more convinced of Kunlun's extraordinary nature. Shortly thereafter, the second and third tests were set to commence, which would assess the disciples' mental fortitude through illusions and their comprehension through the heavenly tablet. The 9 hells of the Yellow Springs illusion consists of 18 layers. Those who can surpass 3 layers are deemed inner disciples, while those who fail to reach 3 layers are classified as outer disciples. The mere mention of the 9 hells of the Yellow Springs conjures images reminiscent of the 18 layers of hell that Lu Chen had encountered on Blue Star. Indeed, it is that very hell, a realm that instills terror even in the hearts of deities from the mythological era. It is scarcely imaginable that it could be used to test disciples. Even an emperor would likely struggle to surpass 10 layers. The system had informed Lu Chen that any cultivator entering the 9 hells of the Yellow Springs illusion would encounter the denizens of hell corresponding to the layer they find themselves in. This is also what the system has provided for Lu Chen to recruit disciples in the future, along with a celestial steel. which is utilized to assess the comprehension of the disciples. The celestial steel serves as a means for all disciples to periodically evaluate whether their understanding has improved. However, its current application is to discern which among this initial group of disciples possess inferior or superior comprehension. Naturally, regardless of whether their abilities are commendable or lacking, there will be no distinction made between inner and outer disciples as seen in the illusion tests. With the system at his disposal, Chen anticipates that as the sect flourishes and he acquires more rewards from the system, he will be able to exchange for treasures that enhance comprehension within the system marketplace. At that time, even those disciples with the most meager understanding will experience a remarkable surge in their abilities. Fellow brothers and sisters, I am Luo Lingxue, the second sister of Kunlun. And this is your third sister, Chen Ruoxian. At this moment, Luo Lingxue approached Chen Ruoxian, gazing at the crowd as she spoke. The instant her words left her lips, the expressions of those present were filled with excitement. To have two such extraordinarily beautiful senior sisters was a tremendous honor for both the junior brothers and sisters. Having met the second sister and the third sister, all the disciples promptly bowed in a display of respect towards the two. Observing this scene, Lingmu also cupped his hands in reverence, revealing no signs of reluctance whatsoever. If someone threatens you, just blink, he thought. Lingmu, no, absolutely not. I am here of my own volition. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Ziyun Yan's eyes widened in disbelief, her face awash with incredulity. She never anticipated that the esteemed prince of the North Sky domain, from the Lingxiao dynasty, would exhibit such a lack of backbone, readily calling out to his senior sister. What good is backbone? What I seek is the formidable strength to protect my kin. Lingmu, what are you doing? This is our future senior sister. Why are you still dawdling? Hurry and address her as senior sister. Lingmu, unfazed by Ziyun Yan's astonished expression, internally mused, it seems there is also a senior brother. I wonder what his strength is like. I truly desire to engage in a friendly spar with him. Dear new junior brother, your thoughts are rather perilous, Lin Yun remarked. At this point, Lingmu had comfortably accepted his identity as a disciple of Kunlun. Lingmu, mind your own business. I shall not call out. If you wish to do so, you may do it yourself, Ziyun Yin replied with her characteristic pride. Although the impression left by Chen Ruoxian was indeed staggering, it was simply beyond her to address a disciple of a sect as senior sister, given her status as the grand princess of the Ziyue dynasty. Moreover, her sole purpose for joining Kunlun was to cultivate within its confines. The notion of fully assimilating into the identity of a Kunlun disciple was something she found difficult to accept. This is what you said. If you choose to leave in the future, do so on your own. Do not expose my identity, nor speak of Kunlun to anyone, Lingmu said earnestly. Observing Ziyun Yan's unwilling expression, he was aware of the formidable power of the Ziyue dynasty, which far surpassed that of the Lingxiao dynasty. Should Ziyun Yan depart in the future and inadvertently reveal anything about Kunlun, the Ziyue dynasty would undoubtedly dispatch powerful figures to seize this place for themselves. This was far from what he wished to witness, especially considering that he harbored no ill intentions towards Kunlun, a sentiment that was equally apparent in Ziyun Yan. He recognized that Ziyun Yan was not the type to wield her power over the weak with a heart full of indifference. The rich spiritual energy of this place had not prompted them to inform those from the Ziyue dynasty. Otherwise, it is likely that this location would have already been claimed by them, and Kunlun might have faced annihilation. Although he sensed that Kunlun possessed great depth, it was merely a force within the southern wilderness, and when compared to the terrifying might of the Ziyue dynasty, it was akin to a small crow standing next to a great one, utterly incomparable. Observing this, Luo Lingxue and Chen Ruoxian exchanged gentle smiles, their expressions enchanting. Junior brother. Junior sisters, there is no need for formality. We shall be comrades henceforth, and we ought to care for one another. The faces of the crowd were filled with excitement. For as disciples of Kunlun, they now had a reliable support system, freeing them from the oppression of those with influential backgrounds. This is the harsh reality of the cultivation world. Without a background or a powerful force to rely upon, one can scarcely muster the will to resist when confronted by cultivators from sects and formidable families. Even if one's own cultivation is formidable, one remains utterly alone. All right, fellow disciples, it is now time for the second test, the illusory realm of the 9 nether yellow springs. This will immerse you in challenging the fortitude of your minds. Luo Lingxue smiled gently at the eager expressions of the gathered disciples, though a twinge of worry crept into her heart for the newcomers. having previously navigated this terrifying realm alongside Ruoxian. Although it is termed an illusion, it feels strikingly real. Every being encountered within provokes a profound tremor of fear within her heart, and she herself barely managed to pass through 5 layers. Ruoxian shared a similar experience. For despite her previous existence as a great emperor, none of the beings she had encountered in life could compare to the horror found in this realm. The mere presence of those entities sent shivers down her spine, a terror she had never before witnessed, and even now. The memory of it causes her eyes to reflect her apprehension. Ruoxian managed to struggle through 6 layers, but it was no easy feat. The mere mention of the 9 nether yellow springs illusory realm sends chills down one's spine, and the expressions of the crowd shift dramatically. While they have heard tales of such illusions, none have ever truly witnessed one, and to learn that such a realm exists within Kunlun is utterly astonishing. This is something that no one anticipated, and it turns out to be merely a test of their state of mind. The illusory realm of the 9 netherworlds. Lingmu, have you ever heard of such an illusion? Ziyunian exclaimed in astonishment, as she had not expected Kunlun to possess such a realm. Of course. With the profound heritage of the Purple Moon dynasty, they too had treasures capable of creating illusions. However, only the most formidable powers could possess such an extraordinary realm. Ordinary hidden sects certainly lacked such depth. Kunlun is shrouded in mystery. Moreover, illusions are typically employed for the training of disciples from those great powers and are not opened lightly. Is Kunlun truly this grand in its endeavors? No. It must be attributed to Kunlun's rich legacy. Lingmu's expression mirrored her astonishment. It is only natural for a seemingly remarkable sect to possess some rare heritage. This is undoubtedly not a mere legacy that has persisted for over 100,000 years. At this moment, Lingmu felt an exhilarating surge within. Realizing he had not erred in his choice of destination. Indeed, this place harbored his fortuitous encounter. Dear senior sisters, could you please enlighten us on any precautions we should take within? The crowd, still somewhat anxious, inquired, believing it prudent to clarify matters, lest they find themselves trapped within the illusion later on. In response, Chen Ruoxian nodded towards Luo Lingxue, signaling her to address the gathering. There is no need for concern. Entering the illusion presents no danger. The illusion comprises 18 layers, and those who can traverse beyond the 3rd layer will be deemed inner disciples, while those who fall short will remain outer disciples, Luo Lingxue explained, reassuring the assembly. Upon hearing this, the crowd's apprehension dissipated, replaced by excitement. For surpassing the 3rd layer would grant them the esteemed status of inner disciples. This presents a rare opportunity for them. Lingmu and Ziyunian were momentarily taken aback upon hearing this, their expressions shifting subtly. With 18 layers of illusions, one could become an inner disciple by surpassing just 3 layers? So simplistic? It seems one has developed a rather dismissive attitude. The 2 in question are among the top 10 prodigies of the northern celestial domain, far from being mere ordinary cultivators. Now, junior brothers and sisters, please sit still. The illusion test shall commence. As the words fell, everyone quickly settled into a meditative posture, awaiting in silence. Moments later, a resonant hum echoed. A divine radiance enveloped the crowd, and in an instant, they vanished from sight. No one knew where they had gone. Observing the disappearance of the others, Luo Lingxue, with a sense of trepidation, turned to Chen Ruoxian and inquired, Ruoxian, how many do you think will pass the 3rd layer? Chen Ruoxian, recalling the entities within the 9 nether yellow springs, couldn't help but shudder as she replied. It is likely that very few will succeed in overcoming the trials of the 3rd layer. What I witnessed there did not resemble an illusion at all. It could very well be remnants of our Kunlun's past. At this point, Chen Ruoxian chose to withhold further commentary. Ruoxian, are you implying that what resides within is from our Kunlun? Luo Lingxue discerned the implication in Chen Ruoxian's words, her countenance filled with shock, her voice trembling. It is highly probable. It hardly resembles an illusion, but rather seems akin to an unknown realm. Chen Ruoxian sensed that within the illusion of the 9 nether yellow springs, there existed countless terrifying entities. Moreover, these beings did not appear to be mere figments of imagination. They exhibited a profound sense of self-awareness. In contrast, the entities or beings within an illusion should possess no consciousness, as they are entirely fabricated. A certain world, exclaimed Luo Lingxue, her expression one of astonishment. As she gasped in disbelief, the impact of those words upon her was profound, far beyond her comprehension. A world indeed. How could it possibly be? Had anyone else uttered such a statement, she would have dismissed it outright. Yet, when it flowed from the lips of Chen Ruoxian, she found herself inexplicably inclined to believe. As for the reason behind this inclination, she herself could not fathom. Perhaps it was due to Qin Ruoshan's broader horizons. Simultaneously, within the ethereal realm of the 9 nether yellow springs, the group found themselves amidst a desolate desert. As far as the eye could see, there was nothing but the relentless winds and sands of the arid expanse. Standing in the midst of this vast desolation, they were rendered speechless, their astonishment overwhelming. Is this an illusion? How astonishingly real this is. Countless gusts of sand swept in, prompting the crowd to shield their eyes. Their hearts gripped by an overwhelming sense of dread. Was it not said that there were 18 layers? What is this situation? There is nothing here. Someone, regaining their composure, stammered. Upon hearing this, the others also came to their senses, nodding in agreement, gazing blankly ahead, utterly uncertain of what to do next. Behind them, Ling Mu and Zi Yunyan, sensing the surrounding environment, were immediately struck with alarm. Is this an illusion? Zi Yunyan questioned in disbelief, for she could distinctly perceive that everything here was palpably real, far from being a mere mirage. It felt more akin to a separate realm. Could it possibly be a small world? Ling Mu, extending her divine sense to gauge the surroundings, spoke with a quiver in her voice. A small world. Even a sacred site might not possess such a realm, let alone a hidden sect within the southern wilderness. A small world. Zi Yunyan gasped in astonishment. Impossible. What kind of sect is Kunlun? Princess C, I believe we have truly stumbled upon great fortune. Kunlun must be far more enigmatic than we ever imagined, Ling Mu exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Upon hearing this, Ling Mu, remember this. We are now disciples of Kunlun. I am not merely Princess Z. Zi Yunyan gazed earnestly at Ling Mu, entirely forgetting her previous assertion that she would never be a disciple of Kunlun. Ling Mu was at a loss for words. I say, Princess Z, from the moment I ascended the celestial ladder, I have regarded myself as a disciple of Kunlun. I have been eagerly awaiting you to call me senior brother. A playful smirk danced across Ling Mu's face as she teased Zi Yunyan, secretly amused at the thought. How delightful it would be for the princess of the Ziyue dynasty to address her as senior brother. One could only imagine the expressions of the other young prodigies from the northern celestial domain upon learning this. How exhilarating. If anyone is to call anyone, it shall be you calling me senior sister. You expect me to address you as senior brother? Only if you can defeat me, Zi Yunyan retorted defiantly. Though the people of the northern celestial domain believed Ling Mu's prowess surpassed that of Zi Yunyan, she herself held little faith in their opinions. Who is she? Possessing a unique constitution, she had been lauded by the ancestors of the Ziyue dynasty as someone destined to become the youngest goddess king. She overshadowed many of her contemporaries in the northern celestial domain, ranking third among the top 10 prodigies. The fact that she was positioned after Ling Mu in the eyes of the northern celestial domain only fueled the belief that Ling Mu's strength eclipsed hers, a notion she dismissed. Although she and Ling Mu had yet to clash, Ling Mu had already engaged in battle with the prodigy of the imperial clan who ranked first. Although the two individuals reached a stalemate, it was a testament to Ling Mu's formidable strength. For the one occupying the top position was none other than the son of the imperial family, a paragon whose might was revered by all in the northern celestial domain. The fact that Ling Mu could contend equally with such a figure speaks volumes about his prowess. At that moment, as uncertainty enveloped the crowd, a sudden tempest erupted in the distance. Countless grains of sand were swept up by the howling winds, drawing the gaze of all who stood there. What was happening? Was the trial about to commence? The expressions of the onlookers shifted to one of eager anticipation, yearning to enter the trial and escape the ominous atmosphere that sent shivers down their spines. Moments later, as the storm subsided, an ancient city gate emanating an aura of profound antiquity appeared before their eyes. Instantly, the countenance of every observer transformed, and they exclaimed in astonishment, "Look! It was indeed a city gate. Brothers and sisters, I shall take my leave first," declared one disciple, hastening toward the gate without a hint of trepidation about the unknown terrors that might lie within. The disciple believed that the sect would never allow them to come to harm. It was merely a test. Eagerly, he yearned to complete the sect's trial. "Wait up!" cried his fellow disciple, dashing after him. At this moment, the others realized their intentions. So, you wish for us to address you as senior brother in the future." The group hastily followed towards the city gate, fearful of lagging behind, each aspiring to attain the esteemed title of senior brother. Ling Mu and Zi Yunyan gazed in awe at the ancient city gate that emanated an aura of antiquity. They exchanged a glance and quickly made their way forward. Moments later, all had gathered beneath the gate, their eyes wide with astonishment as they beheld the venerable structure, rendered momentarily speechless. Indeed, A city gate. Just the gate. Nothing more. A colossal gate stood resolutely amidst the yellow sands of the desert. Above the gate, 3 ancient characters radiated an aura so powerful that merely glancing at them felt as if they could siphon the very life from any living being. Yellow Springs Pass. Is this truly a trial? Why do I feel as though crossing this gate could lead to my demise? One disciple stammered, and the others nodded in agreement, their faces etched with fear. Every individual felt this ominous sensation, especially when gazing upon the 3 ancient characters, as if their very essence was ebbing away. It was terrifying. Were it not for the sect's assertion that this was a test, they would have fled at once, vowing never to return. How frightening it is. Even at the very first level, Lingmu and Zi Yunyin felt the terrifying aura, their expressions drastically changing, a hint of fear surfacing in their eyes. What kind of sect is Kunlun? Zi Yunyin stammered, her composure faltering despite being the grand princess of the Ziyue dynasty. It is worth noting that the Ziyue dynasty possesses immense foundational strength, and she had never encountered anything so daunting before. Kunlun is shrouded in mystery. I wonder what kind of person the sect leader of Kunlun is. Lingmu gazed expectantly, for he was more intrigued by the formidable individuals who established Kunlun than the terror surrounding them. Perhaps this calamity facing the Lingxiao dynasty can be safely navigated. Lingmu mused inwardly. Let us proceed inside, he said to Zi Yunyin, eager to discover what other horrors lay in wait. In response, Zi Yunyin nodded. Both understood that danger was unlikely, and thus had no reason to fear. They approached the city gate, casting a glance behind them. Then, as if struck by a thought, Lingmu turned to the others and declared, Everyone, do not linger here. We must pass through this gate to comprehend what lies ahead. Although this place appears menacing, the sect will not allow us to encounter peril. Rest assured. Lingmu continued, assuming the role of a senior brother from Kunlun, concerned for his fellow disciples. This senior brother speaks truth. Come, let us enter. Upon hearing his words, the group followed closely behind Lingmu and Zi Yunyin, crossing through the city gate. As they vanished beyond the threshold, the trial of the 9 Nether Yellow Spring officially commenced. Meanwhile, within the main hall of Kunlun, a luminous screen materialized before Chen, displaying the scene of disciples undergoing the trial of their heart in the illusion of the 9 Nether Yellow Spring. Observing the disciples as they passed through the gate inscribed with Yellow Spring Pass, Chen revealed a faint smile. Truly remarkable is the system. It has even conjured the underworld. I wonder if, in the future, we can summon the strong from the underworld. Chen was aware that this was the realm of the 9 Nether Yellow Spring, not merely an illusion. Though the powerful within could not emerge unless Kunlun's strength expanded sufficiently to summon beings of such caliber. These 2 disciples actually possess the cultivation of the Void Realm? Chen's gaze sharpened as he focused on the 2 leading disciples on the screen. His expression tinged with astonishment. His eyes glimmered with intensity, a commanding presence that seemed capable of piercing through the luminous veil before him as he scrutinized the pair, one exuding an extraordinary aura and the other possessing unparalleled beauty. Quite intriguing, to attain the Void Realm at such a young age. It seems their presence here is linked to those 2 saints. Chen was eager to unravel the identities of the 2 individuals, curious to discern which force could command the protection of a sage. Naturally, if these 2 genuinely wished to become disciples of Kunlun, he would not dwell too much on the sages that accompanied them. Meanwhile, within the ethereal realm of the 9 Nether Huangquan, Lingmu and Zi Yunyin, traversing the depths of Huangquan Pass, were suddenly struck by an intense tremor of their spirits, causing them to involuntarily shudder. In unison, they gazed upward at the celestial expanse of the illusion, where they had just sensed an ominous gaze, akin to that of a supreme deity fixated upon them. A chilling thought raced through their minds. What a terrifying gaze. Could it be that the people of Kunlun have discovered something? Although neither harbored malice towards Kunlun, their unique identities, each backed by a formidable dynasty, raised concerns. They feared that the Kunlun sect might misinterpret their presence as a threat, whereas previously they might not have been overly concerned. The enigmatic nature of Kunlun now demanded their attention. Lingmu, do you think the Kunlun people have uncovered our identities? Zi Yunyin spoke, her voice laced with trepidation, as even she felt a pang of anxiety. What Kunlun people? They are the powerful figures of our sect. Lingmu replied earnestly, gazing at Zi Yunyin with a sense of helplessness. Zi Yunyin, despite her soft demeanor, exhibits an obstinacy that is quite remarkable. It is evident that she perceives the allure of Kunlun and harbors a desire to remain there for cultivation, yet she adamantly refuses to acknowledge it verbally, displaying an impressive defiance. Upon hearing these words, Ziyun Yin was momentarily taken aback, for she found herself unable to emulate Ling Mu's brazen demeanor. Has this truly become your own sect? Where is the pride of the second prince of the Ling Shao dynasty? Ziyun Yin gazed at Ling Mu with irritation. Indeed, you are absolutely right. Very well, let it be remembered. We are now disciples of Kunlun, and we must refrain from speaking ill of our predecessors. Ling Mu addressed Ziyun Yin in a tone befitting a senior brother of the sect, then turned to the gathered disciples. Fellow junior brothers and sisters, I shall venture forth to lead the way for us all. Ling Mu approached a portal that seemed to lead to an unknown destination. With a decisive step, he entered. And upon witnessing this, Ziyun Yin too selected a portal, vanishing from the sight of the others. Such noble intent from our senior brother. We wish him and that senior sister success in overcoming the challenges ahead. The crowd called out as they watched the two disappear. Then, upon seeing the myriad of portals that had suddenly materialized before them, they hesitated not and began to step through one by one. Meanwhile, in a certain region of the southern wilderness, majestic peaks rise prominently, infused with ethereal energy, as countless exquisite palaces perch atop these towering summits. Viewed from the heavens, the sight is undeniably awe-inspiring. Grand and magnificent ancient halls are astonishingly connected by ethereal staircases, woven from strands of spiritual energy that link each mountain peak together. This place does not belong to any state. It exists independently within the vast expanse of the southern wilderness, yet remains imperceptible to the eye. Clearly, a powerful array conceals this region, preventing cultivators from the southern wilderness from entering unless those within choose to dismantle the formation. This location is none other than the residence of the Tianxian Holy Land, one of the two supreme forces in the southern wilderness, second only to the Taichu Holy Land. Atop the main peak, within a grand and ancient hall, a middle-aged man with a commanding visage and eyes half-closed, exuding an aura of formidable power, sits regally upon the throne. He is Xian Kanglin, the sovereign of the vast Tianxian Holy Land, possessing terrifying prowess at the saint level. Report to the Holy Master. The saint's son has already set forth. A venerable elder with formidable strength at the king level respectfully addresses Xian Kanglin. Excellent. A great era is upon us, and the greatest opportunity within the ancient secret realm is about to emerge. Our Tianxian Holy Land is destined to become one of the most formidable forces in the Xianwu continent this generation, Xian Kanglin replies, his eyes suddenly opening, emitting a piercing light that seems capable of slaying a king-level expert with a mere glance. The saint's son, Qin Wudao, is the most gifted individual in the history of the Tianxian Holy Land, having attained the king level at the tender age of 27. Xian Kanglin possesses unwavering confidence that Qin Wudao will seize the greatest opportunity within the ancient secret realm. After all, only the younger generation is permitted to enter, while the elder powerhouses cannot interfere. Otherwise, one can only imagine how many ancient beings would emerge to vie for it. The existence of the greatest opportunity within the ancient secret realm is a well-known secret among all the superpowers of the Xianwu continent. Consequently, all superpowers have dispatched their strongest young talents to hone their skills, hoping to elevate their cultivation and strength in the shortest time possible. In a month's time, the true confrontation will commence, leading to the inevitable fall of numerous young prodigies. Under the guidance of the Holy Master, our Tianxian Holy Land shall undoubtedly stand at the pinnacle of the continent. Upon hearing this, the elder below, filled with excitement, exclaimed loudly, showering praise. Though the saint's son Qin Wudao possesses great talent, he is yet to fully mature. The Tianxian Holy Land remains under the dominion of Xian Kanglin. He knows well whom to flatter. After all, having lived for over 10,000 years, one would be a fool not to possess such discernment. Indeed, well said, Elder Gu. Our Tianxian Holy Land shall surely stand at the summit of the continent. Indeed, it is precisely this approach that Xian Kanglin favors. Not only does he harbor no aversion, but he also engages fervently in a reciprocal exchange of flattery with the other party. Elder Gu, have there been any noteworthy events occurring in the southern wilderness region of late? At this moment, Xian Kanglin seemed to recall something and slowly addressed the ancient elder. Under normal circumstances, Xian Kanglin would have shown little interest in the events transpiring within the southern wilderness domain. After all, as the sovereign of the supreme power, the heavenly Xian Holy Land, there were few matters worthy of his attention apart from the Taichu Holy Land. However, the situation was different now. With the arrival of a grand era, the ancient clans, archaic families, and even the imperial paths of the Immortal Martial Continent were emerging from their seclusion. His own holy son from the heavenly Xian Holy Land, was currently undergoing training in the southern wilderness domain, and it was inevitable that he would encounter some formidable members of the younger generation, which raised concerns that the Holy Sun might inadvertently cause unnecessary strife. Xian Kanglin held unwavering confidence in the abilities of Holy Sun Qin Wudao, believing that no one from the younger generation could possibly rival him. He was also aware that although the southern wilderness domain lacked hidden great clans and sects, individuals from other prominent powers would inevitably venture into the region. While the heavenly Xian Holy Land was not intimidated, the current circumstances were indeed precarious. Everything would hinge on the opportunities that arose from the archaic secret realm. Once Holy Sun Qin Wudao secured those opportunities, the heavenly Xian Holy Land would be untroubled by any force. Upon hearing this, the ancient elder below was momentarily taken aback, perplexed as to when the exalted sovereign began to take an interest in the affairs of the southern wilderness domain. After a moment of contemplation, the elder seemed to recall a recent incident that had sparked considerable discussion within the southern wilderness domain, and he respectfully addressed Xian Kanglin, reporting to the sovereign. There have indeed been notable occurrences in the southern wilderness domain of late. Oh, what matters? Do elaborate. Xian Kanglin's expression shifted slightly, for he had not anticipated that there were indeed events afoot. He understood that any matter significant enough to occupy the thoughts of an elder from the Holy Land could not be trivial. Yes, sovereign. Recently, a sect named Kunlun has emerged in Qingzhou of the southern wilderness, and it is rumored that there may be a sage residing within the sect. Upon hearing this, Xian Kanglin was momentarily taken aback. Kunlun, what is this force? Is it a power that still harbors saints? Quite intriguing. Among the forces he is aware of, only the Jun family possesses a saint. The others merely boast heavenly kings at best. As the master of the sacred ground, he is thoroughly acquainted with the depths of the numerous factions in the southern wilderness. Thus, a mere force with only a saint could be effortlessly obliterated by the heavenly profound sacred land with just a flick of a finger. Elder Gu, a force that only has a saint need not be given undue attention. Xian Kanglin cast a casual glance at Elder Gu and remarked. He had expected something of greater significance to occupy the minds of the elders of the sacred land. Yet, it turns out to be merely a saintly faction? Elder Gu's expression changed instantly under Xian Kanglin's gaze, realizing that his words had embarrassed the heavenly profound sacred land. When has the heavenly profound sacred land needed to concern itself with a minor force that only possesses a saint? Moreover, as an elder of the sacred ground, it was trivial to concern himself with such matters. How utterly disgraceful for the heavenly profound sacred land. As if recalling something, Elder Gu hurriedly added, hoping his subsequent words would please the Lord. My lord, it is said that Kunlun is a reclusive great sect. A reclusive great sect? It would have been better left unspoken, for the mere mention of it darkened Xian Kanglin's countenance. Upon hearing this, Xian Kanglin's face turned furious, an overwhelming aura emanating from him, as he perceived Elder Gu's words as sheer nonsense. How could an elder of the sacred land believe in the rumors of the outside world? What a disgrace to the heavenly profound sacred land. Elder Gu. It seems this elder of the sacred land is regressing. If there were indeed a reclusive great sect in the southern wilderness, would I, the Lord, be unaware of it? Xian Kanglin's expression darkened, his voice icy. What reclusive great sect? Utter absurdity. The heavenly profound sacred land has stood in the southern wilderness for nearly 1,000,000 years. What force could possibly hide from its gaze? This is utterly impossible. Observing the enraged Xian Kanglin, Elder Gu felt his legs weaken under the oppressive aura, nearly losing his balance. With a pallid complexion, Elder Gu hastily exclaimed, Please, Holy Master, temper your anger. It was merely my overthinking. Meanwhile, he internally chuckled bitterly. Holy Master, was it not you who urged me to speak of Kunlun? Do you think I wish to remember such matters? It was your insistence. Elder Gu had never been particularly concerned with Kunlun, yet Xian Kanglin's curiosity about the happenings compelled him to mention it. However, there had indeed been no notable events in the southern wilderness aside from the affairs of Kunlun, which had become common knowledge across the states. Upon noticing this, Xian Kanglin refrained from reprimanding Elder Gu and merely stated, Very well, if there is nothing further, you may leave. As for the Holy Sun's journey, ensure his safety above all. Yes, rest assured, Holy Master. This time, 5 elders of the Saint Realm have willingly chosen to accompany the Holy Sun, wherever he ventures. None shall dare show him disrespect. At this point, Elder Gu's expression shifted slightly. The Holy Sun's talent was indeed formidable. Merely by embarking on a solitary excursion, He had garnered the willing attendance of numerous elders from the Saint Realm. That is reassuring. Kunlun was well aware of the elders' intentions. The talent exhibited by Holy Son Qin Wudao destined him to become the next heavenly Saint Master, and his presence would significantly enhance the status of those elders in the future. Furthermore, when Kunlun eventually stepped back, Qin Wudao would serve as the foundation for the heavenly Saint domain, an experience every holy master had to endure. He also hoped that Qin Wudao would elevate the heavenly Saint domain to unprecedented heights, allowing it to stand at the pinnacle of the continent. Holy Master, I shall take my leave. Go ahead. Once Elder Gu departed, Kunlun's gaze, as deep as an abyss, seemed to penetrate layers of space toward a specific location within the Holy Land, murmuring, "A great era is approaching. The true essence of our heavenly Saint domain shall soon emerge." The ancestor had spoken of the impending reopening of the passage to the upper realm, foretelling a transformation in the landscape of the Immortal Martial Continent. Even the supreme being of the heavenly Saint domain may return to the mortal realm. As he contemplated this figure, a profound reverence welled up within Kunlun's eyes. This was an existence so formidable that it could annihilate a holy land with but a flick of its hand, a transcendent being of ancient clans and primal families. When Kunlun first heard the heavenly ancestor speak of the true essence of the heavenly Saint domain, he had been profoundly shaken. The upper realm, a place he scarcely dared to imagine. He never anticipated that as the holy master of the heavenly Saint domain, he would come to learn, through the heavenly ancestor, that their realm was connected to beings of the upper realm. As one of the superpowers on the Immortal Martial Continent, the heavenly Saint domain was undoubtedly aware of certain hidden secrets of the world. For instance, the reopening of the passage to the upper realm. Aside from the leaders and foundational figures of the major superpowers, no one understood the implications of this revelation. Clearly, in ages long past, there existed a passage connecting the Immortal Martial Continent to the upper realm. Perhaps it was 10 million years ago, or perhaps 1,000,000 years ago, or even a few 100,000 years ago. Yet, within all the ancient texts of the Celestial Martial Continent, there exists not a single mention of the term upper realm, as if it had been deliberately erased from existence. This also led to the current inhabitants of the Xianwu continent being utterly unaware of the existence of the upper realm. Meanwhile, on another front, a divine light suddenly enveloped the Kunlun square, and figures began to materialize upon the grounds, the disciples who had been tested in the illusory realm of the 9 nether yellow springs. Upon witnessing this, Luo Lingxue and Qin Ruoxian exchanged faint smiles that graced their exquisite faces. They had emerged at last. Was it finally over? How many disciples could have surpassed the 3rd level? The 2 women simultaneously directed their gazes towards a massive stone tablet situated in the square, which would record the number of levels each disciple had successfully cleared. Previously, they had meticulously registered the participants, and now they merely awaited the appearance of results on the tablet. Furthermore, this stone tablet was a celestial tablet, specifically designed to assess the comprehension of the disciples. As they surveyed the expressions of the gathered disciples, it became evident that they appeared shaken, as if they had encountered something terrifying. With a collective sigh of relief, the disciples glanced around, their faces relaxing as they took a deep breath, slowly regaining their composure. It was utterly frightening. No one could fathom what they had faced, a mystery that had instilled such fear in every countenance. Clearly, the entities within the 9 nether yellow springs illusion had sent chills down their spines. Even Ling Mu and Zi Yunyan, possessing formidable cultivation at the Void Realm, displayed traces of astonishment on their faces. The 2 could hardly conceive that sentient beings still existed within that realm. What a terrifying sect this is. It possesses the ability to create a miniature world where living beings can exist. Both individuals, hailing from formidable powers, are well aware of certain aspects concerning these small worlds. At this moment, their hearts are already filled with trepidation. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would never have dared to believe it. "Xian, look quickly. The information has emerged," exclaimed Luo Lingxue, her excitement palpable as she noticed a beam of light appearing on the celestial monument. The crowd was momentarily taken aback, bewildered by her words. "What has emerged? Did we not already come out?" Senior sister, what exactly has come out?" inquired one of the disciples. "Dear junior brothers and sisters, it is, of course, the information you have transmitted through the various layers of the illusion. The celestial monument will display your details, and soon you shall know whether you are outer disciples or inner disciples," Luo Lingxue replied with a smile, gesturing toward the celestial monument before them. Upon hearing this, the crowd understood. No wonder. Their expressions turned to excitement as they realized that within the illusion, they had been unaware of which layer they inhabited or how they had progressed through it. They had not anticipated that they could only glimpse this information on the celestial monument. This also serves to test the disciple's state of mind, ensuring that those who enter the illusion are unaffected by external factors. Within this realm, one must proceed forward, and only when one fails to overcome a particular challenge will they be teleported out. As the radiance dissipated, the results of the disciples emerged. 500 individuals successfully traversed 3 levels. 1,098 individuals passed through 2 levels. Remarkably, 2 individuals surpassed 5 levels. Among them, 2 disciples had astonishingly achieved the feat of passing 5 levels. Luo Lingxue gazed at Qin Ruoxian with excitement, for she too had passed 5 levels and understood the significance of this accomplishment. Qin Ruoxian nodded, her beautiful eyes glinting with a hint of brilliance as she regarded Ling Mu and Zi Yunyan. She was well aware that it was these 2. No one else could have achieved the remarkable feat of passing 5 levels. The crowd observed their results displayed upon the monumental stele, eagerly searching for their own achievements. An air of exhilaration enveloped them, as whether they became outer or inner disciples of Kunlun. The mere fact of being disciples of Kunlun was already a significant honor. Naturally, those who were destined to become inner disciples were even more elated. Among the gathered disciples, many were familiar faces, joyfully calling out to their seniors and juniors. When everyone beheld the astonishing sight of 2 individuals who had successfully navigated through 5 levels, their expressions turned to one of profound astonishment, rooted to the spot. It was indeed unexpected that anyone could triumph over such a daunting illusion. At that moment, admiration for these 2 figures filled the air, and thoughts of their remarkable courage resonated among the crowd. They mused, if only they knew that Qin Ruoxian had surpassed 6 levels, one could only imagine their astonishment. Ling Mu regarded the information inscribed on the celestial monument with a wry smile, acutely aware of the trepidation he had faced in overcoming those 5 levels. Had it not been for his origins in a formidable power, granting him insights and composure surpassing that of ordinary cultivators, he too might have faltered under the trials within. Similarly, Xiunyan let out a soft sigh, realizing how drastically she had underestimated the challenges posed by the illusion. She had believed that her extraordinary talent and mental fortitude would allow her to conquer all. Yet the terrifying entities and phenomena she encountered within instilled an undeniable fear in her heart. Following this was the assessment of comprehension, a trial designed to reveal the disciples' true understanding. This approach serves to more effectively stimulate the potential of the disciples. Should they become aware of their deficiencies in cultivation, they can better compensate for those shortcomings. However, it is essential to note that enhancing one's comprehension is not a trivial endeavor. Without the means to elevate one's understanding, practitioners cannot hope to rectify their limitations on their own. While others may lack such resources, Kunlun possesses them. Lu Chun is indeed a systematic individual, albeit currently unable to access these tools. Dear junior brothers and sisters, please form an orderly line and place your palms upon this celestial stone. It will assess your comprehension and various shortcomings in your cultivation practices. As these words resonated, the faces of all present lit up with excitement, astounded by the existence of such a divine artifact within their sect. Could this not resolve their cultivation predicaments? Swiftly, the disciples arranged themselves in line, approaching the celestial stone one by one to gauge their understanding and the various flaws in their cultivation. At the end of the line, Ling Mu and Zi Yunyan shared a moment of astonishment, their eyes reflecting disbelief. Kunlun had indeed delivered one surprise after another. First, the illusion of the 9 serenities and the yellow springs, which was, in truth, a miniature world, and now, the emergence of an artifact capable of identifying the challenges faced by practitioners in their cultivation. The impact on the hearts and minds of the 2 was increasingly profound. Princess C, I wonder if you are facing any cultivation dilemmas, Ling Mu observed thoughtfully, noticing the tension on Zi Yunyan's face, and couldn't help but chuckle. Zi Yunyan was hailed as the youngest divine queen of the northern celestial domain. Should she encounter any challenges in her cultivation, it would certainly be a spectacle to behold. The youngest divine queen indeed. This is a matter well known throughout the northern celestial domain. Thus, despite Ling Mu's superior ranking over Zi Yunyan on the talent list, everyone is aware that Zi Yunyan's innate constitution has yet to fully mature. Once it does, her strength will be formidable beyond measure. Ling Mu's words caused a subtle shift in Zi Yunyan's expression as she cast a fierce glance in his direction, remaining silent. In her heart, she silently hoped that Kunlun would not discover her true nature, as that could lead to considerable trouble. Zi Yunyan was apprehensive that the celestial monument of Kunlun might detect her constitution, thereby revealing her identity. Had she not entered the 9 Nether Yellow Springs illusion, she believed no one in Kunlun could discern her true nature. However, the increasing enigma surrounding Kunlun only deepened her unease. While she desired to cultivate within Kunlun, she was reluctant to attract unnecessary complications due to her status as a princess of the Ziyue dynasty. At that moment, Wang Ming and others were also watching eagerly from the sidelines. Behind them, Luo Wu and Qin Zhan wore expressions of intense excitement. For their respective juniors had not only passed the celestial ladder test, but had also succeeded in navigating 2 layers of the illusion, now becoming outer disciples of Kunlun. Even being an outer disciple of Kunlun was enough to leave them brimming with exhilaration. They believed that Kunlun would undoubtedly emerge as the most powerful force in the southern wilderness domain. As the preceding disciples completed their tests one by one, it soon became the turn of Ling Mu and Zi Yunyan. However, the two seemed oblivious to the expressions of enthusiasm and exhilaration on the faces of those who had finished their tests, as if they were more excited than finding a spouse. Gazing at the ancient monument before her, Zi Yunyan gritted her teeth and placed her hand upon it. With a hum, a flash of light erupted, and suddenly, a divine radiance surged into her mind. Instantly, her expression changed, yet before she could fully comprehend the situation, a torrent of information flooded her consciousness, revealing her cultivation deficiencies, challenges, and the intricacies of her constitution. How could this be possible? Upon absorbing the information that had unexpectedly surged into her mind, a flicker of panic appeared in Zi Yunyan's eyes, and she was filled with astonishment. This celestial monument had indeed managed to detect her unique constitution. Her composure shattered entirely. Ling Mu, noticing something amiss from behind, refrained from approaching to inquire. Yet a hint of unease manifested on his face as he silently prayed, "Dear Princess Zi, if your identity is uncovered by the people of Kunlun, please do not implicate me." Ling Mu had no desire to be suspected by Kunlun of harboring ulterior motives due to his own identity. He simply wished to cultivate quietly within Kunlun for a time. Zi Yunyan, observing the monument, noted that it displayed no changes, which eased her mind considerably. She thought to herself, "Phew. Thankfully, it seems that this celestial monument only transmits information into the minds of those being tested. I did not anticipate that Kunlun possessed such a wondrous artifact." Subsequently, Zi Yunyan nonchalantly stepped aside, as if nothing had transpired. Although she concealed her emotions adeptly, a faint unease was discerned by Qin Ruoxian. The beautiful gaze of Qin Ruoxian flickered, casting a subtle glance at Zi Yunyan, yet she remained silent. Under the scrutiny of Qin Ruoxian's eyes, Zi Yunyan suddenly felt a twinge of apprehension. This third senior sister from Kunlun seemed far from ordinary. Despite possessing the same level of cultivation in the Void Realm, it felt as though she could see right through me. It was indeed unexpected that she was merely the third senior sister. Concurrently, a question arose in her mind. Could it be that the second senior sister had concealed her true cultivation? How could one of the Dao Palace realm hold the position of Kunlun's second senior sister? Little did she realize that in the future, she would come to understand the terrifying talent of Luo Lingxue, who, with the unparalleled assistance of the divine figure of the Lu god, would ultimately reveal an extraordinary elegance. Casting a glance at Ling Mu, Zi Yunyan was eager to observe her expression. Humph, how dare she mock her earlier? As anticipated, when Ling Mu placed her palm upon the celestial monument, her countenance underwent a transformation of shock, her eyes reflecting an unmistakable disbelief. It is not surprising that he has not been exposed to the world, for every disciple is in a similar position. After a brief moment, everyone had completed their assessments and gleaned insights into their own circumstances through the celestial steel. It is believed that, in the near future, all disciples will experience significant transformations in their cultivation. Simultaneously, an overwhelming sense of reverence for Kunlun has taken root in the hearts of the disciples. They could hardly have anticipated that not only would they become disciples of Kunlun, but that the sect would also assist them so promptly in addressing their cultivation challenges upon their entry. This is undoubtedly the southern wilderness, or rather, it is beyond the capabilities of all sects within the Xianwu continent. The grand sects tend to prioritize disciples of exceptional talent, often neglecting those in the outer sects entirely. Yet, here in Kunlun, they are afforded such esteemed treatment. They vow with unwavering resolve that they will remain eternally loyal to Kunlun. Even Lu Chen could not have anticipated that such a seemingly trivial gesture would inspire these newly initiated disciples of Kunlun to pledge their steadfast allegiance to the sect. This is precisely the outcome that Chen desired. At this moment, within the main hall, Chen was meticulously observing the situation of the crowd, and he certainly would not easily reveal himself. The prestige of the sect leader must be maintained. The task of recruiting disciples was adequately entrusted to Luo Lingxue, Qin Ruoxian, and Wang Ming. Furthermore, he had full confidence in Qin Ruoxian's discerning eye. Observing that Kunlun was no longer merely a scattered few, a faint smile graced Lu Chen's face. Indeed, over 1,000 disciples had gathered, although this number pales in comparison to even a mere fraction of the disciples from larger factions. He firmly believed that in the future, Kunlun's disciples would multiply significantly. Subsequently, Lu Chen accessed information from the heavenly steel through the system, and upon glancing at it, his expression shifted slightly. Remarkably, 2 disciples had successfully passed the 5th level. This is commendable. Immediately, Lu Chen's eyes glimmered with brilliance as he gazed upon the crowd in the plaza, finally resting his gaze upon Ling Mu and Zi Yunyan. So it is these 2 young prodigies. Earlier, Lu Chen had discerned the cultivation levels of Ling Mu and Zi Yunyan, noting that they had reached the void realm at such a tender age, yet he had not attributed this achievement to them. For within the 9 Nether Huangwan illusion, the trials tested one's mental state rather than merely the strength of cultivation to surpass more levels. How curious. Logically, these 2 should be classified as prodigies for having passed the 5th level. Why then did the system not register this? At that moment, a thought seemed to strike him, and his expression instantly turned cold. Lu Chen was just about to inquire with the system for clarification when suddenly, a voice resonated in his mind, igniting his excitement. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your sect has received 2 talented disciples, earning you 2 intermediate summoning cards and 2 opportunities for a random draw. In light of the numerous disciples you have recruited, you are awarded a celestial-level protective formation for your sect. Note: all areas of the sect have been successfully completed. Ding! The system additionally rewards you with 100,000 sets of disciple attire, now stored in the system's space. Upon reading the rewards bestowed by the system, Lu Chen was momentarily taken aback, but as he processed the information, an overwhelming exhilaration surged within him. Wow! It's happening! It's happening! At last, the system has demonstrated a semblance of conscience. 2 intermediate summoning cards. 2 opportunities for a random draw. Indeed, those 2 individuals belong to the realm of genius. How splendid! Lu Chen's countenance radiated excitement as the summoning cards finally materialized. Although they were merely intermediate cards, the prospect of 2 draws was exhilarating. Surely, he could summon a formidable emperor. Alas, and there are also 100,000 sets of disciple robes. He had been troubled by this, but unexpectedly, the system's rewards arrived with impeccable timing. System, activate the 2 summoning cards. Lu Chen proclaimed with enthusiasm. Currently, what Kunlun desperately needed were formidable warriors, and he sensed that significant events would soon unfold in the southern wilderness. Grant me 10 great saints. Ding! The summoning cards have been successfully utilized. Congratulations, host, for summoning 5 great saints of the 7th heaven and 5 great saints of the 9th heaven. Would you like to view their details? Oh my! 10 great saints. 5 great saints of the 7th heaven. 5 great saints of the 9th heaven. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Lu Chen was nearly propelled from his seat in sheer exhilaration. The system has finally shown some integrity. In the past, a single summoning card would, at most, yield 1 powerful entity. Now, astonishingly, 1 card has summoned 5. This is something he could never have imagined. Lu Chen was overwhelmed with excitement and hurriedly exclaimed, "Check it." From his understanding of the system, any character whose information could be accessed was undoubtedly not an ordinary powerhouse. Moreover, the formidable beings summoned by the system were all invincible within their realm. Perhaps even the 5 great saints of the 9 heavens could contend with the Divine King. How thrilling! Ding! The characters of the 7th level of the Great Saint are Shimin Shui Shui, Yi Gu Cheng, Xie Xiaofeng, Yin Shi San, and Yan Nantian. Note: the characters summoned by the system possess their own cultivation techniques, sacred weapons, and divine abilities. Their cultivation levels will also advance alongside the host's breakthroughs. What the hell? Staring at the character information in his mind, Lu Chen was utterly dumbfounded. These were all top-tier powerhouses from that world. Particularly, Yan Nantian's strength was extraordinary, with his Dao enlightenment and the unparalleled bridal garment skill being among his 3 supreme divine abilities, with the bridal garment skill being the most monstrous. Additionally, Yan Nantian was hailed as the #1 divine sword in the world, Next came Shimin Chui Shui, Yi Gucheng, Xie Xiaofeng, and Yin San, all masters of the sword path. Each had reached the realm where having no sword was superior to having one. Shimin Chui Shui had even attained the mastery of wielding grass, wood, bamboo, and stone as swords. Moreover, with the Qing currently in Kunlun, there were 6 sword masters in total. Lu Chen eagerly anticipated who the other 5 great saints of the 9 heavens would be. System, quickly check the information of the other 5 great saints. Soon, the system's voice echoed in his mind again. Ding. The characters of the 9 heavens great saints are Sword Saint Gai Nye, Sword Demon Du Guqiu Bai, Sword God Li Chun Gang, Peach Blossom Sword God Dang Tai A, and Shi Tian. What the hell? Upon seeing these 5 illustrious figures, Lu Chen couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. Sword Saint Gai Nye wielded the abyssal rainbow sword. Once his sword intent was unleashed, who could stand against it? Sword Demon Du Guqiu Bai self-created Du Gu 9 swords was unparalleled in the martial world, instilling awe in countless individuals. As for Sword God Li Chun Gang, he was renowned in his own right, wielding the wooden horse bull, capable of breaking armor with a single breath. And his 2 sleeves like green serpents left the world in amazement. Furthermore, he could open the heavenly gate with a single sword strike. Li Chun Gang truly deserved the title of the foremost sword master. Then there was Peach Blossom Sword God Dang Tai A, who, alongside Li Chun Gang, was a formidable figure in the sword path, astonishing the world with his strength. With a peach blossom branch, he stood at the heavenly gate and felled 81 immortals. Lightly proclaiming, I ask, which celestial being dares to come to this mortal realm? Peach Blossom Sword God rightfully claimed the title of the foremost sword master after Li Chun Gang. Lu Chen's heart raced with excitement. The system was truly remarkable. It had summoned beings of such caliber. What the hell? Dog Brother Shi Tian. Upon seeing this name, Lu Chen's excitement soared even higher. He was known as an unparalleled existence. Dog Brother Shi Tian practiced the Tai Xin Sutra, making him a virtually invincible figure within the realm of martial arts, transcending the boundaries of that world. It could be said that his cultivation was akin to that of immortality. If Brother Dog were to be placed in the world of Li Chun Gang and Dang Tai A, his extraordinary prowess would undoubtedly secure him a position among the top 10 masters of that realm. Each one is more formidable than the last. Ding. May I inquire if the host wishes to materialize immediately? Materialize, quickly. Lu Chen urgently responded. 10 majestic saints. With the current situation in Kunlun, even the sacred lands would not instill fear. Ding. Materialization successful. The 10 great saints are en route to the host. After summoning the figures, Lu Chen noticed he still had 2 chances for a lottery draw, which he opted to reserve as a trump card. After all, lotteries could yield characters as well as various divine artifacts. Moments later, Lu Chen's expression suddenly brightened. He sensed 10 immensely powerful auras manifesting in Kunlun. They have arrived. Naturally, others were oblivious to this occurrence. In an instant buzz, 10 figures, radiating overwhelming power, appeared within the main hall, precisely the 10 great saints summoned by Lu Chen. Observing this, Lu Chen promptly waved his hand, sealing the entire hall to prevent these formidable auras from leaking out. He was not yet ready to reveal all his hidden cards. Although he now possessed 10 great saints, undaunted even by sacred lands, Lu Chen understood that attaining the status of a sacred land was no trivial matter. Next, the 10 great saints who materialized in the hall simultaneously turned their gazes towards Lu Chen at the main seat and respectfully declared, "We pay our respects to the sect master." Their eyes brimmed with profound reverence, astonished by the sect master's terrifying strength. All of them were formidable beings of the saint level, yet they could not discern the sect master's cultivation. One could only imagine the fearsome extent of his capabilities. No wonder he could summon them here. Gazing upon the 10 figures, Lu Chen felt a surge of excitement. They were indeed, as he remembered. Haha, esteemed elders. There is no need for such formalities. It is Kunlun's honor to have you among us. Lu Chen's words rang true. These 10 were exceptional powerhouses, and their presence in Kunlun was indeed a privilege. Upon hearing this, the 10 were immensely thrilled, never anticipating the sect master would hold them in such high regard. They were momentarily taken aback and promptly bowed, stating, "Sect master, you flatter us. It is our honor to serve Kunlun." In response, Lu Chen chuckled, gently raising his hand, causing the 10 to regain their composure and return to their original stance. Haha, esteemed ones, there is no need for such formality. Please rise. Yes, sect master. 10 individuals spoke with utmost reverence, their gazes fixed upon one another, their faces betraying a flicker of martial fervor. Excitement danced in their eyes, for they were eager to engage in combat with the formidable warriors beside them. As for Shimin Shui Shui and his companions, their familiarity was already established, and now, gathered once more, they were keen to determine the victor anew. Fearless and emboldened by each encounter, they eagerly anticipated the opportunity to spar with the strong. Observing the battle spirit that graced the faces of Shimin Shui Shui, Yi Gu Cheng, and Xie Xiaofeng, Lu Chen couldn't help but smile softly. He refrained from uttering a word. Being from Kunlun, he understood that a clash among them was inevitable. He harbored no concerns that they would inflict genuine harm upon one another, for they were kindred spirits, and such gatherings for exchange and practice were simply unavoidable. At this moment, Lu Chen gazed upon the sword god, Li Chuangang, and, upon observing the restoration of both arms, was filled with immense joy. For it seemed that the system had indeed repaired the sword god's severed limbs. At long last, this system has displayed a modicum of integrity. Lu Chen could hardly suppress his eagerness to witness the grace of this sword deity. Subsequently, under Lu Chen's introduction, the 10 individuals swiftly became acquainted with one another and, upon learning of each other's cultivated paths, a fierce battle intent blossomed upon their faces. Notably, the sword masters, Li Chuangang, Deng Taie, Shimin Shui Shui, Yi Guqing, Dugu Qiubai, Xia Xiaofeng, Gain Ye, Yan Shisan, and Yen Nantian each radiated an overwhelming aura of sword intent as they gazed at one another, their eyes ablaze with fervent determination. In an instant, the grand hall was suffused with the formidable sword essence emanating from these 9 warriors. The air vibrated with intensity. Had Lu Chen not previously insulated the entire hall, even a mere wisp of sword intent could have cleaved a chasm of unfathomable depth in the surrounding space. This is the terror of a master of swordsmanship. At the head seat, Lu Chen's expression shifted slightly as he beheld the formidable sword intent radiating from the 10 individuals. Particularly striking was the overwhelming aura of Li Chuangang, reminiscent of a sword cleaving the heavens, which compelled an involuntary gasp of admiration from Lu Chen. Truly, he is the foremost master of swordsmanship in the world. The resonant clang of swords echoed throughout the grand hall. With the sword intent permeating the atmosphere, this is the essence of true sword masters. Even a mere thread of their energy could manifest as an overwhelming sword intent. Were it not for Lu Chen's presence, it is likely that the 9 would have already engaged in an exchange of sword techniques with their counterparts. Observing the situation, Lu Chen smiled gently and spoke, not chastising the 9 for their eagerness, but rather empathizing with their sentiments. After all, masters of the sword are a rare breed, and they are among the pinnacle of such practitioners. It is only natural that one would yearn to witness their prowess firsthand. Very well, esteemed elders, I understand your feelings. It is a rare opportunity to encounter worthy opponents, yet there will be ample time for such encounters in the future. There is no need to rush. With a wave of his hand, an inexplicable force manifested, instantly dissipating the terrifying sword intent within the hall. Upon witnessing this, the 9 quickly regained their composure, their faces paling as they realized the gravity of their actions, daring to nearly engage in combat before their sect leader. Even Shi Patian hastily bowed to Lu Chen, saying, "We implore the sect leader to reprimand us for our reckless behavior." Chuckling, Lu Chen addressed the 10 individuals. "Fear not, esteemed elders. My Kunlun boasts 2 other masters of the sword. In due time, you shall have ample opportunities for sparring." Upon hearing this, excitement illuminated the faces of the 9. The path of swordsmanship is one that few can master to their level. Shi Patian, though not a practitioner of the sword, also felt a thrill at the prospect of engaging in a friendly contest with the 9 elders before him. Such a remarkable encounter with a formidable individual. Indeed, sect master. The 10 responded with a hint of excitement, bowing respectfully. "Now, esteemed elders, please proceed to the Elder Peak and select a pavilion as your training ground. It is the residence of our Kunlun elders." Then, as if struck by a sudden thought, he continued, "I believe we shall soon encounter worthy adversaries. At which point you elders will have ample opportunity to engage in fierce battles." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the 10 were filled with exhilaration. The prospect of quiet meditation was simply unbearable for them. "Yes, sect master, we shall take our leave now." Lu Chen nodded in acknowledgement. In an instant, the 10 vanished from sight, as if they had never been present. The Elder Peak is home to all elders of the inner sect of Kunlun. Although Chen Beixian serves as the protector elder of the sect, he too resides on the Elder Peak. For the position of Protector Elder is not one that just anyone can assume. However, the outer sect elders are not permitted to dwell on the Elder Peak, as Lu Chun intends to recruit powerful cultivators from the Xianwu continent as outer sect elders. Additionally, capable individuals from Kunlun's affiliated factions may also be appointed to the role of outer sect elders, such as Qin Zhan, Luo Wushuang, Qin Lan, and Luo Yuan. After the departure of the 10, Lu Chen's gaze shimmered with intensity as he surveyed the multitude of disciples gathered outside the Kunlun Plaza. On the plaza, all disciples had completed their assessments, and now it was time to arrange their accommodations on the Disciple Peak. The Disciple Peak is, of course, divided into the outer and inner Disciple Peaks. Among them lies the True Inheritance Disciple Peak, a place designated for those whom the Kunlun elders may take as their disciples. Thus far, no disciple has had the honor of residing on the True Inheritance Disciple Peak. Even Lin Yun, Luo Lingxue, and Qin Ruoxian are merely accommodated on the outer Disciple Peak. Initially, the sect's establishment was not fully realized, with numerous mountains under restrictions. Now that the sect's residence has been successfully completed, and with an increase in disciples, it is essential to establish distinctions. Without rules, chaos ensues. The expressions of the gathered individuals were filled with fervor, gazing at the ethereal scenery surrounding them. At long last, they had a sect to rely upon. They would no longer be subjected to the bullying of those powerful cultivators with influential backgrounds. At that moment, they yearned to proclaim loudly, "I am a disciple of Kunlun. Who dares to lay a hand on me?" This is the confidence bestowed upon them by Kunlun. At that moment, as Luo Lingxue and Qin Ruoxian were preparing to lead all the disciples to the Disciple Peak, a voice, imbued with divine authority, resonated throughout Kunlun. "Lingxue, Ruoxian, bring the disciples Ling Mu and Zi Yunyan to the main hall." The ethereal tone, akin to a command from the heavens, instilled an overwhelming sense of reverence in all who heard it. "Yes, Sect Master." In response, Luo Lingxue and Qin Ruoxian bowed respectfully towards the main peak, and Wang Ming along with Luo Wushuang and Qin Zhan also hastily offered their respects. As the words faded, the disciples' legs slightly bent, as if they were about to kneel. Their faces suddenly adorned with astonishment, their hearts filled with shock as they realized, this voice belongs to the sect master of Kunlun. The impact of that voice upon them was truly overwhelming. Merely a sound, yet it compelled them to instinctively prostrate in reverence. Fortunately, an invisible force gently lifted the crowd. At this moment, the disciples were filled with profound astonishment. The prowess of their sect leader was terrifying. They failed to notice that two individuals wore expressions of distress. Upon hearing those words, Ling Mu and Zi Yunyan stood frozen, a flicker of horror gleaming in their eyes, mingled with disbelief and a hint of panic as they simultaneously exclaimed, "This is not good." It was the leader of Kunlun. Had the Kunlun leader discovered something? They exchanged a glance, and in each other's eyes, they discerned a tremor of fear. Just like the other disciples, upon hearing that authoritative voice, they felt an irresistible urge to kneel. It is worth noting that they never experienced such a feeling even in the presence of their own ancestor. Their ancestor possessed unparalleled power, capable of erasing sages and great sages with but a word. Consider this. Even their ancestor could not instill such a sensation in them. How can this not cause their hearts to tremble? What level of cultivation does the Lord of Kunlun possess? How could he be so fearsome? At that moment, Luo Lingxue and Qin Ruoxian approached, noticing an unusual expression on the faces of the two. Though Qin Ruoxian had already discerned the truth, Luo Lingxue, unaware of the situation, assumed the two were simply overwhelmed with excitement. She smiled and said, "Junior brother, junior sister, congratulations. You must have made it through the 5th layer of the 9 nether yellow spring illusion," catching the attention of the sect leader. "Come, let us go meet him." She believed that the two had indeed passed the 5th layer, and assumed that Lu Chen wished to meet his outstanding disciples. Yes, senior sisters," Ling Mu promptly replied, hoping fervently that what Luo Lingxue had said was true. Zi Yunyan nodded as well, her face betraying a hint of anxiety. Far removed from the poise of the unparalleled prodigy from the northern celestial domain, even with the support of the Ziyue dynasty, a flicker of unease stirred within her heart at that moment. This is her intuition. Subsequently, the remaining disciples were entrusted to Wang Ming and others, who were responsible for guiding them to the Disciples' Peak, where accommodations were arranged and certain precautions regarding Kunlun were explained. Without rules, order cannot be established. This is a matter of great significance for every sect. For outer disciples aspiring to ascend to inner disciples, not only must their cultivation meet the sect's standards and contribute to its growth, but they must also fulfill the task requirements set forth by the Kunlun's task hall. Unlike many sects, Kunlun does not have any menial disciples. Chen aims to forge a supreme sect that will dominate the myriad realms. In the future, every disciple of Kunlun will be expected to stand on their own, potentially becoming a formidable ruler in their respective domains. The essence of Kunlun must resonate throughout every world, ensuring that the name Kunlun is celebrated across the heavens. However, it is still premature to discuss these grand ambitions. Yet, it is believed that Kunlun will soon ascend to supremacy over the entire southern wilderness and even the Xianwu continent. Within the main hall, seated at the principal position, Chen, clad in white garments and exuding an aura of tranquility, had his eyes gently closed, seemingly lost in thought. Moments later, Luo Lingxue and Qin Ruoxian entered, accompanied by Ling Mu and Zi Yunyan. As they stepped into the grand hall, Ling Mu and Zi Yunyan could not help but direct their astonished gazes toward the young man in white at the high seat, their pupils contracting in disbelief as a wave of shock washed over them. Is this truly the master of Kunlun? How can this be possible? Lu Chen's youth was astonishing. It was hard for anyone to believe that someone so young could hold the position of a leader in such a powerful sect. The incredulity in their eyes reflected their astonishment at the revelation that the enigmatic Kunlun was led by one so young. Greetings, master. Luo Lingxue and Qin Ruoxian respectfully acknowledged Lu Chen before the two could fully process the situation. The utterance of master sent a tremor through Ling Mu and Zi Yunyan, prompting them to exchange a glance before hurriedly exclaiming, "We pay our respects to the master." In that moment, they felt as though an invisible pressure emanated from the young man seated in the prominent position above them, instilling a profound sense of reverence that left them unwilling to harbor even a hint of disrespect. How could one be so formidable? On the dais, Lu Chen, lost in a realm beyond comprehension, slowly opened his eyes. Within their depths, countless stars seemed to flicker into existence, only to vanish in the blink of an eye. Then, his imposing gaze fell upon Ling Mu and Zi Yunyan below. Boom! As that godly gaze descended upon the two, an overwhelming chill enveloped them. An astonishment flickered in their eyes. Such terrifying scrutiny. They had never felt anything akin to this, even in the presence of their ancestors. They could not help but tremble slightly. Lu Chen observed their reactions keenly. It was evident that, as he suspected, the two sought to cultivate within Kunlun under the guise of disciples after encountering its mysteries. Indeed, having traversed the 5 layers of the 9 nether yellow spring illusion, their future achievements would surpass that of the emperors. Lu Chen spoke casually, refraining from immediately unveiling their identities, as he was curious whether they would voluntarily disclose their true selves. Previously, he had already communicated with the system and was well aware of their identities. In the presence of the system, there existed no secrets unknown to it. Of course, the system would not divulge every detail of the world to Lu Chen. Knowledge of any matter in this realm, or indeed across the myriad worlds, required commensurate strength. Every aspect of existence is bound by cause and effect. Prematurely acquiring knowledge of certain matters without the requisite power is far from advantageous. Lu Chen was undoubtedly aware of this. His immediate goal was to enhance both his own strength and that of Kunlun. As his words fell, the expressions of Luo Lingxue and Qin Ruoxian shifted subtly. The mention of being above the great emperor? The two quickly grasped the gravity of his statement, fully trusting Lu Chen's words. After all, they had both surmounted 5 levels, with Qin Ruoxian even having surpassed 6. Lu Chen had previously shared the same sentiments with them. However, to others, such a declaration would certainly sound like madness. At that moment, both Ling Mu and Zi Yunyan's faces paled in disbelief, convinced they had misheard. Above the great emperor? What had they just heard? Wasn't the great emperor the mightiest being in existence? This was inconceivable. How could there possibly exist a realm more powerful than that of the emperor in this world? They originate from superlative forces, and even their ancestors would not dare to claim that there could be beings surpassing the emperor in strength. Is it possible that the master of Kunlun is merely speaking nonsense? However, neither of the two dares to voice such thoughts aloud, for they find themselves on unfamiliar territory. Despite their origins from formidable powers, they are reluctant to directly offend Kunlun in light of its enigmatic nature. Moreover, the fact that the master of Kunlun is this very youthful figure before them suggests that he is far from the age he appears to be. It is quite plausible that he is an ancient relic, having lived for countless eons, now merely presenting himself in a youthful guise. As they ponder this in silence, they resolve to navigate their conversation with Chen first. In unison, they inquire, "Master, is it not true that the great emperor represents the pinnacle of cultivation in the world?" Regardless of the veracity of the claims, they deem it wise to indulge the sentiments expressed. Although they are shielded by a sage-level protector in the shadows, prudence is always advisable. A quiet chuckle escapes Chen's lips. He is well aware of the implications in their words. He understands that for the denizens of the Immortal Martial Continent, the title of Great Emperor signifies the ultimate threshold of cultivation. No one would readily believe otherwise. Indeed, it is true. Beyond the Great Emperor, the existence of other realms may only be known to the ancient and formidable powers or those who have truly transcended mortality. Chen refrains from responding directly to their remarks, casting a casual glance at the duo before continuing. "Indeed, to have achieved the Void Realm at such a young age is commendable. Now, do enlighten me about your origins and identities." At this, a sense of alarm flickers in the eyes of Ling Mu and Zi Yunyan, their hearts tightening with trepidation as they realize the young master has likely been observing them all along. "Master, I hail from a royal family in the northern heavenly domain. We have come to the southern wilderness for training, and along the way, I encountered Sister Zi, and we journeyed together. We heard that Kunlun has a sage among its ranks and is recruiting disciples, which is why we have come," Ling Mu states with utmost seriousness, and his words appear entirely plausible. Upon hearing this, Chen casts a nonchalant glance at Zi Yunyan. "Indeed, Master," she responds hurriedly, feeling a newfound respect for Ling Mu. She had not anticipated that the second prince of the Ling Shao dynasty could articulate grand ambitions to such an extent. Ling Mu gestures, "Shall you take your turn?" In response, Chen merely observes the pair in silence, seemingly lost in thought. Noticing this, the two share a suppressed smile. Acutely aware that their identities are overwhelmingly powerful, if they were to reveal their true backgrounds, it might lead the young master to suspect ulterior motives regarding their interest in Kunlun. After all, how could one justify the second prince of the Ling Shao dynasty and the grand princess of the Ziyu dynasty traveling hundreds of thousands of miles to Kunlun merely to become disciples? Such words may be met with disbelief by the inhabitants of the northern celestial domain. Were they not confronted by the enigmatic Kunlun, it is unlikely they would openly declare the imperial identity that commands respect from any force within the southern wasteland. Indeed, this is the case, yet at present, they stand before none other than Kunlun. At this moment, observing that the two individuals were still reluctant to reveal their true identities, Chen let out a soft snort. "Do you think I am unaware of your genuine identities?" Initially, he had considered offering them a chance. For those who could ascend the heart-linking ladder possessed unwavering character and virtue. Furthermore, their serendipitous participation in the Kunlun disciple recruitment assessment had led the system to deem them as gifted disciples, bestowing upon them 2 summoning cards and 2 opportunities for a lottery. Chen was quite pleased with them. How could one be dissatisfied with an unexpected windfall? There was no need for them to wander about aimlessly. "Amuse?" Lindian remarked, "You might as well just say my name directly." Despite concealing their identities, Chen had no intention of pursuing the matter. After all, they were now disciples of Kunlun, and even if they had other factions backing them, once they entered Kunlun, they would forever be its disciples. Who would dare to oppose? Upon hearing this, Ling Mu and Zi Yunyan exchanged glances filled with hesitation. And after a brief internal struggle, they chose to remain silent about their true identities. "Respected sect master, we truly hail from the northern celestial domain. And everything we have stated is the truth," Ling Mu said, her expression unwavering. Zi Yunyan quickly added, "We would never dare to deceive the sect master. Our words are entirely sincere. Please take note of this, sect master." They did not wish to gamble once their true identities were disclosed. Would this young sect master act against them? Although they had a powerful sage realm expert protecting them, Kunlun was shrouded in mystery. The cultivation of this remarkably youthful sect master was undoubtedly formidable, evoking feelings even their own ancestor would not inspire. At that moment, a dreadful thought crossed their minds. Above the great sage, their assertions were indeed accurate. They were cultivators from the northern celestial domain, but they were no ordinary practitioners. The forces backing them were increasingly formidable. Upon hearing their claims, Chen's expression remained unchanged, merely responding with a gentle In response, Ling Mu and Zi Yunyan were momentarily taken aback, then quickly realized this meant Chen would not pursue their identities any further. In an instant, The great hall fell into silence. The two exchanged glances, preparing to take their leave from Lu Chen. Just then, Ling Mu, the second prince of the Lingxiao dynasty, born with the supreme bone, had been shrouded in secrecy through unparalleled methods, leaving the northern celestial domain in ignorance of his true nature. Zi Yinyan, the grand princess of the Ziyue dynasty, possessed the God King body, yet had been unable to fully awaken its true potential. Lu Chen slowly opened his eyes once more and uttered two sentences that struck the two individuals like a thunderclap on a clear day. As his words fell, their expressions drastically altered, their bodies stiffened instantaneously, their pupils constricted in shock, and a wave of chilling dread surged within them. No. How could this be possible? Who on earth is he? How could he possibly know that I possess the innate supreme bone? Lingmu could scarcely believe that this young sovereign not only recognized him as the bearer of the innate supreme bone, but seemingly was also aware of the existence of that being. At this moment, Lingmu felt a chilling sensation enveloping him, accompanied by waves of trepidation rising from the depths of his heart. The secret of his supreme bone was known only to his father and the ancestral elders of the Lingxiao dynasty. Aside from them, there was another being who had employed forbidden techniques to conceal his supreme bone. Lingxiao dynasty, Ziyue dynasty. Luo Lingshue's countenance shifted dramatically, unable to suppress a gasp of astonishment. She never anticipated that her junior disciples would hail from such imperial forces and, moreover, possess such extraordinary physiques. Supreme bone, divine king body. Her gaze towards the two was now imbued with astonishment. Although she was unaware of the specifics of these physiques, it was undeniable that those who possessed such traits would undoubtedly grow to be exceedingly formidable in the future. Her elder brother, Lin Yun, was a testament to this. Qin Ruoxian's expression also shifted slightly as she regarded the two, taken aback by the emergence of such physiques in the lower realms. Lin Yun's holy battle body had already been challenging for her to accept, and now two more individuals bearing exceptional physiques had appeared, both disciples of Kunlun. It seemed that the heavenly order of the lower realms had undergone a transformation. Before her rebirth, Qin Ruoxian had learned that millions of years ago, there existed a passage between the upper and lower realms, allowing cultivators from the lower realms to ascend for training upon reaching their limits. However, for reasons unknown, this passage was shattered, seemingly severed entirely by a powerful being of the celestial path. Since then, the realm of Xinwu had not witnessed the presence of an emperor for countless years, and for centuries to come, the world would remain devoid of such figures. I apologize, Sect Master, for our concealed identities. It was a matter of necessity. Please do not expel us from Kunlun. Lingmu took a deep breath to steady his racing heart. A flicker of reverence illuminating his gaze as he addressed Lu Chen respectfully. At this moment, he was acutely aware that the young sect master before him was undoubtedly an immensely formidable being. After all, how could he possibly know of the existence within his Lingxiao dynasty? This further solidified the notion that Kunlun might indeed be his destiny, perhaps as a disciple of Kunlun. Upon hearing this, with a mere glance at the two individuals, Lu Chen chose to remain silent. At that moment, even the formidable Yin dared not entertain the slightest disrespect in the presence of Lu Chen's authoritative gaze. Each word spoken by Lu Chen filled her with profound astonishment, leaving her incredulous that this young sect leader could discern their origins and innate qualities at a mere glance. She had not anticipated that Ling Mu also possessed an extraordinary constitution, that of the supreme bone. No wonder he was able to contend with the esteemed prince of the imperial clan. Moreover, her own possession of the divine king body was not a closely guarded secret within the northern heavenly domain, for the foundation of the Ziyue dynasty was immensely powerful, requiring no concern in that regard. Master, we harbor no ill intent towards Kunlun, nor did we intend to conceal our identities. We earnestly beseech you to allow us to become disciples of Kunlun, Ziyunyan implored, a wry smile crossing her lips. The more she uncovered the mysteries of Kunlun and the terrifying capabilities of this young leader, the more she felt compelled to abandon any ulterior motives and simply aspire to be a disciple of Kunlun. To be a part of such a mystifying and formidable sect would undoubtedly be a boon for their dynasty. Casting a glance at the two, Lu Chen calmly replied, I can discern that your intentions towards Kunlun are pure. Whether you hail from an imperial dynasty or an ancient lineage is of no consequence. What matters is that you both are now disciples of Kunlun. His commanding gaze instilled a sense of reverence in them, followed by a surge of excitement and joy. Wonderful. The master has acknowledged our identities. It seems we were the ones with a narrow perspective. Indeed, with Kunlun's profound mysteries. It would hardly concern them whether we are from a dynasty or an ancient family. As long as one enters Kunlun, they become a disciple of the sect. Rest assured. Master, we shall dedicate our lives as disciples of Kunlun and would never dream of betraying it, they declared, their faces alight with fervor. They felt a great honor in being acknowledged as disciples of Kunlun. Despite their origins from an imperial power and their extensive experiences, they believed that the enigma surrounding Chen and Kunlun was merely the tip of the iceberg, far beyond the simplicity of what they had witnessed. Observing their reactions, Chen nodded in satisfaction. As two individuals endowed with remarkable constitutions, he certainly would not allow them to depart. Glancing at the four within the hall, he let out a slight sigh. Including Lin Yun, who was out honing his skills, Kunlun now had only 5 exceptional disciples. Although the sect boasted over 1,000 disciples, the majority were still lacking in strength. It was evident that the overall power of Kunlun needed to be elevated swiftly. Meanwhile, within the southern wilderness, countless factions and cultivators were in a state of upheaval, for the emergence of the celestial Xian Holy Land had left everyone astounded. Hiss! What? The Holy Son of the celestial Xian Holy Land had actually made his appearance. The expressions of the cultivators from various states were filled with shock as they engaged in fervent discussions. It had been countless millennia since the cultivators of the southern wilderness had encountered anyone from a holy land. Although an elder from the primordial Holy Land had previously ventured outside to Qingzhou, no one from a holy land had traversed the southern wilderness since then. Otherwise, how could the top 10 dominant powers have ruled for so many years? Heavens! The Holy Son from the Holy Land has also emerged. Have you noticed that recently? Not only in the southern wilderness, but even in other great domains, there seem to be numerous formidable factions, ancient clans, and even legends of primordial families surfacing? A cultivator spoke earnestly. Good heavens! What monumental event is about to unfold? As soon as those words were uttered, a profound shock rippled through the assembled crowd. Everyone began to speculate about the significance of the impending event, one so momentous that even such formidable forces had emerged. Surely, the appearance of the ancient secret realm could not warrant the emergence of such powers. In the past, the unveiling of the ancient secret realm had never witnessed the presence of such entities. Unbeknownst to them, it was not merely the southern wilderness that was stirred. A tempest of unrest brewed across all major regions of the Immortal Martial Continent. Even the once silent demon domain, which had lain dormant for millennia, was now suffused with countless terrifying auras. If one were to ascend to the skies above the Immortal Martial Continent, they might discover an array of formidable presences and shadows converging upon the southern wilderness. At that moment, above the southern wilderness, a sudden cacophony erupted. Roars resembling thunderous beasts reverberated through the air, instantly transforming the expressions of cultivators across the various states. Whether they were at the divine transformation stage, the void realm, or even the king realm, all were visibly affected. Not good. It was the voice of the demonic beasts. Fear crept into the faces of the onlookers. As a king realm expert bellowed in fury, "Damn it! Are the demon tribes on the verge of rebellion again? How dare they violate the pact with our human race?" All gazes became fixed on a particular spot in the sky above the southern wilderness, where an overwhelming aura of demonic energy was permeating the atmosphere. The southern wilderness was the closest region to the demon domain among all human territories. 50,000 years prior, the demon domain had instigated a rebellion, launching a massive assault on the southern wilderness. On that fateful day, the region had been left in ruins, countless powerful beings had perished, and it had nearly fallen into chaos, only to be salvaged by the intervention of a human powerhouse who negotiated peace with the demon race. Thus, the thunderous roars of the demonic beasts instantly heightened the tension among all present in the southern wilderness. Suddenly, the space in that area began to tremble violently, as countless fissures appeared, as if it could not withstand the pressure of some immense force, and was on the brink of collapse. As the terrifying roars echoed, everyone fixated their eyes on the void. They beheld 5 colossal demonic beasts, radiating the formidable aura of the king realm, emerging while pulling an exquisitely luxurious chariot. Surrounding the chariot were 5 incredibly powerful elders, appearing akin to venerable attendants. Gasp! King realm demonic beasts. 5 thunderclap demon tigers. A collective intake of breath resonated as the spectators were further astonished upon glimpsing the opulent chariot. Who could possess such grandeur? The sight of 5 king realm thunderclap demon tigers harnessed to a chariot was staggering. At that moment, The gaze of the King Realm expert fell upon the elders surrounding the chariot, instantly transforming his expression to one of sheer terror. Saints. 5 revered saints. The celestial monarch was instantly drenched in cold sweat, a figure emerging vividly in his mind. The Tianxian sacred land. The saint's son is on the move. Roar, roar, roar. The 5 thunderous beast tigers howled incessantly, while seated in the luxurious carriage was a young man with an enchanting visage. Sensing the fearful gazes of the crowd below, he bore a sinister smile. Is this truly the extent of strength in the southern wilderness? It is utterly pathetic. Upon hearing this, an elder beside the carriage quickly offered flattery. Such formidable strength belongs to you, saint's son. Naturally, these people are beneath your notice. Qin Wudao nodded, remaining silent, yet relishing every word of adulation. Furthermore, the speaker was an elder of the sacred land. He was indeed Qin Wudao, the saint's son of the Tianxian sacred land, possessing the formidable cultivation of the celestial monarch realm. Achieving such mastery at a young age naturally filled Qin Wudao with pride and arrogance, believing no one among the younger generation of the Immortal Martial Continent could rival him. For instance, during this expedition, he placed particular emphasis on the grandeur of the occasion, relishing the fearful glances cast in his direction. Subsequently, amidst the terror-stricken gazes of all, the 5 thunderous beast tigers whisked the carriage away, vanishing from sight. Phew! Everyone exhaled heavily, a sense of relief washing over them. How utterly terrifying! Which individual possesses the ability to harness 5 celestial monarch realm beasts as their chariot? Just then, someone suddenly exclaimed, as if struck by a realization. Hiss! That must be the saint's son of the Tianxian sacred land. Saint's son. Instantly, all cultivators from various states came to the same conclusion. In the southern wilderness, they could hardly fathom anyone else capable of such grandeur apart from the saint's son of the Tianxian sacred land. Meanwhile, high above Qingzhou, 5 formidable figures materialized in the void, each exuding an aura of terror. You're certain there is only one saint in Kunlun? One figure rasped, gazing toward the direction of the buried immortal mountains, as if he had not spoken in millennia. It cannot be mistaken, another figure replied. Humph. You assert that Kunlun can establish itself in the buried immortal mountains with only one saint. Clearly, these aged and fearsome figures were intent on confronting Kunlun. The ancient token is in the hands of that Kunlun, and they dare to slay my Jiuyo dynasty's people. I shall ensure the destruction of Kunlun. The voice from the netherworld was cold and bloodthirsty. The netherworld was none other than the ancient ancestor of the 9 Nether dynasty, a being of the 3rd tier of the Saint Realm. He had just awakened and did not immediately descend upon the southern wilderness to obliterate Kunlun. Deeming the insignificant Kunlun unworthy of his attention, easily vanquishable with a mere flick of his wrist. However, soon after, Kunlun caused tremors throughout the southern wilderness, prompting the inhabitants of the 9 Nether dynasty to become aware of the events transpiring there. Upon returning to the 9 Nether dynasty, this information was relayed to the sovereign of the 9 Nether kingdom. Subsequently, the sovereign hastily informed the ancient ancestor of the 9 Nether about the situation. And after some investigation, it was revealed that there existed a saint within Kunlun. The ancient ancestor of the 9 Nether was cautious and, after notifying the other prominent ancestral powers in the eastern celestial domain about the matter of the primordial token, he proceeded to the southern wilderness to confront Kunlun together. It must be said, the ancient ancestor of the 9 Nether was remarkably prudent. Truly, it is said that a dead pauper is preferable to a living friend. He insisted on bringing along several old comrades. You two, do not forget your promise after acquiring the primordial token, spoke an elder cloaked in black robes, his voice deep and resonant. Rest assured, I would never forget, you two replied, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. Were it not for the concern of other hidden saints within Kunlun, he would not have condescended to collaborate with these individuals. The condition of this venture was that upon obtaining the primordial token, the 5 factions would jointly utilize it. Moreover, the 9 Nether dynasty was also required to provide 5 high-grade spiritual stone mines to the 4 major factions. This is the survival rule within the realm of cultivation, where self-interest reigns supreme. Had it not been for the conditions set forth by the ancestor of the 9 Nether, these 4 individuals would never dare to offend a power that also possesses a saint. Let us swiftly annihilate Kunlun. I wish to return and indulge in the company of my beloved. An ominous smile adorned the face of an elder, who seemed to regard Kunlun with disdain. The venerable ancestor of the Yinyang Palace, a paramount dominion in the eastern celestial realm, is rumored to draw upon the vital essence of young maidens to enhance his power. This practice purportedly achieves a complementary effect of yin and yang, significantly augmenting one's vitality and cultivation. The malevolent aura that envelopes the ancestor of the Yin-Yang Palace suggests that countless innocent girls have met their demise at his hands. As the words lingered in the air, several figures vanished in an instant. In the main hall of Kunlun, Chen retrieved 1,600 sets of disciple robes from the system's storage space, placing them within a storage ring before handing them to Luo Lingxue. These are the robes of our Kunlun disciples. The outer disciples don garments adorned with a single black bird, while the inner disciples wear robes embellished with 2 black birds. And the true disciples are distinguished by 3 black birds. Wow, Master, these disciple robes are truly exquisite, exclaimed Luo Lingxue, her face lighting up as she admired the blue and white robes, each featuring a seemingly lifelike black bird. A sense of delight washed over her, accompanied by a twinge of astonishment in her heart. Why does this mysterious bird seem so lifelike? Observing Luo Lingxue's astonished expression, Chen smiled and explained. Once this garment is donned, it will activate the engraved 9 heavens mystical bird in the face of genuine peril, providing you with a layer of protection. The disciple attire system is said to be the 9 heavens mysterious bird garb, which features the 9 heavens mysterious bird, a once mighty species that has become extinct across the myriad realms. Whether the system's claims hold true remains uncertain for Chen. Yet one can be assured that the offerings from the system are undeniably exceptional. It is likely that the 9 heavens mysterious bird was eradicated by the system itself. System, I am not the third brother. Upon hearing this, Qin Ruoxian, Ling Mu, and Zi Yunyan gazed at the disciple attire in Luo Lingxue's hands, their faces reflecting astonishment. Indeed, the foundation of the sect extends far beyond what they had anticipated. Its mysteries surpass their imagination. Surely, no other force could bestow such treatment upon its disciples. Perhaps only we, Kunlun, can claim such distinction. At that moment, each of them felt a profound sense of gratitude for being disciples of Kunlun. Moreover, they shared an unspoken premonition that the true powerhouses of the sect would soon emerge. Luo Lingxue and Qin Ruoxian were already aware that Kunlun currently boasted 2 extraordinarily powerful elders. As for Ling Mu and Zi Yunyan, they were cognizant of Kunlun's possession of a sage. However, neither of them would believe that Kunlun had only 1 sage. Casting a glance at the others, Chen nodded with satisfaction. Although Kunlun has yet to have true disciples, possessing 5 prodigious talents is certainly commendable. Ling Mu, you shall henceforth be the 4th senior brother of Kunlun, and Yunyan, the 5th senior sister, Chen declared, looking at the 2 of them. Yes, sect master. They responded with delight. Ling Mu glanced at Zi Yunyan, suppressing a laugh. Who would have thought that the illustrious princess of the Purple Moon Dynasty would become my junior sister? I wonder what expression my father would wear upon learning this. Ling Xiao, the emperor, I sent you to cultivate, and you managed to win over the princess of the Purple Moon Dynasty? Truly, you are my offspring. Ling Mu sighs. Observing Ling Mu's beaming demeanor, Zi Yunyan felt an overwhelming urge to deliver a solid punch to him. At that moment, Chen suddenly recalled something. It was Lin Yun. With the absence of that young man, Chen felt a certain void in his enjoyment. He then turned to the 2 and remarked, Your senior brother is currently undergoing training in the outside world and will not return for some time. Ling Mu, you should take the opportunity to engage with him upon his return. Lin Yun possesses the formidable physique of a battle saint, while Ling Mu is a naturally gifted supreme talent. Chen was quite eager to observe which of their physiques proved to be superior. After all, Lin Yun had a tendency to be somewhat lax in his cultivation, and it would be an excellent chance for Ling Mu to spar with him. Senior brother. Upon hearing this, both of their eyes sparkled with anticipation. They were eager to witness the prowess and abilities of this esteemed senior brother. Given the enigmatic nature of their sect, it was only natural to assume that he must be an extraordinary prodigy. Otherwise, how could he hold the title of senior brother in Kunlun? Yes, sect leader, they responded respectfully. Suddenly, Ling Mu inquired, Sect leader, may I ask what level of cultivation our senior brother has attained? Upon hearing this, Zi Yunyan also became intrigued. But Chen's subsequent revelation left both of them utterly astonished. Well, your senior brother was at the 9th level of the spiritual sea realm during his training, Chen stated. Although Lin Yun had only reached the spiritual sea realm at that time, he was confident that upon his return, his cultivation would have significantly advanced. What? The 9th level of the spiritual sea realm? The 2 were somewhat incredulous, yet gazing at Chen, who appeared utterly serious. They were filled with astonishment at the profound mastery of their senior brother. This is entirely different from what they had imagined. Both the sect master and the senior brother exclaimed simultaneously. They were aware that Luo Lingxue had attained the divine transformation realm, and Qin Ruoxian had reached the void realm. However, who could have anticipated that the senior brother's cultivation was so meager? Lin Yun remarked, "Junior brother, the mere sight of me returning must have startled you to death." Luo Lingxue and Qin Ruoxian exchanged glances at their astonished expressions, sharing a subtle smile. If they were to learn about the senior brother's constitution, one could only wonder what their reaction would be. Observing their responses, Lu Chun smiled knowingly, fully aware of their thoughts. Your senior brother possesses the Battle Saint body, which has yet to be fully activated, hence the lower level of cultivation. As the words escaped, both individuals were struck with profound astonishment, exclaiming, "The sacred body." Indeed, it was the sacred body. They were well aware of its existence, yet they had not anticipated that the sect's elder brother would possess such an extraordinary constitution. Although they had never heard of the combat saint body, they understood that those endowed with a sacred body were immensely formidable. No wonder the sect leader would never casually appoint a person of lower cultivation as the elder brother. They could only bitterly smile, fearing that once this elder brother fully awakened the potential of his sacred body, his power would be unparalleled. A glimmer of anticipation flickered in Luo Lingxue's eyes, as she eagerly wondered to what heights Lin Yun's strength would ascend upon his return. Qin Ruoxian shared this sentiment, her gaze sparkling with a hint of brilliance. With Kunlun supporting a bearer of the combat saint body, Lin Yun would undoubtedly not meet an untimely end. In the future, he was destined to become an unparalleled powerhouse that would shake the heavens, much like the previous holder of the combat saint body in the upper realm. Renowned as the foremost in offensive prowess, a supreme entity within the realm of immortality. One individual could embody an entire sect. One individual could achieve immortality. With so many possessors of unique constitutions in Kunlun, Qin Ruoxian was confident that Kunlun would eventually transcend this realm and ascend to the upper realm. Contemplating this, a chilling killing intent emerged in her eyes. Ancient Wu Kingdom, await my return to the upper realm, for that shall be the day of your demise. She was curious to see what expression Late Sangqiong would wear upon their next encounter. Had it been in the past, she might never have had the chance for vengeance. Even if she returned to the upper realm, she alone would not stand a chance against the ancient Wu Kingdom. However, now she was a disciple of Kunlun and had acquired unimaginable supreme techniques within Kunlun's Hall of Techniques. She believed that she would ultimately break through to the long-desired realm of immortality. At this moment, Qin Ruoxian gazed at Lu Chun with profound reverence. After a brief pause, Lu Chun suddenly recalled something and addressed the group. Lingmu, Yunyan, you two should head to the Hall of Techniques later to select your methods. There lie the ancient techniques and scriptures left by the great masters of Kunlun, which will surely contain techniques suited to your constitutions. Ancient techniques, ancient scriptures, left by the illustrious masters of Kunlun. Hiss, could it be that an emperor once graced Kunlun? Upon hearing this, Lingmu and Ziyunyin gasped in shock, their expressions reflecting utter disbelief as their eyes widened in astonishment, their hearts trembling with excitement. They understood all too well the significance of ancient techniques and scriptures, which is precisely why they were so utterly astonished. Observing their reactions, Lu Chun smiled faintly. He recalled the expressions of Luo Lingxue and Lin Yun at that time, which mirrored theirs. It must be said that should the existence of Kunlun's ancient techniques and scriptures become known, it would undoubtedly send shockwaves throughout the entire Immortal Martial Continent. This is the confidence of Kunlun. Moreover, the system has stated that the Hall of Techniques houses the most formidable methods across the myriad realms. It is likely to possess supreme laws and scriptures tailored for the cultivation of the divine king physique, which he is familiar with, albeit slightly inferior to the innate supreme bone. Nevertheless, with Kunlun's techniques, one can certainly unleash their utmost potential. Moments later, the two individuals finally comprehended the implications of Lu Chen's words, their expressions brimming with excitement. They firmly believed that Lu Chun would never deceive them. Yes, sect master. They promptly responded with utmost reverence, their astonishment palpable. How could they not be awestruck? That was the ancient scripture of the emperor. Even if the divine king were to arrive, he would be thrilled to perform the five-linked whip of primordial chaos to celebrate. With a resounding clap, a technique of the divine king. Another clap, a technique of the emperor. A swift step from left foot to right, ascending to the celestial realm. Goodness! Even Master Ma would be compelled to acknowledge the expertise, even if the ancient scriptures of the emperor were not truly present. The existence of ancient divine king methods was undeniable. This is the intuition of Ling Mu and Zi Yunyan. The aura of Kunlun has become increasingly enigmatic to them. The two could scarcely fathom what true Kunlun truly represents. The ancient method, also known as the Divine King's ancient technique, refers to the supreme scriptures of the great emperor. At this moment, their hearts swelled with overwhelming excitement. Indeed, Kunlun is my destiny. Ling Mu felt an exhilarating thrill within. For the Divine King's ancient method was also present within the Ling Shao Empire, yet what truly astonished him was the existence of the great emperor's scriptures. Such a transcendent technique could only be conceived by a great emperor. Zi Yunyan shared the same disbelief, unable to comprehend that Kunlun possessed the great emperor's scriptures. Even her Ziyu Empire had never been graced with such an esteemed legacy. Such a formidable power could only belong to a force that had once nurtured a great emperor. Nevertheless, the two were no longer concerned with the veracity of these revelations. They trusted Lu Chen's words. Subsequently, Lu Chen shared details regarding the disciples of Kunlun, the thresholds for advancement, and that all disciples could accept tasks from the mission hall. As these sect tasks, once completed by any disciple, would reward Lu Chen with sect points provided by the system. Lu Chen could then exchange these sect points for various items in the system marketplace, to be used as rewards for disciples upon the successful completion of their tasks. In this manner, not only can the disciples' strength and the overall prowess of Kunlun be swiftly enhanced, but more importantly, it also serves to temper the disciples themselves. They will have ample opportunities for external training and to cultivate combat experience, unlike other sects where disciples remain confined within the sect, engaging in arduous practice daily. While it is true that most disciples from other factions receive cultivation resources, such provisions are typically reserved for a select few core disciples, leaving a significant disparity for both outer and inner disciples. In contrast, Lu Chen ensures that all disciples of Kunlun receive equal resources, regardless of whether they are outer disciples, inner disciples, or true inheritors. All are treated with the same respect. For instance, the matter of which disciples are permitted to enter the Hall of Techniques to select their methods is clear. Every disciple of Kunlun, irrespective of their status, is entitled to access the Hall of Techniques and choose the cultivation method that suits them best. Yes, we shall heed the words of the sect master, they responded, their reverence for Lu Chen deepening, and they couldn't help but marvel at the notion that only Kunlun could treat its disciples so equitably. Indeed, it is improbable that any sect on the Xianwu continent allows all its disciples to practice esoteric techniques exclusive to their sect. Yet, Kunlun is distinct. The Hall of Techniques contains the mightiest methods from all realms, each capable of shaking the foundations of the Xianwu continent. Furthermore, the techniques will select the most suitable practitioners, alleviating any concerns the disciples may have about their compatibility with specific methods. After ensuring that all arrangements were nearly complete, Lu Chen addressed them once more. Well, there is little left to discuss. As senior brothers and sisters of Kunlun, you must guide the younger disciples in their cultivation. With that, he instructed them to implement all that he had previously mentioned. Yes, sect master, they replied respectfully. Lu Chen continued, there is one more thing you must remember. Hearing this, they turned their attention to him, listening intently. Let it be known that anyone who dares to harm a disciple of Kunlun, regardless of who they are, will find that we fear no person or force in this world. At this juncture, Lu Chen's demeanor transformed, radiating an aura akin to that of a supreme deity surveying the world from the heights of the heavens. Upon hearing these words, the disciples gazed at Lu Chen with profound awe, their hearts filled with admiration. The sect master is truly formidable. Who among the entire Xianwu continent would dare to utter such words? It must be the sect master alone. Then, they bowed deeply to Lu Chen before turning to exit the Grand Hall. At Disciples' Peak, all disciples had been arranged, and they now stood observing the magnificent main peak that seemed to rise from the void, their eyes reflecting a sense of reverence. Brother, that must be the place where the sect master resides. It is truly spectacular. Indeed, it is. All the disciples gazed in awe at the magnificent and imposing main peak, marveling. I wonder if we will ever have the opportunity to meet the sect leader, one disciple said, a glimmer of excitement illuminating his eyes. Upon hearing this, the faces of all the disciples reflected a surge of enthusiasm, which soon transformed into wry smiles. After all, what kind of person is the sect leader? How could one possibly encounter him with ease? It is likely that only those two senior brothers and sisters possess the talent worthy of a meeting with the sect leader. Indeed, within the realm of the Immortal Martial Continent, among all the sects, esteemed families, and powerful factions, many disciples may spend their entire lives within their sects without ever laying eyes on their leader. Moreover, even if a disciple were to find themselves in trouble, the sect leader would not appear for ordinary or even inner disciples. Naturally, others within the sect would handle such trivial matters. It is not common for a leader to make an appearance. However, Chen is not of this ilk. Should a disciple encounter trouble, he would undoubtedly appear without hesitation, striking down adversaries with unyielding ferocity. Of course, Chen would not intervene in every matter. As the leader of a sect, there are indeed formidable individuals who would step in. What the disciples truly seek is a sense of being valued by their sect. The mere presence of someone who cares for them is sufficient to assure them that the sect will not forsake them, even if they inadvertently provoke a powerful force. Chen would never allow his disciples to suffer, for Chen is a fiercely protective individual. In the face of absolute power, there exists no distinction between right and wrong. Rules? They are merely decrees set forth by the strong. Before long, Luo Lingxue, Qin Ruoxian, Ling Mu, and Ziyunyan arrived at the disciples' peak. The senior sisters and brothers have come. This announcement stirred excitement among all the disciples, for they recognized that these four were their esteemed seniors. Having previously met 3 of the senior sisters, they exclaimed, "We greet the senior brothers." The disciples hurriedly called out, watching the approaching figures, somewhat puzzled. "Junior brothers and sisters, there is no need for excessive formalities." The 4 nodded and smiled. Subsequently, Luo Lingxue introduced Ling Mu and Ziyunyan to all the disciples. Indeed, all the disciples gazed enviously at Ling Mu and Ziyunyan, fully aware that with the exceptional abilities of these 2 elder brothers and sisters, they were indeed fortunate to be in their presence. While envy lingered, a profound sense of joy filled their hearts. Having such extraordinary senior siblings was a privilege they cherished. Observing her junior disciples, Luo Lingxue retrieved a spatial ring and instructed the disciples to line up to receive their attire. Before long, all the disciples donned their new garments and returned to present themselves before the 4. Seeing the excited expressions on the faces of her junior brothers and sisters, Luo Lingxue smiled gently and proceeded to explain the significance of the disciple attire. Instantly, astonishment illuminated the faces of every disciple. They could hardly believe the generosity their sect had bestowed upon them. To receive such treatment upon entering Kunlun was indeed a rarity. One could hardly question whether any other sect could match this level of benevolence. Subsequently, all the disciples reverently raised their hands towards the main peak and expressed in unison, "Thank you, sect master." Their resounding voices echoed towards the summit. Within the main hall, Chen directed his gaze towards the disciples' peak, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Indeed, this was how a proper sect should appear. Soon after, as Luo Lingxue had now assumed the role of the Grand Senior Sister of Kunlun, numerous responsibilities awaited her attention. For instance, she needed to lead all the disciples to the Hall of Techniques. "Junior brothers and sisters, you shall accompany me to select techniques from the Hall of Techniques shortly," Luo Lingxue announced to the assembly. As her words echoed, an air of disbelief swept through the disciples. Could it truly be that they were to cultivate the sect's techniques so soon after joining? "Sister, are you saying we can practice the sect's techniques right now? Is this for real?" An inner disciple questioned, his incredulity laced with excitement. Observing the reactions of everyone, the 4 exchanged knowing smiles. Luo Lingxue continued, "Indeed, it is true. The foundation of Kunlun is extraordinarily robust. The techniques housed within the Hall of Techniques are the legacies left by our esteemed predecessors." Upon uttering these words, a gasp ensued. The esteemed sect's powerhouses. The techniques left behind by such exalted beings. Observing the astonished expressions on the faces of the crowd, Luo Lingxue offered a subtle smile and continued, "Very well. Dear junior brothers and sisters, let us proceed to the Hall of Techniques to select our own methods." With those words, she affirmed the reality of the moment. "Indeed, this is true. The sect has been exceedingly benevolent towards us. Upon entering the sect, we are granted the opportunity to cultivate its profound techniques. This is truly magnificent." All disciples, upon realizing this, displayed expressions of immense excitement, with some even moved to tears, unable to contain their overwhelming joy. "Yes, senior sister," the disciples responded eagerly, astonished that the sect treats them all with such equality. Although there exists a distinction between outer and inner disciples, this holds little significance. Furthermore, the senior sister assured them that the resources for cultivation provided by the sect are uniform for all. Additionally, they can undertake sect missions and, upon completion, receive rewards from the sect. Now, they are even allowed to directly practice the sect's techniques, which have been passed down by the great masters of generations past. Which other faction could possibly offer such favorable treatment? The sect has treated me with such kindness. I must repay this generosity. In this lifetime, born as a disciple of Kunlun, and in death, a spirit of Kunlun. At this moment, resolute determination gleamed in the eyes of all the disciples. Silently vowing to themselves, I shall never regret my allegiance to Kunlun in this life. I shall undoubtedly remain with Kunlun for eternity. They are but ordinary cultivators on the Immortal Martial Continent. Some hail from humble family backgrounds, others from small villages, and some are solitary practitioners. Their cultivated techniques are of the most rudimentary nature, and their potential for advancement is inherently limited. Without superior methodologies, they are destined to remain beneath the threshold of the transformation realm. The transformation realm serves as a pivotal barrier for cultivators. Once transcended, one transforms from a mere mortal into a divine being, thereby stepping into the realm of true cultivation. Countless cultivators on the Immortal Martial Continent find themselves powerless before this threshold, and the reason is simple. It is the techniques. Hence, even a minor gesture from Kunlun can profoundly convey to the disciples the sect's regard for them. This is a sight that cannot be witnessed by any force. Moments later, Luo Lingxue and Chen Ruoxian were poised to lead their disciples to the peak of techniques. At that instant, a sudden hum resonated through the air, and countless ripples emerged in the space above Kunlun, akin to the undulations of water. Subsequently, a spatial portal quietly manifested in the void, and 5 ancient figures, exuding an aura of formidable power, stepped forth from within. They were none other than the ancestors of the Nine Nether. Boom! In an instant, a terrifying presence enveloped the skies, causing the faces of all disciples to turn ashen, their gazes struggling to meet the formidable figures suspended in the air. Yet, not a trace of fear flickered in their eyes. Rather, they harbored a desire to obliterate their adversaries with nothing but a glance. Who are these 5 individuals? Daring to act with such insolence before me, the master of Kunlun? In an instant, the faces of all the disciples, once pale, transformed into expressions of fury. Their gazes fixed intently upon the 5 aged figures. Despite their awareness of the formidable presence before them, not a trace of trepidation was revealed. This is the true disciple of Kunlun, unafraid of anyone or any power. If Lu Chen were to witness this scene, he would undoubtedly feel immensely gratified. What Lu Chen desires are disciples who fear nothing and stand resolute against all challenges. In the void, the 5 elders of Jiuyo, after sensing their surroundings, gazed down at the Kunlun beneath them, which resembled a celestial paradise, their pupils constricting sharply. Impossible! The air was thick with spiritual energy. The expressions of the 5 elders of Jiuyo changed dramatically as they exclaimed. They were aware that this place was a forbidden zone, which is why they had lingered outside the burial Immortal Mountain for so long. After capturing numerous cultivators from Qizhou to probe their souls for information, they dared to venture in. Indeed, the older these beings grew, the more they feared death. Had they not known that Kunlun resided within the burial Immortal Mountain, they would never have dared to enter, for they were still unaware of the upheaval that had occurred within. At this moment, a glimmer of greed flickered in their eyes, clearly intent on claiming this place for themselves, entirely oblivious to the Kunlun below that resembled a realm of immortals. Any discerning sect witnessing such a spectacle would never be foolish enough to act as recklessly as these 5. Is this something that ordinary powers can achieve? Heh. This place shall belong to my Yinyang Hall. The ancient ancestor of the Yinyang Hall chuckled ominously, sending chills down the spine. Humph, old ghost of Yinyang. Do not forget why we are here. The ancient ancestor of the 9 hells expressed his displeasure, questioning, You think you can simply take over the Yinyang Hall? Who gave you the audacity? The ghostly realm. Hurry and annihilate Kunlun. Seize the primordial token, and this place shall henceforth be our domain. The others also displayed expressions of excitement, their gazes cold and devoid of the previous trepidation. Under such alluring spiritual energy, they were nearly driven to madness. As the words fell, a tremendous force descended from the 9 hells ancestor, an overwhelming aura cascading down like a torrential flood. Boom! The very fabric of space shattered. An array of fissures appearing in the void. Crack! This is bad. There are 5 saints. Chen Ruoxian's complexion turned pale as she hurriedly exclaimed, her gaze widening in shock towards one of the 72 peaks. That was the Elder Peak. Luo Lingxue, Ziyun Yin, and Ling Mu also turned ashen. acutely aware that this terrifying aura was characteristic of saints. Ling Mu and Xiun Yin exchanged glances, a chilling, killing intent flickering in their eyes. Just 5 saints? They dare to seek death in my Kunlun. They had already resolved to summon the guardians behind them. At this moment, upon hearing Qin Ruoshan's words, all the disciples, who had previously been pallid, were suddenly struck with astonishment. Saints. This marked their first encounter with the terrifying aura of the saints, and not just one, but 5 of them. Yet, what could 5 saints possibly signify? At that moment, not a trace of fear was evident on the faces of the disciples. They held an unwavering belief that their sect harbored an existence far more formidable than these saints. The absence of their leader's presence only reinforced their conviction that he regarded these 5 saints with utter disdain. Indeed, within the Grand Hall, Lu Chen's gaze was as frigid as ice, his fearsome eyes piercing through layers of space to confront the 5 saints hovering above Kunlun. His voice, chilling, reverberated, "Humph. Seeking death. How dare these 5 saints behave so audaciously in Kunlun?" Yet, Lu Chen refrained from taking action, instead directing his attention towards all the disciples of Kunlun. Indeed, they had not disappointed him, as he observed the disciples standing resolute against the terrifying pressure exerted by the saints. There was no hint of fear upon their faces or in their eyes. Rather, a fearless determination shone through. They struggled valiantly, refusing to yield. The benefits of having traversed the ethereal realm of the 9 nether yellow springs are evident, as it fortifies the disciples' mental resilience against formidable adversaries, enabling them to cultivate a stronger disposition over time, rather than succumbing to immediate despair. Within the yellow springs, even the most insignificant beings emanate a presence far more terrifying than that of the mere 5 saints. How could the paltry pressure exerted by these saints instill fear in the hearts of the Kunlun disciples? Lu Chen felt a sense of satisfaction. His cold gaze briefly assessed the 5 saints before retracting. These 5 saints were hardly worthy of inciting Lu Chen to action. In Kunlun, there were naturally others prepared to engage. Moreover, Lu Chen intended to seize this opportunity to enlighten all disciples about the escalating strength of their future adversaries. With the saints merely marking the commencement of their challenges, the forces Kunlun would confront henceforth would be exponentially more powerful, and only under immense pressure could Kunlun truly thrive. This sentiment was shared among the 12 elders of the Elder Hall. Otherwise, how could they remain oblivious to the appearance of 5 mere saints in Kunlun? Even if 10 great saints were to arrive, Lu Chen would remain unfazed, as would the 12 elders of Kunlun. At that moment, a chilling aura swept over the disciples, rendering their faces ashen and causing blood to seep from their mouths. Yet, they displayed no trace of fear, instead directing their wrath towards the ancestor of the 9 nether, shouting, "You old cur." Upon hearing this, the ancestor's countenance darkened ominously, his eyes glinting with a malevolent chill. "You seek death." The mockery reflected in the faces of these insignificant beings was intolerable to the ancestor, who had endured countless years without facing such indignity, particularly from a mere swarm of ants. Just as he prepared to unleash his wrath upon them, the other 4 saints looked down with disdain, bemused that not a single disciple had succumbed under the ancestor's oppressive presence. One of them scoffed, "Huh? 9 nether. It seems you are truly aging and faltering. Not a single ant has fallen before your saintly might. Are you capable or merely wasting our time? If you cannot handle it, allow me to step in." The 4 saints delighted in the prospect of witnessing the ancestor humiliated before these insignificant beings, their gazes laden with derision. Indeed, a feeble old dog. Damn it! Damn these ants! Upon hearing the taunts from the 4, the ancestor's already grim visage morphed into a visage of utter menace, instilling a sense of dread. You may question his prowess, but to label him as a feeble dog was utterly unacceptable. This is a matter of dignity. It is akin to an ancient, persistent pest. Nay, an eternal tortoise. One could see the 9 nether ancestor seemingly struck by profound agitation, as if pierced by the truth of his words. His ghastly visage contorted into a horrifying grimace, emanating an aura of terror, his voice hoarse with rage as he declared, "Ah, cursed wretches, you seek death." Before he could finish, a dreadful energy erupted from his being. He raised his gnarled, emaciated hand, pressing downward with immense force. Damnable insects! Perish! A colossal hand, forged from sheer terror, descended with unyielding might. Crack! Crack! In an instant, layers of space shattered, revealing a pitch-black void that was utterly chilling. The ground trembled. Witnessing the ominous hand descending, the expressions of everyone below shifted dramatically, their initially pale faces turning even more ashen, nearly suffocating from the overwhelming fear. At that moment, a commanding voice rang out, presumptuous. It resonated like a mighty bell, reverberating throughout the realm. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted, akin to a lightning strike. The terrifying hand exploded with a resounding blast. The visible shockwaves of its dreadful power momentarily froze in the void, as if bound by an unseen force. It was a sage from Kunlun. Upon witnessing this, the faces of the 9 Nether Ancestor and his companions changed, realizing that a sage from Kunlun had intervened. Subsequently, the 9 Nether Ancestor's expression darkened as he bellowed, "You seek death. Show yourself." Yet, regrettably, no one responded to his call, as if he lacked the standing to converse with the master of that voice. In this moment, seeing the fearsome hand dispersed by mere words, all disciples felt a wave of relief wash over them, their bodies relaxing as excitement surged within their hearts. A powerful being from their sect had come to their aid. They understood that a force more formidable than a sage resided within their sect. Excitement illuminated the faces of all disciples, as they marveled at the ability to disperse a sage's might with mere words. They could scarcely imagine the nature of such an existence. All disciples turned their gaze toward Luo Lingxue and Qin Ruoxian, their expressions brimming with fervor. Ling Mu and Zi Yunyan also exhibited astonishment, anticipation flickering in their eyes. For this was their first encounter with a powerful figure from Kunlun. "Sisters, may I inquire which esteemed being from Kunlun has made their presence known?" Facing the inquiries, Luo Lingxue was momentarily taken aback, her countenance reflecting profound shock. She was unaware that it was a figure from Kunlun who had intervened. The voice she heard was neither that of Elder Qing nor Elder Chen. It was a sound she had never encountered before. Noticing that Luo Lingxue remained silent, Qin Ruoxian's eyes flickered with a hint of astonishment, and she turned to the crowd, stating, "There is no need for concern. That individual is an elder of Kunlun." Upon hearing her words, a collective gasp arose from the disciples, their expressions transformed by sheer shock. To think that such a formidable presence was merely an elder of the sect, a being capable of dispelling the means of a sage with a single word. They found it hard to fathom the power that resided above the sect elders. After all, a sage was considered the ancestor of a top-tier hegemonic force. To be merely an elder within Kunlun was beyond their comprehension. As Qin Ruoxian spoke, Ling Mu and Ziyun Yin also displayed a trace of astonishment on their faces. At this moment, Luo Lingxue gathered her thoughts and exchanged a glance with Qin Ruoxian, both recognizing a shared surprise in each other's eyes. They understood that other powerful beings from the sect had awakened. Lu Chen had previously informed them that the sect's might would gradually come to life. The unfamiliar and indifferent voice that had just echoed was undoubtedly that of a powerful figure from the sect regaining consciousness. In the void, the expressions of the 5 members of the 9 Nether Ancestor clouded with an ominous darkness, astonished that someone would dare to disregard them so brazenly. Is this not a blatant disregard for them? A path to destruction? Since you choose to remain hidden, today the Kunlun shall meet its demise. The 5 ancient ancestors of the 9 Nether gazed down with icy stares, and in an instant, an overwhelming and terrifying aura erupted from their beings. The disciples below felt a suffocating sensation surge within them, their faces turning ashen as they struggled to maintain their footing. When the sage's wrath is provoked, the very heavens and earth shift in response. A dreadful aura stretched across the horizon for thousands of miles, its oppressive force soaring into the skies. In a mere heartbeat, the clouds spanning tens of thousands of miles were swept away, and a fearsome presence permeated the vast expanse above. Buzz. At this moment, countless ancient beings in the southern wilderness sensed the terrifying and boundless aura. Instantly, they manifested above the void, their abyss-like gazes fixed upon the direction of Qizhou. And their expressions shifted dramatically. A saint. This is a manifestation of the saint. Who could it be? At this moment, the venerable ancestors of the 8 great heavenly kings stood in shock, their eyes filled with profound dread as they gazed towards the direction of Qizhou. Trembling, one of them uttered, "Kunlun." Yes, it is indeed Kunlun. A gasp of astonishment swept across their faces as fear flickered in their eyes while they fixed their gaze on Qizhou. They were not alone in their trepidation. An ancient figure in the desolate state also cast a wary glance toward the distant Qizhou. Meanwhile, high above Tianzhou, closest to Qizhou, 5 thunder demon tigers appeared, pulling a celestial chariot. On board was the holy Sun Qin Wudao, who, upon sensing the aura of the saint, slightly altered his expressions. A glimmer of malevolence crossing his eyes as he pondered, I did not expect that besides the Jun family and the Yaoqi Palace, there are other forces in the southern wilderness with a saint. Intriguing, he mused. Such a trifling force led by a saint was hardly worth his attention. Yet his curiosity was piqued, and he wished to discern the nature of this entity. Holy Son, it originates from the direction of Qingzhou. I sense 5 saintly auras in action, Elder Yu hastily declared, confident in his perception as a ninth heaven saint. However, confusion marred his expression. He was not alone. The other 4 elders shared his bewilderment. Logically, apart from the Jun family, known for their saintly lineage, and the Yaoqi Palace, which inherently possessed a saint due to their sacred ground, no other forces should have such beings. Moreover, it was unprecedented for 5 saints to act in unison. To compel 5 saints to intervene, the opposing force must possess at least equal strength. Oh, 5 saints, how fascinating. Throughout his journey, he had often heard of a certain Kunlun sect in Qishou, purportedly guarded by a saint. It seemed this was indeed related to that sect. Qin Wudao grinned malevolently, evidently intrigued by Kunlun. Indeed, Holy Son, it is said that the Kunlun sect resides within the burial Immortal Mountain range. Additionally, the ancient token is in their possession. The 5 saints who have acted must be pursuing the ancient token, Elder Yu elucidated, noting that the ancient token held no value for the sacred grounds. Thus they would lack interest. Now that a grand era has descended, the burial Immortal Mountain range has likely undergone significant changes. It appears that the Kunlun sect has unearthed something noteworthy to establish their sect there, Qin Wudao remarked, as a discerning figure within the heavenly Xian sacred land. Privy to certain secrets. With a disdainful snort, he concluded, Humph, a mere saintly force daring to claim the status of a hidden great sect, ignorant of their impending doom. This is truly a disregard for the exalted realm of Tianxin. The Holy Son, in his fury, must recognize that Kunlun, in its ignorance, cannot fathom the profound significance of the hidden great sect. The 5 elder saints, witnessing the Holy Son's vexation over a mere insignificant power, hastily interjected, fearful of disturbing his composure. They cannot withstand this. Do not be deceived by their status as elders of the saintly realm. Who would dare to act recklessly in the presence of Qin Wudao? The Holy Son Qin Wudao is already the designated successor to the next heavenly Xian Holy Master. Otherwise, how could 5 esteemed saints choose to accompany him voluntarily? A mere saintly force is hardly worthy of my attention. Let us proceed and see what in this heavenly state might pique my interest. As he spoke, a glimmer of lust flickered in Qin Wudao's eyes. He harbored a particular fondness for the delicate art of indulgence. Those who understand comprehend, and those who do not shall remain oblivious. This was indeed one of the greatest pleasures of his journey. Rather than a mere experience, it could be said that Qin Wudao was driven by an insatiable thirst. Who could have imagined that the esteemed saint son of Tianxin harbored such peculiar inclinations? Throughout his travels, he fervently propagated the spirit of Qiaoming, truly embodying a paragon for our generation. At this moment, the 5 elders of Jiuyu, upon hearing the voice of the unseen speaker, were gripped by a chilling and malevolent intent. Their eyes, filled with a bloodthirsty glint, were poised to strike down the insignificant insects before them in a fit of rage. Suddenly, a terrifying and unparalleled aura erupted from one of the peaks among the 72 mountains. This dread-inducing presence surged across the expanse, instantly overshadowing the saintly might of the 5 elders of Jiuyu. In but a fleeting moment, the oppressive force that had weighed upon all the disciples below vanished entirely. Immediately thereafter, this formidable aura enveloped the 5 elders of Jiuyu. This aura. This is. As the terrifying aura enveloped them, the faces of the 5 elders of the 9 nether ancestors were instantly filled with terror, a wave of fear striking at their hearts. No, how could this be possible? In the presence of the great sage, the 5 ancestors of Jiuyu trembled uncontrollably, their hearts quaking with fear, cold sweat streaming down their brows, their eyes filled with terror. At that moment, every disciple was profoundly shaken, gazing at the quaking figures of the 5 Jiuyu ancestors in the void, their hearts racing with astonishment. Hiss! What a terrifying aura! What manner of being is this elder of the sect? Merely the presence alone instilled such dread in the 5 saints that they trembled in fear. They could hardly fathom what kind of existence could invoke such terror even amongst saints. Luo Lingxue was equally astounded, left speechless, her mouth slightly agape, frozen in place, her heart racing with excitement. At this moment, she was certain that an immensely powerful being of the sect had awakened. Qin Ruoxian's expression also shifted in surprise, a flicker of astonishment crossing her eyes as she turned towards the elder peak, her heart whispering, the great sage. Another formidable presence from the sect had emerged. Even the Kunlun she beheld was merely the tip of the iceberg. Her anticipation for the number of powerful beings within Kunlun grew ever greater. It was not only Chen Ruoxian who sensed that this formidable aura belonged to a great sage. Ling Mu and Ziyun Yin also felt the same, their faces pale with shock. The two hailed from a dynasty where great sages undoubtedly existed, and not just one. At this moment, they were immensely grateful, for they understood that this was merely the tip of the iceberg in the sect. This is the third chapter for today. Once again, my heartfelt gratitude to the esteemed patrons for their generous gifts. Thank you. I kindly urge the esteemed patrons to encourage further updates and to lend a favorable review to the author. Thank you once more. The two took a deep breath, relieved that they had not compelled the protector behind them to intervene. Otherwise, the sect leader would undoubtedly have punished them, for the affairs of Kunlun should not be meddled with by outsiders. After all, the sudden appearance of two more saints in Kunlun would likely provoke the formidable powers of the sect to take direct action against their protector. In such a scenario, it would truly be akin to offering one's head on a platter. It is no wonder that the sect leader had not made an appearance throughout. As it appeared, he held these five saints in utter disdain. Exchanging glances, the two could not help but share a bitter smile. At that moment, a disdainful voice echoed from Elder Peak, reminiscent of 9 feet of frigid ice, instilling an overwhelming chill that pierced the hearts of all who heard it, causing involuntary shivers. Suddenly, a formless yet terrifying force materialized, its sound akin to a sharp sword, surging towards the 5 ancestors of the 9 hells. With faces stricken by terror, the 5 ancestors turned their gaze towards the mountain peak from whence the voice emanated, their minds fracturing under the weight of an impending death that surged from their feet to their hearts, their eyes widening in horror. No, they screamed, sensing the approach of death. No. As they cried out for mercy, their voices were abruptly silenced. In an instant, the 5 ancestors of 9 hells burst apart into clouds of blood mist in the void, their very souls extinguished in the chilling resonance of that voice. Though the souls of saint cultivators are remarkably robust, capable of rebirth through soul possession if they remain intact, even the mightiest of souls would find no escape before the formidable powers of Kunlun. How much less could mere saint souls hope to survive? Thus, the 9 hells leader, once regarded as the epitome of stability, met his demise alongside the other 4 supreme dominions of the eastern heavenly domain. Witnessing this scene, Luo Lingshue's countenance reflected profound shock, her heart racing with exhilaration. This presence is undoubtedly even more formidable than Elder Chen. Chen Ruoxian, Ling Mu, and Ziyu Yao similarly exhibited a hint of astonishment. Meanwhile, all the other disciples could not help but gasp in awe, standing frozen in place, their faces betraying an excitement that was impossible to conceal. And their hearts were profoundly shaken. How immensely powerful! How terrifying! Is this truly the might of the Kunlun? With but a single utterance, 5 revered sages were vanquished. With such a formidable presence in our sect, who would dare to humiliate us? The hearts of all disciples surged with fervor, some overwhelmed with joy, weeping uncontrollably. Father, mother, and all my uncles, do you see this? This is the strength of our sect. Rest assured, soon I shall avenge you. One inner disciple fell to his knees, his face etched with indignation, tears streaming down as his eyes mirrored a profound longing for power. He yearned for strength, aspiring to grow formidable enough to avenge his fallen kin. Witnessing this scene, every disciple resonated with his sentiments, unable to contain their emotions as mist gathered in their eyes. They had all suffered at the hands of those with connections and formidable forces, enduring humiliation and oppression, their hearts seething with hatred for the self-proclaimed elite, wishing fervently to eradicate them. Yet, they were powerless, lacking a formidable force to rely upon. Their own strength was feeble, and no sect would accept them as disciples. Brothers and sisters, we must not let our sect down. The sect has bestowed upon us teachings and protection. We must elevate our strength to repay the kindness of our sect. The disciple rose, gazing towards the main peak with eyes full of reverence. It seemed that all disciples felt an unspoken understanding, their faces adorned with respect and awe, as they turned to deeply bow towards the main peak. Gratitude to the sect leader. It was the leader who had granted them this opportunity, the chance to personally exact vengeance upon their foes. At that moment, every disciple felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude and reverence for their leader, Lu Chen, whom they had yet to meet. Dear brothers and sisters, fear not. With the sect's presence and the support of our elder brothers and sisters, no one shall harm you. Luo Lingxue, Chen Ruoxian, Ling Mu, and Ziyun Yin observed this scene, a pang of discomfort swelling within them. As they spoke, their eyes glinting with a chilling light. These individuals are all their junior disciples, and the four could not have anticipated the tragic fate that befell them, which filled their hearts with profound sorrow. Their gazes turned towards the main peak, each eye reflecting a sense of reverence. They understood that without Chen and Kunlun, these junior disciples would likely never have the opportunity to exact vengeance upon those despicable individuals who had once humiliated, oppressed, and even slain members of their kin. This exemplifies the brutality and harshness of the path of cultivation. The heavenly way is indifferent, treating all beings as mere fodder. Chen Ruashian understands better than anyone that the realm above is even more merciless, where countless lives are ruthlessly extinguished each day. This is the cyclical nature of the universe, the law of cause and effect. Alas, to hell with the heavenly order. Cultivators are inherently engaged in a struggle against fate. If the heavenly law bore any compassion, how could suffering exist in this world? It is only through relentless self-improvement that one can ultimately transcend. One day, standing above all things, one shall rise above the myriad paths of existence. In doing so, one can seize the sun, moon, and stars, reversing the very fabric of reality, manipulating the dualities of time and space to command all realms. Thus, even the heavenly order can be grasped within one's palm. This is transcendence. The sect that Chen aspires to establish is one that seeks to rise above all realms, to surpass all beings, and even to transcend all paths.